10 hours of entitled parent stories. Sit back, relax, and let's get straight into this. You sinned by having an abortion. So, when I was younger, I had an abortion. It was an unwanted pregnancy where I wasn't in a great financial or mental state to look after a child, nor did I want to give an unwanted baby up for adoption just for them to wonder in future why their birth mum abandoned them. Anyway, in my family, I have an older brother who's several years older than me and is married to this bat-crazy woman named Laura. Now, Laura is very religious. I'm not going to say which religion because I don't want them to get hate, but I'm pretty sure that people might have a good guess on which one it is. Now, Laura, being the crazy religious woman that she is, likes to preach about her religion with every chance she gets. She also loves children and thinks that abortion is basically a sin. Right, I'm pretty sure you get the idea of who the idiot is in this story. 6 years back, Laura wasn't hated by the family. In fact, we all really liked how chill she was and how funny her stories were. One time, as I was drinking with her, we decided to ask deep questions to get to know each other. One thing led to another, and I told her that I had had an abortion. She then proceeded to screech about how terrible that was and condemned me for it. This is when the fun began. She told every single living being she came across about how much of a terrible person I was and that I hated children. Now, she is sort of right because I'm very uncomfortable being around little fleshy living beings whom I cannot communicate with properly, but I don't hate them. I mean, that is one way of describing babies. Wow. She spread lies or her theories on how I abused children or how I deny my duties of continuing the family bloodline, that I also deny a higher up being to be a part of my life because I refuse to let an angel be born on earth, and that I am to be pitied for. Now, that happened 5 years ago, and on that year's Christmas, she bought me newborn baby clothes. In my family, we don't label who the gifts are from, we just write who it's for. So Laura thought she could get away with it since she didn't write her name on it. But we all knew, like everyone knew. Even my unborn nephew from my other sister-in-law knew. Also, because when I opened the gift, she was the only one who exclaimed how much of a great present it was and that it might be a sign and great blessing for my family. Everybody else was dead silent and very uncomfortable. I've been ignoring her for the past 5 years, since I don't interact with her much, only on special occasions. But I know of every single thing that she said about me behind my back, mainly because she said them to my family, thinking they won't say anything to me. For my birthdays, she would always try to get her way in and give me uncomfortable baby presents. Or when someone in the family has a kid, she'll make comments to me about how potentially it could be me one day in that position, and I'll appreciate my life even more as a mother. She even claimed that she prays for me every day to one day open my eyes and repent for the huge sin I've committed, and to make up for it by having plenty of angels. Oh my god. When I tell her to stop forcing her ideal happiness onto me, she would cry that I'm a poor, unfortunate soul who doesn't understand anything. Also, one time I did snap at her because of how annoyed I was with her, and she cried to everyone about how much of a terrible person I was, but it didn't really work out since everyone just knew what she was doing. This year, for Christmas, guess what I got? I got a children's book that helps 5-year-olds. Multiple of them. The thing is, I got a bit petty with Laura because of how much trash she's been throwing at me for the past 5 years, so I became a tiny tad bit petty and gave her something special for Christmas. The thing is, Laura is infertile. She and my older brother can't have kids, which has caused Laura to become pretty depressed about it. So for Christmas, I gave her a special gift. I gave back all the presents she's given me for the past 5 years. All the baby clothes, toys, books, and motherhood stuff. I gave it all back with a little card. It was a generic picture of a happy mother with her newborn, and it said, "This will be you one day, winky face." Oh my word. She then proceeded to break down and cry about how terrible I am. She's right, I am. After Christmas, she would tag and comment about on how I should repent for my sinful ways on Facebook. So far, I've been enjoying her reaction. Just waiting for next year's Christmas now, because it's going to be an absolute blast when she finds out how gay as F I am when I bring my girlfriend over. I mean, wow, that is actually just an unbelievable story. I thought it was all, going pretty standardly. A horrible woman just saying abortion is wrong and all that stuff. But then you doing what you did. and gifting her all the presents that she's gifted you, knowing she's infertile. That's mental. Is that too far? Like, I'm inclined to say it's a bit too far because she clearly cares a lot about this, more than you do anyway. And to chuck a winky face on at the end? Wow, that's really quite deep. Let me know in the comments, guys. Is that too far? It's close, isn't it? Look, maybe you'll say that she deserves it because she is throwing all this rubbish at you, you know, her idealistic religious principles and all this stuff about abortion not being right and you sinning, and that is ridiculous. But what you did, OP, I have to say, I think that's a little bit too much, isn't it? You know that she's been depressed about it. I mean, what do you reckon, guys? I think it might just be a bit too far. It's a tough one. That's all I'll say, but me, pretty harsh stuff from you, OP. Now moving on to our next post. You are supposed to buy all items in the wish list. This happened in the early 2000s. The guy whose story this is was the owner of an internet cafe I used to hang out at the time. We'll call him Craig, the cafe owner. After several years of no contact, Craig's extended family offered reconciliation. So he got invited to family events again, like birthdays, hinting to bring expensive gifts. You get the picture. It was very clear that they were in it for his money, but at least nobody came right out to ask him for cash. In late October or early November, the family mail started to include wish lists for Christmas. The lists included helpful links to online stores. Not only were the items already expensive, but buying through the links provided was about 50% more expensive than buying from Amazon and the like. Heading each list was a smartphone, but instead of buying through the links, Craig used his business to buy from a wholesaler, then have an advertisement company print his company logo on them. That way, he could deduct them from his taxes as advertisement expenses. Very clever, Big Craig. Craig's family didn't like that though. His uncle flat out told him he was supposed to buy all the items in the list and buy them through the links. Why, you ask? Well, for one thing, the items would be shipped directly. And on top of that, they would get a commission, which is likely why the items were so expensive. His uncle didn't tell him the last part, of course. We found that out when taking a look at the website that held the wish lists. Now, a word about the way their family mail worked. All the family was CC'd. They simply added their pieces and then hit reply to all. For private conversations, they simply took Craig's mail address off the list. His secondary mail address, think coolguy123@potmail.com, they forgot or didn't associate with him. This way, he found out that he was supposed to be uninvited from family Christmas once their little scam worked out. At this point, he vented to me and a couple other patrons present at his internet cafe. One of the guys said something along the lines of, "Book yourself a nice holiday and send them postcards saying, having a good time." Craig couldn't close down his cafe during the holidays, as that was when he made a big chunk of his profits. Nevertheless, the remark gave me an idea. One of my internet friends was a crew member on the supply flights to bases in the Antarctic. So, we hatched a plan. My friend sent 30 to 40 postcards in a large envelope. Craig and I, as well as some other patrons, filled them out by hand. Then they got sent back in the big envelope to my internet friend, who put them into the regular mail from Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. Aside from various pictures of the stations, often with polar lights overhead, there were pictures of the wildlife, mostly penguins, but also sea lions and all kinds of whales. The postcards arrived a few days before Christmas, and the family mail exploded. One remark stood out to me. Craig is wasting our money on a trip to Antarctica. All in all, they whipped each other into a frenzy and then planned on confronting Craig at his cafe and lay waste to the cafe if he didn't pay up. Craig then called the police, who parked a patrol car right in front of the cafe with a couple of policemen having an eye on things inside. The scene that developed when Craig's uncles arrived was almost comical. They tried to talk to him in private. Craig told them they can talk right in front of the police. Their little scheme had been revealed anyways, as not all of the family are swine. Some even warned me. Later, therefore, every family member then suspected everyone else of being the snitch. They must have had a really Merry Christmas together. Now look, guys, a quick message from me to this entitled family. There's no point, fellas, trying to be all, secretive and clever about trying to get money out of Big Craig. He's got a lot of money, you don't, but that's fine. If you want some of it, just ask. Maybe if you're more upfront about it, Big Craig might give you some money. And I don't know how tall he is. I'm calling him Big Craig because I think he's massive. Look, if you're going to go behind his back and send all these emails throughout your entire family that are just not including him, then it's just ridiculous. If you want money, ask him. He's going to say no, but there's a 1% chance he might say yes. He's not going to send you loads and loads of Christmas gifts and get everything on your wish list just because you want him to. Like, come on. It's so obvious, and it's so obvious to Craig that you're after his money, not him as a person. Ask him for money. Be short about it and say, look, you got any money, mate? Give me some. Or just leave him alone and be honest about it. Don't try and be secretive with it. What's the point? Be open. The best thing about this, though, by a mile, is Craig saying, yeah, one of you already told me this was going on. Imagine the finger pointing. Just brilliant. Craig, you're a legend. Keep doing your thing. Sack these geezers off. Not that you were really involved with them in the first place, but yeah, definitely don't get them anything. Now moving on to our third story of today's episode. Deadbeat brother crashed my Crown Victoria. Gets a night in jail he won't forget. I, a 21-year-old male, have an older brother, Dave, that has always been a jerk to me. There's only a 1-year gap between us. But he liked to beat me up when we were kids, and he always acted like anything that was mine was also his. He was also somewhat the golden child, which made me miserable. So, no surprise, I moved out at 18. My uncle is now a retired police officer, and he took me in after I left home. He even hooked me up with a decommissioned Crown Vic. I absolutely love that car. Now, for those of you watching on YouTube, here is a photo of a Crown Vic. For those of you on audio or podcast platforms, pretty much think of an American police car, and that's it. Pretty amazing. I don't know why, but Dave hated the fact that I had that car. He drove 3 beta cars into the ground while my Crown Vic kept chugging along. Well, after his third beta finally died when he drove it into a pole, he asked to borrow my car. I had a bad feeling and said I wasn't going to do that. He called me entitled and said that he needed a car to get to work. I told him to take the bus because I know how he drives and my Crown Vic was off limits. My parents called me after that and told me to just lend him my car. I said I won't no matter what they say. I rely on that car and I need it as well since it's my personal transportation. Dave wasn't the only one in the world with a job he needed to go to. My uncle congratulated me for standing up to them and gave me a high five. A few days later, when I got off work, the car wasn't where I parked it. I called my brother's cell, but he didn't pick up. Then I called my parents and asked them if he took my car. They denied it. So I said I was going to call the cops, and then they admitted that he'd borrowed it because he needed it. I told them he better bring it back right now or I'll have police looking for him. They called me a jerk and then phoned Dave to bring my car back. He showed back up in the parking lot in my car 20 minutes later. I demanded to know how he stole my car, and he held up a set of police Crown Vic keys he'd bought online. Some were made universally. I told him if he ever stole my car again, I'm gonna have him arrested. Then he had the audacity to ask for a ride home. To be honest, I kind of love that. I told him he made me wait in the December cold after stealing my car, so no, he could walk. He called me an idiot before I drove away. After that, my uncle installed a tracking device on the car. When Christmas Day came, I was celebrating with my family like every year. The roads were cold and icy, so I had to be very careful while driving. By now, you're probably clued in by the title. Yeah, Dave borrowed my car again during the Christmas party. Apparently, he decided that he was going to go and pick up a friend and figured that I wouldn't notice, but I did when I looked out the front window and saw my car missing. Yeah, that would do it. I pulled up the tracking app and saw that he was a few miles away. Then I called his cell to yell at him. Everybody in the party saw this and asked what was going on. I said, Dave stole my car again. And my uncle confirmed that it wasn't the first time. Now Dave told me over the phone to screw off and he'd be back soon. I said he better not have been drinking, but he just hung up on me. Well, while I was watching the tracker app, the dot stopped and didn't move for a while. Soon, we got a panic call from Dave asking for help. He'd crashed the car because he couldn't handle the icy roads and he wasn't used to a rear-wheel drive vehicle. So we piled into my parents' minivan and followed the tracker. We found Dave by the road and my Crown Vic was nose deep in a snow-filled ditch. My uncle was furious, as it was formerly a car of his department, and I was mad as heck at Dave for stealing my car again. Now my parents wanted me to let it go, but I said enough was enough, and I'm going to call the police. Dave begged me not to, because he really had been drinking before he set off, and was gonna therefore get a DUI, but I said he was gonna pay me back for my dang car then, or I'd sue him. Well, as luck would have it, police were already aware of the accident and were driving in to check on the scene. Someone else had called them, I guess. My parents tried to say that I was the one driving the car and they were just there to help me, but I said that wasn't true, and my uncle backed me up. In fact, one of the cops that was there recognized my uncle and they had a chat. Then they went to Dave and asked to see his license. Now, I found out then that his license was suspended after he'd crashed his previous car. Then they breath tested him. He wound up with cuffs slapped on his wrists, while my mother was crying and begging the police not to take him away. But the officer just said that she and my dad could get arrested too for lying to the police. That shut them up. And we got back in the minivan. Now, the Christmas party was ended early, and my parents drove me and my uncle home, since he rode with me. They didn't say much to either of us the whole drive, and just sped away as soon as we were out of their van. They actually nearly slipped on the roads themselves doing that. My brother was let out of jail the next day, and he looked so scared that he was practically crying. The cops there had roughed him up a bit while talking about prison and the stuff that they'd seen go on there. Dave had actually weed himself during that, and they let him take a shower. That is when my uncle started cracking up and revealed to us that his friends in the department never filed the DUI and just the charge for the suspended license, which was about a $600 fine. My uncle said that he just wanted to teach Dave a lesson, and this would be the one and only time that he'd ever get his help. Dave then apologized to me and said he'd pay to have my Crown Vic fixed and would never touch it again. When it got pulled out of the ditch, the front end damage was actually minor. It needs a new front bumper, a headlight, and a grille. The damage was just superficial, thankfully. Now, my parents have pretty much glossed over the whole incident and act like it didn't happen. Dave gave me the extra Crown Vic keys that he bought online and said that this has taught him a lesson he won't soon forget. Well, you know what? I hope Dave has actually learned his lesson. It sounds, to be honest, like he has. He seems pretty shaken up by this whole thing. Fair play to your uncle as well for not actually going through the DUI, because that's very, very serious. And look, what is the whole point of getting sentences and prison sentences in the first place? It's to punish people. I guess it's also to make them learn their lesson. If Dave actually has, and you think you can get away with not sending him to prison properly, but still teach him his lesson, then look, fair play to your uncle. He's an ex-cop, he probably knows what he's doing right. You know what? I back it. Yeah, still illegal, but it sounds like his parents, your parents, OP, are just enabling Dave. Like, clearly he's the golden child. They're willing to just brush over the fact that he was driving under the influence, crashed, and could easily have killed somebody. I mean, to be fair, the more I say it, the more I think, yeah, he really should have just gone to prison. That's very serious. I actually take back what I said. Your uncle, has he gone too soft there? Let me know in the comments down below. I have to study in a bathtub. So, I have an exam tomorrow, and I wanted to study. So I sat in my chair and started. Not even 3 minutes later, my dad came in. He wanted to play CSGO on my PC, so I had to get in my bed. He started playing, and as always, he started to swear. I asked him to be quiet, and he said, "My house, my rules." So, I went in the bathroom. The only quiet place in our house. I'm now in the bathtub. What should I do? Now look guys, this is definitely one of the wildest entitled parent stories that I've read. There's a lot to unpack here, but the comments of this post actually reveal a lot about what's going on. One commenter says, "Your dad is a selfish child." And OP has actually replied, "Yes, he is. The keyboard and mouse are going to be oily again." What, oily? Very oily. That's weird. Someone else comments, "My house, my rules." Well, how about my room, my laptop, my rules? But OP says, "I bought it for you." I guess you can't really do too much about that. Right, he bought it for you to use in your sanctuary in peace and quiet. He can't just take that away from you just because he's an adult, especially if you're doing something important like studying. The power trip some parents are on is unbelievable. I completely agree with this comment. OP says, "Just had a huge argument with both parents, locked myself in my room. They're threatening to call the police. What on earth? Download an aimbot, get him VAC banned, delete the aimbot. Then he can enjoy some non-VAC lobbies. But it's OP's Steam account, so he can't do that." Now, there are a few more comments where people are suggesting that OP get a job or try and move out, stuff like that. But it's very clear as you read more of these comments that OP is actually quite young and can't really do that. and that his parents are extremely controlling. Look at this. So, somebody says your dad should get his own laptop. Completely makes sense. I mean, geez, he doesn't even respect your privacy. Maybe he didn't want you to study. Opie says he has to know all my passwords. This is messed up. Are you 18 yet? It might be worth it to apply for dorm living. But Opie says, I'm not 18 yet, and that is part of the problem. What do you do when you're not 18 and your parents are this controlling and entitled? That is crazy. And then finally, to sum this entire story up, what the heck? Their child's education should always come first for a parent, not in our house. That is insane. Like, at first, I'm going to be honest, it seemed a little far-fetched, a story, really sending your kid to go and study in the bath. But the more I read these comments from OP explaining what's going on, wow, this dad is mental. Now moving on to our second entitled parent story. My entitled parents took COVID tests, but won't show me the results in advance of their visit with my toddler. My parents are in their 60s, and my spouse and I are in our 30s. We live a state apart, about 6 hours drive. My spouse and I have a 2-year-old who is not yet eligible for a COVID vaccine, and we've been taking every precaution we can to keep her safe, while also holding down our jobs. My parents are both vaccinated and boosted, but regularly take risks that we do not. Going out to eat at restaurants, recreational travel, not wearing masks in places that don't require it, etc. On their most recent visit, my mum had been hosting a professional workshop that involved some up-close, hands-on instruction, and she informed us at dinner that she decided to take her mask off as she was instructing students since it was so hard to teach with it on. She said this as she held our kid on her lap and fed them food off her fork. My parents were due to visit today, and we'd asked them to get a PCR test beforehand to make sure everyone was safe, especially our kid. They went to get tests on New Year's Eve, complaining to us all the while about what a pain it was to go to an urgent care centre and sit for hours, potentially being exposed. They could have made an appointment earlier, since we've been planning this visit for weeks, by the way. They arrived at their hotel yesterday evening, and in the process of opening a discussion about plans for their visit, I texted them yesterday evening to ask if they could please send us copies of their test results. At 10 a.m. today, about 14 hours later, I received a long email from my mum, effectively saying, "No, we won't show you our test results. How dare you think that we'd make the trip here if we were sick? If you can't trust us to that extent, you shouldn't let us into your home anyway." Over the course of the next few hours, my wife and I both sent them digital copies of our recent COVID tests and emphasized that this was a pretty normal thing for people to be doing these days, and that we'd really like to see them, but we'd like to see the test results. Please. No dice. My parents have never been so insulted, can't believe that we don't trust them, etc. According to both my parents, yes, they have negative results, but no, we can't see them. I had a phone conversation with them in which I told them that I love them, explained that we're trying to look out for the health of our kid, and hoped they would reconsider. They claimed they would never have made the drive if we knew that we would ask them that. My mum cried. My dad was angry. In their own defense, they also brought up how risky it was for them to make the trip as older people, and the risk that I've taken traveling to other parts of the world. By the way, this is pre-COVID, and the time I smoked weed when I was 17, among other things, my god. If they have negative results, it would be the work of 15 seconds to send us proof. I think I believe them, but their reaction makes me wonder more than I would have before. As far as I know, they're now driving 6 sad hours back home. No visit, no time with grandkiddo. I feel terrible for making people I love feel terrible, and I'm pretty sure I did so today, but this is pretty weird and entitled, right? Yeah, OP, it is. Just a bit. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry, but your parents have to be hiding something. If they have taken the test, like they've said, and they are negative, like they've said, then yeah, they would just send the picture, wouldn't they? It takes 15 seconds. It's not a lack of trust. That is just an unbelievable thing to say. For me personally, I went round to my friend's house on New Year's Eve, and everyone prior to that took an LFT and posted photos in our group chat showing they were negative, just so everyone felt comfortable. It's not a big deal. It doesn't show a lack of trust. Send the picture. It takes 15 seconds, and have a nice time with your grandkid. Now moving on to our third story. On my 21st birthday, my mother tried to act like she was my bride. This is a roller coaster. Anyone who's seen my original post knows the level of infantilizing insanity my mother has towards me. She practically wanted me to be attached to her hip and wanted me to be perpetually a child. This is only one of the many nasty things she did. I don't intend to make many posts, but this story I feel like I want to get out separately from my original post. Now guys, just to explain briefly what happened in the first post in the original, here is a little TLDR. My crazy controlling mother clinged to and infantilized me all my life, so I moved away. Then refused to come home for Christmas because she couldn't accept my girlfriend. So she stalked me and then called the police on me, claiming I was a drug dealer to try and ruin my holiday. She got arrested on Christmas Day. Then my father divorced her, and no one wants anything to do with her now. So, there we go. It was late 2012, and I was turning 21. I was the last person in my friend circle to reach that age. So we decided the best way to enjoy my birthday was to have it at a local bar. My mother didn't like this idea because she didn't think it's appropriate, but the rest of the family told me to enjoy the day the way I'd like. So, I decided the bar was what I wanted. My mother did call me a few times, asking me to change my mind, but I wasn't going to. Every single birthday I had while living with my parents, my mother made all about her. She always dressed up like she was going to extravagant parties and always made herself the center of attention. She hovered over me every time I blew out the candles on my cakes. And she had to be in every photo taken of me. I stayed living in my parents' house as long as I could stand it to save money. And believe me, I was saving every spare cent in a savings account. Now it was time for my 21st birthday, and I was determined to not let her ruin it or make it about her. One of my friends brought a small chocolate cake, and it only had one candle on it in the shape of a 21. Some of my favorite tunes were playing on the jukebox, and I was enjoying gin and tonic. Then my mother showed up. She pranced in, wearing what looked like a wedding dress of some sort, and her hair was done up in what I think would be best described as Disney Cinderella style. Her face was caked in makeup to try and not look almost 50. And my dad walked in behind her, wearing his church suit. He didn't look happy. My mother pranced to me and latched onto my arm. And when I say pranced, I mean pranced. She had a hop with every step, but I pulled away from her and made her let go. I adamantly said I was not going to be holding her arm, and I was going to enjoy my birthday the way I see fit. She didn't like hearing that and still wanted my arm. Every time I got up to try and do anything, she latched onto me and tried to parade me around. One guy there I didn't know made a joke that we looked like such a happy couple. My mother blushed like she was my girlfriend or something. That made me snap, and I called out what the guy said as disgusting and that I wasn't marrying my crazy mother. My mother then gave me a shocked and then saddened look, like her inner world had just crumbled. Then she turned on the waterworks. Everyone was staring. I just walked into the men's bathroom. Thankfully, she couldn't follow me in there. My dad walked in a few minutes later and said my mother had calmed down and it was safe to come out. But she'd planted herself in my seat at the table and was told to move when it was time to do the cake, but she didn't want to. Thankfully, my dad made her get up, and my friends made sure to sit in places that kept my mother from sitting close to me or being directly in my line of sight. My best friend lit the cake, and before I could blow it out, I noticed my mother was hovering creepily close behind me. I snapped and told her she wasn't going to do this to me again, and to sit down or go away. She started making a scene, and my dad had to make her stop. Lots of people around the bar were looking at my mother and laughing. She started doing that kind of angry squinting where you expect tears any second, then just sat back down. My friends took pictures of me and made sure my mother wasn't in a single one of them, not for lack of my mother trying anyway. My mother finally hit her breaking point when I got up to start dancing with a girl while a live band played. We picked that day to have the party because a local band was there in the evening, and they were playing some great classic rock. I started dancing with a nice redhead girl when my mother suddenly grabbed me by the arm and started forcibly trying to dance with me. I had to pry her off, and then she screamed at me so loudly my ears were hurting and the band stopped playing. She tried to grab me by the ear like she used to when she scolded me, but I slapped her hand away. She screamed at me that I was embarrassing her on her day, so I retorted that it wasn't her day, it was never her day, it was mine. She yelled that she gave birth to me and that made it her day. I said that wasn't how it worked and that this was my day and my day alone. And then my friends all backed me up. The band was even telling my mother off. One even called her a hag, if I recall correctly. Well deserved. Suddenly, she was looking everywhere at everybody, and you could see it finally click to her just how much of a scene she was making. I don't know if you've ever seen everyone in a bar go dead silent while staring at one person, but they did. And one of the employees just pointed to the door and told her to leave. The girl I'd been dancing with, seemingly on cue, also grabbed my arm and told me to just ignore my mother and have a good time. My mother then had a mental breakdown and ran out of the bar loudly, crying like a girl who just had her prom day ruined. My dad didn't follow. Instead, he just ordered another beer. The rest of the evening was a blast, because after the bar, we all went back to my best friend's house and played old video games. Drunk Mario Kart is surprisingly fun. The next time I saw my mother, she acted like the events of my 21st birthday never happened. And on my 22nd birthday, I celebrated the same way at the same bar. My mother showed up for that one too, but she didn't try and pull any of the same rubbish she did before. And she walked out in the middle of the party when I was dancing with my then girlfriends. Later that year, I moved away, and my mother hasn't attended any of my birthdays since. Alright, now, it's pretty clear that your mother is a crazy woman, but I don't really care. I don't want to talk about that. Can we talk for a second about Drunk Mario Kart, please? Because that is elite. Listen, if you've never played before, this is what you do. You get 3 of your pals and you sit down and you prepare for the race of a lifetime. Everybody gets a beer or any drink in front of them in a full glass, and what you have to do is before finishing the race, you have to finish your drink. Now, whilst you're drinking, you cannot have your hands on the Wii remote or the steering wheel, whatever you use. You got to put it down, have your drink, make sure that's finished before you cross the finish line after 3 laps. If not, you forfeited. Now, the person who comes last, if you will do it correctly and finish your drinks by the time you cross the line, has to do a shot. And there you go. That is Drunk Mario Kart. Play it now and enjoy it. Parents try controlling my life and freak out when I take back control. My parents don't seem to understand what boundaries are. Since I was 11 years old, I've had problems with my parents. I'm now 18, so it's been well over 7 years. Well, on a particular day in December 2021, I got in a fight with my boyfriend. We weren't screaming at each other, but I was getting angry over stupid things and started raising my voice. My mother overheard the fight since she was near my room and decided to barge into it. Instead of asking what's wrong or what's going on, she started trying to get me off the phone. I declined and asked her to leave at least 3 times before shutting the door in her face as she wouldn't go. She then opened my door again and started to scream at me to hand her my phone. This is where I started to get annoyed, as I'm a grown adult handling my relationship. So I said no multiple times to her. This turned into a fight between my mother and I, as me handling my own relationship wasn't good enough for her and she wanted to intrude on it. As my mother and I keep going back and forth, my father comes into my room. Once entering my room, he proceeds to start screaming at me to hand them my phone. I still decline. At this point, I've hung up and showed them I have. But that wasn't good enough for them. They wanted to take it further and start threatening to take my car. It was a gift in 2020 and my dad is still paying it off, so it's in his name. I still said to them no, because I haven't done anything wrong. They start getting in my face, screaming at me. I give them my phone because I'm sick of fighting with them. And no matter how much I walk away, they keep getting in my face. But since I didn't immediately hand them my phone, my dad tried reaching for my purse, where my car key was. I grabbed my purse. My dad and I fought till my purse broke, and he took my car key right then. I was then screamed at for around 30 minutes because I didn't hand over my stuff immediately to them. Well, fast forward a few hours, and we finally sit down to talk about what happened. For a little background context, my boyfriend overheard some of the argument with my parents and knows the past of what they've done, so he doesn't like them too much. But he has been very polite and respectful to them throughout the almost 2 years we've been dating. Even when they treated me like absolute trash, he's kept on being respectful. No hateful comments to them, and he's gone above and beyond helping me with many aspects of my life. Back to the story. My parents text my boyfriend after taking away all my stuff, telling him I would be grounded for a while. My parents never give a time of how long, no matter the punishments. So, in a response, he told them that he feels sorry for me because of the way my parents treat me like I'm a mistake and as if I'm like my sister. Now, that's another story for another time. Just know she's a dropout in high school, did beer runs and stole frequently, had to be put in a girls' home and mental hospitals when she was a minor, and is only 21, yet is having her second kid. And he would gladly open his home to me, so I'm not left being treated in such a fashion anymore. This in turn made my parents very angry, so they texted him back saying that he should keep his mouth shut and stay out of things he shouldn't be involved in before it gets bad for him. But even though I didn't see the message, I was punished further for it. I then had to listen to my parents degrade him as an overall human because he sent a message to them about their behavior towards me, calling him many names such as a wuss and abusive. I asked them why they think he's abusive, and they cited our argument that happened that day. But when I told them they only heard me speaking, my tone of voice, etc., they tried to pull the I don't know what I'm talking about and I should shut up and listen because they know what's best. I still continue to stand up for my boyfriend because he's done nothing wrong, especially not being labelled abusive. He's never called me names, hurt me physically, or done anything in the realm of abusive. My parents, on the other hand, have. And when their behaviors are shown to other people outside of the people in my household, they tend to freak out and blame the other one to be abusive, controlling, and not good for me. Well, I wasn't going to take it this time, and I stood up for my boyfriend, telling them he's not abusive or a wuss and that they shouldn't be calling him that. They continued to try to manipulate me into thinking he was, even putting in the fact that he doesn't know what parents are like since his mum was absent in his life and his dad was an alcoholic. This angered me, but I kept my composure and told them to not say that type of stuff about him. But because I even defended him, I then wasn't allowed to talk to him, hang out with him, or any of my friends till my dad got to talk face to face with my boyfriend. They then also tried to take away my dream job that I was getting since I'd be working with my boyfriend's stepmom. Now, her giving me this was really a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Well, I didn't agree with any of that, especially since I wouldn't be able to get an opportunity to work in that field till after college, and that my boyfriend doesn't need to talk to them about the message. I see nothing wrong with it since they were called out on their BS. Since I didn't agree again, they ended the talk, and they tried to pull the "you know I love and care for you" card to try and breadcrumb me into forgiving them for their behavior. This just fueled the hatred inside of me because they never looked at their mistakes as parents and how much over the years they've hurt me as a human. Instead, they tried to be materialistic at times and get me things, which I am grateful for, but it doesn't excuse their behavior. At the end of the night, around 4 hours at most later, they had very loud sex in their bedroom that I could hear from the kitchen. This really spoke to me because they rarely have sex, and this seemed disgusting, especially after what had happened that day. So in turn, once I got my old phone and car back, I bought a new phone for myself. I plan on getting my own phone line. I blocked my father from accessing my bank account, and I really haven't been home much at all. And when I am, I'm hiding in my bedroom. This includes my birthday too. I was in my room the whole time, then went to a friend's and spent the night there. To this day, I barely try to talk to them, and I plan on moving out very soon. The only thing stopping me is completing high school and college. It's dual credits. I'm doing college and AP classes in high school, so I'm taking very difficult classes while also working my dream job with my boyfriend's stepmom. But that's my story. Thanks for reading it, and writing it has really helped me out in a lot of ways. Well, OP, it's pretty clear to me that your parents have some pretty significant control issues. Wow. I mean, I didn't even know that parents like that even existed in this world. OP, I'm so sorry that you've had to deal with them for your entire life. Yeah, as you said, looking to get out as quickly as you can seems pretty wise. It's just very horrible, isn't it? Like living in your own home and feeling as if you have to hide from your own parents because they're that disgusting. Ugh. Wow, what a toxic place to live. I think the crazy thing is now that like OP is 18, like they are an adult, yet their parents are still crazy controlling. Trying to get in a conversation between her and her boyfriend is actually nuts. But grounding an 18-year-old, surely that's not. I mean, like you can't actually, that's actually illegal. If they were genuinely holding you there against your will as an 18-year-old, that is actually illegal. Like if you called the police and they'd come, they would have forced your parents to stop forcing you to stay inside. Like you can't do that to an 18-year-old. That's nuts. Now moving on to our second entitled parent story of this episode. entitled mum forced attendance to over-glorified church function to show off my kid. Gets embarrassed. This story always brings a smile to my face, and I figured I'd share some semi-lightheartedness and background as an icebreaker before moving on to the more frustrating experiences. While I have a decent relationship with my mother, she went through a midlife crisis where she hard transitioned from a bi-pseudo-pagan wild child to a straight-laced and evangelized social and corporate ladder climber. Many things were forced upon myself and my sibling, who is a couple years younger than me. It seemed like our entitled mum was never satisfied, as she became obsessed with presentation of our and her status and turned into a rather controlling and semi-manipulative snooty booty, a quasi-Karen if you will. The funny part is our background is humble hill folk, a fact I don't let her forget ever. So, some highlights. She subjected all my friends to moral and economic scrutiny and treated the ones whose parents weren't also adequately elevated as members of a servant class, only allowing stayovers when yard work or labour was required. I get picked up at 6 a.m. the next day if away from home. She would also pay the better off ones more for the value of their labour. My girlfriends were also never up to her standards, and I always caught an earful and had my interests and hobbies constantly pooped on. We upgraded 3 houses in 7 years, and we swapped cars constantly to whatever made her look good for the trend of the time, going from a fancy SUV to a fancy sports car to a smart car to a fancy hybrid. She even put a dog through college. She paid someone else to take it to dog shows. And finally, I had no choice in whether or not I went to a 4-year college, despite wanting to take my gen eds at a 2-year. Thankfully, I didn't have to take a loan and escape portaled via the military. Even then, while she no longer could cajole, threaten, or command me to do what she wanted, she was constantly pressuring me to push away old friends and my then fiancé, now spouse, so they wouldn't drag me down, and she now resorts to whining and begging as her default manipulation tactic. Anyway, now onto the story. A couple of years after I left, she upgraded husbands, enter stepdad, and joined his large Baptist church community. She definitely touts the born-again evangelized lifestyle, and while I have no overt dislike for religion, lapsed Catholic, having now experienced a fair chunk of the world in my travels, I find many Americanized Christian churches, or organized religion itself for that matter, to be self-licking ice cream cones, rife with us versus themisms and in-crowd backpatting all around. Not much outward charity, humility, or turning of the cheek to be found. In my humble opinion, her new church was no exception, with an abundance of frosty blonde-hair biddy divas in white and silver sequin dresses and shawls sitting up front, all around cattily judging and rumour milling away. Fast forward, still pre-COVID, and we have a kid, who's roughly 1.5 years old at that point, and we go home to visit our families for the holidays. My entitled mums and stepdad's church is putting on a holiday pageant, showcasing the nativity and life of Jesus. Lots of money thrown around, including an outdoor recreation of the Jerusalem market, a Roman court, a carpentry shop, and the manger with animals, all of which are fully costumed and propped. She first asks us if we'd like to go to it. We decline, as we have the kid and it's winter, have our own plans, etc. A drawn-out, cringe-filled discussion ensues, in which she admits to having already bought the tickets for us and hints the event as a partial condition to staying at her house for the visits. There may have been tears and begging involved at some point. We eventually acquiesce and attend the event, so much eye-rolling. Don't worry, I get to tell her no plenty of times. Because it's a massive church, they organise by ticket lot number, and go figure, the church elite had first pick of tickets, so they all get first go-arounds and are lumped together, so we were the second or third group at the doors. The woodshop scene was pain incarnate for anyone who knows anything about wood. The actor was running a dull block plane over an unclamped 2x4, which alternated in producing the nails on a chalkboard squeak sound and chunking into the grain, throwing the block of wood off the table to clatter at the feet of the audience. The market scene was cool and almost living history worthy, including the smell of stone oven baked bread. But we spent all of 20 seconds in there pushing you through to the next station, not even getting to check out the market. The manger scene is where the magic happened. They had a lifted stage in the parking lot with the nativity crew and bales of straw for crowd seating below. We get seated in the front left, and the actors are about in the middle of the act, getting ready to present baby Jesus to the wise men, when a sound to the right of stage draws my munchkin's attentions. Buck buck! My mum was loosely holding the child, who jumps off her lap and screams, "Chimkins!" proceeding to dart up the steps with surprising agility, sprinting across the stage before God himself and the church notables to reach the chickens that were stuffed into wooden crates in the corner. Mum jumps up and follows the kid the long way around, not daring to break across the stage, being subjected to an even number of chuckles and haughty glares. She reaches the kid, who'd yoinked up a handful of the straw bedding and loose feathers from the crates whilst trying to pet the birds, and she attempted to carry away the now screaming toddler. In retaliation, when my entitled mum tried to calm the child down while walking back to their seat, the kid gave a single lip quiver before hitting the evil toddler button and artfully depositing the respectably sized wad of crushed straw, bird feces, and feathers down my mum's shirts. We left about 15 minutes later because my entitled mum was starting to itch something fierce. I love my kid. Now this story is just great because look, nothing too serious happened. It was a funny moment and it's really good. You know, a little bit of karma. Being forced to go to an event that you don't want to go to, something you think is just way over the top and unnecessary and you'd rather just not have to do, and then your own kid becoming the center of attention and taking away from the entire point of the whole thing. It's just really good. Innocent, great, but it makes your entitled mum, you know, mad. And that's what we all want, really. Making entitled people feel bad. It's a good thing. They get a taste of their own medicine, surely. I mean, can you imagine how cute that is, by the way? Chimkins. That's just cute. I'm sorry. It's cute than anything else going on stage, that's for sure. Oh, and I almost forgot. Your mum having that stuff down her shirt. Wow, just brilliant, it really is. I give away a lot of my child's stuff on Facebook Marketplace for free when they outgrow it. The amount of parents that expect me to deliver it to them for free is astounding. Whenever my child outgrows something, I try to give it to another family that needs it. I usually clean the item up and post it with pickup only and a generalized area of where I live. Usually, with everything I post, I get at least one person message me a sob story about how they don't have a car and they ask me to deliver it. I don't deliver, because I'm already trying to do a nice thing by giving away stuff that I could easily sell. I've given away high chairs, bouncers, ride-on cars, and once an entire kid's outdoor play castle with a slide. I had one woman ask me to deliver it, and then get mad at me because I refused to put the castle on hold for her because she was going to ask around to see if someone she knew could come get it. She then demanded to know if I had any other kids' things I could give her for free because I wasted my time. Right now, I'm trying to give away overnight pull-up diapers. It's half a pack sealed. It's free. It says what area I'm close to, so people can decide if it's too far to drive to come and get it before they message me. I got one person message me asking where I live. I gave them the general area, and they said, "Oh no, it's too far. I don't have a car, but I really want this. Can you drop it off? I live in a town that's 45 minutes away." I told them I wasn't planning on driving to that town anytime soon and asked for gas money. And they replied, "I thought they were free. It would be cheaper for me to just go and buy diapers. I don't have a car, so I was hoping you'd bring them to me." It's always with the kids stuff I give away for free. I'm tired of being treated like a butthole for not wanting to drive all over the place to deliver stuff for free. Look, I'm trying to be nice, but I'm not a frickin' charity. Well, I guess for some people, free just isn't good enough. It's pretty crazy, right? You're literally getting this item for free. All you gotta do is make a short journey to go and pick it up. Something that costs money and could be sold, but no, you're getting it for free, but you're too lazy to even do that. And not just that, you want them to deliver it to you for free. It is pretty crazy, I've gotta say. Like the person saying that they could just go and buy some diapers. Yeah, of course you could, but actually you'd have to pay money to get them. These ones are free. Like, I don't get it. How is free not good enough? Now for our next story. Entitled mum gets me permanently banned from my martial arts classes for permanently disabling her son. Before I start this story, I have to add a little bit of backstory. I am a 19-year-old male, and when I was younger, 14, I used to do taekwondo classes. I was a black belt at the time and I really enjoyed it. We had a few incidents where parents would take their aggressive kids into classes for a free trial, but they were mostly dealt with by the instructor. but nothing makes my blood boil like this incident. I did taekwondo on every Tuesday and Thursday for around an hour. On Thursdays, I was in an age requirement class, which was 13 plus, so most kids had common sense, and it was tougher than Tuesdays, which had no age requirements, and I was helping the instructor teach, as I'd done training for it, which helped me with getting a job because I was planning on working in a place like that. So, one Tuesday afternoon, 10 minutes after the class had started, an entitled mum runs up the stairs making a ruckus with her whining entitled kid, who looked to be around 7 years old. The instructor lets me know that I'll take over for a while as he goes and assists the entitled mum and her kid. While I'm showing the class, who were mostly young kids around 7 to 9, how to do a certain punch, the entitled kid bursts through the door and runs straight over to the punching bags. He proceeds to push me over as I was crouching and starts punching the bag. I stand up immediately and say to the entitled kid in a semi-unhappy tone, "Hey, you can't be doing that to others." He immediately stopped punching the bag and says, "I kid you not, f*** off you c***s." I stare in shock at the kid, who was younger than most people in the room, that was using language that I wouldn't even use on my worst day. The kid then skips away like nothing happened. While still in shock, I continue the class, as I would tell the instructor after he returned about the incident. I look over to the entitled kid, who was saying something to his entitled mum, which I assume was about me, while she was purchasing a uniform. She stops and looks over to me in pure disgust, then says something to the instructor, who had a confused look. That is when another kid grabbed my arm and asked for help with a punch. I gladly go over and help him to get out of that situation. About 10 minutes later, the entitled kid comes out of the toilets wearing a uniform with a wet stain on it already, which we can all agree on what it was, and proceeds to start talking to the other kids about his Minecraft world. Luckily, the instructor overheard this and went over to tell the kid to listen or sit out, in which he replies, "Fine." The instructor informs me that he will take over again and I should put the punching bags back. I do as he says and then go and grab a drink and sit down while waiting for him to call for me in a demonstration, in which he does for a certain hair grab escape. After the demonstration, the class partners up, ready to have a go with each other. Then the entitled kid comes up to me with the biggest grin on his face and asks if he can be my partner. I reluctantly agree as he pulls my arm while running into a spot and says he wants to grab my hair first. I knew exactly what he was going to do, but I gave him the benefit of the doubts. He then grabs my hair with his full force, laughs, and pulls me in, to which I respond by kicking the back of his leg so that he'd fall over. Onto a mat, by the way. When he fell, he decided not to let go of my hair, but actually pull me down with him. By doing so, he pulled some of my hair out. So I yelled at him, saying, "Why in the heck would you do that?" At this point, his entitled mum looks over and says to me, "You little idiot, get the F off my son, you pedo." I start to stand up while holding my head, and the entitled kid starts yelling he can't feel my leg. The mum comes over and whacks me straight in the face with her handbag as the instructor comes up and yells at us to get out. I grab my bag and walk out the door with a giant bruise on my face. Now a bit later, as I wait for the bus, a car pulls up to me, and it's none other than the entitled mum and the entitled kid themselves. The mum says, "You'll be hearing from us very soon. My son is now permanently disabled and you're going to pay for all the bills." She then grabs a full water bottle and throws it at me, speeding off with her kid grinning. Fast forward a couple of days later, and I receive an email from my taekwondo class saying I'm banned from the place for badly injuring a child and that I wouldn't receive a refund for the rest of the year's classes. Now, I'm actually writing this story because I was recently unbanned from the place as the company is running short on members and is going to shut down if they can't keep up. I hope you enjoyed my first story. Wow, so as I was reading that story, the whole time, pretty much, I thought I was gonna, turn the camera on and talk about this horrible entitled mum and her horrible kid. But in reality, that's actually not important. What's more crazy to me than their behavior is the fact that you were banned by your own taekwondo gym, whatever it's called. Like, that is just ridiculous. Like, I'm pretty sure your boss could see how horrible this woman and the kid was. Yet he bans you because the kid pulls some of your hair out and the mum just straight up lies saying that the kid was permanently disabled. Like, get a backbone, lad. What are you doing? It's even more shameless that he then says, "You know what? Actually, yeah, we're running low on members. I'm gonna unban you. Come back." Embarrassing. What a joke. Like, I'm sorry, this guy was just willing to throw you under the bus for this Karen. Please don't go back there, OP. Find another Taekwondo dojo, whatever it's called. Don't go back to that one. That guy's an embarrassment. And now for our third story of today's episode. I blew up on my parents for allowing others to use my hygienic stuff. For context, I am an 18-year-old girl and I live with my father, mother, my 12-year-old brother, and my 21-year-old cousin. I share a bathroom with my brother and my cousin. I already clean up after them in the bathroom by rinsing out the sink, picking up their dirty clothes, and cleaning the whole thing. If they spill something and don't clean it up, I do. I've complained to my parents many times about this because it's disgusting. I'm talking very gross. Like they'll pee on the floor, all over the toilet, etc. I don't want to clean up afterwards, and I shouldn't be made to clean up afterwards. However, my father always puts the burden onto me when it comes to deep cleaning the bathroom and no one else. Like I've asked them to clean it too, since they'll use the bathroom like me, but no, I'm the only one who cleans it. Well, recently I bought myself mouthwash to keep up my hygiene. I asked my cousin and brother not to use it because that's disgusting for others to use my mouthwash because of backwash and other things. It's a more expensive mouthwash, so it's got a powerful smell of mint. Pretty much, you can tell when I use it, and I can tell if anyone else has. So, I walk into my bathroom and I smell the mint mouthwash. I look and the level is lower than it was this morning. I knock on my brother's door and ask if he used it. He said, "No, but cousin did. It's not even yours anyway, so don't worry about it." I said, "No, it is mine, and don't use it." My parents started yelling, "Hey, hey," to try and get me to shut up. But I said, no, nobody should be using my freaking mouthwash. That's freaking disgusting. Then I closed the bathroom door to use the restroom. I then hear my mother and father tell my brother, "Don't tell your cousin he can use the mouthwash." Then, not even 5 minutes later, my mum texts me, saying, "Hey, let's try not to worry about petty things. Being overall bossy and unwilling to share isn't a good way to be. So what if you bought it? We're a family and we share as one. I don't mean for this to make you mad, it's just getting upset and uptight over material things is very petty. I love you." Now this obviously annoyed me even more because even if they are family, some things we shouldn't share as one, especially hygienic things. I don't mind sharing when it comes to things that can be borrowed and not cause me any trouble, but hygienic things are a whole different thing. So I responded with, "I'm not worrying about petty things, but using my mouthwash isn't cool. That's disgusting. I don't care if I bought it or not, that's just plain disgusting. It's like using my toothbrush and that isn't okay." That is exactly what I was gonna say. I wouldn't care if it isn't something hygienic, but it is, so I'm gonna get upset over it. Me asking who's used it and asking them not to use it is perfectly fine. If you want to get them their own mouthwash, all power to you, but I don't want mine used. That is so disgusting. Mum never responded to my message, but I know I'll continue to be upset at her for allowing my brother and cousin to use my hygienic things. Oh, and also, some extra detail. I forgot to mention this earlier, but this is also what makes me even more annoyed at them. I have a heart problem of some sorts. I'm not sure yet, haven't got it medically figured out, but if I get sick with anything or have any diseases and stuff transferred to me by them using my hygienic products, it could cause me massive heart pain. Any added stress does as well. That's why I'm very serious about keeping my stuff to myself and communicating well on it. I can't afford to get sick as it causes me worry of my heart. This problem's been going on for over 6 months now, and my whole family knows about it, but then they choose to do this sort of stuff and risk it with me. Wow, well that makes it even worse. The fact that in the first place they know how conscious you are over your health, but then, they also know about your heart condition and that getting ill will really have an impact on your life, a serious, very risky impact, and they still use your hygienic things? Yeah, that's pretty disgusting. Especially after you've told them. Look, don't get me wrong, I agree, you should share with your family the majority of things, that's absolutely fine, but stuff like, mouthwash, toothpaste, just, I don't know, anything like that, that's disgusting to share. It's also very, very strange. Don't do that, and don't force your kids to do that. Weird. My dad is driving me crazy while I try and grieve. So, my husband unexpectedly passed away just over a week ago. And to top it off, a week to the day of his passing, I got COVID. We have 5 amazing children together who are special needs, and I was blessed with 2 amazing stepsons. My dad, who is 81 years old, is a narcissist. who's always believed he can control me. For example, he once threatened to have me placed in a psych ward even though I was an adult if I didn't do as he wanted. Due to this, I'm screening his calls during this period, and what calls we do have are small and brief. The other day, I was dealing with my husband's affairs, and I get an abusive voice message with him yelling at me that my phone doesn't work. Then today, he calls me, and I reassured him that even though I'm sick, I'm okay. He responds with, "You sound sad." Well, yes, I'm sad. My husband's gone, and I miss him. My dad replies, "Well, you can't be sad. You've got kids you need to care for." Now, this was not said in a "it will be okay" voice, but a get over it kind of way. I lost it. I yelled that I'm allowed to be upset, that my husband is dead, but yes, I know I have children to think of and that they are my priority. I found it so ironic, as he always put his second wife before his own children. The first phone call I'd had with him after my husband passed, he kept going on about how he was feeling and how this made him feel and what he needed to do. Mind you, he'd only met my husband back in August, and my husband avoided him unless it was to support me. I also found out he's been calling my brother, complaining that I'm not talking to him and how I'm neglecting his needs. I've rang his residence and support services and explained the situation and told them to step up as I'm stepping out at the moment. Get this bloke out of your life. Like, who cares who he is? Why is he going on about his needs and all that rubbish? I mean, it doesn't matter. Why has he got no compassion? It's very, very strange. Like, your own daughter's husband has just died, your son-in-law, and you're like, oh, don't care, get over it, be there for the kids. Crazy that. Like, literally, I'm sorry, but like, the last thing you need right now is this guy in your life. Go no contact. It sounds like you're trying to anyway. Yeah, don't visit him. Tell him to F off. Wow, what a terrible person. Now for our next story. My mum threw away half of my clothes while I wasn't home. I am a 19-year-old girl, and my mum always tends to be overdramatic and entitled, often using the "I pay for everything you have and I can take it all away" argument if I try and disagree with her. But we recently got into a fight because I just couldn't keep my mouth shut. She's always nagging me to get rid of my clothes because I have a lot of them. Not a strange amount, it's just my closet is small and they don't all fit in there, and my dresser is also overflowing. But I pay for all of them and I love all of them, and they're not hurting anybody. Most of them are nice and pricey too. I grew up around my dad's family and they've always been lower middle class, so I never had nice clothes. Now, I buy myself nice clothes regularly because I love being able to afford them and I love wearing them. My mum, however, says I don't wear all of them and need to get rid of half of them, which is hypocritical because she spends hundreds of dollars a month on clothes and also has more than she could ever store or wear. Lately, I've been working a lot and doing school, so my room has gotten a little messy. I decided to clean it and noticed that I was missing a ton of clothes, some stuff that I loved and wore all the time. I was able to write a list of specific items I was missing and everything. I told my mum about it and she said, "Wow, that's crazy. We'll have to look for those tomorrow. They're probably somewhere in the house." A few nights ago, she was at work and I was looking for a shirt I wanted to wear to a party. I couldn't find it anywhere and I was getting stressed, feeling like I was going crazy because all my clothes were gone and nobody knew where they went. I asked my stepdad about it and he told me that my mum had gone through my room weeks prior and bagged up a ton of clothes indiscriminately, saying I'd never notice and that I had too many and that I should have listened to her when she said to get rid of them. He told me she made him take 2 bags full to Goodwill while she was bagging up another. He said that he'd been waiting for me to ask because he didn't think it was okay and he wanted to tell me, he just didn't want to tell me directly because he promised her he wouldn't. I was livid. I went through her room to see if there were any left and I went through the entire house. Nothing. She got home and I was crying, an absolute mess because some of the clothes she got rid of were sentimental to me. She was mad at me for being mad and I called her out, saying I know what she did and there was no use trying to lie about it. I told her I paid for my stuff and she had no right to get rid of any of it and she was so entitled it didn't even make sense. I told her to stay away from my room and anything that I paid for with my money because it's not her business, and if she ever touched my things again, I'd move out and she'd never see me or our dog again. She absolutely despises my dad and his family, so I threatened to move in with them and never speak with her again. Then I left. She had 1 bag of clothes left that she hadn't yet taken to Goodwill and she put it in my room while I was gone, but it wasn't enough. I wanted all of my clothes back, not just the few she could scrounge up. She probably took about $300 to $400 worth of clothes that I worked hard to be able to pay for, and then got mad at me for accusing her of stealing. But what else could it be called? She hasn't apologized, but she's not yelling anymore. I'm not down to forget this ever happened though. I told her it's not her business what I do with my money, and she needs to butt out, and I expect an apology. Nah, I'm sorry, OP. You deserve much more than just a little trashy apology. You deserve $300 to $400, or actually even more, because some of the clothes that your mum has given away are sentimental. And you can't really buy that, can you? It doesn't have a price. So look, if I were you, I'd be asking for $500 at least from your mum to pay for all the clothes that she's just got rid of for no real reason. Like, what actually is she doing? It's very strange, and as you say, very hypocritical. I would say though, try and find your clothes. Like, they're in a Goodwill's, right? Try and find your local one. They may still be in there, or at least some of the clothes will be there. You can buy them back cheap, but definitely get money off your mum. An apology is not good enough. She is an absolute cow. What is with this woman? Also, your stepdad's a little rat, by the way. It's a bit harsh, but he is. Why is he said he knew he was in the wrong, right, for taking the clothes to Goodwill, but he still did it. Like, is he just absolutely whipped by your mum? Clearly he is. But a bit snaky. Come on, lad, expected better from you. The mum's crazy, but you saying, oh yeah, sorry, I was gonna ask you, but I didn't, because I didn't want to upset your mum. You're a pal. That is all you are, and that's all you'll ever be. And now for our third story. Entitled Mum's son tried to trample my kid at a trampoline park. This happened last weekend, and I'm still angry about the whole thing. My husband and I decided to take our child to have some fun at the small trampoline park we have in our city. Now, our child is very young, but old enough to be allowed inside the park. It's important to know that there is a small area for smaller children, but all areas of the park are clearly marked with height requirements. Not once did we take our child out of the designated areas for them. One area of the park had these smaller trampolines all next to each other. One cool feature was they had trampolines against the walls so people could really bounce around. One important rule was only one person was allowed per trampoline, and you're not allowed to bounce in another person's square. This is important. The park is semi-busy, and we picked the far corner of the park to take our child to bounce. My husband is bouncing with our child, and I'm just hanging back taking pictures and videos. I've got bad knees, I don't do well on trampolines. Here enters the entitled kid. This boy is bouncing around all over the place, screaming and yelling. Yeah, look, it's a trampoline park, but this kid was freaking obnoxious. His mum, the entitled mum of the story, was just sitting on a bench, playing on her phone and hardly looking at her kid. The boy was constantly going into others' personal spaces, cutting lines to the fun obstacle courses, and even pushing kids out of his way. I saw an employee try and talk to the entitled mum twice, but she just seemed to ignore her. Why she wasn't kicked out then and there, I have no idea. The only reason I even saw all this was because the boy and his screaming was pretty hard to miss. My husband and child are having a ball bouncing around. My child is laughing and content to just stay in their little trampoline square. My kid didn't even care about bouncing into other squares. Now, here is where the entitled kid messed up. The boy begins bouncing around the small trampolines, not looking or caring about anyone else in the area. He cut into several other people's areas, constantly breaking the rules. I'm angry. It wasn't my intention to be a Karen about it, but I found an employee and told them that I'm scared for my kid's safety, as well as the other kids in the area. Then I heard the screaming. I turned to see my husband trying to comfort our kid, who was screaming their head off while huddled on the bottom of his trampoline. The entitled kid was still laughing and bouncing around. I don't even think and rush forward to my kid. I ask what happened, and my husband, who is infuriated, tells me. The entitled kid was bouncing around, and my husband asked him to be careful, because our child was bouncing in the square next to him. Well, the kid ignored him and jumped right into the same square. My kid went flying into the air and fell hard onto the trampoline. The entitled kid laughed and continued bouncing around. Had our child not been hurt, my husband and I probably would have tried to kill the kid. The employee, also angry, rushed to the entitled mum, who was still sitting down, ignoring her own kid. I couldn't hear what the employee initially said, but the entitled mum stood and clearly looked angry. Why the hell do I have to leave? My son's done nothing wrong. The employee replies, now loud and very angry. Your kid's been breaking the rules ever since he started bouncing. We should have made you leave earlier, but I was too nice about it, and I tried to give you the chance to parent your kid. Now he's hurt another child. You need to take your son and leave now. The entitled mum looks in our direction, and I'm glaring as my child is still crying in my arms. That kid is too young for this park anyway. Those parents should have never brought them here. That child is within the height requirements for the park. Enough is enough. Take your son and leave before I call the police, replied the employee. There was a lot more cussing out of the entitled mum, but she ultimately took her now screaming and crying kid and left. Unfortunately, our child wasn't really up for bouncing after that, so we decided to leave. We were at that park for less than 30 minutes. The employee did come over to apologize for not making them leave earlier, and she gave us vouchers for free entry next time we want to come and bounce. Our child is okay. A couple of bruises, but nothing major. McDonald's and ice cream made them feel better. But I hope I never see that entitled mum and her kid again. If I do, I'll probably try and strangle them. Look guys, those of you that know me well will know that I'm not the biggest fan of murder, but in this case, it seems very reasonable and logical. Get it done. Get these guys out of here. I mean, wow. One comment here says, super glue the hands to her phone and her butt to the chair. Yeah, that seems reasonable as well. Entitled lady calls me the R word. Instantly banned from the only 2 stores in our town. Growing up, I struggled a lot with math. I just couldn't make it work, and as a result, I was often called stupid, useless, and the infamous R word by my tutors, and often locked in a room by myself during math class, so they didn't even have to deal with me from 1st to 10th grade. This obviously had a negative effect on me. Hearing that word now instantly throws me back to those horrible years and how I was treated. I was diagnosed with dyscalculia, or math dyslexia, when I was 24 years old. I am 27 now. This incident happened in December. For some context, the lady that called me the R word had been a regular customer for a long time. Long before I even started working at the store 3 years ago. But it was only about 2 years ago that she started to treat me the way that she did. She was always a bit grumpy and rude, but nothing unusual. About 2 years ago, I was falsely accused of stealing money from our elderly neighbor by her relatives, which turned out to be a lie. The elderly lady, let's call her Mary, who has passed away, was an old family friend of ours, in a way, like a third grandmother to me, as she was a close friend of my maternal grandmother, and she celebrated birthdays and Christmases with us. She had simply lent a small sum of money to me so I could pay off some debts, and by the time these accusations began to make their way around town, I'd already paid the amount back. I've got a whole list of other stories about her deadbeat entitled relatives, but that is for another time. But the entitled lady of this story is one of those who judges you despite having all the facts. She decided to go from disliking me to absolutely hating me in a matter of a day. One day, after these rumors began to spread, she began to become extremely agitated. For instance, if I asked her if she wanted a receipt, she would roll her eyes and snap, "Of course, I'm a regular here, and you know I always want my receipts when it comes to the likes of you." I knew that, however, it is store policy to ask if they want a receipt, as it is in all stores. She also cussed me out for being too kind to a child who had gone into the pick and mix and taken some candy, and proceeded to cuss out the mother, telling her, "We're in the middle of a pandemic, but I guess you wouldn't know that wherever you're from." The woman was a woman of color. Not that it matters, but it seemed clear to me that she said it with racist intent, and she reported me to the boss for not taking it seriously enough. I did take it seriously. I talked to the mother, who then told her son why that was not an okay thing to do, and I shut down the pick and mix to clean it out and sanitize it. The entitled lady would also not acknowledge me at all, even if I said hello to her at the store, keeping her head down and avoiding the area that I was in. Not that it bothered me that much. In fact, I found it a bit amusing that my mere existence would trigger someone so bad for no legitimate reason whatsoever. Until this December. December is a busy month for our little grocery store. The only one out of 2 in our town, and of course, it was a hectic day with a lot of customers. I'd already been at work for a few hours when this entitled lady came through to the checkout. I processed her groceries, and at the end of the transaction, I asked her if she wants the receipts. This is how it went down. "Would you like the receipt, Mom?" She looks me dead in the eye. I have a question for you. Yes, mom? Are you just dense, or are you completely I was actually so stunned, I just stared at her for a moment. Before I could react though, another sweet old lady snapped at her. What kind of language is that? How dare you? I'm a regular at the store. She should remember who I am and my needs. It doesn't matter if you're a regular. It's her job to ask. It's not her job to be spoken to like that. I don't trust her. She stole money from Mary. I knew Mary and I know OP. Mary was like a third grandmother to her. She wouldn't dream of doing something like that. Shame on you. By now, I was on the verge of tears, and I excused myself as I called for my co-worker, leaving the checkout to go hide in the break room, where I instantly broke down in tears. 15 or so minutes later, my manager comes into the break room. I tell her my side of the story and how the woman behaved in general towards me. She then tells me to take the day off to calm down and talk to my therapist, and said that she would find someone to cover my shift. She knows my history, and she was actually the one who suggested that I get tested for dyscalculia when I started working for her, and to not worry about the entitled lady. It was my last shift of the year, so I didn't hear what had happened until I came into work just a few days ago. I was told that the woman had been banned from the store. The sweet old lady, plus a bunch of other witnesses in the line, had testified to my manager about her outburst and were outraged. This allowed her to go to higher ranks to have the woman banned indefinitely. The other grocery store up the street from us caught wind of the incident and decided to ban her as well. Apparently, I wasn't the only store clerk who she terrorized in the area. The entitled lady now has to drive for over an hour to get to a grocery store. Well, at least this story had a very positive ending. It's a shame that you had to be terrorized for this to happen in the first place, OP. But now, think of the inconvenience for this woman for the rest of her life if she decides to stay in the area. 1 hour, drive, return trip, just to get groceries. That is terrible. Very much deserved, but terrible nonetheless. I also love that other people in the store stood up for you. It would have been so much easier for the sweet old lady not to say anything, but you know, she was super brave, stood up for you and for people in general, I guess, in a way, or people with dyslexia, dyscalculia, stuff like that, and put a foot down and say, you know what, you can't say that. That is wrong. You're a disgrace. Get out of here. Now moving on to our second post. Now this one comes from r/entitled people. HR expects me to work for free. I completed my graduation from a pretty prestigious university in my country and moved back home as my parents weren't doing so well. Although I had an attractive degree, I had no previous job experience or connections, as everyone I knew moved on from the dead-end city I was living in. I applied for internships and tried walk-ins to no avail. Finally, a friend shared a job posting for a sales job at a prestigious publishing firm. Not a job I was going for at all, but at that point in time, I was desperate. I go in for the interview and had a great time meeting the team. There were a total of 3 rounds with people being cut at each. Now the stipend they were offering was already extremely low, $215 a month, but I figured I could move on to better places or even go higher up in the company with time. Within a couple of days, they called me with a job offer. I was absolutely ecstatic as I could finally start contributing to the house, albeit quite measly. We discussed timings, shifts, and then, just as she was about to hang up, I asked, "The salary is the same as what was posted on the job site, right?" She said, though, that she had no idea what I was talking about. She was the HR, and that I should be grateful for getting a step in so early in my career. She went on about the training they provide, which would cost me thousands anywhere else. Again, it was a sales job. The connections I would make, and the exposure. Finally, she said that I was expected to work for free. At this point, I was speechless and asked for how long. She said at least 6 months until I could prove my mettle. I politely said no, and the floodgates came loose, with her calling my generation entitled, how we didn't value work, expected to be given everything on a plate, etc. At this point, I simply hung up. She called me a couple of times more, but I ignored them, until she called me a third time, offering me $100 a month. I said no, more yelling, I blocked her. A couple of months later, my uncle, who lived in the national capital and had a business, decided to open a chain in the city and recruited me to help around the business and learn. And yes, he did pay me. Much more than I deserved, to be honest. I also updated my LinkedIn profile. A few days passed by, and my uncle called me to the office, turned his desktop around so I could see a message. It was the HR woman from before, messaging my uncle about how rude, unprofessional, and destructive I was, and how I left them hanging, costing the company valuable resources. I was speechless, and after I told him the whole story, we had a good laugh. Needless to say, I blocked her from my LinkedIn after that. Alright, so let me get this straight. 3 rounds of interviews for a sales job in which you're expected to earn $0 for 6 months. That is ludicrous. What's even crazier is that they said initially on the website that you would be getting money. Now look, don't get me wrong, it wasn't a lot. It was what, $250 or something per month. The maximum they went to was $100 a month. What's that? $25 a week, about $4 a day. Is that enough to live on? Are you joking? Now look, I don't want to do even more maths here, but I will. Because say you were working 9 to 5, 8 hours a day, that would be 50 cents per hour. That is less than you would get from walking around the streets of the city and looking for coins on the floor. Are you sorry, that's ridiculous. Hey, I gotta say, by the way, thank God it was your uncle's company who you were working for and not some other company who may well have believed what this woman was saying. I'm sure if she's coming from a reputable company like the one she works for and is the head of the HR department, that would worry me as an employer. But wow, the fact that she is just going on a tirade trying to cancel your entire career, terrible. Lucky though that your uncle knew you well enough to know that was all a load of rubbish. Good for you for not taking the job. Now moving on to our third post. Neighbor lets herself in while I am home alone. I was, to my knowledge, alone and taking a shower, as my parents had gone out to run an errand. I had the window in the shower slightly ajar so that I could hear when my parents pulled into the driveway and opened the front door. About 5 minutes later, I heard the front door open and shut. My first thought was, oh, my parents are home. And I continued my shower. Foolish as I am, I didn't think twice about the fact that I didn't hear the car pull in. I finished not long after, and I walked out the bathroom fully clothed, thankfully, and began skipping to the living room. Then, on the couch, seated, was a middle-aged woman who I definitely didn't know, drinking some of my older sister's juice, meaning she'd been in our fridge unconsented. I was a bit too stunned to speak. Not scared per se, as this woman looked harmless and appeared to be unarmed. I tried to reach for my phone on the dining table to call the police, but she stood up and blocked me. I could apprehend her if necessary, but this woman easily looked like one of my mother's clients, and my mum has a tendency of letting people over without informing me beforehand, so I thought that this could be another instance, and therefore I wasn't overly concerned. The following conversation ensued. The woman said, "You look just like your mother." I look nothing like my mother. "Oh, but you have your brother's eyes." "I don't have a brother." "Oh, then you're your father's daughter." "You would know better than me. I haven't seen him in 5 years." Now this was false, but I wanted to see if she knew this. "Well, who are you?" "Yeah, that's my question. Why are you in my house?" "Your house? You're a child. Don't speak to me like that. Where are your parents?" No joke. This woman really had the audacity to say this. "That is none of your concern. Now kindly leave before I call the authorities." What kind of people raise such a snobby b****? "Excuse me, mind your manners in my home. Move aside, please." I step around her and brush her with my shoulder as I grab my phone. The woman begins banshee screaming that I've assaulted her by shoving her aside. I get my phone out to call my parents when I then hear the garage door open. I thank whatever Lord there is and rush to the door. I run to my dad and started babbling about the strange woman who trespassed into our home while I was showering, and less than 20 minutes later, cops are pulling up to our home and the woman is escorted to the station. My dad actually told her to stay put if she didn't want him to press any charges. We then find out that she is our new neighbor, and this was her attempt at getting to know us. I am mortified and express my opinion to my dad that he should press charges. After a quick look at our home security cameras, our case was proclaimed valid and my dad is pressing charges. I don't know the mechanics or specifics of it all, but I'm happy you took my opinion into consideration. Now guys, I reckon the majority of you right now are thinking the same thing as me. OP, why didn't you just lock the door? But look at this comment, I'll put it up on screen right now. OP has edited and left this. I see the same comment that the door was not locked. It was. I swear, I made sure everything was locked before I got in the shower. We have a very quiet lock on our front door, but a very creaky door itself. That is why I heard the door open. I honest to God have no clue how she undid the lock. I'm sorry if I implied that I had left the door open, but no, that wasn't the case. My dad would never allow me. So with that all being said, answer me this, guys. Comment down below if you will. How on earth did this woman get in the house? Through the door, we know that for sure, but how does she unlock it? Unless OP actually left it unlocked. But what are the chances of that? I know that I wouldn't do that. My parents are big on locking the door as well, as parents probably should be. And I know that there's a very small chance that on the one occasion I would leave the door unlocked just forgetting it, somebody would walk in. It's too much of a coincidence. This woman must have done something. What do you reckon she did? How do you reckon she got in the door? Please do comment down below. With that all being said though, she's definitely very crazy. I think we can all agree on that. That's weird. Entitled Mum jumps to conclusions, thinks girlfriend is pregnant, and has epic meltdown. This is a retro one from the late 90s and the days of prevalent landline telephones. I, a 19-year-old man, was home with my parents over Christmas break from college. My girlfriend, who was 18 at the time, was a freshman and I was a sophomore. My home was a 3-hour drive from our college. Our school conducted sorority rush for freshman women who chose to participate at the end of Christmas break, so she had gone back a few days early to go through the process. My girlfriend and her friend group all targeted a single sorority where they wanted to land and decided to pursue that when the time came. It was, to my immature 19-year-old mind, the best sorority. I'd already gone into a fraternity a year earlier when I was a freshman. As was the case in those days, she called every night during the process to tell me how it had gone. I knew she'd definitely call on the 4th night because that is when they found out which sororities gave them bids and then they had to choose. So she calls the house line and my entitled mum picks up. My entitled mum was unaware that my girlfriend was going through rush. I wasn't trying to hide it, but it's just not something we'd discussed as mother and son for whatever reason. Anyhow, when my entitled mum picks up, my girlfriend is clearly distraught and crying. My mum yells up for me to pick up the landline phone in my room, and I do. My girlfriend did not get into her preferred sorority. She received bids to all of the other good ones. I know this seems stupid, vapid, and privileged as an adult, but to an 18-year-old, this can seem like a terrible event. She was sobbing and looking for comfort. As we're talking, my entitled mum comes rushing into my room, screaming, "She's crying! Did you get her pregnant? Is she pregnant?" My mum then proceeds to kick me and tell me, "You've ruined my reputation and our family's reputation." So I have a sobbing girlfriend on the phone and an entitled mum who is absolutely losing her head, trying to literally kick my butt behind me. I hung up the phone, told my entitled mum to get out and that it was nothing as substantial as an unplanned pregnancy and to GTFO my room, which she did in embarrassment. I then called my girlfriend back, consoled her, helped her plan which sorority she wanted, and then turned my attention back to my entitled mum. She was supremely embarrassed, but defensive, saying, "I was just concerned about you." I told her not to jump to conclusions in the future, but she was exceptionally defensive of her stupid actions. This was my first lesson that my entitled mum was not meant to be a parent to adult children, and it ultimately led to me going low contact with her a few years later. Yeah, your mum's a bit weird, mate, is what I will say off the bat. I'm not sure how she's reached that strange conclusion just from hearing your girlfriend crying. Like, come on, there are other things to cry about that aren't as serious as this. I don't really understand why her mind just jumped to that, but hey, it did. And clearly she is enough of a problem as a parent. The OP is just like, you know what? Nah, I'm happy to take care of myself now. We'll go no contact. Thanks. I'm kind of done with you. It's just weird. Like, there could have been a million other reasons for your girlfriend to be crying, but no, she's pregnant. Why? I don't understand. Now moving on to our second story. Entitled mum accuses me of trying to poison her baby by purchasing a gallon of store brand milk. The Northeast had a delightful form of winter weather last night into today, resulting in a nice 2-inch thick glaze of ice all over everything. I set out after dinner with the goal of clearing the driveway, and that rapidly proved to be more trouble than it was worth. So I settled for clearing out a path on my car to turn around in because it needed to be plugged in. Doing that much nearly killed me, but I got it done. I figured since I'm moving the car anyway, I may as well run to the convenience store for some essentials before I plug in the car and collapse. On my way down the street, I noticed my new neighbor is out clearing his driveway, and I stopped to ask if they need anything at the store. He says he would very much appreciate me grabbing a gallon of milk for their baby. I ask if there's any special kind he needs. He says no, just a gallon of whole milk. I tell him no problem and proceed on mission. Getting to the store was only dicey in a couple of spots, because 2 inches of ice makes everything more fun. I run in, grab what I need and the gallon of milk, then make the trek back home. I stop in front of my neighbor's house, milk in hand, and see no neighbor. I figure he's around back or something, so I walk up their icy steps and knock on the door. My neighbor's wife answers the door, and I hand her the gallon of milk. She looks very puzzled and says thank you. I say no problem and start the stagger back down the steps. Not even halfway down the 4 steps to their front door, and I hear, "Are you kidding me? Are you trying to poison my baby?" I experienced a curious blend of puzzlement and alarm, and I turn around to look back at the woman, who is now thrusting the milk back out at me with a furious expression on her face. I only see milk, no poison. She then clarifies that the milk isn't organic and likely contains all these horrible pesticides and growth hormones, and I need to take it back right now. I just say, "Oh, my bad." Grab the milk from the woman and get back into my car and finish the drive home. If it entailed more effort or cost me more than $3, I probably would have gotten angry about it. But it's not worth getting mad over people's BS, so I mostly shrugged it off. I just divested myself of all the snow gear, took a shower, and demolished a bowl of cereal in front of the TV. Right around when I was comparing the merits of not moving versus getting up to refill my bowl, my people proximity detectors went off and started balking like crazy. In between balks, I could hear a rather timid series of door knocks. Well, that solves the debate, and I managed to get between my dogs and the door and opened it to see a sheepish looking lady neighbor, literal hat in hand. Her husband is standing on my walkway with a baby in his arms and a ferocious thundercloud riding his brow. She starts to explain that she thought I was a grocery delivery service. She didn't recognize me in the hat with a red face, and she's very sorry, and they very much need the milk, and here's $5 for my trouble. I tell her she can keep her money and she's welcome to the milk, but I had a little bit of it to go with my cereal. I'll go and grab it right now. I shut the door in the interests of my fuzzy alarms not bowling through the door to greet their new best friends, deposit the bowl in the sink, and grab the gallon of milk. On the way back up the stairs, the bad idea fairy wraps me firmly on the head with his wand, and I pause to grab a Sharpie. I cross out the milk portion of the 100% milk label and write poison underneath. I then open the door and hand over the now correctly labeled container to the wife and wish them a safe trip home. She sees my corrected label and turns beet red. Then she turns and walks down the stairs, and I can see the husband read the label, connect some mental dots, and then start laughing before the door shuts and I go back to whimpering in front of my TV. It'll be interesting to see how they are moving forward. The problem that I've got with this story and with this woman is that the lady validated what she was saying and how she was saying it because she thought you were a grocery store worker or delivery driver. That doesn't make it okay to speak to someone like that. In fact, if anything, it makes it worse. Like, you're just looking down on people because they're a delivery driver and you feel the need or you feel allowed to speak to them like that. Nah, that's not on. You shouldn't talk to someone in a certain way just because you believe they're of a higher status or your neighbor, whatever. Like, it's just ridiculous. I'm sorry, but it takes a sort of person to say, oh no, it's their job. You can deal with the abuse. Like, you don't need to be abusive to somebody just because it's their job. It's a very, very strange mentality. Almost a weird mentality, I would say. That's enough of that. Let's move on. And now for our final post. Hit a bike, lose your house. Many years ago, in a land a few blocks away, I loved to ride my bicycle. Single mother, no car. It was nothing really special, but it got me all over town. I mostly kept on sidewalks because traffic can be filled with too many entitled drivers. I got to a corner and saw a car coming up the side street to the stop sign. The driver slowed way down, so I assumed he would stop where he was supposed to. He didn't. My bad, because I'd already started to ride my bike off the curb into the street in front of him. You guessed it, crunch. I squirmed my way from under the rest of my bike and the car and started checking myself for injuries. just a bruised knee, so I was very lucky. The driver got out of the car and yelled at me for being in his way. He didn't ask if I was okay, and I yelled at him for running a stop sign. A passerby checked on me and called the police. While I was safely back on the sidewalk with the passerby, the driver pulled his car about 5 or 6 feet forward, dragging my bike. I think he knew he was in trouble, so he altered the accident site to look like he was already around the corner, because when the police came, that's what he told them. He said he stopped, proceeded around the corner, and I just barreled out into his path. The police officer asked for my story, and I asked him to ask the driver to back his car up a bit, and I'd show the officer exactly where we both were at the time of the accidents. He was wondering how I could be so positive. But then, once the driver moved his car, I pointed to the scrapes in the street that my bike had made when I was hit. The driver got a ticket, and I got his information. I wrote several letters to him, asking him to replace my bike, but he ignored them. I finally had to take him to small claims court to be compensated for my squished bike. He didn't show up. The judge reviewed all my evidence and awarded me the cost of a new bike, plus pain and suffering for my bruised knee. The court served him those papers, but he ignored them too. Now I'm frustrated. No money, no bike. And now the real entitlement begins. I found another secondhand bike and started riding around again. I decide to pedal by the driver's house just because I'm curious, and there's a for sale sign on his lawn. So he's trying to move and make a getaway just to avoid paying me. I went home, gathered all my paperwork regarding the judgment, and head to the courthouse. There, I filed a lien against his house for the judgment amount. Then I called his realtor and informed her of the judgment and lien. She called the driver. Now, 6 months or so after the accident, I finally hear from the driver. He called and threatened me over the phone, telling me he had witnesses who could prove I was wrong about how the accident happened. I informed him that the time to have brought those witnesses was at the court dates, which he missed. He told me that I'd better take the lien off the house. I refused. He tried to tell me he could sell it, then he would pay me. I told him that's not the way it works. Pay me and I take the lien off. He growled something and hung up on me. 2 months later, I get a call from the realtor who wants to stop by and drop off a check. I sign the lien release and get a cashier's check, and my kids had a great Christmas. Wow, that is very embarrassing from this man. Look, obviously he doesn't want to get in trouble, and I understand that, but you have to be accountable for your actions, and trying to fake an accident where it happened anyway, and then trying to sell your house just so you can move and not pay a little bit of money as a fine. It was only a ticket, right? It wasn't criminal. It wasn't, going to prison or being arrested. Just a little small fine. Is that really worth selling your house for so you don't have to get proved wrong and missing court dates, etc., etc.? Very embarrassing. Grow some cojones, my friend. It's not that deep. And you almost caused a serious accident. Hold yourself accountable. Hey, I would say this guy is probably the sort of person that you do not want to run into, given that he doesn't have a problem with running into other people. What a shambles of a man. Entitled mother tries to get her name on my car. Hello, everyone. I recently posted a story about my husband's entitled stepmother, and the encouraging responses I received have given me the courage to post about my entitled mother. If you read my other post, you will have a sense of how entitled the Karen in that story was. But my entitled mother makes her look like Mother Teresa, not kidding. I'm 46 now, but this story begins when I was 14. The backstory is long, and the story itself spans 18 months, so this is going to be a very long one. Sorry in advance. Don't apologize, here we go. First off, the backstory. I'm the youngest of 3 kids. I have 2 older brothers, and my mother really shouldn't have had children. I later realized that she is a sociopath. But as a kid, I only knew she was a huge manipulator and was a great actress. She did evil things and could turn on the tears when appropriate and play the victim. My grandparents were wonderful people and sadly were just blind to their children's bad behavior. My mother was the oldest of 3 children, and she had 2 younger brothers, and they were all terrible adults. My grandparents built a second house on their property for my mother and stepfather, who was just as evil as my mother. We technically lived with my mum and stepdad in that second house, but it was my grandparents who really took care of us. They paid the bills for both houses, grew a garden, and put food on both tables. My grandparents bought our school clothes and were the ones that got us Christmas presents from Santa each year. My grandmother would actually get up each morning, walk to our house, get us all up out of bed, dressed, and walk us to the bus stop, and made sure we got on the bus. We'd come home from school and go to Grandma's house for snacks, to do homework, play, and we wouldn't really go to the second house until it was time to go to bed. My mother and stepdad both worked a job and knew how to blow through money and cry poor to my grandparents, who would pay the bills for the sake of the grandkids. My grandparents were wonderful people who really loved us, but were sadly just plain naive about my mother and the abuse she subjected me and my brothers to. When my mother married my stepfather, me and my brothers were very young, and I don't have but a few memories of my biological father. My mother enrolled us into school with the last name of my stepfather, and I just always assumed that my stepfather had adopted us. It wasn't until my oldest brother got his driver's permit and I saw that his last name on the license was that of my biological father's that I started asking questions. My oldest brother was 3 years older than me and told me that his birth certificate said his last name wasn't that of our stepfather's, and so I asked if mine and my other brother's name were the same. He just told me that he didn't know. But I did some sneaking around when no one was home and found my birth certificate and social security card, and they both showed that my last name was that of my biological father's. That meant that I was 12 years old when I found out what my real name was. As we grew up, I watched as my mum would take my brother's earnings from their jobs, and even though each of them had bought their own vehicles, she got her name on their titles, and then would threaten to take away their cars if she didn't get what she wanted. So now you have an idea of who she is, and this now leads me to my story. I got a job waiting tables when I was 14. Yes, I was technically not old enough to work, but sometimes you do what you have to do. I was paid in cash for my hours and of course my tips. My grandparents made sure I got to and from work, and I saved every bit of cash I could from my mother. She took some of my money, unfortunately, but I was able to hide away most of it. I worked 40 or more hours a week and went to school as well, and made good grades. I didn't mind working so much because it got me out of the house, and the more I worked, the more I made. Fast forward a year and I'm at my best friend's house and we were having a conversation that went like this. I'm going to get my permit in 6 months and I need to figure out how to get a car. I've saved quite a bit of money, but I'm not sure how to actually get one. My best friend replied, I don't know either. How much money do you have? Well, I've saved about $2,000. By the time I'm 15 and a half, I should have at least 2.5k or more if I keep working the hours I work now. That's a lot. You should be able to get something with that, surely. Yeah, but I don't know much about cars, and I can't ask grandma or grandpa because they'll tell my mum, and then she'll take the car from me. Now, my best friend's dad, who has been listening this whole time, gets involved in the conversation. Hey, OP, I have a motor and transmission sitting in my garage that I can't use. Didn't you once say that your grandfather has a garage? Yeah, he's got a large garage that he uses to fix his cars, tractors, and other mechanical things that need fixing. So if you had the parts, he's got the space and tools to fix a car? Yeah, I suppose so. What are you doing this weekend? I'm having to work the morning shift on Saturday, but I get off at 1 p.m. Can you come over after you get off work? Yes. Why? I think I can help you with your problem, but don't say anything to anyone. Okay. So Saturday rolls around and I get off work. Now, when my grandpa picks me up, I asked if he would drive me to my friend's house so we can do some homework. I was good at maths and she was good at science, and we'd help each other out with homework because I sucked at science and she sucked at maths. He said sure and drove me over and dropped me off. I go in the house and there is my best friend and her dad both ready to go out. The dad said, "We're going shopping." "This is going to be great," said my friend. "But what are we actually shopping for?" I questioned. "I'll tell you in the car on the way. Let's just go." We get into the car, and as we are driving to town, the dad explains that the transmission and motor in his garage had come from a family member's car who had died, and the car itself was trashed, but they were able to pull the motor and transmission, which were fine. Now, they scrapped the car, but they didn't really have a use for the motor or transmission. He said that he spent $100 to replace a few parts on the motor that needed replacing. He said that if I wanted the motor and transmission, he would sell them to me for $100, and that our trip to town today was to find a car that would fit it. I told him, okay. This wonderful man drove me and my friend to a local junkyard to find a car. He had connections with several junk car owners and knew that one of them had a car that would fit the motor and transmission he had and was in great condition, and he was actually thinking of buying the car for himself. But when he heard about me trying to get a car, he thought it would be better for me. We arrive at the junkyard, and I'm thinking there's no way I'm going to get a car here. But where in the back of the yard was this 1979 Chevy Monte Carlo that was beautiful. It was just a shell of a car, no motor, transmission, tires, or anything, but the car itself was perfect. No dents, and the paint was still in great condition. I actually couldn't believe how pretty the car was. A metallic brown. The dad explains to me that I can get the car, motor, and transmission, and he would take me to town with a parts list and I can buy all the parts. He would arrange to have the car and all parts delivered to my grandparents' house, but only if I thought I could convince my grandfather to put it together. I told him that I was on board. So, I bought the car shell and had to get the front and rear axles and rims from another car at the same junkyard. The dad made sure that the owner listed me as the buyer on the bill of sale. This will come into play later. And then, for the rest of the day, he took me to parts stores to get all the parts I would need, including tires. Now, I did offer to pay the dad for gas, but he wouldn't take any money from me. I was nervous about going down this route, but the dad knew exactly what he was doing. And he even helped me to track down the original owner of the car to sign over the title to me. Now, I'm still not sure why this was wholly necessary, but something about having a real title instead of a junkyard title was important. I paid for all the expenses, and the dad walked me through the process. This was a Saturday, but it took till the next Saturday before the dad could get everything arranged for delivery. So, Friday nights, I tell Grandpa what I did, but I wasn't really sure how he was going to take the news. So, in wanting to protect the amazing dad in case things went badly, I told my grandpa that I had been the instigator in wanting to buy the parts, and the dad had simply helped me, thinking it was okay with my grandpa. To my utter amazement, my grandpa started smiling, and we had the following conversation. You're telling me that tomorrow, the dad is going to be delivering a car, transmission, motor, and other car parts here, and you just want me to put the car together for you? Well, yeah, I figured it was cheaper to buy the car this way, and since you have the garage and the tools, you could do it. The boys, my brothers, could help too. I know I didn't ask, and I'm asking a lot from you, but I don't have to borrow any money from anyone to do it this way, and by the time I get my driver's permits, I'll have my own car. My grandpa had a sly smile on his face. How much have you spent total on everything? I've spent $736.27. I'd already totaled up my receipts, and this was for everything. I still remember the total to this day. Really? And you've got everything we need to put the car together? Yeah, I believe so. But if I've missed something, I can get it, and you'll tell me what I need, I'm sure. Well, you've already spent the money, so there's no going back on it. I actually wish you would have taken me with you so I could make sure everything you bought is what you need. I guess your brothers are going to be busy tomorrow. With this, I gave him a huge hug and thanked him profusely. I knew he had his doubts and was thinking I probably got taken for over $700, but he was willing to see how things panned out. The next day, just as my friend's dad had said, a truck arrived with the car and all the parts. My friend was with her dad in another vehicle behind the truck, and my grandpa directed the driver to the garage where he watched everything get unloaded. My brothers were there, and everyone was just amazed when they got a look at the actual car and the condition it was in. My grandpa went over and shook my friend's dad's hand and thanked him for helping me. And then my friend and her dad left after I thanked him repeatedly and again offered him money for the gas, which he again refused. My grandpa came over to me and just winked at me and told the boys to get to work. My entitled mother showed up a few hours after the work began and was being filled in by my grandpa on what was going on. Needless to say, she was very upset that she wasn't involved in the process and kept saying that it wasn't going to work. It took about 3 weeks for my brothers and my grandpa to get the car put together because they didn't work on it every day, mostly on Saturdays. I kept asking my grandpa if I needed any more parts, and he said that I got everything and that I made a very savvy decision. After 3 weeks, my car was in running condition, and my grandpa began to show me how to check oil, change tires, and basic things I would need to know about owning my first car. Fast forward a few months, and I'm now 15 and a half, and I go to take my test for my learner's permits. Now, I didn't mention this before, but my grandparents had a farm, so I was able to learn how to drive in my car on the farm without endangering people on the streets. So I felt prepared for my test. After passing my test and getting my permits, I now needed to get some insurance. After work one day, I walked a half block down the street to the insurance agency that my entire family used. I knew I was a minor, and I was dreading having to ask to be put on my mother's insurance, so I was going to ask if I could be put on my grandparents' insurance. I walk into the insurance agency and have the following conversation. I greet an insurance agent inside. "Hi, remember me? Of course, you are so-and-so's daughter and the granddaughter of your grandparents." "Yes, I just got my learner's permit a few days ago and I need to get some insurance." "You sure do. Come into my office and let's take a look." As I'm following him into the office, I say, "Do I have to be on my mother's policy?" I was getting ready to ask if I could be put on my grandparents' policy. But before I could ask, the agent replied, "Well, you can have your own policy, but it's expensive. I wouldn't advise it." "Wait, what? You mean I can have my own policy even though I'm a minor?" "Yeah, this state has licensed you to drive and also requires you to have insurance. Therefore, you can get your own policy if you'd like. But most kids get insurance on their parents' policy to save money." "But I can get my own policy in my name and no one else's." "Yes, but I wouldn't advise doing that because it is very expensive. Even though you've got good grades and are a girl, it would be very expensive." "But I do want my own policy." "Are you sure?" "Absolutely." So, after getting the information together about my car and explaining liability insurance, he gives me the quote for 6 months, and then the quote for what it would be for month to month. I wrote him out a check to cover the 6 months, and his mouth just kind of dropped. He once again tried to give me a quote on what it would be if I was to go on my mum's policy, but I never gave him the chance. I wanted my own policy. I left that day with an insurance card, and I was feeling very good as I walked back to the cafe that I worked at and waited for my grandma to pick me up. When she picked me up, I told her I took care of insurance that day, but didn't tell her any details, and told her that I wanted to go to the tag agency in 2 days to have the title of my car transferred into my name. I asked her if she would be willing to put her name on my car since I was a minor, and she told me that if I wanted that, then she would do that. I thanked her and told her we would do it in 2 days as soon as I got off school, since I didn't have to work that day. Fast forward to 2 days, and I get home from school, walked into the kitchen to find my grandma cooking. I asked her if she was ready to go, and she turned to me and said the following. "I was talking to your mother, and she said that since she is your mother, that her name is the one that should be on your car, and she is coming by to pick you up and take you to the tag agency." My heart sank a little bit, and I was annoyed that my grandma had been talking to my mum. "I don't think it has to be an actual parent. I think it can be any adult," I replied. "Well, she is your mother, and it is more appropriate that her name go on your car than mine." As soon as my grandma said those words, my mum pulls up and honks her horn. I am so mad at this point, and I just walk out the door and get into her car. "Did your grandma tell you what we talked about?" my mum said. "Yes." "Good. You've got all the paperwork?" "Yes." On the ride over, I was seething. I vowed her name wasn't going to go on my car. She had done this to my brothers and had repeatedly denied them their cars when she got mad and wanted control over them, even though she never spent a dime to buy their cars or insurance. I vowed to myself that I would put my grandma's name on my title even if she wasn't with me. We get to the tag agency and wait in line. It gets to my turn and I lay the title, bill of sale, insurance card, and my ID on the counter, and the nice lady picked them up. She takes a few minutes to look over the paperwork and then addresses me. "So your name is spelled like this, correct?" It is an odd spelling, so I understand that she wants to make sure that it's spelled correctly. As she gets to the 3rd letter, my entitled mum interrupts her. "Excuse me, she is a minor and my daughter, and my name needs to be on the title." I'm about to say something about putting my grandma's name on it when the lady says, "Well, your daughter's the only name on the bill of sale, so her name is the only one that has to be on the title. Thank you to my friend's dad for that." "But she is a minor and can't have a car in her name. I'm her mother and my name has to go on the title." That's not actually how it works. The only name that has to go on the title is the name that appears on the bill of sale. It doesn't matter that she is a minor, she can own a car in her own name. My mum is getting red and very mad at this point. "But I am her mother and she is a minor," stressing each word slowly as if she's talking to a small child who just doesn't understand. The tag agency lady now looks at my mum irritated. "That doesn't matter. She can have it in her name if she wants. I could have jumped over the counter and hugged and kissed this woman at this point. But the lady cuts off my mum and looks at me. Do you want your mother on your title? No. Okay then, let's carry on. So again, you spell your name like this, and she begins to repeat back to me the spelling of my name, leaving my mum furious at being cut off and not getting what she wanted. After the lady verifies all the information, she informs us she has to go to type up the paperwork and that it will be a few minutes. She isn't that far from the counter, and I know that she and her co-workers can hear the following conversation that then happens between me and my mum. You know, you won't be able to drive the car if you don't have insurance. I know, but I have insurance. Not if I cancel it, then you can't drive. But I have my own insurance. No, you don't. You're a minor, and you can't have your own insurance. You have to be on my policy. Nope, I got my own insurance. Alright, well, I know you're lying. When we leave here, I'm going to cancel it. We just stood there in silence, waiting for the agency lady to get finished with my paperwork. And I'm just vowing that she is not going to cancel my insurance, and I can tell she is seething that she didn't get her name on my title. Now it's clear she's in a hurry to get to the insurance agency so she can try and cancel my insurance. The lady returns to the counter and smiles very sweetly at me and says, "Here is your paperwork, and you should get your title in about a week. Congratulations on your car and good luck." I turned and saw that at that point I was by myself because my entitled mum had already left the building and was getting into her car, ready to leave. I leave and get into the passenger side and I don't say a word as she speeds out of the parking lot. The insurance agency is less than a mile down the road, and I swear my mum was doing 80 to get there. As soon as we pull into the parking lot, she gets out and practically runs into the building, and I was just trying to keep up. I was ready for a fight to keep her from cancelling my insurance. She got into the building before I could get there, and when I entered the building, she was already shouting for the insurance agent who was exiting his office as I entered the door. "My daughter says she has her own insurance." Yes, she does. "But she can't have that. She's a minor. It must be against the law." "Mom, she's been licensed to drive by our state, and they require her to carry insurance. It doesn't matter that she's a minor. She can have her own insurance. It is the law." "But she is a minor." She says the word minor very slowly, like again, she's trying to explain to him the meaning of the word. "That doesn't matter. She is required by a law to carry insurance. Fine." And I tried to talk her out of getting a policy in her own name because it's expensive, but she insisted. "Oh, that is ridiculous. I want you to cancel her insurance right now." She is still screaming at the top of her lungs. "Mom, the policy is in her own name, and the only way her policy can be cancelled is if she fails to pay or requests to cancel it herself. Since she's already paid for the policy in full, then only a request from her can cancel that policy." I finally interject at this point. "I don't want to cancel my policy. She is a minor, and this is against the law." "No, Mom, it isn't against the law." Without another word, my mum turns on her heels and heads out the door. I mouthed "I'm sorry" and "thank you" to the agents and turned to run out the door myself. She was trying to drive out the parking lot before I even got in the car, so I rushed to get in the car because I did not want to walk the 10 miles back to my grandparents' farm. On the drive home, she was driving whilst hitting me in the passenger seat, telling me what an ungrateful girl I was, that if I died, no one would be able to do anything with the car since no one's name was on the car. I just endured the hitting and actually didn't feel most of it. I couldn't believe that I actually ended up in a position where she couldn't take my car and had no hold over me. I was so happy inside. When we got to my grandparents' farm, I had to actually jump out of the car while it was moving because she wasn't going to take the time to drop me off. I walked into the kitchen where my grandma was still cooking. "How did it go?" "It went well, Grandma." "Did you get everything settled?" "Sure did." I walked over and gave her a kiss. All my anger from earlier had disappeared. Had my grandma taken me to the tag agency, I would have probably put her on my title. And somewhere down the line, my entitled mum may have convinced her to sign the title over to her. I know this. This is one of the rare times where my grandmother's naive nature about my entitled mum had actually worked in my favour. That car saved my life Literally. I was able to leave the farm just a few months later since I now had transportation and no one had the right to take it away from me. Sorry this post was long, and I'm sad to say this is only one story of many, but it was one of the few times where I came out on top. If you're still reading, thank you for your time and have a great day. I couldn't echo that more. Wow, where to even begin with this story? What an absolute marathon. I hope you guys enjoyed it. It was definitely a long one, probably one of the longest stories that I've ever read, longest single stories I've ever read on my channel. But you guys have been asking for longer stories, and I thought, you know what? Let's give the people what they want. So I hope you guys enjoyed this one. As for OP, as I always say with these people, you know, it must be so hard living with parents like that. Pretty much just, you know, stealing and thieving and just using your own kids for their own goods, right? This mum has nothing to do with this car. She hasn't, you know, got any of the money for the car, hasn't paid for it, has nothing to do with the insurance, nothing. It's her kid's car, it's OP's car, but still she wants her name somehow associated with it so that she can control her own children. It's mad. If your child has done well enough and has worked their butt off to get enough money to buy a car at the age of 15 and a half, which I guess must be legal in whatever state this is in, then just please, like, surely you have to be, you know, really proud of them and say to them, you've done an amazing job to do that well at 15 and a half. Not try and, you know, ruin it for them and steal their car and have control over it. It's mental. But hey, that's an entitled parent for you. You hit my kid with a snowball during a snowball fight. So, my friend had this happen to him and wanted me to share it here. I will talk from his perspective throughout. For context, I'm at a snowball fight and I'm hiding behind a snow mound. I see a kid sneak around the mound, so I hit him with a snowball. He cries and runs home. I don't really think much of it, so I keep playing and tell my friend on my team. He just laughs and we play peacefully for about 3 minutes. Then the kid's entitled mum comes up to me. Why did you hit my kid with a snowball? Mom, this is a snowball fight. What are you talking about? But why did you target my poor angel? She gestured towards her son. I didn't, Mom. He was about to hit me with a snowball himself. This is abuse. The police will hear about this and I'll see you in court. She then storms off and is stopped by my friend's parents. It was his house. What is going on? My friend then explains everything. You raised such an effing rude by child. And then the entitled mum is just forced to leave. Well, look, if you ask me, if there's one place you're allowed to throw a snowball at someone with no repercussions, surely it's in a snowball fight. I mean, how can you cry about getting hit with a snowball in a snowball fight? You know what you signed up to do, you know? Get hit with snowballs? It's kind of in the name. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe this person just doesn't like getting hit with snowballs and this was their way of finding out. No more snowball fights for you in future, I guess. Now moving on to our next story. My mum and stepdad stopped a class of kids from ever having hot chocolate again. So, I was making a delicious cup of hot chocolate on my own earlier, and it reminded me of the following story. I think this belongs here, I'm not quite sure. I'll be the judge of that, alright? So don't worry about that. A few side notes before I begin for all the folks that don't live in the UK, aka losers, by the way. Anyway, I better not say that. Firstly, Year 6 is the final year in primary school. For Americans, I think that's like your version of middle school. I'm not sure though. No, neither am I. I'm sorry. But Year 6 should be, 11 years old. Secondly, in my primary school, the deaf students had their own classroom for each year for extra support. They would still be included in our class projects and main subjects, English, maths and science, but they had their own classroom for other subjects, so they had more support. In my year, as there were 3 deaf kids, a couple of kids from the main class could go into the deaf class for extra support for them, and so the deaf kids didn't feel as isolated. Thirdly, green and black chocolate is very expensive. Good quality chocolate. It's around £2 a bar in shops. What's that? $3. It's very rich depending on the percentage of cocoa in it. You can get different percentages of cocoa, and that would be how strong it is. So 85% cocoa would be stronger than 80% cocoa. My mum loves green and blacks, by the way. Now, onto the story. The entitled mum in this story is actually my mum. Oh god, that is not a good sign. And entitled stepdad is my stepdad. Okay, here we go. So, when I was in year 6, me and another girl were in the deaf class with the deaf kids. In our school, we were allowed to call our teachers by their first names. Not every primary school is like this, most actually go by surnames. So, the deaf kids teacher was a lovely Greek woman. We will call her Nice Teacher. Now, she was a very enthusiastic teacher. Once a week, she would make us students, in the smaller class, hot chocolates as a treat. It was the best hot chocolate I had ever had. Well, One week, our nice teacher asked us students to chip in with ingredients. She gave each student an item to get, and I had the task of getting the chocolates. However, she specifically asked me to get the green and black chocolate at 85%. After school that day, I asked my entitled mum and entitled stepdad when we were next going shopping. They both said they weren't sure. The next day, my mum said shopping was getting done whilst me and my brother were at school. He's 3 years younger than me. So I asked her about the chocolate. She said no, as it was too expensive. She then asked why I needed it, so I told her. Her and my entitled stepdad exploded. They said they weren't paying for it, and we can just use cheap chocolate. I explained that I was asked specifically to get that chocolate, as it's what our teacher used. But my entitled stepdad and mum weren't having any of it. Instead of going shopping, they actually called a meeting with the head teacher, deputy head, and my nice teacher. I don't know what exactly happened in that meeting, but when it was over, the nice teacher came back into the classroom in tears. I knew what had happened. She stood in front of the very small class and told us all that due to a complaint, we weren't allowed to have hot chocolate ever again. I felt awful. I knew it was because of my parents. Just as lunch was beginning, she pulled me aside and told the other kids to leave. She told me that my entitled mum and entitled stepdad complained, and she said because it really upset her, she actually didn't want me in her class anymore. She said she would keep Jess, but she will exchange me for another kid. I got so upset. I was only 10 years old at the time. I enjoyed being in her class. She was actually the reason I got so into Greek mythology. That is what she taught us in history. As far as I'm aware, all the time she was still at the school, she never made hot chocolate for the students ever again. Oh, and don't worry, when I went to secondary school, my entitled mum and stepdad were exactly the same. Whenever we had food tech, they would always moan about buying the ingredients, and if you didn't have the ingredients, you had to give a couple of pounds to the teacher to be able to use their ingredients. Well, my entitled stepdad and entitled mum refused to do that too. They had so many meetings with teachers, and it actually resulted in me being kicked out of food tech classes. As I said, I'm not sure if this belongs here. My boyfriend said that my entitled mum and entitled stepdad were being entitled a bit, as they stopped the whole class from having it, but I'm honestly not sure. Wait, OP, are you serious? Yes, clearly they're being entitled. I mean, they're literally not willing to pay, what, £2? Which, by the way, it's not a lot of money, is it? You can afford to pay £2 on a bit of chocolate for your entire class. They're not giving £2 of their own money away to enable a teacher to actually, reward her students for great work, make the students like the teacher more and enjoy being at school. Like, yes, that is so entitled. You're literally ruining so many people's days, let alone your own child. OP now, at 10 years old, is being told to leave the class because this teacher hates her parents so much. Imagine that as a 10-year-old. That will screw you up in your head, and that is only because of your entitled parents not willing to fork out literally $3, £2. Seriously, of course they're entitled. Madness. What's more, when you go to secondary school, and you're doing food tech, which obviously involves making food, you're going to need to spend some money on ingredients. Surely that's, part and parcel, that's in the memo when you do food tech, but you're going to need to have some ingredients. And maybe some schools provide all the ingredients for you, but surely the majority you have to pay. You would think, right? It's because otherwise who else is going to pay? So why are they not paying for the food tech ingredients that you need to do your schoolwork? It's like not paying for an A4 pad of paper so you literally can't write anything down. It's the equivalent of that in my opinion. It's just mad. Yeah, no wonder you were kicked out, OP. Obviously it wasn't your fault, but clearly it was your entitled parents' fault. 100% they are entitled. Now moving on to our third story, entitled mum accuses us of practicing Satanism for celebrating Halloween. So for a little background, I am a 20-year-old female and me and my mum live in Argentina. Now we run a little English institute in our neighbourhood. Not many students, roughly 25 to 30. Every year, we like to teach our students about the different festivities and holidays celebrated in America. Thanksgiving, St. Patrick's, Halloween. They get to decorate the classroom, and we have little parties where they bring snacks and play holiday-related games. It is so much fun, and they love learning about American culture. Their favourite holiday is, of course, Halloween. They get to dress up, and we give them sweets. We've been doing it for years, and never had any issues. That is, until the last October 31st. The kids had dressed as princesses and superheroes and were decorating with cute little bats and pumpkins. Nothing creepy. We were having a good time until lo and behold appeared the most terrifying creature known to mankind. No, not a devil, not a zombie, not Dracula, not any other Halloween creature I can think of off the top of my head right now whilst I'm recording this. An entitled mother, the most terrifying creature of all. Guys, quickly, drop a like on this video if for next Halloween you want to see me, dress up as an entitled mother and make a video in an entitled mother, a Karen costume. Like this video, comment down below. Let's see how many likes we get. Anyway, she barged into the classroom without knocking or even saying hello, while dragging her daughter by the arm and starts yelling at me to get the person in charge. Trembling in fear, I scrambled quickly to get my mother. The conversation went something like this. My mother said, "Hello, entitled mum. What can I do for you?" "Now shut up and listen to me, you little Satan lover." Excuse me? You heard me. What kind of establishment teaches children about Satan and how to adore the devil by forcing it down their throats on a foreign evil holiday? Mom, Halloween has nothing to do with Satan. BS. I know what I'm talking about. I read it on the internet. You and your daughter are practicing Satanism. EM, if you calm down, I can easily explain to you what Halloween is about. No, I will not allow you to feed my daughter lies and poison her mind with your darkness. At this point, the poor kid looked like she wanted to disappear into the depths of the earth. The other children and I could do nothing but just stare in horror. In case you haven't realised, this is a Catholic country. If you don't like it, you can easily go back to that country of brutes. My mum was too dumbfounded by this crazy woman's ignorance to even respond anymore. I pay you every month, so I demand you cancel this madness or I will be taking my daughter to another institute. I'm sorry, but other kids are having fun and enjoying themselves. I'm not going to cancel Halloween for them just because one person doesn't like it. At this point, the entitled mum goes red and starts screaming at the top of her lungs while violently yanking at her poor kid's arm towards the door. I will sue you. I will notify the police and tell my church that there are Satanists in town. I swear I will make sure you and your female dog of a daughter never teach again. She slams the door on her way out. Never saw her or her daughter again, and I have to say, I'm relieved. Though I do feel sorry for that poor child. She may not be able to ever celebrate Halloween, but she sure knows what it's like to live with the devil. Oh yeah, classy little line there at the end, OP. As I said, halfway through the story, I mean, what is worse than an entitled parent? Genuinely nothing. I mean, seriously. Again, if you do want to see me dress up as a Karen, get the wig, whack a bit of makeup on. Am I really saying this though? But am I? I am. If you want to see it, yeah, drop a like. I'm going to set a big like goal because that involves, dressing up as a Karen involves putting in, clip-on earrings, probably. Whacking some mascara, the whole however many miles it is in the phrase. So yeah, let's go for 15k likes. I'm tempted to go 20, I'll keep it low, so I'll give you guys a chance. 15,000 likes on this video, yeah? And I will do next October. Oh, this is terrible. Next October, I will film a video in a full Karen costume with makeup, with everything, yeah? 15,000. Is that too low? 15,000, guys. There you go. 15,000 likes and I'll do it. It's up to you, and it's up to you to keep on reminding me if we come close as well. I know you can do it, but I kind of don't want you to do it. So if you wouldn't mind just, now unliking the like button, that'd be great. Appreciate it. Let's move on. Now moving on to our final story. Entitled mother messes up big at the ER. As I was sitting in the waiting room at the ER, there was a young girl about 10 by her looks. She was also totally bald and didn't hide it. Overhearing her mum, I came to find out she has cancer and was getting ready for her chemo treatments. At this hospital, they have service dogs meant to calm kids down when they get scared. The dog they let her take care of was only small. I have no idea what breed, sorry. She was on the gurney, waiting her turn, happily petting the dog. This is when an entitled mum joins the story. She walks right up to the counter with her little girl who was crying. The entitled mum said she fell off the swing set and got a black eye. She was told to take a seat and wait until cooled. As she was walking to sit down, her daughter spots the dog and squeals she wants to pet the puppy. The young girl's mother tried to explain that the dog was a special dog, and her daughter was taking care of him, and he was taking care of her, and to please not touch the dog. The entitled mum did not like this, and started at a very high volume where everyone could hear, saying, "My baby wants to pet the mutt. She is going to pet the mutt," and put her hands on her hips like she'd already won the fight. The entitled mum then tried to reach over the young girl's mother to take the dog. But when she did this, she pulled the IV drip out of the girl's arm, landing it directly on her mother. I'm not sure about the dog, but it yelped so loud, so I assume she did as well. At this hospital, they don't just have security, but there is a police officer stationed there as well. Both security and the cop grabbed the entitled mum and put her to the floor, hard. She landed face first on the big rubber mats they have at the doors. In seconds, she was cuffed and hauled into the security room, the whole time screaming about all the things an angry entitled mum tends to scream about. Her daughter was taken to a quiet room with a nice nurse, while other nurses worked on getting the poor young girl hooked back up to everything. The poor little dog was so scared he became useless to the girl. Lucky they have more than one dog on site at all times. This time they brought her a German Shepherd. After I was seen and on my way out, I saw one of the security guys and asked him how things ended since I was seeing the doctor. He laughed and said she got trespassed from the hospital and its property, resisting arrest, assault on the cop, I guess she scratched his face enough to make it bleed, interfering with a service animal while it is on duty, assault on the young girl and her mother. If there was more, I can't remember. I just wish I was there when they took her out screaming and kicking. To be honest with you guys, it seems a bit weird that, someone can literally just walk into a hospital, the ER in this situation, and instantly be able to be in contact with someone that is on an IV drip and is about to have chemotherapy. Do you not think? Like, surely normally, if you're going to have chemotherapy, you wouldn't sit in a normal waiting area waiting to have the chemo, you know what I mean? Like with a drip in. Wouldn't you be like on your own bed somewhere, maybe in like another room with other people that are also waiting? I don't really know how it works, I'll be honest. So please enlighten me in the comments down below. What I'm pretty much saying is it seems weird that someone can come in with a black eye and instantly, be in contact with someone that is about to go through chemotherapy and do something horrible like this. I imagine that, this sort of thing doesn't happen too often, where an entitled mum would attack a girl that is about to have chemo and is on a drip, I presume. So I assume that the hospital don't normally, account for this sort of thing or expect this sort of thing to happen. But still, you never know. It's just a bit weird that, you'd be allowed to be in contact with someone like this, in my opinion. At this stage of coming into a hospital with just a black eye, I don't know. There's a reason I don't work in hospitals, because clearly I'm clueless. So yeah, if anyone watching this does work in a hospital, please let me know how that could possibly have happened. It seems a little bit weird to me, but other than that, yeah, great story. I enjoyed this entitled mum getting absolutely flattened by the security guard and the police officer. And yes, like OP, I would have loved to see that in the flesh. No, your bully of a son can't go on our private beach trip. Entitled mother abandons her child. Okay, people of Reddit, I thought I'd share a story from when I was younger and when my children were still young. So, this takes place in the summer of 1975. At the time, my sons were 9 and 7 years old. Also, they were in the Cub Scouts. Like most kids, they quickly made friends with the other kids. And, as a dad, I made friends with the other dads that volunteered. Most of us got along well with the families, except for the entitled mother and her son. The mother was extremely clueless about her own son, and basically refused to parent him. She was more into the lifestyle of a mum, being in mummy groups and spending her husband's money rather than being a good parent to her son. The dad was a good person, but worked a lot, so he was absent. Her 9-year-old son was notoriously horrible. He was overly aggressive, he hit other children, stole items, and was extremely disrespectful towards other adults. When the other parents brought this up, she would make constant excuses for him. He's just a boy, he's just expressing himself. Your kids started it. What made it worse is that the entitled mother would pacify her son's behavior with sweets, toys, and other things that he wanted. Because of this, the other parents and I didn't invite the mother and her son to events that took place outside of Scouts. The entitled mother would often call our home about getting sleepovers or having her son play with our kids, which we were adamant about not happening. If we didn't give in, she said, "You're picking on my son by excluding him. How could you do that to a child?" She also threatened to call the governor for discrimination because she's a Baptist. So, late June, the other parents and I were talking about a beach trip to Santa Cruz and bringing our families with us. We talked through everything among the 10 other mums and dads about planning this out. The entitled mother, though, must have overheard what we were saying because she just came over with her son and said, "Can you take my son with you? I have to do something with my husband." What? Where? To Santa Cruz? No. You and your son are not invited. This is a friends-only trip. The entitled kid then says, "You're a big meanie," kicks me in the leg and runs away. "Look what you did, child hater." The entitled mum then leaves and chases after her kids. Because this was a big trip, we decided to go shopping and hit the road on Friday. We had to do lots of shopping in bulk to reasonably feed 12 adults and 18 kids. My wife and I, along with 4 other parents, were watching the cars and keeping the kids occupied. For a brief moment, I turned my attention to my car to turn the AC up, because my kids said that they were hot. I turned over and the entitled boy is there with his bag and the mum peeling out in her station wagon. We're all just in shock, asking ourselves, is this really happening to us? The boy's mother gave him a note that had his allergies and an emergency phone number on it. We call, but no answer. The mum's driving off. We can't leave the kid here alone, and we're not going to bring him with us, so we opted to call the police. We put the kid in the car to keep him out of the sun, and we made the call. We report the entitled mother for the abandonment of her child. They sent an officer out in 15 to 20-ish minutes. The other parents and I go back to our cars to look out for the police. When we get back, the entitled boy is pulling my 4-year-old daughter's hair. The reason why, the kids had some snacks in the cooler and didn't want to share them with the entitled kids. What later proceeded, as we were running to the car, was 10 of the boys pulling the entitled boy off my daughter and proceeding to beat him up. Now the kids had 2 years of rage towards this kid bottled up inside, so what took place wasn't that surprising. The entitled kid is bleeding, crying, and says that we're all mean, and started demanding food from us. He was cussing us out, hitting things, and then said, "I want to go on the trip. I want to go on the trip. I want to go on the trip now." He kept parroting this over and over again, so I just yelled at him to shut up, which only made him cry more. Now, I will admit, I was probably in the wrong here, but this is one of the few children I have truly hated in my life. The police arrived soon after, and we explained what happened. Apparently, he was then dropped off at his father's job. The mother received a child neglect charge. When she saw that our kids beat up hers, she tried to charge our kids for assault. But all in all, my friends and our kids had a great week in Santa Cruz. If you're wondering what happened to the entitled mum and her son, the mum is still married to the dad. We don't talk to her since our kids aged out of Scouts. The son is now a 55-year-old man who is a creep that tries to pick up college girls and neglects his 4 kids. Well, that's my story, Reddit. That's all, folks. I don't know, guys. I honestly feel a little bit bad for the kid on this one. Yeah, he probably wasn't liked by many people, but I mean, you were all talking about going on this big, nice trip, you know, 18 kids were going on it, and he was the one that was left out. It does feel a little bit harsh. I get, obviously, nobody wants him to go, so to make the holiday better for all of you, it's probably better that he doesn't go, but surely you could have, like, chatted about it in a different location, or, like, created a private chat so that the mum didn't hear about it. I don't really get how the mum even understood that you were going on this trip, to be honest. I think she somehow found out, or you probably should have been a little bit more secretive about the planning of this trip, not speaking about it at club events. I don't know. It just feels a little bit harsh. Not on the mum though, because the mum is an absolute cow, clearly. Not even understanding that her son is, you know, a horrible kid right now. Obviously, you can grow and become a better kid, but don't pacify him, as OP says. That's the wrong way to go about it. The kid though, I kind of feel a bit bad for him, you know. He's just a kid. He wants to go on holiday, but yeah, no one wants to go with him. Now moving on to our next post. I made my entitled aunt cry over takeaway chips. Oh, by the way, that is fries, not chips as in American chips, English chips. A little bit of backstory here. When I was younger, we would celebrate either of my grandparents' birthdays by spending most of the day there, having dinner together, and then going home. Neither of my grandparents were exactly great cooks, so they'd always order dinner for the occasion. The grandchildren would get French fries, and the adults usually got Chinese food. As a kid, I certainly was not complaining. Now, something you need to know is that my dad has 2 sisters, my aunts. I absolutely love his youngest sister, and have always had a close bond with her. There's a large age difference between myself and her children, so I've babysat them from the time they were 6 months old. My dad's middle sister is a different story altogether. To use a description my British friends will be familiar with, they are scumcars. The house was always filthy to the point where there was a stack of used diapers bunched under a sofa, cigarette butts on the floor, clothes not being washed. You get the picture. Now, for some godforsaken reason, she spoiled her children absolutely rotten. Perhaps to compensate for the fact that she wouldn't offer them basic hygiene. Literally anything those children wanted was handed to them on a dinged and dusty silver platter. Now for the story. We were celebrating my granddad's birthday. I'm about 12 years old at the time and the oldest of all the grandchildren. This means I have been granted a coveted position at the adult table, whilst the children play in the front room. My granddad is discussing what we should order for food this particular time. As per usual, the Chinese takeout menu makes an appearance. Me, feeling particularly responsible and eager to prove I belong at the adult table, offer to take down the orders. The adults in the family rattle off their order one by one, and I make sure to diligently note down what everyone wants. I'm not gonna lie, 12-year-old me felt powerful. Next, it's time to take the orders for the children. I ask my good guy granddad if I can go and ask them myself and take it down. He gives me a big grin and ushers me along. Now I set to the task with the fervour of a missionary who's just landed on the shores of a heathen land. I ask my brothers and each of my cousins, yes, that includes the entitled aunt's children, what they would like for dinner. Now, this gets noted down neatly, even including the name of each person behind their specific order. I run back to my granddad with a sense of pride, as if I'd finished my first novel rather than written a glorified shopping list. He runs through the list with me and nods approvingly. He asks if I want to be the one who places the order, and boy do I. As I reach for the phone, my entitled aunt decides this is her moment to shine. She yanks my carefully curated list out of my hand and, not so quickly, reads through it. Moments later, I receive a glare that could have made Ho Chi Minh whimper. Apparently, I have made a grievous mistake. Why is there only 5 portions of fries on here? I was confused. Because there are only 5 children who are gonna eat fries? You must be stupid. Can you not count? I can count. There's me, both my brothers, and your children. What about your youngest cousins? Well, one of them is 4 months old and can't have solids, and the other one doesn't like fries, so he's eating something different. The entitled aunt rolled her eyes and snorts with derision. Well, what about my babies? 1 portion of fries is not going to be enough. These are adult portions. They always give us way too much food anyway, and then we have to throw it away after dinner. At this point, my entitled aunt tries to snatch the phone away from me so she can make the call herself. This was her big mistake. I was, and to this day still am, a particularly stubborn person. Couple that with the fact that I did not have a lot going for me as a child, but I had my brain. So, insulting my intelligence was not something I took kindly to. I duck under her arm and race to the other side of the table, snatching the list as I go. I'm not ordering more food, this is enough. Give me that list, you little brat. Do you want to spoil my father's birthday and make people go hungry? I'm not ordering more food, this is enough. This back and forth continued in the same sort of way for another 15 minutes, with my granddad looking on rather bemused, shooting me the occasional wink. Meanwhile, my entitled aunt is getting more and more irate as I calmly keep telling her, no. By the end, she's screaming. Her face is red and blotched with a matching vein ready to burst on her forehead. So I do the only logical thing. I run into the bathroom with the entitled aunt in hot pursuit. At this moment, it has become my sole mission to sabotage this woman. I lock the door and dial the number for the takeaway place. She's now screaming, demanding I open the door right now, to which I reply, I am on the phone. I loudly and very clearly state my order to the takeaway place and give them my granddad's name, whilst my entitled aunt is still banging on the door. When I'm finished, I unlock the door and walk past her with a smirk that split my face in half. I go back to my granddad and hand him the phone, delivering the message that dinner will be ready to collect in about 15 minutes. He ruffles my hair and tells me, thanks, sweetheart. My entitled aunt, who is stuck to my heels like a bad smell, looks at this, loses whatever was left of her composure, and starts sobbing loudly. She complains to my granddad what a horrible child I am, and that he should call the takeaway place back and rectify my order. But my granddad is done with this in about 2 seconds. He levels her with a look and calmly states, my daughter, you have lost in more ways than one. Get yourself together or go home. My entitled aunt locked herself in an upstairs bedroom for the rest of the evening and refused to speak to anyone. Food arrived about 20 minutes later, and as predicted, we had more than enough food to feed everyone. To be fair, I do totally respect what your granddad did there to his own daughter, saying, look, what are you actually doing here? Well, you're mugging yourself off, first of all, because you're arguing with my granddaughter, who is 12. You're a fully grown woman with kids. But I really like that he doesn't really care that, he is her daughter. It's not that important because she's just being an absolute prat in this situation and he's called her out for it. So, yeah, well done to him. Entitled kids block road to do Fortnite dance. They weren't ready for an adult with no F's to give to react. This takes place before the pandemic, but seeing a video about Fortnite reminded me of this. I was driving down a narrow street, technically a two-way, but people can park on the sides, so it's one-way traffic in reality at times. I'm driving along when these two little idiots, like 10 years old, jump out into the road about 50 or so feet ahead of me and stay there as I pull up. I motion for them to move, and they start to do that stupid dance where they do the loser sign. They're laughing and saying stuff like, "What are you gonna do?" and "Haha, you can't go anywhere." Annoyed, I put the car in park, shut it off, and get out. They're a little startled that an adult was doing this. I assume they'd got an annoyed honk or mild yelling any other time they'd done this. They clearly didn't plan for something like this though. Now, I'm 6 foot and stocky. I put on my best angry face and yelled, "Get the F out of the road, you little idiots, or else." I don't live in this neighborhood or near it at all. I was visiting an old friend from college who was visiting his parents, so I didn't have to worry about dealing with their parents or them again. Pants a little heavier, they run off into 1 yard. I get back into my car and start to drive off. I pass by them and one of the kids decided that he wanted the last word, I guess, and said, "Yeah, you better drive off." I slammed on the brakes and glared at him. They ran off into the backyard or something. I don't know, maybe you'll think twice about being little idiots in the future. And there you go, not the most harmful thing that these kids were doing, doing some trashy Fortnite dance in the middle of the road. Remember again, this was last year as well, the Fortnite dances were popping off back then, and loads of people were holding the L, taking the L, whatever the dance is called. But it's probably best that these guys learn now, rather than later, that you can't kind of just stop in the middle of the road and wait for traffic to stop for you whilst you're playing a prank, because at some point, one driver's not going to realize what you're doing and they're just going to plow you over, which wouldn't be a good thing. So yeah, they're only 10. Best they learn now rather than later. So yeah, overall, not the worst story. Now moving on to our second story. So it's the school's fault your 9-year-old failed the 3rd grade? Okay then. Here is a tale of two boys, my 6-year-old son versus my 9-year-old nephew. Normally, I hate it when adults compare one child over another, especially when it concerns someone else's child versus theirs. But given the circumstances of this story, and frankly my mother-in-law favouring my nephew over my son, which she'll never admit but does all the time, I feel like making an exception to one of my scruples. Anyways, both my son and my nephew are in the same school district, but go to different elementary schools. Due to COVID, the district gave parents one of two choices for the fall of 2020, full-time virtual or temporary virtual. Full-time virtual involves staying at home the whole year, meeting the teacher on a half-hour Zoom call, and then completing various lessons and assignments weekly at the family's convenience. Temporary virtual was a set of Zoom calls to simulate being at school without being there in person, which was temporary until the superintendent approved in-person learning again. In-person learning has been back since mid-January of 2021, by the way, but more on that later. My 6-year-old was in temporary virtual because my wife and I really wanted him to be back in-person schooling as soon as the school district allowed it. In the meantime, my son was on Zoom lessons with the online class, while my wife acted as a teacher's assistant, making sure that he was doing the schoolwork he was supposed to do, paying attention, and learning what he was able to do on Zoom. I helped with a few things after I was done with work and gave her the break she deserved. I'm definitely glad my wife played this role so well. Our son did a great job with the online learning, but he's very happy to be back into in-person learning. My nephew, though, is a different story. My brother-in-law's baby mama signed up my nephew for full-time virtual learning. I think she thought that it would be easier because of the appeal of doing the lessons at any time of day. I think that woman just wanted to sleep in, frankly, because the last 2 years prior, she had him miss 70 days of school each year, and part of the time that was why That's mad. To be fair, neither one of them really gave a dang about the concept of a good education. My brother-in-law didn't even lift a finger concerning his own son's education and would rather play Street Fighter online or smoke at a friend's house, while my nephew's mother only did certain things when she felt like it or when the school compelled her. Right before Christmas break, my wife and I heard from my mother-in-law that our nephew was literally kicked out of full-time virtual and will be put on the temporary virtual schooling program until in-person will be back in effect, because he wasn't doing any of the schoolwork. I'm pretty sure my nephew will be repeating the 3rd grade because of that. My mother-in-law and my nephew's mum, of course, blame the school district for him failing. Yeah, totally the school's fault your kid didn't do any of the work. Look, don't get me wrong, I'm sure that, online learning and dealing with kids who are doing online learning is very hard. Actually, to be fair, I imagine that the vast majority of you right now either have been in online learning for your school, college, whatever, or live with someone who is doing that or take care of someone who is doing that, maybe your kid, whatever. So let me know, has it been tough? I think it probably has been. That's not, though, a massive excuse to completely fail the year and then not have gone to school for 70 days in the year prior when COVID wasn't a thing. So I get it's fair enough that you can say, oh, COVID this, and the school district has had this horrible scheme which isn't helping my son. But ultimately, yeah, it's tough, but everyone else is doing it okay. Like you say, OP, your son is doing fine, so I don't know. It's a tough one. I don't want to really trash on this mum and say you should be doing more, because I know it's hard. Well, I don't know it's hard, but I've heard that it's hard. But if everyone else is managing to do it okay and you're the only one that's not, then the fault probably lies at your door rather than the school or the school districts, is what I'm trying to say. Now moving on to our 3rd story, entitled Mum, her son and his friend walk into a war zone expecting not to be shot. So basically, at my town pool, they have 3 pools. There's a swimming pool, which was for lap swimming, water polo, and all those games. The second pool was the smallest, known as the baby pool. Since you had to be 4 to go into the swimming pool, the toddlers were allowed to play in the small, easily watchable toddler pool. The final pool is where this situation went down, the splash pool. This pool was full of cool blue and white structures which sprayed out water. It was the only pool that accepted water gun use, although there was peacetime twice per day. That was toddler time and the first hour of opening. The first hour of opening is self-explanatory, but toddler time was when parents could allow their little ones to play without the fear of them being caught in the crossfire. During wars, it was typically 2 clans which took up territory and role-played total destruction. My little brother and I usually got a good set of teammates due to the fact we always carried big double-barreled shotgun-like sprayers. Even more, the day of the encounter, my friend was with us, using a big Super Soaker AR with multiple firing types. Sorry, I had no idea that this level of detail in water pistols and water guns existed. Pretty crazy. We also had another teammate with a basic pistol, but I played with him before, and he had good tactics. This is honestly sounding like actual warfare is about to go down, not just a couple of water gun fighters at a pool park, but hey, I'm all for it. On the other clan was 2 kids with some pretty cool Super Soakers. They needed some more people, so when 2 other kids, the entitled kid and entitled friend of this story, came from the swimming pool, they handed them some basic foam push guns. Due to its soft padding, they were also used as a baton for close quarter combat, and it was always a good complementary weapon when used correctly. What is going on here? Why are these water guns being used for physical violence now as well? Incredible stuff. Of course, with our pistol-wielding clansmen, we ditched the batons. The war started, and almost immediately, the entitled kid and his entitled friend charged at us with their guns, baton style. The entitled friend was shot in the face and started screaming. His friend got hit as well and stopped, trying to call a timeout. Their teammate came from behind them, confused. The entitled kid's friend said, "Who shot me?" My friend said, "Me? Why'd you call a timeout?" The entitled kid replied, "Because you shot my friend in the face." But my brother correctly asked, well, why wasn't he wearing goggles? It's his fault if he didn't. "Shut up! You guys are stupid little pieces of trash with your stupid guns." The entitled kid's friend then started hitting my brother with his gun, and the first and second kids yanked it and the entitled kid's guns away. "You guys are terrible at the game. Go away. And you're also mean. We don't want babies on our team." So the 2 entitled kids walked out of the pool, the friend's still crying, and they just walked back towards the swimming pool. We started to set up a new game with 3 teams of 2. But before we started, a woman's voice yelled at us. We looked in the direction of the voice to see a fat, sluggish woman with the entitled kid and his friend in tow. Of course, it was the kid's mum, the entitled mum of this story. Who hurt my son and his friend? No one. They should have been wearing goggles if they didn't want to get hit in the face. What do you mean? Why would my son be hit in the first place? We were playing with our water guns. They were on a team and were shot. That's kind of the point of the game. But our entitled kid said, no, he's lying. They shot us when we were minding our own business. Then the same kid who invited these two entitled kids onto his team in the first place said, hey, that's not true. You think it's funny to attack my son? Give me your weapon now. She tried grabbing for my gun and my little bro just sprayed her. You brat, don't touch me. Stay back. I started thinking of the worst thing I could say and I found a good word. Stay back, you female dog. Excuse me, that's it. Where are your parents? They aren't here. They dropped us off. Leave us be or I'll spray you again. Wow, your parents aren't here to chaperone in the pool? That's very dangerous. I'm gonna call the police because I guess you're being neglected by them. She thought she'd won until she saw what me and my friend were doing. We were, on purpose, playing rock, paper, scissors. What are you doing? Playing a game? No, you're insulting me. The entitled mum started trudging in the water and was sprayed again by my little brother. She got up close to him and started yanking the gun away from him. But some nearby man then started to scream at her, telling her to stop. She ignored him until a whistle was blown. She looked at the man, seeing him with his shirt off and red pants which said lifeguard and a whistle in his mouth. Help me! These violent children are attacking me! The lifeguard responded. No, they were playing with water guns. Toddler time was an hour ago, so there is no reason they can't play. Those boys did agree to play. I'm asking you to leave the pool now. No, that's not fair. But the lifeguard walked over to his chair and grabbed a walkie-talkie. He called for the pool management staff dude, and a minute later, he was there, with two other lifeguards, forcing these guys to pick up their items and leave. We found two new kids to play with us, and continued our war until closing time. Yeah, not really too sure what this entitled mum was playing at, to be honest. I mean, surely the principal thing that you know for sure when you go into a water park or swimming pool of any sort is that you're going to get wet and that people are going to be playing with water. That's kind of the point in it. So expecting water pistols and that sort of stuff is not really too outlandish, is it? You surely can think that that's going to happen when you go to a water park. I don't really know why she was so surprised that her kids were playing with water pistols. That's kind of what you do. That's my point, really. It's a bit of a shame, isn't it, really? Reading this story has kind of given me really nice memories of when I used to go to water parks and stuff like that, back when I was younger, but also back when COVID wasn't a thing. And to have like this annoying woman there just ruining it would literally ruin the day. You have to pay to go into these places. You're going out for a nice day with your mates. And to have a Karen like this saying, no, you can't enjoy yourself, you can't have fun because I don't want you to. Yeah, that'd be a horrible experience. So OP, I'm sorry you had to go through that, but hopefully she's been banned from this place forever and you can go back and have more cool fights with very detailed and incredibly descriptive guns in future. Entitled mum freaks out because my computer can't play Roblox. First up, some info and backstory. I'm 14 and I've got lots of things I enjoy doing, but most of all is computers. Building them, benchmarking, selling, gaming, all of it I love. Recently though, we kind of lost our foothold in life, which caused us not to have the financial prowess we did before. It was never a lot, but enough. This caused me to sell my computer, and ever since I've been using a Gateway laptop that's very, very old, a Pentium T4200 paired with Vista, so it doesn't run many games. A list of games it can run are as follows: Counter-Strike Source, Counter-Strike Condition Zero, and Half-Life, all at an average of 25 to 49 FPS. So then, onto the story. My aunt comes over with her daughter and her daughter's entitled friend. Now he's the only one who's really important to this story. Let's call him Nate. Nate comes knocking on my door and then opens it. I'm playing CSS with a few friends who have the game. Nate says, I was told I could play Minecraft on your computer. Sure, in like 10 minutes, I reply. To the kid's credit, he's very patient and usually quite nice. He came from an unstable home, so I don't entirely blame him. 10 minutes pass and I can see he's a bit impatient. I had some schoolwork I could do on my phone, so I set him up on Minecraft. The only problem is my computer is way too low spec to run Minecraft. The only Minecraft I can get to run at a playable frame rate, 40 FPS, was beta 1.7 at tiny render distance. So I got him on the game and then I left thinking nothing of it. Less than 15 minutes later, I heard a loud banging noise. The kid had changed the version to pre-release 1.17 and blue screened the whole machine. The banging was him lifting the computer and bashing it on the desk. I go into my room to see the issue and I saw the blue screen. At the time, I thought the banging may have been from outside. The rest of the kids were in our above ground pool. And this conversation ensued. "I tried to update Minecraft and your computer kicked me out," said Nate. "Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. I explained to you, my computer is very old and we don't have much money for a new one." This kid always had the best of the best, so he had a nice gaming rig. "Well, I'm bored. Anyway, I'm going outside." Alright. I restart my computer and go back to playing CSS with my friends for around an hour before my little cousin, curse her, comes into my room. Let's call her entitled cousin as she now becomes important. "Hey OP, can I play Roblox on your computer?" She actually asked nicely for once. "Oh, hey, sorry, but my computer can't really run Roblox." Now this is half true. It can run very basic games, such as Natural Disaster Survival, but it can't run games that are more advanced. Arsenal, Royal High, Adopt Me. If you try to run games that are more advanced, you'll hit 2 GB of RAM usage, and that blue screens the computer. She only plays Adopt Me and Royal High. "You're lying! I've seen you play Roblox on it before!" Now, I wasn't playing Roblox at the time, I was playing Doom. "No, I've never played Roblox on this." "I'm telling Mum." She starts to storm off, and I quickly realize I'm in deep trouble. I tell my friends what's happening before chaos strikes. The entitled mum walks into my room and says, "Why can't she play Roblox?" My computer physically cannot run Roblox. "Do you not know about computers?" I do know about computers. Also, can't she just play Roblox on your iPhone? My aunt has an iPhone X, which is more than capable. My phone cannot run Roblox. Your computer obviously can. Look at it. It's 100 times the size," she says, putting her phone next to the laptop, mocking me like a child. At this point, I know she can't be reasoned with, and I just cave and get her on her Roblox account and lay in my bed. At first, my cousin is happily playing Roblox obby games before she joins Royal High. Now this whole time, I'm on my phone next to her, oblivious. I was actually surprised it was playing at above 15 FPS when I looked at what she was doing. I eventually left my room after 30 minutes because I needed to do the dishes. Apparently, Nate had been inside and was in the bathroom when I walked by, slipping into my room when I left. Now, I'm unaware exactly how long he was in there, but maybe 20 minutes later, I hear another crash. I go into the room and find that they had thrown the laptop onto the floor. I lose my temper and say to get the frick out. I look at my laptop, now on the floor, and see that the display still works, but to my horror, my entitled cousin had opened up 23 Chrome tabs, had Royal High still running, and like 12 YouTube videos, all at 720p, taking up well over 2 GB of RAM. I don't know how it hadn't blue screened, but it obviously wasn't working, because you couldn't click anything. The laptop is junk, yes. But I paid $30 for it, and I scrounged for that money, and to watch them violate my things like this made me upset. I couldn't even turn it off, it was running so slow. It had to have taken 3 GB at least for its slowness, and then my entitled aunt walked into the room and started to get mad at me to compound matters. "Why did you kick them off the computer?" she says, taking my laptop in her arms, trying to click stuff, but it's not working. "Why isn't the computer working?" "Because your daughter and her friend broke it, or they wouldn't do such a thing. They said you threw it to the ground because you wanted to play on it. I believe them. I wouldn't count on what a spaz says." Now that spastic comment actually hurts. I have a low IQ of 67 and autism, and at this point, I really just cried in response. "Learn some freaking manners. We are guests, you insert slur for Italians. We are priority." She throws my laptop onto the floor with force before walking out. My mum heard this. She's barred them from our house now. The laptop still works, but my aunt threw it so hard it broke the battery and only works plugged into a wall. It runs at like a third of the speed it used to and now only plays CSS at 15 FPS instead of the 30 to 45. The fans no longer work and it blue screens every few hours, but I'm hoping to save for a new PC very soon, but it's looking unlikely. Oh man, I'm so sorry to hear that happen to you. Honestly, I know that having like an old rundown PC is one of the worst things you can possibly have. And then to have someone just ruin it on top of the fact that it's already, you know, blue screening, already running on fumes. Why? Come on, that is just so horrible. I know a lot of you guys watching right now probably have PCs of your own and you know that blue screening and having an old PC is like one of the worst things you can do. But you know, to upgrade a PC, it's a lot of money. I'm fortunate enough that I reinvested some of the money that I made from this YouTube channel back into a nice PC, but for, you know, 2 years of running this channel almost, I had like the oldest PC possible. When I tried to edit, it would just break down, blue screen, I'd have to restart, I'd lose all the video footage and all the files. It was horrible. So OP, I know it feels, and I'm so sorry that, you know, someone has gone above and beyond that and made it even worse. Why? I just hope that you can get a new PC pretty soon. Doesn't have to be amazing, but better than one that blue screens every time you try and play a game at, you know, 60 FPS. Please, I hope you can get one of them. So then, moving on to our second story of today's episode, entitled Mum Tries to Change the Date of a Performance. So, I, a 19-year-old female, have been helping as a student teacher at my dance studio for a few years now, and I've met a few entitled people here and there. But this one really takes the cake. Just a note that this happened a few years ago when I was around 16 or 17 and COVID wasn't around. I have a student, maybe around 8 years old, in a junior ballet class. I will call her Nice Kid, since she's actually really sweet. Her mum, the entitled mum of this story, is not. I could probably write a few more stories on what her mum has done, but I'll stick to just this one for now. Anyways, it's around performance season, and my studio has just confirmed the performance date for the performance. In my dance studio, there are windows outside of the studios so that parents can watch their kids from the lobby. I see the entitled mum waiting outside, and I was a bit shocked since she was often 5 to 10 minutes late to pick up her kid. I guess that she just wanted to buy some tickets for the show, so I smiled at her and continued teaching my class. When class ended, I saw her talking to some other parents before spotting me and walking over to me. The conversation that happens goes as follows. "Hello, can I chat with you about the performance for a bit?" said the entitled mum. "Of course. Are you buying tickets or do you just have questions about how things will work?" "No, I wanted to talk about the date of the performance. I can't make it." "Oh no, that sucks. Well, if you want, we offer digital copies for parents who can't make it. It costs a little less than the tickets, too." "No, see, I want to be able to see my kid perform on a stage." "Yeah, but unfortunately, I can't really do anything about that. The only options we have are either to purchase tickets or a DVD copy." "Well, can't you change the date? See, I really want to watch my kid. It's not that hard." No, because the stage has already been paid for and booked, and many parents have already bought tickets." "Well, what would you know about this? You're just a teenager. Let me speak to the owner." I sigh and call my boss. I'll call him Ben. I already know that the entitled mum will lose because Ben is scary when he wants to be. I quickly tell him what happened, and he took her to an empty studio to argue, well, chat with her. I don't know what he said, but it ended with her angrily fuming and dragging her kid out of the building. The week after, she actually bought a ticket for the performance. I asked her why she couldn't originally, and you guys want to know why she couldn't attend the performance? She had a hair appointment. I was a little shocked that she had made Ben argue with her over a hair appointment, but I didn't say anything. I don't really know if this counts as being entitled, but I think it does. Sorry, OP, you're not sure if someone requesting to change the date of an entire performance with loads of kids, loads of parents, obviously, you know, going on that date because they have a hair appointment of their own is entitled? Well, let me tell you, it's pretty entitled. I mean, seriously, guys, that has got to be up there. Changing or wanting to change an entire dance performance with loads of kids, loads of parents because you want to have a hair appointment on that certain day. That is mad. I'm sorry. Just rearrange your hair appointment. Who cares? Your hair's probably trash anyway. Crazy. First time flying first class, ruined by a Karen. So, we're heading out for a family vacation. flying first class for the first time. Our group has 7 of the 8 seats adjacent to the cockpit, with one rando seated amongst us. And boy, did we find a Karen. Right from the get-go, Karen made her presence known. We board with my father-in-law, who is in a wheelchair, to find that for some reason, this lady boards the plane along with the passengers that need additional time to board, but she seems to be moving around just fine. It seems her motivation to do so was to pack not only her overhead compartments with her multitude of carry-on items, but she also needs to use all of mine and half of someone else's too. Okay, fine, whatever, we can deal with it. Then the flight gets delayed for being short crew, and Karen immediately starts demanding wine before we even leave the ground. As soon as the stewardess tells her no and walks off, she starts complaining to us about how trashy first class is with this airline. Now at this point, I'm already thinking, Jesus, can you please just shut the heck up already? Then comes the inevitable, we can just leave without the crew member, right? Apparently, she wasn't paying attention because the missing crew was the frickin' pilot. We were actually released back out to the terminal for a bit to stretch since the delay was so long. But when we return to our seats, we find that my daughter's seat was occupied by Karen's friend who was flying economy. After standing around and clearing our throats several times to try and get their attention, it becomes obvious they have no awareness of anyone outside their bubble. Frickin' finally, after both myself, my daughter, and my mother-in-law all asked them to clear out, they finally acknowledge that they're in someone else's seats. After all of this, we eventually get up in the air. Cue Karen slamming glasses of wine. After the 3rd glass, she's obviously already drunk as heck because she then dumped the entire 4th glass of wine on my teenage daughter and didn't even frickin' acknowledge that she'd done it. No sorry, no here's a napkin. She just immediately started demanding another drink from the flight attendant. All the while, she's keeping her mask down while she is drinking, as she's entitled to do so, but the second I take mine off to drink some water, this female dog grabs my arm and starts demanding that I put my mask back on. Are you freaking serious? You're gonna complain about a mask, but it's totally okay touching strangers? Okay, Karen. At this point, I finally tell the stewardess about everything, and they stop serving her. But she still spends the rest of the trip complaining about how trashy this airline is and trying to talk to my daughter the entire time, who is legitimately worried this moron is going to puke on her. Poor kid. OP, honestly, I'm so sorry for your first experience in first class to be as disgraceful as this. It's just such a shame, isn't it, really? I think I've actually said on my channel before, guys, that I've been fortunate enough to fly first class a couple of times through my dad's, flying points. I would never pay for it, of course. I think it's ridiculously expensive, but, through points, you might as well take up the offer. And it is a great experience, to be fair. You feel amazing. Everyone's looking after you. You can actually relax on a plane rather than being, all squeezed up with other people. It's good fun. However, if you have someone like this ruining your first ever experience, it just takes away from it all, doesn't it? And look, if your parents have spent loads of money on these flights and, it's just all been ruined by this one person, that's all that money down the drain for what would have been and what should have been an amazing experience, and now is just something you really want to forget. Again, OP, I'm so sorry. And now moving on to our second story. Entitled man refuses to move from mobility parking spots. I am a manager at the Way of Subs, and yesterday I had a man park in the mobility parking space. I didn't see him park there at the time and come into our store. We were serving another customer at the time who had just started ordering, and the entitled man interrupted the other customer to ask what the sub of the day was. Already, this got my hackles up because he was so rude about it. I then look up and notice a car parked in said parking space, which is directly in front of our big glass doors. I looked at him and asked if that was his car. He said yes. Now, in New Zealand, people who qualify for mobility parking permits need to get a doctor to fill in the medical part of the form, and the doctor will often send the application form in for you, and you just need to pay for it. I'm not sure how other countries work, but that's us. So back to the conversation. I say to the man, "Do you have a mobility parking permit?" "No, I broke my back and I can't walk that far." "Yeah, but you need a permit to be allowed to park there." "I'm still waiting for it to come." "It's illegal to park in there unless you have a permit. You need to move your car." "I'll just get my food, then I'll move it. It's only going to take me a couple of minutes." "No, you need to move your car now." The entitled man then plants his feet and drops his shoulders, almost like a 3-year-old who is not going to do what you asked. It sucks, but we can't actually do much to make people move from those parking spaces, other than ask them to move. The tow truck would take too long, and they'd already be gone by the time the tow truck gets here. I decided to say the only thing I could in this situation. They either move their car or speed out of there like a scorned lover. And yes, this happens regularly, but most people will just move their car. Now, I did a lot of theatre in high school, so I know how to project my voice without yelling. "Sir, we will not be serving you unless you move your car." Well, he spun around, like only someone who has an intact back could do, and stomped out like a big man-child. He threw himself into his car and sped off like someone was chasing him. The other customers who were in the store all had something to say. "I was about to go and move my own car, you were so intimidating." Wow, you're not gonna miss the $5 he was going to spend. Good job. People like that annoy me. My grandpa needs those parking spaces, so thank you for standing up to him. It makes me feel better that everyone else supported me. To be honest with you guys, and let me know if you agree with me down in the comments below, but halfway through that story, I genuinely wasn't sure if OP had gone too far and was just, assuming that this person was lying about their back when really they genuinely could have had a bad back and they genuinely could have applied for their permit that hadn't come yet. As in, do you get what I'm saying? How could OP possibly know? But then, as this guy spins around and runs out and gets in his car, it becomes very obvious that no, he doesn't have any back issues at all. He hasn't got a permit, he isn't waiting for a permit to arrive, and he's just trying to, be very lazy, park as close to the shop as possible and then get his stuff and go just because, it suits him and he wants to spend as little time walking from his car to the shop as possible. But yeah, ridiculous thing to do. My granddad has a disabled badge, we call it here in the UK, I believe, and that entitles him to go into these parking spaces that he needs because it's uncomfortable for people like him to walk a long way. Someone who is well abled and is fully able to walk a solid distance and isn't handicapped should not be parking in those spaces. Imagine they were all full, as one of the last people in your store said, and their grandpa needs it just like mine does. Like, if they were forced to walk a long way to get into the store, they honestly may not be able to do it. Some people, in wheelchairs, whatever. Horrible thing to do, horrible person. Well done, OP, for standing up to them. And now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Entitled Dad wants my wife and I to get rid of our dog. For some background, I come from a South Asian Muslim family. In Islam, dogs are not allowed indoors because they are supposedly dirty and thus invalidate any prayer done in the home. Let's just ignore how dumb that is, considering dogs in the US are probably cleaner than many people back in my home country. OP, that is a crazy statement to start off the story, but anyway. Now, I personally am not religious. I know how to pray and will do prayers with relatives if visiting their homes and for certain holidays. But besides that, I'm pretty far from a Muslim in my personal views, and I don't regard religion highly in general, not just Islam but every religion. I am married to a non-Muslim Caucasian woman who had a lovely dog from before we met. I was always okay with dogs, but obviously never had one growing up. I not only fell in love with my wife, but also her dog. I am now a full-fledged dog person. Now, when my parents found out I was dating a non-Muslim and Caucasian woman, it was devastating to them. They always figured I would have an arranged marriage. My mum, to be fair, was quick to get over it once she realised my wife is a great person and was happy to have a daughter-in-law. My dad eventually also seemed to get over it, but he is very religious and was not happy about the dog. He wanted us to get rid of her. We were able to work with a local imam who said it was actually fine for us to have the dog, since you can't just throw a living animal away, and if we kept a separate room for prayers. My parents and I live in separate homes, so us having a dog in no way impacts their home. So, now moving on to what's happening currently. After having the imam speak with my dad, I thought that would be it. My dad uses the yard at my house for gardening, and our dog did its business in his garden area. Now, normally she stays away from the garden area, but you know, dogs do dog things. We check 2 to 3 times per day in our yard to clear up any potential poop. But it just so happened on that one day that we didn't, because it was raining in the morning and we'd gone to our friend's place in the afternoon. We just planned on cleaning up the yard once we got home. For some reason, my dad had come over. He got angry. He started yelling at me and asked again when we were going to get rid of our dog. He didn't like that the dog used the yard, that it's against the religion, and apparently he can't bring his friends or my cousins over to our house because of the dog. I told him we were not getting rid of the dog, and I actually pointed out how many non-Muslim things he has done, which probably wasn't the best idea, and that I don't care if he can't randomly bring people over to my house. We would not want him to do that anyway, dog or not. He huffed and puffed and then drove home, where he did some more complaining to my mum and got into an argument about it with my younger brother, who, like me, isn't very religious. Yeah, this is a tough one really, isn't it? And to be honest, I'm not in the best place to even, sympathize or give my opinion on this because my parents aren't religious and I'm not religious, to be honest. But I know that it's going to be very difficult, and I'm assuming that lots of you watching right now may have very religious parents and you don't particularly follow their religion, or you're less involved in the religion than them. And for some parents like these ones here, it can be the mum seems okay. The dad in particular, it can be a struggle, when the religion is such an important part of your life and your kids don't really seem to care. But ultimately, you have to just let them make their own decisions at some point, surely. And in this story, look, the dad probably doesn't like the fact that you do all these non-Muslim things, but ultimately, you're not a Muslim, so it's up to you what you do. It's a tough one though. Look, comment down below if you have very religious parents and you don't follow their religion to such an extent that they do, or maybe you do. Let me know. How was your childhood with very religious parents? I want to know because obviously it hasn't happened to me, but I can completely understand if it was difficult or maybe it was great. Who knows? Comment down below. Let me know. Entitled Kid thinks he can get a custom-built PC for $80. Has this happened to anyone who owns a PC building service on Facebook? So a week ago, I got a message from someone's kid asking for a PC. So I tell him what I tell everybody, and we got to the part of price. When I told the kid the amount, he said, okay, I'll send it in 5 minutes. So 5 minutes later, I got a PayPal notification saying someone sent me $80. I messaged him back saying, thanks, but when are you gonna send the amount of money needed to get the parts for the PC? Nothing. So I waited for 5 minutes and forgot about it. Now, it wasn't until yesterday that I got an answer back, asking when the PC will be delivered. I said, you didn't even pay for the PC, you paid for the labor. So after I sent that, the kid went crazy and started cursing me out. I just didn't even answer and refunded the $80. Wait, so you're legit telling me that this kid actually thought that the price of a custom-built PC was $80? I mean, did he think it was $80 for the whole thing? Or did he think that it was $80 for the labor, as you said, but then you, OP, would have to go and actually buy the individual parts of the PC, put them all together for the $80, sure, and then give them all to this kid for free? I don't know, but $80 for a custom-built PC? Yeah, not on this planet. Now moving on to our second post. Entitled Parent left his kid alone at the airport. Back when I used to work at an airport, I often dealt with kids traveling without parents. This was a paid service called Unaccompanied Minors, available to everyone under 18, but mandatory to kids under the age of 12 who travelled alone. The rule is that the parent or guardian, or whoever escorts the kids, for the sake of clarity, I'll just refer to them all as parents from this point, has to stay at the airport until the plane is in the air. This was in case the flight was cancelled, because the paid service did not cover anyone staying with the kid until the next flight. The most extreme case would obviously be that there'd be no flight available that day anymore, in which case the kid would have to go home and come back the next day. Obviously, most parents were fine with going to the gate with their kids and staying until the very last minute. In all my years, I only had trouble with one entitled dad. He came to the business counter with his child, which was already a big no-no, as checking in unsupervised kids takes longer than average, and the business counter was, well, supposed to be a fast lane for business class and high-tier passengers. The dad chose his own gold card, so I bit back my annoyance and asked the person next to me to check in my queue until I was done. I gave the dad all the forms he had to fill in, which already annoyed him. The kid was obviously under 10 and seemed very sweet. She looked relaxed, and I guess she had done this plenty of times. Over the years, you learn to spot the ones who are not accustomed to traveling alone. The dad gave me back the forms and asked, "So, where do I leave her?" I got a bit confused, but told him, like always, that he had to stay at the airport until the plane was in the air. "What? No, I paid for her to be accompanied." Well, yeah, from the gate to the plane and from the plane to arrivals. "I have a meeting in a town like 3 hours away. I can't stay with her." "Sir, what if the flight is cancelled? We'd have to call you back." "She'd stay here with you, wouldn't she?" "That's not a possibility. Sir, you agree to the terms when you pay." "I didn't pay for this. Her mother did, and she told me I could just leave the kid with you." At this point, the kid started crying. "Daddy, please come with me." "Don't start. You like flying, don't you?" "Mum always comes with me." "I don't care. I don't have the time. I want to speak to your manager." While we waited for my supervisor, we heard an announcement through the loudspeakers about a car in the no parking zone. The entitled dad went, "Shit," and ran away, leaving his daughter at my counter. She started crying in earnest, and I panicked that the dad was taking this opportunity to bail. My supervisor came, we closed my counter completely, the queue was almost empty at this point, and took the kid aside to talk over our options, hoping that the dad would come back. After 5 minutes, and no dad later, we tried to call him. His number was on the papers he signed. No answer. Then we tried the mum, whose contact info was also on the papers. She said she'd call the dad and ask if there was any way we could take the kid to the gate if he didn't appear, if she promised she'd be there in about 30 minutes. We told her that there was still plenty of time before the flight left, and they could skip the security queue so we could make a little exception and wait for her at the check-in with the kid, but that we wouldn't let the kid go to the gate without her parents. The mother was understanding and told us that either she or the dad would be there soon. A few minutes later, the dad did come back, arguing over the phone with who we assumed was the mum. He yanked the daughter by her arm and took her through security. We felt bad, but thought that was that. No. I went back to my counter to finish the check-in and then got a call from the gate telling me that the dad had left the kid with them. Obviously, there's a lot to do before a flight leaves, so they couldn't really look after her, and they asked if I could try to see him and tell him to come back. I didn't manage to spot him, and my supervisor told me to go sit with the kid while she, again, called the mum. My shift was about to end, so I didn't have to hurry anywhere except home, and I agreed to work a little overtime. The kid was in tears, and my shift manager had to get involved. While my supervisor called the mum, the shift manager called the airline, asking if we could allow the kid on the flight if there's no parent present when the flight leaves. We were a ground handling company and did not directly work for any airline. They told us straight up no. Fortunately, I then get a call from my supervisor telling me that the mum had arrived. To make things easier at the security, me and the kid went back to check-in. The mum signed new forms and escorted the kid through security again. The kid made the flight fine and it left on time. The mum was so embarrassed about the whole incident, but didn't really stay to explain the dad's behaviour. And well, it wasn't really our business anymore. She did say this was the first and last time the dad would ever escort the kid, and thanked us for doing all we could. She was obviously upset and overwhelmed, but we're not in a country where we share more than we have to, so it was not surprising that she just left after the thank you. I had to stay a while longer to write an incident report and got home absolutely exhausted. Yeah, I mean, it was pretty clear from the start of this story that this was always going to be an issue with this entitled dad. Clearly, I think he just thinks, that he's too important to even be seen taking his daughter to the airport for a flight. And that's always been his wife's job, Why is he doing this? He's got important meetings to go to. Wait, what? I have to stay with her for a number of hours because it's legal? I'm not doing that. No, I'm not doing that. I'm leaving. I'm out of here. It's kind of just like a crazy, selfish, I guess, opinion to have of the whole situation. Yeah, he clearly thinks he's more important than anyone else. More important than you, OP. More important than his daughter. More important than his wife. More important than everyone. Kind of, if I'm being completely honest. And yeah, at least his wife is kind of, a normal person and is a more generous person and doesn't mind helping her kid fly. But yeah, crazy person, crazy keys. And I honestly don't know what would have happened in that situation had the mum not got involved. You would literally have had to call the police, right? Mental. Does this dad want the police to get involved? I wouldn't, but he clearly doesn't care. Now moving on to our final post. My entitled neighbour just demanded her garbage back or compensation. I just came inside from this confrontation, although apparently it started months ago and I just didn't know it. Now, I moved to this neighbourhood about a year and a half ago. It was bigger than my old place, so I wanted a few more pieces of furniture and also wanted to swap out a few pieces. I'm too cheap to buy new for the most part. Soft furnishings too big to go in the washing machine are the only things I usually buy new, so I upcycle and refinish most of my furniture. I do this mostly in my garage, but any spraying I do in the front yard on the mulch. Most of the neighbours had stopped at some point to welcome me or talk about my projects. A few had asked if I took orders. I told them I do and at a pretty low cost because I don't do professional quality. But it would have to wait a little bit as I wanted to finish my personal projects first. One of the neighbours who asked was the neighbour lady across the street. When I gave her my answer, she sort of sniffed and said, fine. This was almost a year ago. A few months ago was the yearly large trash pickup, where you can put almost anything on the curb and the city will take it to the dump for you. It's a great time to pick up new pieces. My neighbour lady had a pile of actually trashed items out, but as I was working in the garage, I saw her lug a console/entry table to the curb. It looked beat up, but not broken, and it was one of the pieces I was actually looking for. I headed over. It was pretty beat up as suspected. The finish was scratched to heck. A pet had chewed one of the legs, but it was a solid piece, so I asked if I could have it. The lady said of course, so I got my dolly and stashed it in my garage. It sat in the garage for a few months, but last weekend I decided to work on it. I sat down and refinished most pieces, but after assessing the condition of the wood, I decided I was just going to paint this piece, as the patching for the damage would be too visible through a stain. I stripped and sanded the piece down and fixed the damage. Today, I got it out and painted it in the front yard. It's a navy colour and I'm pretty happy with how it's going to turn out. Just as I was finishing putting away all the tools and paint though, my neighbour lady came marching across the street. I thought she would just admire it, as people like seeing their old trash transformed. But instead, she said, I've decided that I don't want to give you this table, so I'm going to come get it when it's done drying. No, I said. You gave it to me. It's mine, and I've put in a fair amount of time and money to refinish it. But it's mine! You stole it from me, and I want it back! No, it's now mine. If you want it back, it will be $150. What? But it's trash now. You ruined it. I thought you were going to refinish it. Then why do you want it back? Plus, I like it like this. Any other refinishing would have taken too long and cost too much. Fine, if you want to keep it, I'll take $200 for it, so I can buy a new one. No, you said I could take it from your trash pile. I even asked you before taking it. It's mine now. I'll just come and take it while you sleep then. For context, I usually leave pieces in the yard overnight to dry. Okay then, fine. I guess I'll just take it inside now. I then grabbed the leg of the table and proceeded to drag it into the garage. The neighbour lady reached out to stop me, but recoiled once she realised it was still wet. I pulled it in and waved at her with my now paint-covered hand as the door closed. It was a bit petty, and my hand is covered in paint, spray paint, so it doesn't come off easily, and I will have to redo the leg, but it was worth it for the look on her face. Thinking back as I typed this, I think this might have been her plan all along. Get me to take it, refinish it, and demand it back. I normally would have charged like $30 to $40 to refinish something like that, but because she tried to trick me, the price more than tripled, and she ended up with nothing. Of course, she is still my neighbour. I'm sure I'll have more fun with her in the future. OP, yeah, there is no doubt in my mind that that is exactly what this neighbour was trying to do to you. I mean, it's so obvious. It's so obvious when you're like, oh yes, I will put this out right on my pavement, just so my neighbour, who I know does up trash, can see it. Then let her, meddle with it, make it look amazing once again, and then buy it back off her. Or just, not even buy it, just get it for free. Yeah, so obvious. It didn't work that well in this situation, lady, because Once you say to someone, yes, you can have it, it's not yours anymore. That was never ever gonna work. You're so dumb. Sorry, it's just stupid. Like, it's just dumb. Just pay her a little bit of money. Pay OP a little bit of money and say, look, you know what? I know I can tell you're really talented here. Would you mind having a go at this? Because I'd like this piece, but obviously it's seen better days. Give it a go. Give it a little brush up, and OP would have said fine for a pretty reasonable amount of money. Do you not think, guys? But no, OP did the right thing, putting the price up astronomically, because that's what you're supposed to do. OP did this for herself, not for her neighbor. Well done, OP, and neighbor, you're dumb. I can still see who's in the car. I work in a small liquor shop, and this happened last week, a couple of days before Christmas. An entitled son entered with his girlfriend and spent a few minutes browsing our wines and spirits. They then went into our cool room where we have our premixes, Jim Beam and cola for example, and our cartons of beer. All up, after about 10 minutes of browsing, they decided to get a 4-pack of Vodka Cruisers, a 6-pack of Jim Beam and cola, a bottle of Southern Comfort, and a bottle of vodka. All up, it came to close to $130. I scanned the products and then asked for the ID of the boy. We have to ask for ID from anyone 25 or younger, but the legal age is 18. The guy fumbles around in his wallet, then says he cannot find it, and asks if I will accept a photo of it on his phone. I say no, I have to see the actual ID. His girlfriend then goes into her purse and pulls out her ID, and shows me. She's 19 years old. I say, thank you, but I still can't sell you anything, as you are together and I need to see his ID. The entitled son leaves the store and goes into a car parked right outside. We have clear windows, I can see straight into the car. He then comes back in with a piece of paper, which turns out to be a high school year 12 report card from last year. Why would you have that in your car? He asks whether this will do, and I say no, it has to be photo ID. Cue his entitled dad. His entitled dad enters the store, pulls out his wallet, and shows me his ID. I say, sorry, I can't sell to you as you are with your son. The dad starts going on about how he has worked in hotels for 20 years. He tried saying that you can sell to someone without ID if another person can vouch for the person, which is not true. He said he knows the liquor licensing laws like the back of his hand, but I still refuse to sell. His entitled son leaves the store, and the entitled dad says, there, he is no longer here, you can sell to me now. I say that I still can't, as I know that the two of them are together. The guy's girlfriend leaves the store at this point, leaving just the entitled dad in the store with me. The entitled dad offers to give me $20 as a bonus if I just do the transaction. I still say no. He then says that there is no reason that I can give him that says I cannot do the transaction. I start mentioning the relevant parts of the Liquor Licensing Act, and he says they are just guidelines, not law. So I bring up on my laptop some court cases I know of where people have tried challenging the fines levied when you sell to underage people. He says that is only when you are caught by the police, and again offers to buy the alcohol, and I, again, refuse. The entitled dad then goes on a tirade about this being unfair and unjust, and I'm preventing them from having a fun evening. I am being racist. That one blew me, as I thought they were all Australian, and that he was going to lodge a complaint about unfair selling prices. Now enter the entitled granddad. I already knew that the entitled granddad was in the car with the others, but he comes in acting as though he isn't part of the group. He starts walking around the store, acting as though he is browsing, and eventually comes to the register. I say to him that I cannot sell to him. The entitled granddad pulls out his ID and shows it to me. I tell him that it isn't a problem with his ID. The entitled granddad then asks me what the problem is, and I tell him that the problem is that your entitled grandson doesn't have an ID. The entitled granddad tries claiming that he doesn't know who that guy is, but I then say to him that I can see straight out the window into the car where everyone was. He then tries to tell me that I'm mistaken, but I offer to play back footage on the store's CCTV showing everyone getting in and out of the same car. The entitled granddad starts saying that he is a former law enforcement, not a police officer. He knows what the laws are. He says that this is an abuse of their civil liberties. The entitled dad starts to come around to my side of the counter. I tell him to stop. The entitled dad says, just try to. At that moment, one of my regulars came in. We have a running joke between us about him being a detective, due to some things he discovered on the internet for me that I couldn't find. So, as he came in, I said, hello detective. The regular customer, now acting as a detective, said hello to me. The look on the entitled dad and the entitled granddad's faces when I said hello detective was priceless. I start talking to the regular customer about what this entitled dad and entitled granddad were doing in the store. But before I had even gotten through the first sentence, they had both hot-footed it out of the store and into the same very car. We turned and looked and watched them speed away. Honestly, guys, it's starting to feel like partway through that story it became like a circus, you know. One member of the family goes in, another one goes out, they keep rotating. It's just like, I don't know what's going on here. They're just subbing in for one another, each trying to do the exact same thing, knowing that it's not going to work. I don't even know why they're bothering. At that point, should you just go to another store? You would have saved so much time. Like, you've wasted everyone's time here. You could have been doing something way much more valuable with your time than just trying the same technique over and over again. Imagine the entitled granddad coming in though, like, what an image, just acting like he wasn't involved with anyone else in his entire family who happened to be in the store. Oh, you know what? Sorry, you're not buying this selection of alcohol anymore. I'll get it. How about that? I'll get it. And I'll get the exact same bottles that you were going to get just by chance. You know, we're not together or anything. Don't worry about that. Even though we look the same. This is my son and my grandson and my grandson's girlfriend. Don't worry about that. I'll just get the same stuff. Oh, thank you. See you later. Like, did he really think that was going to work? Really? Don't get me wrong. It is annoying because I've had the exact same thing happen to me. When you go into a store and you want to buy alcohol, right? And, you know, just one person in your group doesn't have their ID and it can ruin it because obviously, you know, you have to check everyone's ID. That is policy in a lot of countries, definitely in the UK, and it sounds like in Australia as well. And it can be very annoying, but, you know, it is policy and it is actually legal. You have to check everyone's ID in a group if you think they're under the age of 25, not just 18, 25 as well. So, yeah. You know, it makes sense. And don't take the bribe. If you do work in a store, please don't ever take the bribe because your whole store could be shut down if people find out about what you've done. So OP, you obviously did the right thing there. But yeah, I don't know why these customers didn't realize that it just wasn't going to work. Now moving on to our second story. Entitled parent barges into gas station, makes someone cry, and calls us workers headless chickens. If today couldn't get any more worse, well, it sure did. I start my morning at a gas station at 6 a.m. My manager, who doesn't work weekends, changed the roster on Wednesday. So we had someone who wasn't meant to start till 1:30 turn up at 6. We sent him home. The guy who was meant to start at 7 didn't show up till 10:30. His previous roster had him at 12 p.m. start, not 7 a.m. And the guy who was meant to be there at 10 started at 9:30 to help us. When I got there this morning, there were 3 of us. The other 2 had started at 5 a.m. One of them had his birthday party yesterday and was high on drugs and came into work with 0 sleep. When he went on his half around 8 a.m, he didn't even come back, leaving me and one other worker to cover the shop for an hour before someone else turned up. It was busy. Once we got our third person in, the other went on his half. Our manager stuffed up by changing rosters and not telling anyone. We did manage to survive till our manager came in along with 2 more staff though. So, this story happened just after 1:30 p.m. today. One of the guys who started at 5 a.m. had just clocked out as he was just finished for the day. I was in the break room coming back out after having a water, and one of the new employees was calling me over to deal with a customer. Hello, what seems to be the problem? Of course it was a Karen. Hello, I've been in and gotten this number to ring your manager and he isn't picking up. My daughter came in 30 minutes ago and got treated poorly. I want to speak to your manager in charge. I said I would try and find him, but it turned out he left ages ago. He came in at 11 and left at 12:30. I do apologise, but he isn't on site at the moment. Have you tried leaving a message? What? So you are telling me that there is no manager here? Are you all running around like headless chickens? I do assure you that we are trained for what we have been doing, but anything in the office we have not. So what I'm hearing is that if there was a fire and the place burned down, well, who would you ring? When's your manager going to be in next? Well, we would ring the emergency line and then ring our manager on his personal phone. Our manager will be in on Monday and he doesn't work weekends. Okay then, give me his personal number. Well, I cannot do that due to privacy. Well then, where was the 5 a.m. guy who was manager today? One of the new employees mentioned the 5 a.m. guy who's our administrator. He is not a manager. The 5 a.m. guy has clocked off for the day and has gone home since he started at 5 a.m. Also, he is not a manager. She then starts repeating the same story. What if this place burned down? Blah, blah, blah. At this point, a nice other customer gets involved. "Hey, excuse me, Karen, but you can't come in here, push in front of the line, and make a young girl cry." We were very busy, and this nice customer had witnessed the whole thing. As soon as I heard "make a young girl cry," there was only one other person working other than me who was a girl, so I knew who it was. At that moment then, I leave the Karen alone to deal with my crying co-worker as she is still trying to serve other people. The 5 a.m. guy was still in the office, but didn't want to come out because he knew the truth. The Karen's daughter did a drive-off the other day, and he had to do the manual fuel correction to get her to pay it. The 5 a.m. guy just said what he tells everyone with the drive-off in our systems. I go back out to once again say that Karen has to call our manager and leave a message. I also pulled her up on the fact that she made one of our staff members cry, and that this was the ending of her first week here. "I just remember who served me. It was this man here." She says this pointing at a tall employee. "But Mom, he has only just started working for the day." "Listen here, there is a photo out back with my daughter and my license plates." Then she tells me her number plates. "I'm sorry, I cannot get that for you as it is private information on that paper, and you are not the person in the photo, so due to regulations, I cannot give that to you." "Well, go get it and put it right here. Then you're not handing it to me, you're just showing it." Once again, I cannot do that, it's a breach of policy. She got fed up with me following the rules and left yelling. "Your manager is going to hear about this," she said. I was glad once she left. 30 minutes of saying the exact same thing is annoying. The 5 a.m. guy was still in the office. We had a talk about what happened, and both of us couldn't do anything related to the store. Only our manager can. Yeah, I imagine that would be a very tough situation when you physically can't do anything else more than you were already doing, and you've got this like horrible customer who is just, breathing fire at you, just being absolutely toxic and not listening to a word you're saying really, when you're literally telling them, genuinely, there's nothing more I can do here. I'm very sorry, but I don't have the power, the influence. I'm not allowed to do more than just say, please call the manager, our manager, leave a message, and then she will sort it when they can. They're not working right now, and I literally can't even do the things you're asking me to do because it's not my job to. I'm literally not allowed. I don't know what more you can do in this situation. And that honestly must be one of the worst things about working in any sort of like customer service job or a store. When someone like this, you having to deal with a horrible Karen like this, and they're genuinely not even listening to a word you're saying, just making your life horrible. Guys, if you have any like little stories about you working in customer service or a shop like this, dealing with customers like this, drop them down below, because I bet it's happened to loads of you watching right now, and I want to hear your stories from hell, to be honest. Now moving on to our final story. Karen doesn't wait in lines. Or does she? I am so excited to have finally had a live Karen encounter. One where you're not thinking later of things you should have said. I'm making lasagna tonight. I needed a few ingredients, so off to the grocery store I went. I really wasn't in the mood to go out, so I was trying to get in and out of there quickly, since I only needed a few items. Throughout my shopping, I noticed a woman with her young boy who was probably about 6 or 7 years old. I passed them a couple of times and could hear her nagging him or yelling at him. She was bumping into other shoppers without excusing herself and would huff as if the fact that she can't walk and push a cart at the same time was everyone else's fault. I got my items and headed to the checkout. There were only 2 lines open, but it wasn't crowded. I had only one guy in front of me, and he was about halfway finished. Now, due to COVID, the store has a policy that you can't put your groceries on the belt until the belt is empty. As I was starting to put my things on the belt, I heard her coming and thought, uh-oh, please don't get in this line. I was starting to put my things on the belt, and the entitled mum comes up very close, not social distancing, with an overflowing cart and her kid, who was playing a handheld game, completely behaving. She says, I need to go first. I'm in a hurry, and my son is tired and needs to go home. I'm sorry, but I'll be done in a few minutes. But I have a kid, plus we don't do lines. Well, congrats on the kid. He seems fine to me. No, you need to get behind me. I have a kid, and he's cranky. Looks to me like Mama is the one who's cranky. You're gonna need to wait your turn. Now this caused the cashier and 2 other nice guys in the line to start giggling, trying not to say anything. But my baby! He's ready to go, and I'm going first. The cashier then said, Mom, please be patient and you'll have your turn. She was first. I didn't ask for your opinion. Then one of the nice guys came in. Well, that's no way to talk to the cashier, Karen. Wait, what did you call me? That's racist. You can't call me that. Oh, I didn't realize Karen was a race. Where did Karens come from? If I'd have known that, well, I may have let you in front of me, as you are clearly superior to those of us who don't bring kids to the store. The other nice guy said, Mom, look, no one is being racist. Karen isn't a race. Yeah, but it's impolite. And you're not? Oh, that's right. Karens can say and do whatever they want without any consequences. I forgot. Well, you don't do lines. I don't tolerate people bullying me and being complete buttholes. What? You just curse in front of my son? You're in big trouble. You can't do that. Then the nice guy says, are you gonna get the manager? Oh no, we better all run. By this time, everyone within earshot is laughing at her, and she's starting to realize. We all know what happens when a Karen becomes self-aware. She starts screaming and stomping her feet. The cashier says, Mom, please, you are disturbing the customers and causing a scene. You can start loading your groceries now, but if you continue with this, you are going to be asked to leave. But they're teasing me, and all I did was ask to go ahead of her because of my kid, who, by the way, is still being quiet. She verbally assaulted me, and he was racist by calling me Karen. What are you going to do about this? This is your last chance. One more disruption, and you're leaving. Yeah, Karen, stop disrupting, another nice guy said. Right as he said that, another cashier comes and opens the next register over and takes both the nice guys, so Karen had to continue to wait her turn. She didn't end up speaking with the manager and didn't say anything when the other register was opened because I think she actually realized she wasn't going to win. I call that a victory. Yeah, no doubt, OP, that is a fat dub for you. You've done well there. I can't lie. You've put a Karen in her place. And yeah, like you said at the start of this story, when you said, it's good to have a Karen encounter and not be left wondering later in the day, this is what I should have said. I should have done this differently. You know, when you have an argument or a discussion with someone and you think about it for hours afterwards, you're like, I really wish I'd said this or this. It would have been way better. Well, luckily for you, you've done well in the actual moment there. So no need to think about that, as you said at the start of the story. All four of you, both the nice guys, the cashier, and you have put this Karen right in her place because clearly her excuses about her kid being cranky, tired, whatever, were just a lie. They were behaving perfectly fine. It was all on this Karen. She was the one that was causing such a ruckus, being such an idiot, and yeah, you all told her what's up, and she had to deal with the consequences. Amazing stuff. Entitled Mum sells me a broken guitar because her baby can't play it. Multiple good endings. This story happened some years ago while I was living on the East Coast. I was driving back home from a friend's house and decided to take a detour through one of the more nicer neighborhoods because it was the beginning of fall and I'm just a sucker for scenery. While driving, I just so happened to have found another thing that I go crazy for, a garage sale. With me having some money on hand, I decided that this was fate and pulled over to check it out. At first, I didn't really see anything special. Just the kind of stuff you would expect to see at any garage sale. Old furniture, clothes, DVDs, and other small items. But then, in the corner of my eye, I saw something that I just didn't expect to see. A guitar. I went in for a closer look, expecting it to be some kind of cheap beginner guitar, the kind with a brand name you don't recognize. But no, what stood before me was an actual Gibson Les Paul. Side note, to those who don't know, Gibson is a very prestigious guitar brand name, and Les Paul is possibly their most famous model type. This model of guitar is legendary for being the weapon of choice amongst god-level rock stars. Example, Slash from Guns N' Roses or Ace Frehley from Kiss. Now, back to the story. She was beautiful, and yes, I refer to guitars as she. She was gold in colour with white trim and looked kind of old, but was in really good condition. But what got me in an actual state of shock was the price tag. It said the price was $50. I couldn't help but think that the person selling this forgot to add another 0 to the end, as well as a 1 to the beginning. So I picked up the guitar and went up to the woman handling the sale to ask her about it. Alright guys, so I've just gone on the internet because, I was interested to see what the actual price of a Gibson Les Paul is right now. And as you can see, it's over £2,000 roughly, and £1,500, anywhere from $2,000 to $3,000 that is. Wow. Now, this woman didn't really look like a typical entitled parent, but her attitude and body language just radiated entitlement. It was like her aura was almost made out of pure smugness and hatred for the working class. Just by talking to her, I couldn't help but feel that she was the kind of soccer mum that you would expect to yell at the coach, as well as the referee, other parents, and maybe some kids, but I digress. Excuse me, Mom, can I ask about this guitar? The price says it's $50. Is that actually correct? Yes, that's correct. Well, that is an unusually good price. Is there a reason for that? Yes, it's broken. I figured someone could use it like a decoration in their man cave or something. Hearing that just broke my heart. But it also got me curious, because I couldn't find anything physically wrong with it. No cracks or any other signs of damage. I started asking more questions, thinking maybe I could fix her later. However, it was at this moment that any and all logic began to die and roll down a hill away from me. Can I ask what's wrong with it? Yes, my baby can't play it. Excuse me? My son, he says it's unplayable. Oh, does he work with guitars like a technician or something? Oh no, he can't work. My baby is only 12. Hearing that stunned me for a quick second, but I then decided to try give the benefit of the doubt. I don't know this kid, so maybe he was one of those young musical virtuosos who got accepted to Juilliard early or something. So I take it your son is musically talented then? Oh, very much so. He plays that Guitar Hero game all the time. What? Oh, you know, the game where you play music. He's constantly playing that game and is always getting the high score on it. I kept a straight face, but my mind was turning into that meme of the woman trying to do math. Let's insert that right now for those of you that don't know. So, because of that, you got him a guitar? Well, of course. When you have a child as gifted as mine, it's important that you nurture their gifts. So you think he knows what he's doing? He obviously knows what he's doing, so if he says it's broken, then it's broken. Listening to her talk made my brain hurt, but it also helped me decide to take the chance and buy the guitar. While paying, the woman went on a long, insane rant about how the guitar was actually a gift from the kid's late grandfather, from the dad's side of the family, and how he must not like her son because he gave him an old hand-me-down guitar instead of a brand new one. Hearing all this legitimately upset me, but I just decided to just keep my mouth shut and leave. After getting home, I immediately took the guitar, plugged her into my amp, retuned her, that was all the maintenance she needed, and played a few notes and chords. To my amazement, she sounded perfect. It felt as if her soul was singing the praises of freedom. I spent the rest of the day playing and tripping out that not only have I purchased my first ever Gibson Les Paul, but I also only paid $50. But the story doesn't even end here. A few weeks later, I met a friend at a party who was an actual guitar technician. I told him my story, and he said if I wanted, he could appraise my guitar for me and tell me her true value. I took him up on the offer, and the results blew me away. It turns out my baby was a vintage Les Paul from 1973, retailing at well over $3,000. That doesn't surprise me, guys. We saw earlier what these guitars go for. $3,000 seems very, very reasonable. He then asked me if I was interested in selling, but I told him there was absolutely no way I'm ever letting go of her. But the story still doesn't end there. Shortly after getting my baby appraised, I get word from a friend who turns out works in the same office building with the husband of the entitled mum. She updates me about what she learned, and apparently the entitled mum's husband is of course absolutely fuming. It turns out, not only did the mum sell a very expensive guitar for just $50 that was a gift from his father to her spoiled kid, but she also sold it without him knowing. Not only that, my friend informs me that the entitled mum has also been looking for me. My friend tells me that the mum wants to find me so she can demand the guitar back. Not offer to buy it or even pay back what I paid. She wants to demand that I give it back for free because apparently I scammed me out of a priceless family heirloom and robbed my child's ability to play music. My friend says she didn't say anything about her knowing me, but then asked me if I wanted her to say anything to them about who I was. I tell her absolutely not. If she wants a guitar, she can buy a new one with the money I gave her, just like she planned. And I agree that this guitar is a family heirloom, but it's my family heirloom now. Sorry, entitled mum. But if it means anything, if you are reading this, I named her Karen. Oh my god, I hope she sees this video. Incredible. Look, guys, the thing with that guitar is it clearly was not being appreciated at all by this entitled mum or the kid. I mean, maybe by the husband, but maybe, not enough for him to, warrant saying, no, we are never, ever selling this. Clearly. So yeah, I think, it's a better thing that OP's got the guitar now. As he said, they weren't appreciating it. Now it's your family heirloom that you can keep for generations because, of course, it is such a legendary guitar. It is incredible that this family would sell that guitar, a $3,000 guitar, for $50. It's a madness. And obviously they're going to massively regret that. But, if you don't respect things, you don't find out about them, then yeah, you deserve what you get. I mean, it's literally been passed down for you, in generations through your family. Wouldn't that be enough to, cause enough to not sell it even if it was worth a lot of money? I don't know. Maybe they really needed the money. But, if you're trusting your 12-year-old kid because he's good at a game, Guitar Hero, that I love Guitar Hero as much as the next guy, but because I can play Guitar Hero does not mean I can play guitar, then yes, you are a stupid woman, I'm sorry to say, and you deserve everything you get, like making a massive $2,950 loss on a guitar. Incredible. Now moving on to our second story, how not to react when your child finds a bit of bone. I was thinking back to an incident that happened when I was a young child. We lived in a harbour town. To either side of the harbour, the coast was lined with giant seaweed-covered, rat-infested boulders. In other words, a brilliant place to play if you were a kid. My N-mum, my narcissistic mum, often brought us there because she could let us loose on the rocks while she sunned herself in peace on a nearby beach. One day, it was in the local newspaper that a man had fallen off one of the piers and died. It happens, the waves are huge sometimes, hence the boulders. Within a week, it was mostly forgotten. My mum brought us down to play on the rocks as usual. I was playing and found what, to my childish mind, was clearly a bit of skull. The edges had been worn down and it had a few tiny barnacle things and bits of weed on it, but I fitted it to my head and it was exactly the same shape. I was very excited. "Look, Mum, I found a bit of skull," I cried out with the sort of innocent glee that only a young child can muster. "I bet it's from the man who died." Of course, my claim was absolute nonsense. I was just looking for drama, trying to get attention. My excitement died as I was verbally berated though for daring to be thrilled with something that I found, thereby interrupting her me time. Still, I was a stubborn little thing and put it in my pocket to take home. A couple or so years later, I mentioned to someone in school, who happened to have normal parents, that I had a bit of skull in my important place, a secret hiding place. She told her parents, who told the police, who sent a very cuddly policewoman down to ask me questions and collect the bit of skull, which I wanted to keep because it made a nice bowl. It turned out that the newspaper had downplayed the details of the man's death and he'd been dashed to death near the boulders where we played. It was indeed a piece of his skull. Trump's current tantrum? Not a patch on the hissy fit that my mum threw. How could I do something so disgusting? Why didn't I tell her? I've ruined her life again. You're legit telling me you found a piece of a dead man's skull who'd been murdered? I presume that. What did you say? You said that they downplayed the details of the man's death. He'd been dashed to death near the boulders where people... You found a dead man's skull and your mum was just like, I don't care. Let me, get a lovely tan. Wow. I'm blown away by that story, honestly. I don't really know what to say. I can't believe she then says, yeah, why didn't you tell me? No, I tried to, Mum, on the actual day that I found this bit of skull. But yeah, honestly, throughout all that story, I was thinking just like OP was thinking, I presume, for years. Yes, I'm joking it was a bit of skull, but in reality, it's probably just a little bit of rock or whatever. But no, it legit was a bit of skull. I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked. Now moving on to our final post. Mother-in-law steals wedding decorations, mad when caught. We were married in a large pre-COVID ceremony in a local, large, beautiful hotel almost 20 years ago. We paid a small fortune for flowers as we got married post-Thanksgiving, pre-Christmas with burgundy and hunter green the colours. We had fresh garland and flowers added to the already provided ribbons and bows on the chairs that were facing the aisle the wedding party walks down, as well as all over the venue. It was absolutely gorgeous. The wedding went perfectly, and the reception even better. My mother-in-law even left her usual fanny pack and drover's coat off for most of it. The problem was the next day. we get a call from the wedding venue saying we needed to pay $1,500 for missing ribbons and bows that were provided. I looked at my husband and we asked if we could find them and return them, would we have to pay? They said no. I asked if I could call them back. They said sure. My husband and I looked at each other and I said we both know who took them. He looked defeated and sighed. Oh, I know. He takes his phone out and calls his mother. Hello? Morning, Mum. Did you take anything from the wedding venue when you left last night? What are you talking about? This is how you greet me on your first day of marriage? Look, we just got a call from the venue that they are missing a large amount of their bows and ribbons that they provided. We owe $1,500 if we can't return them. We can't afford that. We were 19 and 24 years old when married and just bought a house. And see previous posts about the credit card issue. Okay. Look, Mum, I know you have them. Just bring them back. But they belong to you anyway. They're trying to cheat you. No, they provided those. Bring them back now. What's the big deal? They can get the same things at Family Dollar. They're worth $20, not $1,500. Well, then go and buy them at Family Dollar and bring those ones back. And my husband hangs up. She did eventually bring them back in 3 large garbage bags. We took them back and got a lecture. We told them to keep the flowers and garland in exchange for the hassle. If only this was the last of it. We still hear from my mother-in-law about how mean we were. 18 years later. We are pretty much no contact now, except for large family events. So many more stories. Well, OP, if your mother-in-law genuinely thinks that stealing decorations from your wedding is a legitimate thing to do and isn't a big issue, then yes, I would love to hear a lot more about her. So please post some more stories and hit me up because, wow. How could anyone ever think that's a reasonable thing to do? I mean, how would ever actually do that? Is she thinking, like, when she's taking all this stuff down, obviously she knows she's stealing it, right? She can't seriously be thinking that, oh, this is my son's and, you know, his new wife's. Let me take it and just keep a hold of it until they're ready to get it. Like, clearly she's not thinking that. So what is she actually doing? Literally just stealing from the wedding venue or just taking things that she thinks look nice? Literally, it was always going to come back to you and your husband. That's what I don't get, because it was your wedding. If something goes wrong with it and, you know, someone has stolen something, the wedding venue are always going to come to you and say, something's been stolen. It's on your head. It's your party. Obviously, it's your wedding. So how can she be so dumb to not understand that this was obviously going to, you know, come back to bite her in the butt? And also, the fact that you guys both knew it was your mother-in-law before, you know, you'd even found out it was genuinely her proves that she's got a history of doing this and is obviously not someone that can be trusted with things that aren't hers. Entitled Mum demands full refund for a bike her son crashed. A little background. I started working at a bike shop about a month after the lockdown started. Bike shops were still open because supposedly they count as necessary transportation. Anyway, I had barely any school and my MTB team wasn't practicing anymore, so I thought it was a good time to make some dough. I arrived at the bike shop around 9 AM and checked in with the owner/manager. I was only allowed to work at the cash register and some occasional customer service since it was only my second week on the job. The other guys got to work on bikes in the back since a large part of our business was bike repair. The day was going pretty smoothly, 2 people brought their bikes in for repair and one family bought 3 bikes for their kids. But then, dun dun dun, she came in. This lady came in huffing and puffing with her 2 kids being dragged behind her, plus one of the kids' bikes. No mask and all. I'm like, oh God, I can't do this today. So I say to her, could you put your mask on? It's store policy right now. To my surprise, she actually said, oh, sorry, I forgot. Thank you. What can I do for you today? I want to return my son's bike. It doesn't work anymore. Now, we don't allow returns on bikes, but we do have a 1-month warranty that covers minor and easy to fix damages. Sorry, we don't allow returns. We will fix your bike on us though if the warranty is still active. Fine. Okay, we will need a receipt or proof of purchase then. Couldn't you just look my name up? No, I can't. The entitled mum then proceeds to rifle through her purse for 5 minutes trying to find the receipt, and when she does, she slaps it on the counter. There. I take a look at the receipt, and the date on the receipt was from 7 months ago. Sorry, but you bought this bike 7 months ago. So? Well, our warranty only covers 1 month of use. What does that mean? It means we can't fix it for free. Well, why not? I just told you. The entitled mum then says in a very threatening voice, just give me a refund and I'll leave. What? No, the repairs for your bike won't be very much, only around $45. I don't want it fixed anymore, I want my money back. Mom, we don't accept returns on bikes. If you really don't want it anymore, you could just donate it to charity. Oh, I've had it with you. Where's the manager? After she said these fateful words, something even worse happened. I'd forgotten about the kid she had brought in. I heard a loud crash and look up to see one of our bikes that was hanging from the racks on the floor. Her entitled kid said, "Oops. What the heck are you doing? Don't talk to my son like that." I'm trying to recompose myself here. Look, your son just knocked down a $4,000 bike. You are being so rude. My son didn't mean to, right, son? Yeah, it was an accident. My boss then burst out from the back, wondering what the heck was going on. OP, why is that bike on the floor? Well, this lady's son just knocked it down. My boss rushes over to the fallen bike to assess the damage. The freaking frame is cracked. Now, this was a carbon frame bike, which means if the frame's cracked, the bike's done. This kid right here knocked it over? Yep. He only knocked it over because your employee was harassing me. Wait, what? Lady, I don't care why it was knocked over, but I trust my employee more than you, and I'm going with what he said. I won't make you pay the full price of the bike, since only the frame is damaged. I will need $2,000 from you though. What? Why do bikes cost so much? You don't have to pay it right now. We could arrange a deal for monthly payments. I am not paying for anything. You should be paying me for all I've gone through in this shop. My son did nothing wrong. It was your stupid employee who made it fall. What? How did I make it fall? I wasn't even close to the bike. The other kid starts to cry now because of all the yelling. Now look what you've done. The kid starts crying louder. I'm calling the cops for trying to cheat me out of money and harassing me and my kids. I look over to my boss and he kind of shakes his head, telling me just to let the cops come. Once the cops came, she told her bogus story of how we were harassing her and her kids and trying to cheat her out of money. She said I had knocked the bike down and I was lying about damages to get money from her. She also said when she tried to return a non-functional bike, we rejected her. My boss told me to just let her dig her own hole. When the police asked for our side of the story, my boss walked the officers into the back room and of course showed them security footage of her son knocking down the bike. He then explained our return policy and our warranty. Finally, he showed them the damages to the bike that was knocked over, confirming that we were not lying about that. She was arrested and had to pay a bunch more than what she originally would have had to. She also got 2 weeks in jail for resisting arrest and lying to officers. Oh god, just why in this situation would you cause such a fuss? Just pay the $45, it's not even that much. You get a bike that you can actually use. It's like, why not just do the simple thing? Yeah, probably you were hoping that it would be under warranty, although surely in the back of your mind you knew that you're not going to have like 7 months to refund a bike that your son's broken. But $45 to fix it? Surely that's just a no-brainer. Like, just pay the money, move on with your life. Don't mess around, cause your kids to, go into some weird state where they're like worried about what's going on, accidentally knock over a $4,000 bike. Oh my goodness me, then go to prison. Yeah, I mean, I'll ask you guys, yeah? What would you rather do? Pay $45 to get your bike fixed, or pay $2,000 and go to jail? For me, that's quite a hard decision. I have to think about that one, but let me know down below, what would you do? Now for our next story. I met my biological parents today. So for some backstory, I am adopted. My biological parents gave me up at birth. My adopted parents adopted me when I was young, but were always open about my adoption and everything. They never kept anything about it away from me and always told me the truth when I had questions about my adoption. I never had too many questions about my adoption though, as I just wanted to believe that my adopted parents were the people who gave birth to me. I, a 16-year-old girl, had the opportunity to meet my biological parents the other day. It was my choice whether I wanted to or not, and I decided to meet them. I thought that maybe there was a chance that they weren't heartless buttholes, and that maybe they were just falling on hard times and couldn't support a child, and that now they were doing better and wanted to actually form a bond with me. Oh, how wrong I was. My biological and my adopted parents talk it out and set up a date and time to meet up, and my adopted parents relay it all to me to make sure I was okay with everything. For the most part, I was just agreeing with everything because I was nervous not to make a bad first impression. After a little bit of talking and discussing, a time and date had been settled on. Directly 2 weeks from now at a restaurant called Texas Roadhouse, the fanciest restaurant we have where I live. The week before I have to go and meet my biological parents, my adopted mum took me shopping at the mall for some new clothes. I've never been too fond of dresses and stuff, and my adopted mum knew this, and so instead of taking me to some place like Kohl's or Claire's, she took me to Hot Topic and Spencer's, where we found a couple fancy things that I liked and that we thought that my biological parents would like as well. Some time had passed and I was getting ready to meet my biological parents. I put on the clothes and hop into my adopted parents' car so that they could take me. The plan was that my adopted parents would drop me off, and they would hang around the area for a bit so that if something happened, they could get to me quickly. We get there, and after a small pep talk from my adopted parents, we go into the restaurant and meet my biological parents. Right off the bat, as they looked at me, they mumbled stuff under their breath, which I can only assume was about my outfits. My biological parents themselves looked like your typical snooty rich parents, as they were decked out in all types of jewelry, fancy clothes, etc. Already, I was getting a bad vibe from them. We greet each other, and after like a minute, my adopted parents leave so that me and my biological parents could eat and get to know each other. So, me and my biological parents get escorted to a table and sit down. A couple seconds pass, and my biological mother says something. "So, how are you liking your life so far?" It's good. My biological dad then chirps in. "Well, tell us about it." There's not much to tell you about. I live as I presume any normal child would." "Okay, do you have a boyfriend?" I froze at this question. I am lesbian, and although I normally am not afraid to show it, I was this time. My biological parents looked like very judgmental people, and I didn't want to have a bad first impression. After a couple of seconds of silence, I gave the best answer I could. No. I told them I didn't have a boyfriend, which technically wasn't lying. The rest of the day goes pretty much exactly like this, just with a couple typical Karen things thrown in by my mum. She would constantly snap and call over waiters, treat the staff like trash, etc. All of this was pretty bad, and I wanted to call my adopted parents and leave, but for whatever reason, I decided not to. An hour or two of awkward entitlement passes, and just as I was about to finish my food, my biological parents say something I will never forget. "OP, we need your help with something. You have a biological brother who is currently in the hospital. He got into a car crash a couple of days before we contacted you. He needs a kidney transplant, and your dad and I have both offered up ours, but we weren't matches. The only person who does have a match is you. We hope you're willing to give up your kidney for your brother." This broke me. I now knew why they all of a sudden wanted to meet up with me. They didn't want to form a relationship with me or even get to know me. They just wanted to use me to save their actual son. I didn't even know I had a brother, and at that point, I frankly didn't care. I told them no. They abandoned me as a child, and 16 years later, they want me to save a brother I never knew existed? I told them no and just walked out. I walked out of that restaurant and called my adopted parents. My real parents. I told them to come pick me up, and they said they were at the Target right next door to me and said to wait in the car or come look for them in the store. I opted for the car. I didn't want to be around anyone at that point, so I just walked and searched for my adopted parents' car. My biological parents probably came after me, but I don't know that for sure, as when I left the restaurant driveway, I didn't look back. After about 20 minutes in the car crying, my adopted parents come and immediately noticed that I was crying, despite my best efforts to hide it. They asked what was wrong, and I told them everything. They seemed just as annoyed as I was, but they comforted and consoled me nonetheless. I'm glad I'm adopted, because as far as I'm concerned, my real and only parents are my adopted ones. Oh my goodness me, what a trashy couple of people. We actually had a story very similar to this one a couple of weeks ago where a family member contacted a distant relative purely because they needed something from them. In this case, a transplant, like the other story. I mean, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? Firstly, you leave a child, when they're young and just F off and do your own thing. And obviously they have to go into foster care and get adopted and that sort of stuff. Then when you actually need something from them, you contact them saying, oh, I'd love to get back in contact with you. We definitely don't need you for a key organ for our son that we actually love and care about and actually took care of. No, this is a purely friendly thing, not a use thing at all. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, come on. Just think about it. Put yourself in OP's perspective, right? She's probably waited her entire life to meet her biological parents. Obviously, yes, you love your adoptive parents because they are your real parents, of course. But obviously, you'd be interested to know what your biological parents are really like. This was a big deal for OP, but no. Just gets thrown back in their face, asking for a kidney, for Christ's sake. Wow, some people, man. Now moving on to our final post. Entitled Stepmom gets mad at me for having my period, then calls me a skank in front of my dad when I get birth control. Bit of backstory. My periods were insanely painful. I've actually been hospitalized because of them. So when I was around 15, my stepmom and my dad were going to a barbecue for my stepmom's brother. I don't remember the occasion, but it wasn't for anything big. They asked me to come along, and I told them I didn't feel that great, so I was going to stay home. They left, and about 2 hours later, I fell to the floor in complete pain. They were still out, and my dogs found me on the floor. My pitbull stayed next to me while my boxer ran around for someone. Yes, this is important. I texted my dad telling him he needed to come home, but he didn't answer. So I texted my grandma. Hey, Grandma, I think I started my period. Do you have any painkillers? Of course I do. I'm out shopping right now, but I'll drop them off once I'm done here. Okay, thank you. About 5 minutes later, I get a call from my stepmom. The conversation goes as follows. Why did you text your dad that? Because I'm laying on the floor in pain and I can't get up? Why can't you get up? I'm on my period, and this pain wouldn't stop unless I stay curled up in a ball like this. Fine, we are coming home, but don't ever text your dad with that again. Then she hung up. I waited about 15 minutes for them to arrive home. My boxer ran over to them and showed them where I was. My dad picked me up and carried me to my room. My stepmom gets some painkillers, a heating pad, and then tells me to sleep. She was mad the rest of the day and wouldn't even look at me. The next day, we meet my biological mum, and my dad tells her everything that happened. My mum and I decided to start looking into birth control. We found out I can't have the pill due to the fact I have epilepsy, so we heard about how an implant was still in testing and how it wouldn't have an effect, so we went with that one. I told my dad and stepmom that I got birth control to help, and my dad was happy. Then my stepmom says, well, I hope you know that means you can't go around sleeping with everyone. I sat there in shock that she says something like that in front of my dad. I'm demisexual, which means I don't have sexual attractions towards people I have no emotional bond with. So random stranger hookups were out the window. Around dinner time, I still couldn't stop thinking about what she said. My dad knew that something was troubling me and said, she didn't mean it, That's not how it meant to come out. I believe my dad, of course. This was mistake number 1. When dinner was finally served, she kept giving me dirty looks and looked at the food like I gave her a severed human head to eat. Did OP help make any of this? Everything except the vegetables that you made. My dad wanted me to grow up to be the cook in my family. My stepmom then proceeds to only eat the vegetables. Like I'm going to give her some sort of disease because I got birth control. I ate about half my food and then cleaned up. My dad apologized for her, but I didn't believe it. Yo, any of you watching right now, do you have step parents that you just despise? Like you just don't get on with them well at all, despite getting on with your biological parent really well? I don't know, like if your biological parents have divorced and they now have new partners, how do you get on with those people? Because I find it really strange that your dad and your mum, biological dad and mum, OP, in this story, seem like nice, normal people that would help you out if you were in severe pain. But I mean, for some reason, your dad has chosen now to go off with this other woman who just seems horrible, right? How can someone, be happy with one woman, your mother, who seems completely nice, and then move on to somebody else like this, who clearly is a horrible person? You don't get on with them very well at all, and I'm sure your dad knows that. Like having to apologize for your new wife to your own daughter, It's very, very strange. And surely there are like loads of like red flags that are going off in his head right now, or just right in front of his eyes. I don't know. But yeah, let me know down below, guys, if any of you have been in this sort of situation, because I imagine it's actually more common than I think, to be honest. So yeah, I want to hear your horror stories of your step parents, or maybe you have an amazing step parent. I don't know. Maybe you have an amazing one, and if that is the case, then you're lucky, because you're in a better situation than OP in this story, that is for sure. Entitled Mum tries to shoot my eye out at a paintball park. So, me and my dad, mostly me, are really into paintball. I got a Go4 and a new freak kit for my birthday, and I like to be comfortable when I'm playing, meaning I don't really like to wear winter clothing while playing. So my dad and I thought we should just wait for spring to roll around, meaning now, before we went to play paintball. Oh, and by the way, a Go4 is a pretty cool paintball gun. As me and my dad are entering the pro shop at the paintball place, an entitled mum comes up to me and asks if I would go easy on her two kids, Entitled Kid 1 and Entitled Kid 2. I say sure, because I could tell they were younger than me and that they were new to paintball. Me and my dad are filling up our pods and hoppers so we can start heading down to the field to play. But again, the entitled mum came up to me and my dad to ask if we could give them some paints. Could we have a case or two of your paint, please? Sorry mum, but me and my dad are planning to use all of our cases of paints. Now the entitled mum's husband, the sweet dad of this story, said, Ginny, we should be fine. We can always buy more if we need any more. But they have so much paint though, they aren't going to use all of it. Now, may I remind you that me and my dad are really into paintball, so we usually get 6 cases of paint to last us the whole day. My dad says, if we have any left over at the end of the day, we will give the rest of the paint to you. The entitled mum though snarled at us in disgust, like we just peed on each other right in front of her. Skip an hour and 30 minutes or so, and me and my dad are on the opposite team of this family. Now, call me annoying, but I wanted to get the mum out as disrespectfully as I could, but in a way that is deemed sportsmanlike. Now, at this paintball park, bunkering, when you shoot someone up close, was allowed, and I plan to use it to my fullest extent. As I'm playing, the two entitled kids are not calling a single hit and are wiping off the paint marks. I get annoyed and I go for the hand, because being shot in the hand is one of those spots you don't want to get hit, along with your boobs, crotch, neck, and eye. The first entitled kid starts crying and a referee takes him out of the match. The mum was fuming. She started to walk towards me, and as soon as she was 20 feet away, I popped 3 in her leg and 1 on her mask. The ref pulled her out of the match and the game ended. As we return to the safe zone, the second entitled kid finds a Go2 paintball gun and starts to fake shoot people with it. I snatched it away from him and tell him to never point guns at things. The kid then said to me, "Can I use your gun, please?" No, my gun's important to me and it's also very expensive. I don't want anything to happen with it. Oh my god, I'm just looking up how much a Go4 costs, the paintball gun. It's over £1,000, so that's like almost $1,500. That is an expensive paintball gun. Yeah, I'm not surprised you don't want to let this kid borrow it. But the kid continues, "I want to use the gun now." The dad though intervenes. "Son, let's go over there and look at the other matches." "No, I want to use the gun." Then the entitled mum rolls up. "Why won't you just let him use the gun?" My dad says, "I just got it for him for his birthday, and this is brand new and quite expensive. We just don't want to run any risk of damage." Completely reasonable, by the way. "Oh, come on. Our guns cost like $50 each. Your gun isn't expensive at all. It's just like all the others." The game was about to start, but I realized the first entitled kid had taken my mask. HK Army something, I forget. Probably quite expensive as well, I'm not gonna lie. As I'm chasing the kid around the safe zone, the second kid then shoots me 8 times under my eye with his paintball gun. I turned around to see the entitled mum helping her hexspawn shoot me. I snapped. Me and my dad both said, "What the F are you doing? I could have lost an eye or worse, and you're just helping your son do this to me? The actual F are you doing, lady?" The 2 kids start to cry, and the entitled mum was crying too. A ref came over to see what the problem was, and the entitled mum tried to play the victim by saying that I was framing them by rubbing paint on my face to make it look like they shot me. I swear, their sweet dad gathered up all his strength to say that his wife and son did it and that he was done with her. the cops were called by me and my dad, and we pressed charges against the entitled mum, and our court date is being decided. And yes, we gave all of our paint to the sweet dad at the end of the day. Seriously, lady, that is one of the golden rules of paintball. You do not shoot anyone with your paintball gun when you're not in the match and when the referees haven't started the round, especially when someone doesn't have their mask on. That is so dangerous. I mean, look, normally a paintball gun shot to your body, even without protection, without, arm or whatever, it's going to hurt, obviously, but it's not going to put you in serious danger. It's just going to, bruise probably. But to the eye, that is completely different. That can obviously take your eye out. I mean, so many things can take your eye out. A paintball gunshot obviously is going to be one of those things that's seriously dangerous. Why try to do that? I mean, even if it happens in an accident, that should never happen, because you should never be, in a position to shoot your gun when you're not in the actual game, in the arena. But actually aiming for someone's eye and then saying afterwards that they faked it by rubbing paint on their eye. My God, like, that's so dangerous. Seriously. Oh, wow. I'm just happy, OP, that, you actually got out of that with your eyes still intact, because for a second there, I was really scared for your eyes. Now moving on to our next post. 3rd grade art critic. Hi, everyone. Yesterday, I read a story here that kind of reminded me of this event that happened back when I, a 35-year-old female, was in the 3rd grade, about 9 years old. It was around Halloween, and during class, we had a lot of small Halloween art projects to do. Making ghosts, small decorations, you know the drill. Now, in my particular classroom, we had our regular teacher, and there was a student teacher as well. I can't remember the name of the student teacher anymore, so I'll call her Karen, and my regular teacher will just be teacher. The student teacher didn't do much of the teaching at this time. I think she was early on in her program, so she mostly just supervised the classroom. For the most part, up to this point, I liked her just fine, and me being me, I really wanted to impress her and be noticed. I was a quiet kid, and was picked on quite a lot, so as a result, I didn't really have any friends. I was very lonely. So one day, leading up to Halloween, we're given an assignment to take black construction paper as a background and use other color contrition paper to cut out Halloween-type objects, ghosts, pumpkins, etc., to make a haunted house picture out of the cutouts. In my school, there was a hallway that everyone traveled through daily to get to one side of the school and the other. So sometimes exceptional work would be hung there to be observed by other members of the school. A kind of bragging wall, if you will. So we were told if we did really well, some of our pictures would be hung in this hallway. I was super excited. Here was a chance for me to stand out as something other than a loser. For background, I never understood, and I still don't know why I was singled out by my entire grade to be picked on. My family didn't have a lot of money, so I never got to wear cool clothes or anything, but I didn't look poor or anything. I was well cleaned and kept, but for some reason, I lost on the friend lottery. This continued to happen till about the 7th grade, where I finally met some nicer kids, and I've been friends with them ever since. Anyways, I go to work making my project. Karen, the student teacher, walks around the classroom looking at everyone's art and admiring their work, giving pointers and generally making the other kids feel good about their work. Eventually, Karen goes to sit at her desk as students bring up their finished work to see. I'm working hard, and I've made what I thought was a cold house with lots of ghosts, pumpkins, bats, a full moon, the works, or at least what little 3rd grade me could do. Eventually, I get it to where I want the work to be, and I nervously bring it up to the student teacher to see. I was so excited to find out what she would say about mine. My desk was actually in front of hers, so I'd heard all the nice comments she'd made to the other kids. I hand her my work, and she gives the following critique. Well, OP, I have to say that if I were to select this one to hang in the hallway, I'd be completely embarrassed to have this represent our class. I was crushed. I sadly took my picture back, and nodding my head, I sat down in my seat and cried. I was heartbroken. I'd worked so hard, and she thought it was terrible. My actual teacher then came up to me and asked me what was wrong. She asked me if it was something Karen had said. But me, for some reason, not wanting to get her in trouble, I was a real pushover, said no and continued to cry, but more silently. Now sadly, this story has no happy ending. It was from this moment that I believed I couldn't draw and do any art and completely gave up on it. I look back and I wish I'd said something or stood up for myself, but I was such a lonely and sad kid, I guess I wanted to do anything to feel accepted. I'm better now. I still have no art skill because I never worked on it again, but I think because of my experience, I'll learn how to, hopefully, raise my son to be a stronger person than I was. Time will tell. My goodness me, what a terribly sad story. And you can see, right, at the end of that story, the effects that that teacher still has on OP today, just because of the way she's worded it at the end. It makes me realize that, wow, the actions of that teacher 26 years ago are still impacting this person's life today. She's still, right now, at the age of 35, is thinking that, oh, I should have done something differently. It was potentially a little bit my fault for, not standing up to this teacher, not saying to the real teacher that it was the student teacher who'd made her feel so bad. But it's got nothing to do with that. That's completely the wrong way to look at it, in my opinion, and it just shows how much this teacher has had a negative impact on OP's life. You're 9 years old. That's not your fault that your own teacher is putting you down like that and saying your work is trash. What a horrible thing to do, the complete opposite thing that you'd want your teacher to do. Even if your work is bad, fair enough if it is. It doesn't matter. You're 9 years old. A teacher can't go abusing their 9-year-old students for working hard and making something that, yeah, maybe it's not amazing art, but they put their all into it and they're trying. Why then go and ruin their dreams? As OP said, she now hasn't, done much artwork for the rest of her life because of that comment, and it's really affected her self-esteem. She could have been a great artist, who knows? Nobody starts out drawing as a little kid being incredible at art, do they? I mean, yes, people are talented, but a lot of artists, they hone their craft over years and years, do loads of lessons with supportive teachers, and they get good at art once they're, 15, 20 plus. Not 9. Do you know any 9-year-olds that are exceptional at art and are, selling paintings all over the world? No, because it's pretty much impossible. This teacher has annoyed me, seriously. I mean, I don't really mind people being entitled because you can get over that, but ruining a kid's life and making them feel bad about themselves and still questioning what they did 26 years ago when they're 35 years old, when it wasn't their fault, that's unbelievable, and that teacher should know better. Entitled mum lets her son destroy a 100-year-old antique table. I, a 24-year-old woman, previously posted in r/childfree about one of my mother's younger friends, an entitled mum in her early 40s, who I first knew as carefree and wonderful until she had her first kids. That child ended up being a complete brat with her mother's encouragement. But the entitled mum had another child, a son, who's now 4 years old, who I kind of liked because he wasn't as intense as his older sibling. As of last night, that has changed. For context, my mother's greatest joy in life, other than her kids, is antiquing. She dresses every room in her house very carefully and will stop at every vintage shop around to find a piece of furniture, sometimes using road trips to find new antique stores and examine what's inside. I used to hate going with mum to these stores, but since she took all 3 of us kids and told us that these used to belong to other people, I think it gave us an early respect for other people's things. We were never the kids to break stuff or jump on furniture in our homes or anyone else's, and I'm pretty sure that that contributed to it. When she was pregnant with my oldest sibling in 1990, mum found a small circular wooden table with 3 curved legs topped with a circle of marble. The shop proprietor told her it was 70 years old, so she bought it for a song, shined it up, and stuck it in her living room, where it immediately became a staple of our house. The coffee table lasted her through 3 kids' college graduations, a move in 2000, and countless family parties and events. Still shiny and looking new and gorgeous. It's as much a part of the family now as any of us kids. Now to last night. The entitled mum's birthday recently occurred. So, since she'd given mum a birthday celebration last month, mum decides to return the favour, inviting the entitled mum, her husband, and their kids to our house for lobster. Already, I'm not a fan of this. Whenever the entitled mum and her kids come over, my mum makes a serious effort to give the kids something fun to do while the adults talk. We have a collection of colouring books, blocks, dolls, Legos, puzzles, action figures, and a TV in the basement from when my siblings and I were growing up, and mum even bought them some new toys herself. But inevitably, the kids would play down there for 2 minutes and then come to their mum to complain that they're bored, then proceed to wreak havoc on our house. My parents, who the entitled mum sees as her kids' aunt and uncle, have warned the kids many times not to jump on things, but they do not listen. The oldest kid is also very combative and likes to pull hair and hit people, as I learned firsthand, and broke a holiday decoration given to my dad by his late mother. Of course, the entitled mum coddles her kids and coos that they're the best in the world and all that BS. I've told my mum repeatedly that I don't want to be around the kids or their parents, but she brushes it off. In fact, she likes to tease me for not interacting with the entitled mum and not coming downstairs when she visits, and says that the entitled mum shouldn't get in the way of me living my life. I live with my folks and I'm invited to attend the party, but I make my usual choice of opting out. Since I've just finished the first week of a new job, I intend to celebrate with a date at the bookstore and a night with friends. But yesterday morning, as I was preparing to leave, Mum asked why I was going to leave her to deal with the two kids by herself. I told her that I wasn't going to let them get in the way of me living my life. She laughed and wished me a good day, and I left. My day was wonderful. I spent the morning and early afternoon at my favourite bookstore, the evening with my friends at a wine bar, and the night with them at a karaoke room. I come home around 11:30 that night and enter from a door in our sunroom, where my parents are asleep on the couch watching TV. I wake them up, tell them about my day, and they seem genuinely happy it went so well. To be polite, I ask how the party went. My folks get quiet and look at each other, and my mother, sounding very drained, tells me to go into the living room, the next room over. Confused, I look through the doorway and immediately see why. The beautiful table, now a century old, is broken. Its 3 curved wooden legs were bisected and splintered. There's a small crack in the marble top, and a collection of wood shards litter the carpet. What happened? I asked. Earlier that day, around 6:30 p.m, my dad and the entitled mum's husband went to pick up my grandpa, plus a steamer for the lobster. While they were away, Mum had worked to settle the kids into the basement and reminded them not to jump on anything, then gone to the living room to converse with the entitled mum. As they are talking, my mother leaves to go to the restroom at the other end of the house. She stops in the kitchen before returning and hears a crash in the living room. Mum runs in, and lo and behold, the 4-year-old son had become bored, come upstairs to the living room, and started jumping on furniture, including the ancient table, while his entitled mum just watched. My mother is predictably horrified and stares as the entitled mum examines her son for injuries and reassures my mum that the kid is fine. Mum gets sick to her stomach, takes the son aside and tells him in a serious but not yelling voice that Auntie is very disappointed in him and that he knows the rules at my house. The entitled mum overhears and berates my mum, telling her that she is the only one who can speak that way to her kids, before cuddling her son and telling him that he's going to be okay. Mum then outright asks the entitled mum if she herself told the kids not to jump on furniture at our house. She replies casually, "No, I didn't tell them not to." The husbands return and all 3 men are shocked. The entitled mum's husband immediately offers to pay a carpenter to fix the table, which my mother accepts. Dinner goes on, but it's cold and impersonal between mum and the entitled mum. This morning, the entitled mum, her son, and the husband came by our house to give mum a bouquet of flowers, an apology, and the number of a carpenter who they'll pay for. She puts on a smile and says thank you, but she's very upset nonetheless. My dad doesn't want the kid in our house again until he's older. Mum says she'll be keeping her distance from the entitled mum for the time being, since she can't teach her kids to respect other people's property or discipline them properly. My heart breaks for my mum. I don't plan on having kids, but if you do, please teach them at an early age to respect other people and their things. Oh yeah, look, I mean, you can obviously get this kind of like semi-repaired. I don't think it'll be by a carpenter, but by someone that knows what they're doing. I'm sure they can do a good job on it and, you know, get it close to how it was before. But this is an antique. You know, you're never gonna get it in that perfect condition that it was in before this idiot of a son. Sorry, I don't blame the kid. This idiot of a mother let her son jump on it and just destroy it. Like, why go through all the hassle of letting your kid jump on furniture when you know your friend is massively into antiques anyway, and these items of furniture can't just be replaced like that? It's not as if it's like some desk from IKEA. No, it's 100 years old, by the way. Why just not tell your kid in the first place to not do these things and avoid the hassle of him obviously breaking things? He's 4 years old. He's gonna do that if you don't tell him not to. Come on, it's so like illogical, I don't get it. Right then, now moving on to our second story of today's episode, entitled entitled parent throws coffee on me when I'm half her age. So, this happened years ago now, at my first job, but I figured I'd finally post it. It remains, to this day, 17 years later, the worst customer experience I've ever had. So, 15-year-old me has their first job at an amusement park. I worked in the games department, and this day I was working one where you fish magnets out of the water that moves around. Pick up yellow, you get a small prize. Pick up a red magnet, you get a medium one. You pick up both red and yellow, it counts as yellow, you get a small prize, and shaking the magnets off to try again gets you banned from the park for cheating at the games. People, needless to say, don't realize this. So the first time, we always just tell people, hey, just so you're aware, shaking the magnets off can be considered cheating. So for next time, make sure you just leave them on. Okay, now we get to the main story. So, an entitled kid who is about 9 or 10 and his entitled mum, who is early to mid-30s, walk up to the booth, and my co-worker takes the money, gives the kid the stick with a magnet, and goes to help someone on the other side, while I'm restocking our medium price display. The kid goes for a red magnet, and catches about 6 yellow magnets instead. Well, he doesn't want a small prize, obviously. So, he looks at my co-worker, grins when he sees she isn't paying attention to him, and starts shaking them off. I, however, did see, so I grabbed the small prize bin, walk over, and put my hand on the stick, not on him. Okay, go ahead and pick your small prize. Just so you know, too, shaking the magnets off can be considered cheating. So for, excuse me, the entitled mum interrupts, how dare you accuse my son of cheating? He doesn't cheat. Oh, sorry, she then starts to yell. He would never cheat, you frickin' dog. How dare you accuse him of that? He's a good boy, you little idiot. I'm getting you 5 for this, you little frickin' female dog. She takes the lid off her cup while yelling at me. I hadn't noticed at the time because I was 15 getting screamed at by a random adult and threw her half-full coffee at me. It wasn't burning hot, but it was still warm. By this point, of course, other workers in nearby games had more than noticed, along with a small group of adults who were playing the games too. She seemed to realize she probably shouldn't have thrown the coffee when I burst into tears and just started sobbing on the spot. I mean, I was 15 and at the time not emotionally stable by any stretch. So she grabs her entitled kid's arm and drags him off, throwing the small prize back into the booth without aiming. I'm honestly not sure where it landed as I wasn't in a good state. Must have been Texas then, I guess. Okay, can I say that? No. The co-worker at the whack-a-mole station ran back to call security since we had a phone behind the whack-a-mole booth. And the people at the milk jug toss and scatterball stations ran over to help me out of the booth, with the co-workers at our booth, and into where the phone also was, to get me out of the public eye while security came and took everyone's descriptions of the entitled mum. Fortunately, no one had left and security got to us fast. The entitled mum was caught up with soon enough, as they did a park-wide search, and took her name and picture for the do not admit list. I didn't think to press any charges at the time. In retrospect, I wish I had. I went home early too, since I couldn't stop crying until long after my dad picked me up. He got me ice cream later and watched a really bad horror movie with me. It was our dad-daughter thing. Unfortunately, I'd had the following couple of days off anyways. I have never forgotten this incident, and it remains my worst customer service experience. Though hardly the only time I've been yelled at, it is the only time I've been physically assaulted on the job. Wherever Karen is these days, I hope she realizes what a monster she is. But I doubt that. She'd be in her late 40s or early 50s by now, and now that I'm the age she was at the incident, I cannot even imagine yelling like that at someone half my age over something so minuscule. Yeah, OP, I'm not surprised that you wouldn't do something like that right now. I mean, I wouldn't either, and I doubt that you watching right now would do it either, because it's ridiculous. Throwing a coffee over a 15-year-old girl because you're annoyed at a game at a theme park. Are you dumb? Well, to answer my own question, yes, she is. There's a reason none of us would do it. It's because we're not really stupid Karens. Like, yeah, you can be annoyed if you want because the game rules are slightly confusing, I do admit. But doing that? No way. No way. And now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Cult talkers think they can scare me out of my new home. I should give you guys just a little backstory on how I ended up in this situation. I grew up in Scientology. My parents joined back in 1991 and moved to the States to be involved more than they could from the UK. In 2015, when I was 15, I joined the Sea Org and signed a billion-year contract. I know how insane that is, but it was something my parents were pressuring me to do because they thought it would allow me to be the best Scientologist I could be. But last August, I saw my opportunity to leave and I took it. I was sent out with a group of other Sea Org members to confront some people who had been declared as suppressive people, SPs, who were outside the building. One of them said they had a permit to film some stuff in the streets, and since it was public that we couldn't stop them, and that it was in the car parked about 5 minutes away from where we were. One of the women I'd come out with told me to go with the guy and check it out, so I did. When we got round the corner, I told the guy I wanted to leave, but hadn't been able to because there was always someone watching. He suggested that maybe, since we were out of sight, maybe we could get into his car and he would drive me to a hotel, get me a room so I could plan where I could go after a couple of days. I took the opportunity and I got into his car. I finally felt so much freedom that I'd never felt before. He, as it turns out, had also been a Scientologist and had escaped from Gold Base years ago, so he understood my situation very well. Now, once I figured out that I wanted to go to Washington, he got in contact with some friends of his who were able to get me there without Scientology having any way of tracing my movements. And I've been here ever since. I live in a nice neighborhood, well, at least to where I had been before, and I've managed to get a job working in a coffee shop. I've been so happy to be free, but I never fully stopped looking over my shoulder. I know the policies regarding people like me, and I've been keeping an eye out for them ever since I left. 2 months ago, I noticed that a car with tinted windows was following me. I knew it was down to Scientology. They'd somehow found out where I'd moved and were trying to gather information on me. Last week, they finally knocked on my door. Even though I knew it was going to happen sooner or later, I was shaking. My neighbor, who's always been really kind to me, was over. She comes over sometimes just to check on me, and she'll bring me food if she feels like I haven't eaten properly. She's basically been like a mum to me, and I love her for it. I opened the door and things got really uncomfortable real fast. It was a couple of entitled stalkers from the Scientology group standing in front of me. Your parents have been worried about you, and you're hiding out here. Why? I'm not hiding. I just don't want to be in a cult anymore. Liar. You are a criminal. You broke your contract and you fled. You are evil. My kind neighbor then comes to the door and interrupts. Hold on a minute, stop shouting. OP is not evil and she's free to live her life as she pleases. Now leave her property or I will call the police. The second entitled stalker holds a camera pointed at my face. You are a suppressive person. You may not set foot in any Scientology building again. If you do, we will have you charged with harassment. I was confused by this. But you're the ones who tracked me down. I know the policies. I know I'm an SP. I know about being disconnected with my family. So what do either of us gain from you being here? My neighbor said, put the camera down. No. My neighbor then closes the door in their faces and goes to close the curtains, as I told her that they would probably try filming through my windows. I went and closed all other curtains in my home, and after my neighbor left, I locked my doors too. They are still watching my house from a car across the street, and I feel uncomfortable about going outside. I know what methods can be used by Scientologists who are fair gaming an SP. I know now, after watching Going Clear and Leah Remini's show, that my experience with them after leaving is tame, but it's still pretty creepy. Why they feel entitled to follow people around to a point where I'm basically a prisoner in my own home, I don't know. But I wish they'd leave me alone. I'm not sure what information they've gathered on me, but I know whatever it is will have been sent back, and it will be used against me in some way. But until they try and use it, I have no way to really do anything. If anyone has any advice, please let me know. Oh my God, OP, I'm so sorry that you're in this situation. This is so effed. Like, my God. Guys, put yourself in OP's shoes for a moment. There are people across the street in a car, perma watching his gaff. What the heck? Like, you've done amazingly to escape in the first place. I have to commend you for that. What bravery, great quick thinking to get out of there, in the chance that you could. Fantastic. But now to feel like you're being watched for the rest of your life, always having to watch over your shoulder, like, oh my God, man. What is this? I need to do some more research into Scientology as a whole. Guys, if you know more about this cult and, what they do and their practices and how they clearly stalk people who leave, comment down below and enlighten me, because I don't know too much, I've got to be honest. I'm going to do some more research as soon as I finish recording this video, if I'm completely honest. But wow, what would you advise him to do right now? OP, that is. I don't know what you can do. Call the police? Apart from that, I've got nothing. But I don't really think that the police are going to be able to do much. The car's just going to drive away. Then it will come back. What can OP do? My father won't let me dye my hair, but lets my siblings. Ever since I was 8, I've wanted to cut my hair, dye it, and just change it in general. My parents, however, are extremely strict and never let me do anything more than trim my hair. They let me cut it when I was 5 and 9, but since then I haven't cut it or changed anything about it. I'm 19 years old now, and my hair has taken me 10 years to grow to my lower back. I'm the oldest of 6 kids, and just recently graduated high school. Since my siblings were young, I've been kind of like a third parent. My parents asked me for money for gas, electricity, water, etc. I've also always been the one that my parents use as a therapist, babysitter, and would oftentimes take the money I'd earn from beading hats, babysitting, or even just money I was gifted. When the stimulus checks came out, I had a claim to my money, but they wouldn't give it to me. Then, my nation gave out checks to its people, and when asked, I had to give my money over. I thought they'd use the money for the house or things like that, but they used the money on a trip to Florida with our family. Growing up, my parents were extremely strict. In school, my father hated it if I brought home a grade less than 95%, and I'd usually get in trouble if I did. My siblings? Same thing. I nearly failed 5th grade and was grounded for months. I wasn't even allowed to have electronics, like a DS, iPod, or phone. My screen time was always limited to Mahjong and Solitaire on our family Mac computer. That means no social media, no real way of contacting people. I wasn't even able to have an email until I was 9, and even then, they had to have every single password I had. My siblings, on the other hand, were able to have more freedom online than I did. They got electronics given to them, where I had to actually pay for my first 3DS. I was given my first phone with service when I was 17 because they couldn't get a hold of me after a football game. Again, they needed the password and I couldn't keep anything private. My siblings were again not given the same rules. It makes me absolutely angry how my parents have this awful double standard. Now, my siblings always get their haircuts and get to change their style. I was told to keep mine long for my senior pictures because my family is native and they wanted pictures in my regalia. For those who don't know, a regalia is a native ensemble for our ceremonies, powwows, and other such things. I was gifted the regalia for a graduation present. My family wanted pictures, but it hasn't happened yet. I've asked my parents to let me dye it or cut it since then, but they don't want my unnatural hair in my regalia photos, which I understood. From my understanding, my siblings had the same rules as me, and wouldn't be able to cut it after a certain point, and would have to grow it out like I did. That is, until today. My sibling, 16 years old, let's call him Ethan, sent a picture of him and my sister, Kate, 14, getting their hair cut and dyed. It was cut to their shoulders and dyed blue and purple. Instantly, I felt jealous. Why were my siblings allowed to cut their hair? I asked my father, but I never could. I said to him, why would you let Ethan cut his hair if I couldn't until my senior pictures? Well, they're younger than you, and they'd asked us to do this for them as a birthday gift. You could have too if you'd just asked us. I've asked you and Mum several times over the past several years, and you always told me to wait until my senior pictures were done. And you still won't let me. We won't let you because we're waiting to get your regalia photos done. Well, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. I've been waiting 10 years to cut my hair. The girls haven't had the same rules. That's not fair. They still have a few years to grow their hair. It doesn't matter. Okay, fine. Well, Ethan is graduating next year. That is 1 year to grow his hair out and be an unnatural colour. That's literally impossible. It's not fair for you to say that I can't cut or dye my hair, but he can. Well, it's just hair. It doesn't matter. Right, so if I cut and dye my hair right now, you wouldn't care? No, you can't. You're not allowed until you get pictures done. Now I'm angry at this point. That is BS. You can't say I can't do something and then turn around, let my siblings, who are younger, still in school, and literally let them do whatever. I'm cutting it and dyeing it. If you want pictures, I'll do them with my dyed hair. I then walked to my room and just started typing this story. I don't know what to think. On one hand, I'm upset that my parents are being absolute hypocrites and not holding my siblings to the same standard. On the other hand though, I do feel bad because I guess I understand that since I just got my regalia, they want me to look traditional. I need help. What do you guys think? Wow, interesting story there. Yeah, like OP, I completely agree that until your dad said that your other siblings were getting treated differently in regards to their hair and what they need to do for graduating, growing it out, and respecting tradition of their family, etc., I was on board with it. You know, it makes sense. If your parents really want you to have a certain hairstyle, a traditional hairstyle that, you know, your family have had throughout the ages for your regalia, then that makes sense to me. The difference is though, when it becomes clear that your other siblings just have different rules for them. Why is that? I don't know. It's just favoritism, isn't it, really? Those of you that have been around on my channel for a long time now, a very, very long time, may remember ages ago that I told you all about the fact that I had dyed my hair back in the day, maybe 3-4 years ago now, a while ago, platinum blonde. I thought it looked alright, to be fair, although it was for a dare. But anyway, thankfully, my parents didn't say, oh my god, no, you can't do that or I'm going to disown you. They just let me do it. Sweet. Alright then, now moving on to our second entitled parent story. Entitled parents wouldn't accept a solution and gets banned from water park forever. This happened a couple of years ago, but it still makes me shake my head. I, a 19-year-old female, had a job working at a water park dispatching rides. Some of the rides required a guest to get a tube at the bottom of the ride and carry it up to the top. Water park employees know that only certain tubes can be used on certain rides. If you use the wrong tube on the wrong ride, you're asking for people to be injured. The ride I was working had water jets that exploded from the bottom of the ride, so the tubes had to be very durable. Anyway, an entitled mum and her entitled kids are waiting in line. I can see that they've grabbed the wrong set of tubes from the bottom of the ride. They have clear tubes, which are not nearly durable enough for this ride, when they needed reinforced blue tubes. I go over to the mum and explain that she has the wrong tube for this ride. One of the correct tubes is placed next to the entrance to the ride, so it's pretty clear which tube goes to which ride. I tell her that when she gets to the front of the line, she'll need to step to the side and I can have a worker run down and grab some correct tubes for them. She can still go on the ride, someone just needs to bring her the right tubes. But the entitled mum doesn't acknowledge me at all. Anyway, she gets to the front of the line and tries to sit in her tube to go down the ride. Mom, I'm sorry, this isn't the correct tube, I say. I've radioed to have someone bring the correct tube up for you and your party, but I can't let you ride down in this tube. It's not safe and you could get hurt. Please, stand to the side until your tubes get here. I waited in line, she said. You can't tell me what to do. I'm going down the ride. Get the F out of my way. You can't go down the ride in this tube. It's not safe. Get the F out of my way, you female dog. Then, the crazy part. She throws the tube at my face. It's bulky and not heavy, so I can easily dodge it, but now I have to call security too. My manager is the person who was trekking the tubes up, and upon hearing my call for security, he drops the tubes and comes sprinting to me. The entitled mum is now destroying the landscaping around the top of the ride and is encouraging her kids to join in. How dare this dog make us wait? This idiot won't let you on the ride. Now guys, I'm 19. I'm not paid to put myself in harm's way, so I do nothing to stop her or her kids. She's literally pulling out grass and spitting in my general direction. I picked up the tube she threw and I'm sitting on it on the side of the ride. The entitled kids, of course, join in and are spitting in my general direction and ripping up dirt and plants. I'm 10 feet away, so no spit got near me. And that is how this entitled mum and her entitled kids got banned from the park forever. The tube she needed, which the manager was carrying up, were literally 10 stairs away from her. It was around a curve, so she couldn't see them. Yeah, stories like this I'll just never get in my life, guys. I'm sorry. Seriously, like, what's the maximum amount of waiting time going to be there? Maybe 2 or 3 minutes maximum?
Does it really matter that much that you have to wait 2 or 3 minutes to enable yourself to go down the ride? And also, OP, who by the way is an employee at this water park, has just told you it might be very dangerous if you go down in the wrong tube. You're there with your kids. Why would you put them in unnecessary danger? Just have a little bit of patience, go down the slide in the correct tube, and have a nice time. It's so strange.
I'm not going to risk my job because you want an obscene amount of cereal. I work at a supermarket, and one of our regular customers is a woman who comes in with her 2 kids and buys an absolutely obscene amount of cereal whenever it's on sale. Now, when I say an obscene amount, I don't mean 10 to 20 boxes at a time. No, she's not here for math word problem level amounts of cereal. She comes in and buys anywhere from 50 to 300 boxes at a time. Her and her kids usually come to the backroom door with 3 shopping carts and ask for 9 to 15 cases of cereal, depending on how much we have left in stock. She's gotten denied service a few times, like the time she tried to buy an entire pallet of cereal, 5 boxes per transaction, the day before Thanksgiving. Management cut her off after 18 transactions. That's 90 boxes because her order was holding up the lines for 3 of our 7 operational registers. 3 of our registers were broken at the time. The stock department manager absolutely despises this and has told the woman on multiple occasions that if she's going to purchase more than 3 cases of cereal, she has to call a few days before she comes in so he can order extra cereal. But she always claims that she won't know what she'll need until she comes in, and refuses to. This happened to me on a Sunday when I was the only person working in my department. I had just finished emptying the baler when Cereal Lady poked her head into the storage room. "Hey, could you get me some cereal?" she asked. I scanned our sale pallets and she said, "It's on the 2nd level of the scaffolding." The scaffolding she was talking about is the same kind of scaffolding you would see at a wholesale club like Costco, Sam's Club, or BJ's Wholesale. So I told her, "Unfortunately, I can't get that down for you. I'm not authorized to use the equipment needed to get that down." She then asked, "Is there anyone who can get that down for me?" And I responded, "Unfortunately, I'm the only one on at the moment. The full-timer who normally works alongside me on Sundays has the day off." She sighed and asked, "Well, could you just do it for me this one time?" And I responded with, "No, I'm not authorized to use the machine needed to get that down." And she said, "Seriously, you can't just do it this one time?" And I told her, "No, I can't do it this one time. I'm not allowed to use the machinery, nor do I know how to use it. If I get caught using that equipment, I won't only lose my job, but I could potentially face legal trouble and steep fines should I damage something or injure myself." She huffed, then went, "Fine, I'll just get front-end manager. He'll do it for me." A few minutes later, the front-end manager walked into the storeroom with the woman in tow. "Hey OP, are you authorized to use the power lift?" To which I responded, "Nope." So he asked, "Is our full-time co-worker here yet?" And I replied, "He's off today and my brother already left for the day. My brother actually works in the same department as me and is authorized to use the power pallet jacks." The front-end manager turns to the cereal lady and says, "I'm sorry, but that product is unavailable for today. There's no one who can get that down." The cereal lady then shrieked, "You're a manager and you can't get that down for me?" And the front-end manager responded with, "Well, I wasn't trained on that equipment because this isn't my department and therefore I'm not allowed to operate it. You're going to have to come back tomorrow if you want some." The cereal lady then stormed back to the cereal aisle without another word. I haven't seen her since that day, and my department manager has since started storing the cereal pallets on the same side as the storage room door, so she can't poke her head in and demand 15 cases of cereal without calling a few days in advance. So you're seriously telling me that this lady who bought 50 to 300 boxes of cereal at a time wasn't aware of when she would run out of cereal? You don't know when you're down to your last pack when you normally buy 50 to 300 boxes.
Are you stupid? How is that possible? How? Like, clearly, cereal is such a big part of this woman and her family's life. They go through so much of it. How often are they shopping, by the way? That's my first question. Are they going every week to buy 300 boxes? I mean, how much are your kids eating? That's the first point I have to raise. Secondly, like, how do you not know when you're coming to the end of your massive stock? I don't get it. If cereal plays such an important role in your life, surely you would know when you need to go and buy some more. It's a bada. What is that? Alright then, now moving on to our second story of today's episode. Entitled Parents Wants a Refund on Students' Dining Plan. A few days ago, we had freshman orientation at the college where I work. I was in a dining hall when this particular event happened. Note that all meals were comped by the college this past week, so no one was paying for anything. Not students, not faculty, staff, not parents, except for the fancy stuff at the campus's version of Starbucks, which is in the front of the dining hall. A mother comes in with her 4 children. One is a new student on our campus. The other 3 are younger siblings. The student shows her new ID card, which is all they've had to do this week in order to get into the dining hall free. The entire family goes through. No one pays for anything. Not 5 minutes later, I hear raised voices near the table. I was sitting fairly close to the cash register in the coffee shop area. The mother and all 4 kids come back up to the cash register, and the mother is yelling that she wants a refund because the only food the dining hall has is burger and fries and chicken tenders and pizza. The cashier is trying to explain to her that she couldn't give her a refund since all meals were free that day, so she hadn't paid to begin with. But the woman says that she wants a refund on her daughter's dining plan actually, because the food isn't worth eating. Note that there is nowhere else nearby where her daughter can get meals. The nearest restaurants and grocery store are in the next town over, which is 15 miles away, and freshmen aren't allowed to have cars on our campus. So if the daughter doesn't have a meal plan with the dining hall, she's not going to be eating. This woman keeps yelling at the poor cashier, who finally calls her manager, who comes up and says the dining hall itself can't process refunds anyway, and that they'd have to talk to campus administration about it. But he reiterated that if her daughter didn't have a meal plan, she'd have nowhere to get food. This idiot woman looks at him and says, "Fine, we'll be going over to administration right now and unenrolling her from classes here. She can't possibly go to school here with nothing to eat but burgers and pizza." The poor daughter was standing there looking absolutely devastated, and the other kids looked mortified. I honestly thought the student was about to start crying. I've got no idea what happened after that because they left the building, but oh my goodness, did I ever feel sorry for that poor girl to be pulled out of college on her first day because her mother didn't like the food the dining hall served. And if they actually went through with it, I really hope they didn't, she won't be able to get into another school until January at the earliest. And if she was a scholarship student, a lot of our kids are, it may take her a full year to be able to get a scholarship somewhere else. The really sad thing was, the very basic burgers and pizza menu the dining hall was running that day was only because meals were free and they were trying to save some money on it. They also knew it would be busy with the parents on campus, so they were making food that was easy to prepare in mass quantities. Also, if they had stuck around long enough for dinner, they would have gotten much fancier meal options. And starting Monday, there would also be a full salad bar and self-serve deli available at lunch and dinner. But since apparently baby girl was far too important to eat normal food like every other student on just about every college campus out there, they're just gonna make her go back home again. The poor kid. And honestly, her poor 3 younger siblings too. I feel sorry for them all. Well, yeah, OP, me and you both. I mean, come on, imagine working super hard to get into college. You're excited to go. Your family are taking you on your first day. You get into the amazing big dining hall. You're excited to go and get some food. You find out, massive bonus, it's all free. You don't even have to pay for it. Incredible scenes. Then your mum says no. The food here is terrible at this one meal in which you pay nothing for it. You're not going to go to this college anymore. And instead, you're going home and you can only reapply to go in 6 months. Seriously? Are you joking? No, you're serious. Wow. Let me just disown you real quick. Nice one. It's actually like Genuinely, that story is almost unbelievable. I just can't believe it. Like, does she get the money back as well that she's paid for going to college in the first place? I just don't get it. Just for the sake of one meal and one meal alone, you're taking your kid out of college. How stupid are you? It's unbelievable. Okay then, and now moving on to our final story of today's episode. No, you do not get to call one of my cashiers the R word and get away with it. A little backstory. I work as a service manager at a pretty popular Midwestern grocery store. I've been a service manager for a couple of months now, but I've worked for the store itself for about 3 years. I've worked in quite a few departments during my time at this store, so I know a lot of the employees very well. One of my duties as a service manager is to watch the front end and overlook the cashiers and courtesy clerks, make sure customers are happy, do overrides, you know the deal. Now, while I do have some cashiers and courtesy clerks that are on the spectrum, I don't treat them any differently than any other employee, and they all appreciate this. I know their strengths and what they're capable of, and I push them to do their best. With that being said, I protect my employees. I care about them deeply, and if a customer even dares to raise their voice at them, I am there to shut the customer down and take them away from the employee. I don't care if you yell at me, but do not yell at my employees. Most of them are high school students. Now to the story. This one day, it was fairly busy in the store. I had most of my registers open and lines were flowing pretty smoothly. I had one of my courtesy clerks covering a break on one of the registers. Let's call her Casey. Now, Casey is on the spectrum and she is a very sweet and smart high schooler. She operates a register very well and can show up all the other courtesy with going outside for cards. She is, arguably, one of my most hardworking employees. Now, sometimes she has moments where she messes up, such as double scanning an item, entering something wrong, but this is something every cashier does, honestly. I see her light blinking, so I come over to help her, and I'm greeted by a very angry customer and her daughter. "Hey OP, I scanned this twice. Can you void it please?" she said. It's important to note that anything over $5 needs a manager's approval to void. It's annoying, but that is how our store works. I smile and nod and quickly go and void it. It honestly takes like 6 seconds to void an item and enter my numbers for the override. Not that long at all. But that didn't stop this customer from huffing and puffing that she had to wait an extra 7 seconds for a void. I back away from the register, not thinking much about it, since this is sadly a normal thing that we have to deal with. I walk over to customer service to ask Jack, who was working the counter that day, a question when the following happened. Casey had finished the transaction and handed the receipt to the customer, who snatched it out of her hand before she pushed her cart aggressively away. I don't know if the woman thought she was quiet enough or far away enough to be out of earshot, but I heard her clear as day as this woman told her daughter, "I can't believe they let these freaking R words on registers like her." I looked in horror as I saw Casey's expression fall from her normal bubbly self to sadness. Oh heck no. I proceed to shove my schedule at Jack and walk my now very angry butt up to this customer. Although this happened about 2 months ago, I will never forget this conversation. "Mom, I would like to ask you something," I say, gesturing her to step out of the way. The woman and her daughter proceed to step out of the way with their carts, the mother still looking very annoyed. "What do you want?" I don't know if you thought you were being sneaky, or smart, or just plain rude a moment ago, but what you just did is unacceptable. I'll have you know, Casey is in fact on the spectrum, and both her and myself heard what you just said. You do not have the right to come in here and call one of my co-workers the R word, and then proceed to just walk out without any consequences. Who do you think you are, thinking you can talk to me like that? The woman honestly looks shocked at the fact that I've just called her out. I keep my composure and continue speaking. I'll have you know that girl you just called the R word is an extremely kind and hardworking employee. Honestly, she's arguably one of my best employees. Just because she made a small mistake, such as ringing up an item twice, does not give you the permission to treat her as if she is any lower than you. At this point, the mother is stuttering and is red in the face. Her daughter is actually smirking, trying to suppress a laugh, as if she's actually glad her mum is being called out. "How about this?" I say. how old is your daughter here? More stuttering. I turn my attention to the daughter. Hun, how old are you? The daughter smiles at me, knowing where this is going. 17. 17, huh? Well, fun fact. I turn my attention back to the mother. That's the same age as the girl you just called the R word. Now here's an image I want you to imagine. Imagine your daughter worked here as a cashier like Casey. Imagine she accidentally messes up and double scans something. A common mistake that happens quite often. And in return, the customer your daughter is checking out proceeds to call her an R word for making a simple mistake. How would you feel? Silence. The mother just stares at me, defeat in her eyes. How would you feel? More silence. I proceed to ask, you'd feel mad, wouldn't you? Would you be upset that someone called your daughter that? A small nod is the only response I get. Now look, I'm gonna give you two options. You can either go and apologize to Casey for what you said and move on with your life, or you can leave and I will personally ensure that you are placed on our store ban list. Choose wisely. I stare at her for a moment before the woman sheepishly goes back to Casey's register and gives her a half-butt apology before dragging her daughter out of the store. I haven't seen this woman again, but I did see her daughter, who came back the following week to apologize about her mum and thank me for what I did. Apparently, this girl went to school with Casey and knew she was on the spectrum, but wasn't in the position to stand up to her mum. Now, I did actually almost get in trouble for this. One of the store managers was nearby and heard the tail end of the conversation, and afterwards pulled me aside to tear me a new one. Once I explained the whole story to her, she seemed a little more at ease with it, but she still wasn't happy that I called a customer out like that. However, we never got a formal customer complaint for it, so we don't think the customer actually followed up. Look, I get it, it's probably not store policy to start calling a customer out publicly in your store, and I understand that, but this goes way beyond any customer policy. It's just about being a decent human being to another human being, and I'm sorry, but calling someone the R word who is 17, just doing their job, making one simple mistake, you deserve to be called out for that, right there and then. It's just facts. Like, is this woman really saying that she's never made a mistake in her life? Is that what she's saying? Because the way I look at it, she's calling someone an R word for making an extremely simple mistake. If you're going to call someone that, you have to expect someone else to call you that if you were to do the same thing. So I guess that she's saying that she's, incapable of ever making a mistake, and therefore, oh, this person made one mistake? Yeah, I'm going to abuse you for it, you dog. I mean, really, it's just ridiculous. Again, all these three stories have had ridiculous mothers in them. Crazy, I know, but this is entitled parents.
She only wants to pay me $20 a day for caring for 14 animals. Before I begin, I'm going to acknowledge that this entire mess is partly my fault. I agreed to watch my mum's co-workers' animals for 5 days, and I didn't set a price. I made the mistake of expecting her to name a fair price for my work. A big mistake. As I said, I got a call from my mum's co-worker saying that she was going out of town and needed someone to care for her 14 animals. She explained the different animals: 9 ducks that live in her bathrooms, 3 dogs and 2 cats. She explained what would need to be done: food and water, as well as cleaning the ducks. Now, I'd never cared for ducks or even seen one outside of the park, so when she understated the amount of care that would go into all these animals, I believed her. I got there the night before her trip, and she showed me what needed to be done. It turns out the dogs were barely house trained, and one of them was a semi-aggressive pit bull. They needed to be fed twice a day with homemade, warmed up food. The 9 ducks did not have enough room to exercise, and the way they were set up made cleaning hazardous and difficult. I was told I had to let them roam around the house, as they weren't allowed outside, and clean up the mess. They also required a homemade fruit salad daily, and to refill their water dishes several times a day, as they often tipped them over. Each cleaning and feeding needed to be performed twice daily. The cats, to be fair, were honestly pretty easy. Food and water twice a day, pretty average and expected cat care, no issues with them. Isn't that just typical cats? At this point, I felt very deceived on the whole, as she had not fully explained how much work was required. There were also a lot of little extra details, like medicating several of the animals, etc. But unfortunately, I felt responsible for my commitments and accepted the job anyways. Now, the stay was awful. The pit bull was terrifying, and several times the barking and lunging sent me into a full-on panic attack. This was made much worse by the fact that I had no prior warning about his habits. I walked in one day to find that the ducks were indeed capable of escaping the shower, and that the pit bull had torn one of them apart. In the house, it was carnage. After making the owner aware of the situation, I was told that the pit bull had to sleep inside of the laundry room for the remainder of the stay. Each night, he spread feces and urine all around that I had to clean up. Along with a difficult stay, her house was about 30 minutes out of town, with no Wi-Fi or cell phone service. I was also in charge of picking her up and dropping her off at the airport. When she got home, she handed me a bundle of cash, and I made another mistake of not counting it out until I got home. The woman is very wealthy, and I assumed that she was going to pay a fair price, since she could afford it. It turns out she'd only paid me $100. I did the math and found out that was only $3.30 an hour, and that's being generous, as I probably spent more time than that. This morning, I made her aware of the situation and told her that the pay hadn't even covered fuel. She responded that she didn't pay by the hour, and instead by the day. Now, I'm not really sure why she thought that that was a good defense, honestly. I'm currently in the process of trying to get more cash. I asked for $60 a day instead. Fortunately, she still thinks that I'll be coming back for her 2 other trips later next month, and she also works with my mother. I won't be coming back, but I'm prepared to let her think that. I'm currently in between work, and without that money, I won't be able to eat. So it's a survival situation. I'm not sorry. The fact that she thinks that paying solely fuel costs for 14 animals when a single dog costs an average of $50 a night to board is unbelievably entitled. I'm aware that I didn't set a price and I made a lot of mistakes in not counting the money, but I didn't get her back from the airport until 1 AM in my defense. And I'm still very upset that I've basically done all this work for free. But don't you worry guys, that's not the end of the story. OP has given us a nice little update. I have not left her alone for the entire week, and I've sent her reminder texts about the rest of her payments every other day. Finally, I was blunt and gave her the options of how she could pay me. This was the response. Assurance to me that she is indeed entitled. After much research and you not being here 24/7 and the loss of one of my ducks because you were not here as I expected, I find that I have paid you fairly and no additional funds will be coming forth. This is final, she said. From here, I went in on her. A week of pent-up anger and not having enough money for food came out, and I no longer gave a frick about how put together I looked. My final angry message was a little less angry and more useful, so I'll share it here as well. So, lady, to summarize. 1. You didn't give me proper warning about anything until the night before. Nipping is not biting. I have photo evidence of bruises on my body. 2. I warned you that I was not planning on being there 24/7. 3. The duck dying is not my fault, and you admitted it yourself. I had no information to expect this. And 4, my prices are final. Now you don't have to hire me in the future, but this is the price for the service you already got. So, for these reasons, when would you like to make the rest of your payments? I doubt I'll be receiving a response to this, or payment, but for my own poops and giggles, I thought maybe I could at least try and make her feel bad. I will be contacting animal control after this though, so don't worry. That's an affair that I'll be handling privately, however. And finally, I will update if I get any more responses. I, for one, want an update then. Guys, honestly, $20 a day for 14 animals. Are you joking? That is mental. Well, I say 14. I guess it's kind of 13 now. Rest in peace, little ducky. But hey, an aggressive pit bull mixed with 9 ducks. Sounds like a brilliant combination. This woman is obviously very stupid for even having those animals living together and not separating them well enough. I don't know how more ducks haven't been mauled by this pit bull in the past. Seems like something that would happen very regularly, if I'm completely honest. But then also refusing to pay more than $100 for 5 days of work with 14 animals. Yes, what? Are you joking? That's not enough to even, yeah.
yeah, as OP said, get to the house and back for 5 days in a row, driving. Mental. I mean, to be fair, to have 14 pets like that, I think you have to be slightly strange, don't you? Sorry if you're a pet lover and you have 14 pets yourself, but 14, are you mad? That is crazy. Sounds like they absolutely dominate the gaff as well, which is another thing. Not a house that I'd like to go in. Imagine the smell. Anyway, you need your money, OP. I hope you get it. Now moving on to our second story. Entitled man at a hockey game tried to kick me out of my season ticket holder seats. So, this happened several years ago, probably around 2012 or so. A little bit of background to start with. My dad was a die-hard fan of our local NHL team and had season tickets for longer than I was alive, which was 23 years at that point. After having them for that long, he'd managed to secure some pretty awesome seats, section 219, which is on the second tier of the stadium, but the front row seats, which have an arguably unbeatable view of the game. Growing up, I went to tons of games with him, but by this point he was getting old and it was tougher for him to make it to the games himself. So he was nice enough to let my boyfriend, now ex, and I use his tickets and go to the game together. This time was not the first time that we had done that. So we made it to the game and had been sitting and watching for a good amount of time. Then, I want to say early second period, a seemingly nice man came up into our section and walked up to my ex and I. We would be the easiest to talk to, as we are the closest to the entrance, being in the first row. So it seemed logical that someone would just be asking a random question to the most convenient people that he found. He was followed by 3 other people, and for context, there happened to be 2 empty seats next to us. Here is how the conversation went. "Hi there, is this section 219? "Yes, you're in the right place," I replied. It takes me a few seconds to then comprehend the look quickly spreading on this seemingly nice man's face. A disgusting looking, self-righteous smile that sneered, "Yes, poor young person, I'm perfectly aware of where I am." He then puts out his hand, palm up, and gestures with his fingers, as if saying, "Come here," to a child. I realize at this point that this man is in fact not a nice man, but instead an entitled man. He then says, in a seriously, comically annoying voice out of nowhere, and also while shaking his head, "Gotta go, your time's up enjoying our seats. Back to where you came from." He then points his other thumb, the one not continuously gesturing as described above, up to the top of the stadium, then looks back and laughs at his family. This was not done quietly, by the way. I am a super friendly and non-confrontational person, so I was dumbstruck. I don't think I could find any words. I just probably sat there with my mouth hanging slightly open, not at all sure what to do next. My ex didn't say anything either. He wasn't super familiar with the place, and he might have wondered if we were in the wrong place, since this guy seemed so sure that these couldn't possibly be our seats. Thankfully, we didn't need much time to compose ourselves. One of the men in the group sitting directly behind us piped up. Mind you, this group are also season ticket holders, so they likely recognize me. "Hey, let me see your tickets, mate." Now, the entitled man, who was not super thrilled that we weren't immediately doing his bidding, pulled out his tickets and showed it to this other nice man. Wow, you're in row 19, not row 1, sir. I think it's time that you go back to where you came from." The nice man then does the same palm up hand gesture the entitled man introduced us to, and yells, "Gotta go!" A small but powerful crowd around us started chanting, "Gotta go, gotta go," as well, until the now red-faced entitled man sheepishly puts his hand up saying, okay, and leads his family through the crowd up the stairs to row 19. I have never felt so supported by strangers in my entire life. Unfortunately, I also had to meet one of the most entitled men first for that to happen. Thanks for letting me share my story. What a story it was. Now that is legendary. That is camaraderie that you only get at sports events with your home fans backing you up, all your season ticket holders together. It's beautiful. The sort of scenes that I'd love to see down at Stamford Bridge. If you know, you know. Incredible. Like, come on. The cheek of this guy. It's not one of those where he's misread his ticket and gone, "Oh, I actually genuinely thought I was in row 1. No, it says row 19. That's not close. You're just doing it for chat. You've seen 2 empty seats. You were like, can I kind of, force my way in here? He's gone for it. Absolutely arrogantly, and he's been kicked out, embarrassed, made to look like the absolute mug that he is. It's brilliant. All the people around you just cheering at him to get out. Incredible scenes. Love it. And now moving on to our final post of today's episode.
Cult stalkers think they can scare me out of my new home. Now this one is an update to a story that I read a few days ago on my channel. If you haven't seen part 1 yet, you kind of need to watch it for this to make sense. So click the I button right now, that's the video, or go down into the pinned comment and the description, it's linked there. But you need to go to 13 minutes into the video to see the story. It's the last story of that episode of that video. Hope that makes sense. If you've not seen part 1, go watch it. Anyway, this is part 2. So, since my last post, I've taken the advice that some of you gave me. I told my boss, my landlord, and let my neighbors know about the fact that Scientology have sent people to follow me, and that they were likely to try and approach some of them. Now, safe to say that everyone was pretty creeped out by that, but they've been very supportive and have been keeping an eye on them and what they are doing. I have started back at work. I asked for time off after they came to my door because of how uncomfortable and unsafe I was feeling with my stalkers being so close, and my kind neighbor has been helping me get out to work. I've been going out of my back door, climbing over her fence, and she's been letting me into her garage so I can get into the back of her car, and she then drives me to work. I basically duck down as low as I can as we're driving past them, so hopefully they can't tell that I'm leaving. So far, I don't think they've noticed me going to work, but I'm still very cautious every time I hear the door open at work, in case it's one or both of them. I don't feel safe getting a gun because of the risks it could bring. Scientology aren't above breaking into buildings for their own gain. One time, they even broke into an FBI building to replace FBI documents about them with Scientology-approved documents. If I had a gun and they were to break into my home, they're also not above planting things to frame people for crimes, if it means either scaring people to back down or into doing what they want. And if they found a gun, it could put me in danger. In Scientology, there is a policy called R245, and I really worry that them having any kind of access to a gun, even if it were mine, and being in my home could tempt them into following that policy. Alright, just a little bit of research. R245 is the act of shooting a person with a firearm in Scientology. Well, that's wonderful, isn't it? Oh, OP does actually then explain what R25 is. Yeah, I should probably explain what it is so you can hopefully understand why I'm worried about having a gun near me. Or them. In Scientology doctrine, exteriorization refers to the separation of the thetan, that's the soul, from the body, a phenomenon which LRH, who I believe is the founder of Scientology, could be wrong there, but I think so, asserts can be achieved through auditing. Yes, LRH is L. Ron Hubbard, who is the founder of Scientology. What a great guy. So, R245 is a process by which exteriorization could be produced by shooting a person in the head with a .45 pistol. Right, okay. This is acknowledged by Scientology, but they deny that it is meant to be serious publicly in order to protect themselves for people looking further into the cult's policies. But privately, I know so many who truly believe that the use of this policy is okay because it's what the founder said. Right, so they're pretty much just saying it's completely fine in their cult beliefs to shoot someone for exteriorization. Right, makes sense. I did ask my landlord about getting a dog. He originally said no because he doesn't allow pets in his property. But yesterday he called me and said I could have a dog if I still wanted to. He told me that he'd received letters from a few different Scientologists, including my parents, telling him how I am a drug addict and I get violent on a regular basis when high. My parents said in their letter that they're worried about me being out here on my own because without them to help control my violent outbursts, people could get seriously hurt. They claimed that they had proof that I was still using drugs and provided my landlord with a picture that the stalkers had obviously taken after looking through my trash. They told my landlord that they really didn't think it was a good idea to continue letting me live on my own in his house, and that he should help convince me to go back to them where they can get me back in line. The evidence they've used for me using drugs is an empty box of over-the-counter pain meds that I'd bought ages ago and I'd finished with. My landlord thinks that if these are the sort of accusations they're willing to try throwing at me now, who knows what's next, or what they'll do if I continue to ignore them or refuse to go back. As long as I don't let the dog cause any damage to the property, he's okay with me having a dog to help protect me if they try and come to my door again, or if they attempt to break in for any reason. He's also given me permission to have security cameras installed both on the outside and on the inside of the house. We discussed it, and when I told him about my worries of them breaking in and their history of planting evidence of crimes on people, we agreed that having a few discreet cameras inside would be good. So if they did break in and try and plant anything, we'd have proof of them doing it. I've looked into the police in my area, and while some of the cops do seem reliable, there are a lot who seem to be very willing to overlook things Scientology do. So for now, I don't really trust in them to help me. I've contacted a lawyer who is going to help me with restraining orders against the stalkers and is willing to do the same to anyone else Scientology sends to harass me. I've also contacted the Aftermath Foundation, and they are being amazing and really helping me. And I really appreciate the suggestion I think a few people gave me to go to them. Well, as I said, guys, before we got into this one, if you haven't yet seen part 1, part 2 probably didn't make too much sense. But I remember at the end of part 1, I didn't really know what to say in terms of, get the police involved was my kind of only suggestion, I think. But clearly OP is not too, trustworthy in them. Sounds like he's doing the right thing though, getting lawyers in the mix, getting some restraining orders. Your landlord, by the way, what a legend. Going against his own policy, knowing that you need help. Really nice dude, actually. I appreciate that. Most landlords would not do that. So allowing you to get a dog to make you feel safer, very, very good stuff. Apart from that, I don't really know what to suggest. Again, guys, comment down below if you have any suggestions for OP, things that he hasn't listed, because it's a pretty terrible situation. If you don't know, he's run away from his family who were members of Scientology, pretty much. And now they're trying to get him back, sending people after him to make him come back. It's very, very weird. It's a terrible, terrible situation. I don't really know what to do apart from what you've already done. Fair play. Drama Goblin wants them to restart the funeral. I have another Drama Goblin disaster. Drama Goblin has met an all-time low even for the Goblin herself. Some background in case you're new to this delusional beast of a human being. We are childhood best friends. I moved to my podunk town when I was very young, and she was awkward and shy like me, and we became fast friends. When we grew up, I did. She never grew out of the same exact mindset that we had as children. It caused us to drift. Before I ultimately decided that enough was enough, she remarried, and her husband and my husband ended up becoming best friends. For a while, they pushed us on each other, often. That never ended well. I suspect at least one of them has seen these on here as well, as in the Reddit posts. They finally accepted that I don't need the stress and left me alone. Her husband, however, spends a lot of time at our house because he can't stand being home because of the condition that she leaves the house in. That's another story though. You can check my history if you feel I'm leaving something out, because I've explained this all before. Well, don't you worry, this is just story 1 of 4 different stories I'm going to look at in this one episode. One of our childhood friends recently passed away. He'd been struggling with an illness and finally lost his battle. He did not have a lot of family. They postponed the showing and the funeral for a little over a week due to restrictions with COVID and whatnot. They ended up combining the two and posted it online and in the newspaper. Now, Drama Goblin knew the day and time to be there because I saw that she shared the post with all the info. The day of, she does what she always does and procrastinates getting ready. Who doesn't, am I right? Anyway, she refused to leave her house until she looked perfect. She didn't even put her laundry in though until half an hour before the time to be there. Now, her husband actually told my husband that later, so therefore he couldn't get the kids ready until the laundry was dry. Herself, well, she took hours. Then half an hour before the time it said the funeral would be over, she tells her husband they have to leave now or they'll be late. She arrives right as everyone is leaving for the most part. She gets upset that she missed it. She stamps her foot and demands they start over because he would have wanted it that way. He was her best friend and she needed the closure. The family did not know how to take her. At first, I think they thought she was joking, but she kept whining and pressuring them to at least let her get up on the podium and say a few things. The funeral director, I think, he seemed to be in charge, whispered something to his aunts, and they refused more graciously than I would have. They said they had to close for cleaning. This caused Drama Goblin to have a meltdown, and her husband had to drag her out of the funeral and back into their car. She gets angry, claiming that he manhandled her and didn't take her side, calling it abuse. I know it will all blow over in a few days. It always does. But dang, the audacity. I know our friend that passed was fond of her, but I doubt he would have wanted that. All I know is if she decides to pull that rubbish at my funeral, I'd rather she didn't come at all. Yeah, audacity is the exact right word to use there. I mean, that is insane. The disrespect. If there's one thing that you should never ever be late for, surely it's a funeral. I mean, you guys that know me well probably know that I'm not very good with time also. I do procrastinate a lot and I am often late for things, unfortunately. One of my worst habits. But a funeral, I'd never ever be late for a funeral. Are you joking? But being late is one thing. Coming in and saying, no, restart it now. It's what he would have wanted. Are you joking? Sure, you might be mates with the guy, but you're late. You're not even his family. How can you say these sort of things? Oh, unbelievable, honestly. That is just a little insight into who this person is. But guys, we've got 3 more stories to get to. Let's carry on. So then, story number 2. Now, this one is from 3 months ago. The first one was literally just from a day ago. Drama Goblin and the trip to the lake. We live near a large lake. In the summer of 2018, we decided to utilize it. My husband and I went with our kids a few times, and we had a blast. Well, my husband decided he wanted to invite the Drama Goblin, her husband, and their children. She has 5, but only has custody of the last 4 that she has with the current husband. These 4 are all under 8, and the 8-year-old is severely autistic. Mostly non-verbal, and he wants to run away all the time, constantly. From home, in the store, at the park, everywhere. So you have to watch him very carefully. I was nervous about this outing, clearly, understandably. Now, Drama Goblin, guys, if you didn't already know, is pretty entitled. When she's out, she doesn't do anything with her kids. She actually expects her husband to do it all. And if her husband is tied up with one of her kids already, then too bad. My family unit got there before the Goblin family. My husband, the kids, and I all helped pack our beach stuff down to the spot we picked out. When the Goblin family arrived, Drama Goblin came over to us and left her husband to unload all the kids and get all the stuff. So we just left Drama Goblin and went to help out her husband instead, which she was huffy about. She followed us over to chat, but did not help. I helped unbuckle her youngest, who was barely walking. Then the toddlers, who were 2 and 3 at the time. Her son books it towards the lake. The Drama Goblin, who didn't even grab anything, was on her phone, not paying attention. We corral him and finish setting up our spots. Finally, the men start cooking food, while the women folk and kids go for a dip. When it was time to eat, I made my kids' plates and went to make my own. And I noticed that Drama Goblin had made her own plates and sat down. Her husband had walked back to the car with my husband to get this inflatable raft. I just sigh and make her kids eat hot dogs and then sit and eat. Drama Goblin is trying to make conversation, and for the most part we were having a good time. Then her son gets up and starts running towards the lake. The men are still kind of far away, but on their way back. Drama Goblin had finished her plate and was just watching her son run away, with no indication that she was going to go after him. After only the slightest of hesitations, because obviously I thought she was going to run after her own son, I instead ran after her son and was able to get to him, but only after he'd made it to the water. I was so scared. He can't swim and he needs a life jacket and us in the water with him. He fights me while I'm trying to get him out, and all the while his own mother never left the picnic table. When we get back, Drama Goblin and her husband are having a mini argument about why her husband couldn't have chased him. He knew their son was prone to that. Why couldn't he keep an eye on him? He, of course, asked her why she couldn't have done that, and she just says, well, OP did before I could react. What? At that point, I was done with the evening, but managed to say and help her husband keep her kids alive. Her son dove off the raft multiple times, and if her husband couldn't get him, my husband or I would. When her husband finally snapped at her, she said, I'm here to relax. Like what? You can relax. Just take turns with us so your kid doesn't die. Also, none of us deserve the chance to relax because she was hogging all the relaxation apparently. Haha. Oh well, I guess she'll never be normal. Well, if there's one thing that we can all agree on, it's that she's definitely not normal. I mean, what is that?
Seriously. Alright, so guys, answer me this. At what point would Drama Goblin, who is watching her 8-year-old autistic son, who she knows can't swim, sprint towards a lake, at what point, if no one else had gone and tried to save him, would she have actually got up from the picnic table? I mean, seriously, answer down below. Comment down below. When do you think? When he was already drowning? When he'd already drowned? Like, at what point is she actually going to move? It's so strange, just waiting for anyone and everyone else to help before she does with her own children. It's ludicrous. But guys, unfortunately, that's not the end of the video. We're only halfway through. Now moving on to part 3. Drama Goblin wants me to replace a gift I gave her that she ruined. I work retail. I manage, but the job is still very physical and exhausting. My job is 50% work and 50% babysitting. Sometimes because I'm there all the time, I find some sweet deals. I'm super into makeup, Halloween, creepy stuff, etc. I found a few Halloween palettes of makeup, some brushes, and some other really awesome Halloween makeup. It was marked down for $1 or under, so I grabbed everything they had. I figured I'd give them as Christmas gifts. I looked online, and these palettes were worth $30 to $40 depending on the size, not to mention the other stuff. Now, Drama Goblin was recently diagnosed with seizures and swore that this was going to be a whole new leaf. She was going to change for the better. A few days ago, her husband, who OP is now calling TH or trapped husband, happened to come by right before I went to work. And so I made a package to send her of one of all the different makeup and accessories I got. I posted pics of a few of my makeup looks, and she commented that she wanted to play too. I sent a bag with her husband and told him to tell her I had some for myself and some for another of my friends that sometimes hangs out with Drama Goblin with me, though it has been 3 years. It's been about 4 or 5 days. Last night, she randomly messaged me. Now, maybe I'm taking this the wrong way, but it went right through me. She said that she had given the makeup that I gave to her daughters. She said she just didn't think it would be nice enough for her. After her daughters played with it, she saw how pigmented it was and decided she did like it and tried to take it back. Of course, then her daughters threw a fit and the makeup was ruined in the process. She then complained that she'll never get to play with it now. She asked me if I've given my other friend theirs yet. I was like, no, because I've been kind of sick and quarantining since the day after her husband had been over. She then has the audacity to ask if instead of giving it to my friend, I should give it to her instead, because it's not fair that her kids broke her gift. I was shocked. How can a grown 35-year-old woman think that that's reasonable? I just didn't even respond. She blew me up for about an hour or so after. I finally read the messages this morning. It was a lot of, it's not fair, she won't even miss it, it's not my fault my daughters busted it, etc, etc. I wanted to screenshot and send her own message to her, but I refrained. She didn't think she would like them, so she gave them to her daughters, gave them to 2- and 4-year-old girls to play with. What did she think would happen? Honestly, this woman's relationship with her kids is so weird. Firstly, she won't save them if they're drowning. Now she gives them stuff and then just takes it away when it turns out that she actually quite likes the look of it. I mean, seriously, like, what's going on here? This person is not sane, is she? She is clearly got something very badly wrong with her. Like, she just prioritizes herself over everyone, including her own children. That's the mad thing that I can't get my head around. Very, very strange. Any of you watching that are parents, comment down below. Ever given your child something and then taken it back off them? I doubt it, right? Weird. Oh, by the way, I mean taking it back off them for you to use, not just taking it away from them, as in you've looked at that and thought, you know what? I'm now jealous of my kid using that. I want it back to use myself. No one would ever do that, surely. And now moving on to our final part of today's episode. This is part 4, guys. But honestly, I've gone back through OP's posts on Reddit, and there are so many different stories that they've posted about Drama Goblin. So if you guys do want to see more, early warning, drop a like on this video and comment down below that you want more from Drama Goblin, and I'll get to it. But anyway, part 4. Why don't we marry Drama Goblin's husband? I love the start of this. So it's me again with more from the Drama Goblin saga. We bought a house a few months ago. It needs some work. My husband and I have been busting our butts doing most of the work ourselves to save money. Also, I like that kind of stuff. It makes me feel like Chip and Joe from Fixer Upper. It needs a lot of work, but it's coming around. We're so close to getting it done and moving my family into a much needed larger space. If you remember from my first post about the goblin, her husband is an electrician. Look guys, we haven't even had a chance to get to that. Future video, let me know. If you live in my state, before they turn the electricity on, you have to hire an inspector to come and check out the situation. If they find issues, you have to fix them and then pay for them to come back and inspect again. So, as to avoid the possibility of having to pay for multiple inspections, we asked her husband to come and inspect and help us fix any issues. When we bought the place, my husband and her husband had already made the plans to do this when we got to this point. So, my husband calls and sets up a day a week later for him to come out. I even talked to Drama Goblin myself about it. She seemed in a good mood and had no interest in it. She only wanted to talk about her dreams of being a professional wrestler. Lamau, every post I'm learning more and more about this goblin. Goodness me, I actually reckon she'd be a pretty decent wrestler. You know, it sounds like it. She loves fighting everyone. Fast forward to the day. He shows up late and he seems agitated. Turns out, Drama Goblin decided last second that he needed to stay home and fix their rented home. If she'd just cleaned the house, they could call the landlord to fix it. But that's just common sense, and I guess that she doesn't have any. She was guilt-tripping him and trying to get him to blow us off. However, we'd paid him. We helped them a lot financially, because despite him making a decent living, they struggle because of Drama Goblin's online shopping addiction. He always pays us back in payments, so it's not an issue. Her husband helps us, too. He'd barely made it in the door before Drama Goblin started blowing him up. After explaining to her a million times, he starts ignoring her. So she starts blowing me up. Drama Goblin is so upset. It's not fair that her husband is helping us when they need some flooring that's starting to rot fixed. She needs him to do it that day. I apologize if she feels like we're hogging him, but we'd paid him and asked in advance. I even reminded her that she herself knew about it. I suggested that she set it up with my husband and her husband to work on her floors on their next days off. That would be the following weekend. But no, that was too logical. She needed him home right then. It wasn't fair. She didn't want to be alone with the kids. He got to come and hang out. No amount of explaining that we weren't just hanging out would get through to her. She wanted him out of the house. Her husband then told me that he had offered to bring her to her parents, but she spent 4 hours getting ready and had made little progress by the time that he needed to leave. He'd gotten all 4 of their kids ready. All she had to do was get ready herself. He ended up having to leave her because she hadn't even changed out of her pajamas, or really started at all. She claimed she needed more time. Frustrated, he threw his hands in the air and left. Now she doesn't drive. She likes to blame everyone else but herself. I myself actually tried to take her to get her license, but that's another entitled parent story. After about 2 hours of Drama Goblin harassing us, she finally told me that I was the worst friend ever. It shouldn't have, but it actually hurt my feelings, because even though she's crazy and a POS, I don't hesitate to help them nearly every single time they need it. I listen to her vent. Sometimes I sympathize. Yes, I do drop in truth bombs so she doesn't vent as much anymore because she doesn't like what I have to say. She decided that her husband was abusing and neglecting her. She then said, "Why doesn't he just marry you?" I mean, look, some of the most childish stuff was being thrown at us, all because we paid him to inspect our electric. He had to rush the whole thing. We ended up having at least 1 issue, maybe 2. He had to leave because she said she was having seizures again and needed help with the kids. So we're going to have to make another appointment with him to finish up before we can pay the inspector. Okay, title of this one makes sense now. I was starting to think, what does that mean? Your husband should just marry us instead. But it all makes sense now. Incredible. Being paid to go to work apparently is hanging out. I've seen it all now. I've seen it all. It's unbelievable. It really is. 4 hours of getting ready and selling your pajamas. Sounds like a lovely Sunday to me. It is incredible. It really, really is. Honestly, when she said to you, "You're the worst friend ever," just take that and go, you know what? It does hurt my feelings a little bit. Fair enough. I'd rather not be called that because who would? But that's your excuse to get out now. That's your excuse to say, you know what? Yeah, I am. We're done as mates. Don't talk to me again. That's what I would have done anyway. Neighbor kept parking on my property, so I had him towed. Hello everyone.
First thing is that this issue just happened this week, and I'm so mad that I'm shaking as I type this. I'm going to apologize up front if I ramble, but I honestly can't believe this actually happened. First off, some backstory. I'm a single mother of 2 teenage boys, and I live in a nice, quiet neighborhood at the end of a cul-de-sac. Every house on this street has a garage, and I'm the only one that has a single car and parks in my garage. Almost every house on this street is a family home, with at least 3 cars, but most have more. Some will park in their driveway, and some will park on the street. It's never been a problem since everyone is considerate on how they park, and no one has ever had an issue with getting in and out of the streets. In addition, I tend to keep myself to myself. I'm not antisocial, and I wave and say hello to my neighbors when I come and go from my home, but usually when I get home, I stay home. So, I say all of this to give you an idea that I'm a homebody, and my neighbors pretty much know that when I get home, I stay home. About 6 months ago, the house to my right was sold to a larger family that consisted of a dad, a mum, and 3 teenagers. The day they started moving in, I made a point to go over to the edge of the property to wave and greet them in order to welcome them to the neighborhood. They were friendly, and I was happy to have such nice people move in next door. Also note, this family used their garage for storage and thus parked their 4 cars in their driveway. I didn't know at the time, but their youngest son was just months away from his 16th birthday. Now that you have a little information, on to the story. Today is Monday afternoon, and this story began last Tuesday. Around 6 p.m. on Tuesday, I received a knock on the door, and it was the dad of the new neighbors. The following is our conversation. "Good evening, how are you?" he said. I replied to him, talking through the screen door. "We're okay. I'm sorry, I can't open the door because my youngest came home from school with a sore throat today, and so I'm not exactly sure what's going on with him. How are you, and how can I help?" I'm sorry to hear that, and I hope it isn't anything serious." "Yeah, we're okay. My son just turned 16 a few weeks ago, and I'm sure you saw the new truck we bought him." "Yeah, I did. It's such a pretty truck, and it's big. Does he like it?" "Yes, he does. It's what he wanted, so we got it for him." Yes, it is very big, and that's what I wanted to talk to you about. Let's take a brief pause here and understand that when I say this truck is very big, it is very big. It's an F350. I personally think it's too much of a vehicle for a kid learning to drive, but it's not my money, so to each their own. Okay, I don't understand what you're getting at," I reply. "Well, we've been getting complaints from some of the other neighbors that his truck is so big that they can't get around it when they're driving through, and we're afraid that it might get sideswiped if he continues to park it in the streets." "Yeah, I've had some intense moments trying to get around it myself, but I'm sure he'll get better at parking as he gets more experienced. I'm not sure what this has to do with me though. I haven't complained." "Oh, no, I know you haven't complained, which is why I was going to ask if you could use your driveway to park since you don't use it." I was very stunned at this. No, I do use my driveway when I leave and come home. I can't get to my garage without using my driveway. Besides, I have issues with depth perception, and your son's truck is so big, it will take up most of my driveway, and I don't want to be responsible for any damage that might happen while it's on my property." I mean, what a polite way to say, "No, your son can't park his car on my property, obviously." "Well, we'll make sure that he parks so that it will allow you to come and go without any issues." "Yeah, no, that isn't possible. The only way he can park to allow me to get around him is if he parks halfway on my lawn, and that wouldn't work because then he'd be damaging my lawn. If you're concerned about his truck getting damaged, then just let him park in your driveway and put one of your other smaller cars in the streets." "Well, we've already discussed that, and we'd actually have to park 2 cars in the street in order for him to use the driveway. Look, it would be very easy for him to just park in your driveway, and I can assure you that it will not be an inconvenience to you. Again, you don't even use your driveway." "I'm sorry, but the answer is no. I'm not going to be responsible for his vehicle on my property, and I need to be able to come and go without worrying about someone else's car." Now, the dad was actually very upset by this point. "Well, you are not being very neighborly. I thought you were a nice woman. You don't use your driveway, and this would benefit the whole neighborhood." At this point, I lose my temper. "Listen, I told you no, and I do use my driveway every time I pull into my garage and every time I leave. Look, I'm sorry you don't have enough parking for all your vehicles. I'm sure it's frustrating, but it's not my problem that you decided to buy a vehicle that didn't fit in your property. Now, while I also find it irritating to try and navigate the road with that truck in the way, it is public parking, and so I deal with it. I'm not going to have anyone else's vehicle parking on my property though. Now, if you don't mind, I've got a sick kid and I need to get back to him. Have a good day. With that, I closed the door and then looked out the peephole and saw him give me the bird before he turned to leave. I just shook my head and had to take a moment to understand that I actually just had that conversation. I then loaded my son into the car and left to take him to minor emergency to get him checked out. All tests came back negative, and I was told he probably had a run-of-the-mill virus, and to keep him home and do self-care. I was told to bring him in if it gets worse, but not to worry. I went to work the next day and told my co-workers the story of my neighbour's request, and they were shocked. I had one co-worker suggest that I send an email to my HOA to explain what happened, just to get it on record, because it was such an odd request. I took her advice, and I typed up an email that day when I was at lunch and sent it. For those who want to know, it was just an FYI email, not a complaint. It basically stated that my neighbour made a request to park on my property, and that when I declined, he got mad at me, and I wanted it on record, just in case anything ever happens. So I'm very glad that I sent this email. So, Friday comes, and my youngest son has been homesick since Tuesday afternoon. On Friday evening, I checked him and he had begun to run a fever and was complaining about several other things. I've been doing self-care with him since Tuesday, and he didn't appear to be getting any better. Around 7 PM, I decided to take him back to minor emergency and loaded him up in the car. I opened my garage door and I was absolutely shocked to see that very big F350 sitting in my driveway, blocking me. I can't describe to you how angry I was to see that vehicle sitting there. So, I get out of my car and stomp over to my neighbour's house and bang on their door. This time it was the mum who answered the door, and this was our conversation. She was irritated and kind of angry. "Can I help you? You're interrupting our dinner. Your son is parked in my driveway after I told your husband he couldn't. I need to take my son to minor emergency and that truck is blocking me in." It's at this time that the dad walks up behind the mum and proceeds talking. "He isn't blocking you in. You can get around him." "No, I can't. You need to move that truck or I'm going to call the police and a tow truck. I need to get my son to see the doctor." The dad then turns to call for his son and then turns back to me. "He's not blocking you, but fine. I'll have him move it." Yeah, it doesn't matter whether you believe he's blocking me in or not. He's not allowed to park in my driveway. No one is allowed to park in my driveway. And if I find an unauthorized vehicle parked in my driveway again, I'm not gonna bother knocking on your door. I'm gonna have it towed. It was at this time that I saw the son arrive at the door with his keys in his hands, and I turned to leave and head to my car to wait for him to move his truck. And I heard him call me that famous B word every woman has heard at least once in her life. I ignored him and headed to my car and watched as he got in and, after some effort, finally was able to back out of my driveway, parking his truck in the street a little way down the road. I was able to leave and take my son to minor emergency, where, as we waited for several hours to be seen, I shot off another email to my HOA about what had just happened. I want to advise that the HOA had already responded the day before that they received my email, made a note of it, and advised my property was my own, and that I could give or deny access to it as I wish. It was this email string that I responded to while waiting for my kid to be seen. Again, all tests administered to my son came back negative, and I was told it was a run-of-the-mill virus and that he'd be fine. The virus just had to run its course. I took him home and called it a day. Saturday evening, my oldest started complaining of a sore throat, and I was starting to feel poorly myself. My youngest appeared to be getting better, so I figured that whatever he had, we were getting. So we stayed in all day Saturday and Sunday. Sunday evening at about 5:30, my oldest son spiked a fever, and while it came down a little, it didn't come down enough. So I loaded him in the car and off to minor emergency we went. The only one I could find that was open on Sunday at this time was on the other side of town, so I had to drive 20 minutes just to get there. We ended up waiting for 3 hours just to get in the door, and then another 45 minutes until we saw the doctor. After a few more hours and all of his tests coming back negative, the doctor did state that she could hear some wheezing in his lungs, so she prescribed an inhaler for him to help him, but basically told me the same thing: he's got a run-of-the-mill virus and to let it run its course. I had to drive even further to the only 24-hour pharmacy available to pick up the inhaler, and we didn't get back to the house until almost midnight. Guys, you can probably see where this is going, but let me set the scene for you. My son is half asleep in the passenger seat and complaining that he just wants to go home. I'm exhausted, feeling drained, and having coughing fits myself, and I'm just looking forward to going to bed when I round the corner and saw that truck sitting in my driveway. This time I couldn't even pull in because he was blocking me. And I also noticed that he was parked partially on my lawn. I was so mad I could hardly see straight. I googled and found a 24-hour tow truck service and explained that I had an unauthorized vehicle on my property that I needed towing. The woman said it would be about 30 minutes before they could get a truck there, and I said that that was fine. In the meantime, I walked my kid to the house and put him to bed, and then quickly went outside and took a picture from the street to show just how much of the driveway he was taking and that he was also parked on my lawn. I could not understand why they would park in my driveway again after I had told them no, and the only thing I could come up with is that since there had been no activity at my house for hours, that my neighbours probably assumed I was in for the night and wouldn't notice the truck in my driveway. This is pure speculation, but it is normal for me to be in there for the night, especially after 6 o'clock. I don't know if they missed me leaving or just saw me leave but figured I was home, but it really doesn't matter because I told them they couldn't park on my property. It was about 12:30 a.m. when the tow truck arrived, and I half expected my neighbours to come running, but there wasn't any activity from them, and the driver left with the truck without incident. I went in, shot off another email to my HOA along with pictures and an explanation that I had towed the vehicle, and then I went to bed. At 6 a.m. this morning, I woke up to someone banging loudly and rapidly on my door. I didn't have to look, I knew who it was. I grabbed my phone, hit the video record button. Before I opened the door, I looked through the peephole and saw the dad and his son at my door. I opened up, and here is the following conversation. "Where is the truck?" the dad shouted. I reply, as calmly as I could, while coughing, "It was towed. You can call such and such company to make arrangements to get it back." "You didn't have the right to tow it. You're gonna pay to get it back." I had every right to tow an unauthorized vehicle on my property. I told you not to park on my property, and you lot did it anyways. It blocked me from getting in my driveway last night. I told you I was going to have it towed after the last time you parked without my permission, and I won't be paying anything to get it back. "You stole the truck, you effing female dog, and I'm calling the police. I'm gonna sue you." Oh, you know what? Go ahead. In the meantime, I'm sick and I'm going back to bed. I closed the door and just stood there for a moment. I looked out the peephole and they were still there. The dad started banging and was also ringing my doorbell non-stop. He knocked and rang my doorbell for another 4 minutes before giving up. At this point, I am still recording, and I didn't turn off the video until he was gone. I turned and saw my kids standing there. The noise had gotten them up, and I just advised that if they were still feeling ill, go back to bed, because that's where I was going. Now, I will honestly say that I didn't think that he would call the police, but the dad did. It was about another half an hour. I really wasn't looking at the clock, and then I heard the doorbell ring. I got up, looked through the peephole, and a police officer was there. I opened the door and had the following conversation. "Good morning, Mom. Sorry to bother you, but we've had a report from your neighbour. He is stating that you stole his son's truck by having it towed from the street, and we need to talk to you about this issue." "Good morning, officer. Well, you see, my neighbour is only telling you half the story. I had his truck towed this morning from my driveway when I returned home from minor emergency. I couldn't get into my driveway, and I've already told him twice that him and his family can't park on my property. This issue started last week, and I have emails to my HOA, pictures of his truck parked in my driveway this morning, and a video of my neighbour's visit this morning, where he called me names and told me he was going to sue me and called the police. I can show you all of that if you'd like." "Yes, please. So you're saying that the truck in question was on your property without your permission and that you had it towed?" "Yeah. Last Tuesday, he asked if I would allow his son to park in my driveway. I told him no, and he got mad at me, flipping me off before leaving. Then, Friday evening, when I was leaving, I discovered that his son had parked in my driveway and I couldn't leave my garage. I went over and demanded they remove the vehicle, and I told them at that time that I would have the truck towed if they parked on my property again. I came home late this morning and the truck was in my driveway, so I had it towed. I just want to confirm, you're saying that it wasn't parked on the streets, but it was in your driveway, and you have proof of this? Yes, sir. If you give me a minute, I'll print off the emails that I sent to the HOA that documents the issue, and I will also show you the picture and video as well. With this, the officer said that he would wait for me to print everything off. Once I got the emails printed, I then returned to the door. I opened my Photos app to the officer to show the truck in my driveway, timestamped. I handed my phone and printed emails to him. After looking at the photo, where you could clearly see my house in the background, the truck blocking the entrance, and that it was partially on the lawn, the officer then read the printouts. He handed my phone back to me and asked me to open the video that I had referenced while he went over to the lawn to look. I watched him look at the area and then take a few photos. I could see my neighbor and his whole family standing in their driveway watching me and the officer. The officer returned and I handed him back my phone with the video ready and he watched. After he finished watching my video, we had the following conversation. Alright, I'm gonna need a copy of that photo and video for my file. If I provide you with an email, would you be able to send it to me? Yes, sir. No problem. Okay, well, I've got enough information for my files to determine that the vehicle was not on public property and was in fact on your property. I've made a note that you did not give permission for the vehicle to be parked on the property. Based on the emails you gave me with dates and times, it appears you did in fact advise your neighbor not to park on your property. Would you like to file a trespassing report for this incident? Oh, absolutely. As you said that you're not feeling well, you can either file with me now or you can go online later. He got his business card out and was writing on it and then handed it to me. Here is my business card with my email address that you need to use to send me your photo and video. And the case number is on the card as well. Do you want to file with me now? Yeah, honestly, I'm exhausted and I would prefer to file online later. Okay, no worries. Reference this case number when you email your evidence and file the online report. Also, reference my name in the report. One more thing. I saw in the video where your neighbor stated he was going to sue you for having the truck towed. Now, he can sue you if he wants, so I'd advise that you keep all of the evidence you provided me with today, along with the case number I just gave you. Give it a few days and you can request a copy of the report, and you'll want to keep that as well. If you decide to file an online report, you'll need to keep a copy of that too. I'm going to go and talk to your neighbor now, and sorry to have bothered you. No, thank you, officer, and I'm really sorry that you had to come out. Have a good day, Mom. Get some rest. And with that, I closed the door and went back to bed. However, I was so mad that I didn't get any sleep. A few hours ago, I sent off my photo, video, and another copy of the HOA emails to the email address the police officer gave me, and then I saved all of that information just in case. I also filed a trespassing report online. I then sat down and started typing the story. Not really sure where this is going to go, but I'm going to see it through. Now look, I know that I'm going to get a lot of pushback from people saying that I should have just knocked on the door and had them move the truck, but I feel that I was right to have the truck towed. I'd already told them twice not to park on my property, and it didn't stop, so that was the consequence. I'm going to post an update later if there is anything that comes of my report, or if the neighbor dad does actually follow up on his threat to sue me. I mean, look, what an absolute beast of a story that just was. And to be honest with you, I don't think that OP deserves any pushback. I really hope she didn't get any in the comments because it's illegal what they're doing. You deserve to have a tow truck called on you. You're parking on someone else's property after they said no. Sorry, that's what you deserve. Like, I would love to add some more commentary here, but I mean, it's as simple as that in my opinion. Do you guys agree? If someone parks on your land and you've asked them not to, I mean, to be fair, you don't even have to ask them not to. It's nice to ask them not to, fair enough. OP did that, but then doing it again? Nah, get the tow truck in. Get that massive truck off to some like tow truck land. I don't know what it's called, like a land where they keep all the cars that have been towed. Why do you even need a big truck anyway? For your 16-year-old son? That's my question. Get him a little Fiat Punto. That'll suit him down to the ground. But OP, before you go, please do give us an update on what happens, because I want to know, how the suing goes. That's the most interesting part about this whole thing. This dad is literally suing seemingly for the sake of it. I mean, he's got nothing to sue for.
He was the one who was doing the wrong thing, him and his son. Why would you sue? What are you going to gain? I want to see what comes from that. And I also want to see what comes from, the trespassing legalities and stuff like that. So please do keep me updated because I want to know.
Drunk mother showed up to berate me in the middle of the night and vomited all over herself. This happened not long after I turned 15, and my mum had tried to send me to military school behind my father's back. Well, that's a wonderful start, isn't it? We didn't know yet, but during this time, my mother was having an affair with an old high school ex-boyfriend of hers that she'd somehow reconnected with. She'd claimed that she was going out to drink with friends, but she really didn't have friends, save for a few co-workers she occasionally went out with. But they didn't really like her all that much. My dad and I figured maybe she'd finally made some real friends because she actually got a bit nicer and was leaving me alone more. Whenever mum went out drinking with co-workers, she always took a cab to head out and then came back in one later so she wouldn't drink and drive. The cab service even knew her by name since she called every week. None of her co-workers really tolerated her enough to be her designated driver, so no one really got suspicious when she was using this routine more frequently to go meet her lover. One night, however, my mum came home extremely drunk and hobbled her way up to my room. I awoke to her pounding on my locked door at about 4 a.m. She was punching and kicking it from the way it sounded. I opened the door to see her standing there looking disheveled, swaying back and forth and slurring her words. She called me a bad child for not doing as she says anymore, and that she wished she'd only had girls. I was understandably freaked out and told her to go away. It was about that time my dad showed up and this happened. The following is again paraphrased, as this happened a long time ago. "What the heck is going on here in the middle of the goddamn night?" my dad said. My mum replied, very drunk, I was telling this little idiot exactly what I think of him for disrespecting me. He's totally out of control." "How much have you had to drink tonight?" "Oh, that's none of your freaking business. You. It looks like she's thinking really hard for a second. "Limp snake piece of fermented waste. I should have married the other guy. He's so much better than you. He treats me like a real woman." "What other guy?" Mum just then looked like she was gonna hurl and turned to go down the hall and headed towards the upstairs bathroom. But she only managed to hobble about halfway before projectiles spewing her guts out all over the upstairs hallway. Then she fell over face first onto her own vomit and passed out. Dad was visibly disgusted. He then asked me to help him get her to the bathroom so he could clean her up. But as we went to lift her, we noticed a smell quickly forming around us. My mother had actually soiled herself while laying in her own vomit. The smell of alcohol, vomit, pee, and wet poop mixed together was horrendous. But we still had to carry her to the bathroom. Oh my god, guys, I've got such a horrible image in my mind right now. My dad had me get a whole roll of paper towels and a garbage bag, then spent the next 45 minutes cleaning my mother up in the bathtub. He threw her clothes into the washing machine and then put her to bed. She woke up with a bad hangover the next morning, all the while not remembering anything she did or said, and she was more embarrassed than I'd ever seen her when she found out what happened. It wasn't me or my dad who told her. Nope, it was my sister. We were going to try and spare her the finer details on what happened, but my sister blabbed the whole thing in front of her while she was nursing a coffee at the kitchen table. My dad took some time off work to call in a carpet service that same day. He had the hallway carpet ripped up, then had the floor steam cleaned before new carpet was put down. My mother hid in her room the entire time because she didn't want to be seen, and she stayed clear of me for a while, but she then soon fell back into her usual habits. My dad got suspicious after my mum mentioned the other guy, and got the call logs from the phone company for both the house phone and my mum's cell phone. And what he found was enough for him to call a private investigator. My mum was outed as a cheater soon after because she really didn't cover her tracks well. And that's when my dad finally said he wanted a divorce. I wasn't there to see the arguments when he called her out, but I was told it was next level. She went crazy and threw stuff all over the kitchen, broken dishes everywhere. Yeah, guess who got to clean that up? Also, if anyone is wondering what happened to the guy my mum was having an affair with, my dad told me he actually applied for a transfer at his job and skipped town pretty fast. I've got no idea where he went or where he is now, and from what I've heard, he didn't ever contact my mum again. So yeah, she threw away her marriage for a short fling that meant nothing. Not that I care. I'm one of the few people who are actually happy their parents are divorced. I mean, look, you guys probably know I've had some pretty drunk nights myself, but not to this extent. I don't think I've ever been in a state like this. Vomiting, sure, happens to the best of us, but also soiling yourself at the same time and having to be dragged upstairs into the bathroom and then put to bed by your husband. That is elite, sorry. I mean, what a night she must have had. As for your mother, OP, yeah, strange decision from her to do what she did. I don't really get the benefit unless she was just super bored with her life and was like, you know what, let's just F everything up and see what happens. Maybe that's what she was going for, but yeah, clearly there were no long-term benefits and a lot of long-term disadvantages, like losing your entire family, for one. And now moving on to our second story of today's episode. Entitled Uncle complains about Halloween makeup. Dad kicks him out. For some backstory. At the time of this story, I, a 19-year-old woman, lived in a house with my 5 siblings, my parents, grandparents, uncle, and his twin sons. My siblings and I shared a room, my parents had a room, and my grandparents had the back room. My uncle and his kids lived in the backyard in a tent. What is going on in that house? Well, here we go. The reason they lived in the backyard is because my uncle used to treat my parents like it was his house and would criticize how we would clean. When my parents told him that it was in fact their house and not his, he bought a tent and refused to come back in. Oh my god. Right, so this is the sort of person that we're dealing with here. Goodness me, here we go. Now my siblings and I do not get along with our uncle because he'd always disrespected us and called us names. His kids were no better. They'd constantly be telling us that we need to stop doing boy things. My siblings and I would also have to keep all of our valuables close because our cousins were known thieves. At this time, I'd been experimenting with special effects makeup and liquid latex. This story takes place 3 days before Halloween and on Halloween itself. Story time. I had just started working on a makeup look in my bedroom when my first cousin walked in on his phone looking around. I ignored him and hoped he'd walk away and just leave me alone without any confrontation. Of course, that was too much to ask. After hanging up the phone, he walked up to me and just stared. OP, no boy will ever want you if you keep wearing makeup and dressing like a insert rude word here. I just nodded without looking up from my mirror. I knew he hated when he couldn't get a rise out of me, but I didn't want to give him that satisfaction. OP, I'm talking to you. I'll tell your dad that you're being rude to me and you'll get in trouble. See, I knew he was lying. He wasn't supposed to be in my room when nobody was home. If my dad knew that he was in the room, the boys and my uncle would be locked out of the house. He then started to slap my mirror while I was doing my contour. At this point, I was getting really angry and irritated. I decided to finally answer him. What do you want? Quit ignoring me. No man wants a girl so obsessed with her makeup. You need to get rid of it. He walked up to my desk and started grabbing my stuff. I didn't use most of it anyway because there were colors I didn't like to use, but then he grabbed all of my eyeliners and I was forced to get up and grab the makeup out of his hands, putting it back where it belongs. No, I don't think so. Leave my stuff alone. Get out of my room. I wear makeup because I like it. You're freaking ugly with or without it anyways. No one will ever like you. You, again, insert rude word. You don't even have talent. Your makeup looks trash, he hissed out with a smile. With that, I felt my ears get hot and I pushed him out of the room. If I had a door, I would have slammed it. Wait, sorry, you don't have a door on your bedroom? Oh my god, what is this house? I'll admit, I may have pushed him a little bit rougher than I meant to, but I was angry. I always got comments about my makeup because I do have a more alternative style and I like bold colors. I told my sisters about everything that had happened and they just told me that he was a jerk and that they all loved my makeup. They all also had asked me if I was still willing to do their makeup for their Halloween costumes, and of course I said yes. Halloween arrived and I began doing the girls' makeup while my cousins sat and watched.
Two of them asked for lots of liquid latex and fake blood, seeing as they were dressing up as zombies. Of course they'd want to be something that a boy should be. I bet that's why you cut your hair. Are you one of those nasty slur for trans people? Commented my second cousin this time, making my first cousin laugh out loud and my sisters look sad. I saw my sisters start to pick at the liquid latex, trying to get it off. Hey, girls, don't forget that you're going to be the scariest looking zombies ever, and you all better act like it. Tell you what, you can take 2 of my black shirts and tear them up for your costume. Sound good? When I mentioned my black shirts, they got really happy and ran to my closet. I turned my head immediately towards my cousins, and I just snapped. You guys have no business talking to my sisters like that. Do it again, and I'm going to kick you both in the balls. Before they could say anything, my sisters ran back in with some shirts and scissors. While they were tearing up the shirts, I started on my younger sibling, who asked me to make her a rainbow skeleton. The cousins were silent while I did her face. Hopefully, they'd be silent throughout the rest of the faces. My last sibling asked me to do a Guy Fawkes mask. She had always loved V for Vendetta, so we decided to watch the movie while I did her face. I keep looking at my cousins and only catch their evil eyes. As I was finishing the last one, my first cousin comes up to the seat and sits down on the chair I use for the girls. I looked at him just sitting in the chair and I started packing my stuff up. He looked confused and tried to grab my arm. "What are you doing? Make me look like Darth Maul." He sounded angry. "Why should I do your face? You didn't even ask me to do your face." I continued packing and I was just walking away. "Well, just do it. You have all that stuff out." He sounded like a little kid that couldn't have another cookie. My cousins both came up to me and they began to berate me about how I'm such a female dog and should just do it anyways because I'd be getting experience. Sorry, are your cousins now choosing beggars as well? We shouldn't even have to ask you. Just do it. Yeah, quit being such a female dog. We're telling our dad. They finally just walked away and I went into the bathroom to make myself look like Ursula from The Little Mermaid. I took about an hour to finish, and when I came out, they were standing in the living room watching TV with my uncle. My uncle then came up to me and started yelling about how I've always been so ungrateful and that I don't deserve anything. "My sons are so upset that you won't do their faces, and you've ruined Halloween for them. You're lucky you're not my kid, or else I would be beating your butt black and blue." My uncle was still shouting at me when my parents came into the house. My dad immediately intervened. "What the heck is going on here? Uncle, why are you yelling at my daughter like that? OP, are you okay?" I didn't even realize I was crying until my dad asked me that. "That little dog won't do their faces. She said she would. If she was my daughter, But my uncle got cut off by my dad's angry yelling voice. "She isn't your daughter. You have no right to be yelling at her like that. I've been lenient towards you because you are my brother-in-law, but this is it. Pack your stuff and leave. You have until tomorrow morning to be out of here." Dad didn't even bother listening to my uncle's protests and started walking off. I looked at my cousins through my tears and was happy to see that they were upset. I should mention that the paint is what really made me tear up. It's water activated. So when I started crying and wiping my eyes, it got in my eyes and made the rest of my makeup run. My dad told me to fix my makeup and to go outside to trick or treat when I was done. I did as I was told and I had a blast. When we got home, my uncle and his kids were already gone. They spent months at my uncle's baby mama's house. Then she kicked them out because she found out he cheated on her. Last I heard from them, the boys were taken into CPS and my uncle put in jail because of him not having a house, job, or a way to support them. I don't know the details, but if I did, I'd let you guys know. And finally, OP has actually posted a picture of her with the Ursula makeup, and I've got to say, it looks really good. Why is someone abusing you for that? It makes no sense. It's brilliant. Congratulations, OP. You're clearly very talented. Your uncle and his kids are not. The time my entitled mother-in-law and father-in-law almost killed my child. The title is a bit dramatic, but oh well. I just got inspired to write about my crazy mother and father-in-law, and I hope that this can be used as a cautionary tale in this crazy time of the vid. This was back in 2010. We had to live with my husband's family for a while. it was my sister-in-law's house, but we lived with her daughter, my mother-in-law, father-in-law, and brother-in-law. When my son was 5 months old, my niece got violently ill one night and kept throwing up. Obviously, I decided to keep the baby away from the family so he wouldn't get sick. They didn't like that, especially my mother and father-in-law, who kept whining and complaining that I was keeping their precious grandson away, even after explaining that I didn't want my niece to get him sick. I gave in eventually because I was tired of hearing them complain literally all day, on the condition that my niece stays in her room the whole time and they wash first. Now, I'm aware that this is where I messed up. I had to use the bathroom and was only gone for a few minutes. When I came back, my niece was on the couch holding my son, snot dripping from her nose, throat scratchy, with my father-in-law telling her, "Give your cousin a big kiss," which she does, right on the lips. I freak out and snatch my baby and lock us in the bathroom so I can wash him. The whole time, my mother and father-in-law were at the door telling me that I'm overreacting and that sharing germs builds immunity and other BS. Of course, the next morning he has a high fever and he's really lethargic. I tell the in-laws that I want to take him to the hospital, but my sister-in-law was adamant that it wasn't that bad and that I should make an appointment with his pediatrician instead. Now, I didn't have a license or a car, so I had to rely on other people. Like an idiot, I listened to her because I thought she was on my side and knew more because her child is older. I made an appointment for that afternoon. I get there and the doctor took one look at him and told me to take him to the hospital, which was 1 block down, and said that they'd be expecting me. He was admitted as soon as we walked in the door. They told me that I was lucky and that if I'd waited any longer, my baby wouldn't have lasted until the next day. His lungs were filling up with mucus and he couldn't breathe. He had to be hooked up to an oxygen tank and they had to vacuum suction the mucus out every hour. We spent a week in the hospital and he made a full recovery. Of course, the in-laws fully blamed me, my mother-in-law especially, but the others more or less agreed with her. She said my son got sick because I was dirty for having a child out of wedlock and a bad mother. My husband was fuming and told her off, but that woman has the worst case of selective hearing I've ever seen. I never fully trusted her ever again. Right guys, now I'll be honest, I don't know exactly which infections and which diseases a baby is supposed to get before they are a certain age. I do know that you are meant to expose your baby to certain ones of those, aren't you? Like, you know, chicken pox and stuff like that, you're meant to get at an early age so they don't affect you negatively later on in life, but that's not the case with every infection, is it? I mean, come on, you're not like permanently coughing on your baby when you're sick, trying to get them ill, or, you know, kissing them on the mouth when they're not even your child. Come on, that's ridiculous. Like, look, those of you that are more informed than me, comment down below what you're actually supposed to do. I clearly have no idea, but I'm pretty sure you're not supposed to do that. That is a little bit too far, and I don't even know why I'm laughing, to be honest. That could have been so serious. Yeah, I've just completely forgotten that your baby nearly died. OP, I'm so sorry. Good thing you got to a doctor in time though, my God, because that could have been absolutely tragic. That's unbelievable. I mean, I know your husband got annoyed with his parents and that side of the family, but they don't seem to care that much. That's what's mental. Like, surely at least they've apologized or something, but throughout the story, at the end of it, I saw not even like a hint of an apology. Just, oh, it's your fault. Are you kidding me? Because you married out of wedlock? Your child nearly died? These people, man, unbelievable. I mean, seriously, a baby nearly died and they don't even care. It's shocking. Now moving on to our second story. Entitled Mum accuses me of luring her kid to my car, then gets upset that I didn't offer him snacks. So, it's the first week of school and my nephew Andy and his friend Falcon are attending the same school again. This, however, is a new school, not the last one. Both my sister-in-law and my neighbour, Sissy, Falcon's mother, have me on their emergency contact, and given that I have an active role in both the boys' life, I was asked to come in and walk the halls, do the meet and greet, and fill out some information. I've been given this little yellow card for when they get off the bus. As Clarissa and Sissy are both at work, the boys and little Beth will be chilling at my house after school. I've got a card for Beth as well. All things are good and everyone's happy. Later, I'm waiting at the bus stop in my 2000 Civic, which is immediately a ricer. I've got a kit on it that kind of makes it look like a Skyline.
I'm driving it a lot right now because I've agreed to give it up to my niece for her 16th. And I want more time with my first car after putting almost 10 years of work into it. Things start when I hear a lady, we'll call her Karen, not because she's a Karen, but because I know that's her name, talking rubbish about my car. She's over there, standing outside her Ford Focus, looking like the mean female dog she always is. Now, I know Karen well enough. Her son, who I will call Dennis, like the menace, was once Falcon's friend, and would be at my house with Andy and Falcon and their other friend, Puck. Puck is not his name, but I call him that, and it's a nickname that sticks. He looks like the character from Gargoyles when I was little. Little boy with long platinum blonde hair and elf-like features. He likes the nickname, his parents get the joke, but he is a timid, effeminate little boy. So, a little backstory on why I'm bringing this all up. Puck, Dennis, Andy, and Falcon were over my house a lot. Puck would come by all the time to get Otter Pops or fruit snacks or muffins randomly, even when Andy wasn't around. He's a good kid, they play with him all the time. Then, one day, he stopped coming over when Andy and Falcon were over, but he would still stop by randomly. So I'd noticed Dennis being a brat to Puck, and I had a couple of times stopped Andy and Falcon from being mean or saying mean things to the kid. They never mistreated this kid before Dennis started hanging out with them. Turns out, Karen, Dennis's mum, is like a hardcore Baptist-style Christian and thinks that little Puck is gay and therefore didn't want Dennis hanging around him. She even came to my house and talked to me, saying she didn't want Puck there when Dennis was there. When I kindly told her to go Puck herself, you don't dictate what happens in my home, she hit me up with the "you're not even the kid's father" kind of rubbish. Now, Falcon's dad was still alive at this point, so I asked him to go tell her to go Puck herself. Sissy didn't like her anyway. Well, I came to find out from Puck's mother that Dennis had told Puck he couldn't play with them at my house anymore, and that Dennis had beat up Puck. I went to talk to Dennis about this later when he was at my house, and he said that his mum had told him it was okay because Dennis was a, insert horrible slur here, and he was going to hell. These kids aren't even 11 yet, my god. So, I went to confront Karen, who was a real dog about it, like terrible, and I ended up saying that Dennis could not come back to my house. Also, I talked to Falcon and Andy about what Dennis did, has been saying, and I also talked to their parents. End result, neither Clarissa or Sissy wanted their kids to be around Dennis. Sissy didn't like Dennis because of all the trouble he caused in her house, and this was just the final straw. So, fast forward. Right, so we're back at the bus stop now. Karen is giving me the stink eye, and I'm just ignoring her. The bus comes, Andy and Falcon get off, and they come to my car. All the kids are actually fascinated by it. Now, usually I hardly let the kids ride in it instead of my truck because, well, I worked all summer long back in 2006 to get these fancy seats and stuff. I usually don't even like to have little kids in it, but I'm cruising and we're gonna go to Rita's today, Italian Ice. A bunch of the neighborhood kids come up and they're talking and asking about my car. I'm letting them see the inside, though I'm wiping hands or whatever. I got a little thing on the front like Knight Rider. Yes, I'm a nerd, but it's cool. More buses come and we're waiting for Beth's bus. She goes to a different school. And eventually, Dennis gets off his bus. He sees Andy and Falcon, he sees the car, he sees me, and he comes over. Now, I could be a butthole here and tell the kid to get lost, but I'm not particularly venomous about the kid. He comes up and his mother comes over quickly. He asks me if he can see the car. He's always been into it. I look at Andy and Falcon, who are like not sure what to do, and I'm like, sure Dennis, take a mask, wipe your hands. I've got a box of masks and gloves and hand wipes and stuff. Now, half of that was in the car before COVID, but you know, little kids can't be vaccinated, and they got grubby little Cheeto hands. Now, Dennis's mum does not like this. I hear her screech, "What's going on? What are you telling him?" Now, he's actually cool about it. He says, "It's okay, mum. He just asked me to wipe my hands and wear a mask. He's gonna let me sit in the front." Then she gets involved with the "why does he have to wear a mask? The other kids aren't wearing a mask" stuff. I tell her the ones who jumped in my car got a mask and had to wipe their hands. She then goes off about COVID and blah blah, but then takes a turn when she says something in her tirade about me luring kids to you with your car. which I had to stop and stare at her for. Now, Andy, my nephew, has been in the car many times. He knows that if you lift the thing in the back seat, there's a cooler down there, so he goes for the snacks. He always does, while this crazy lady is yelling at me. After a moment of craziness and the boys munching on chips, Beth shows up. I'm so happy. I close my doors, lock them, and go and get her. I come back, and Karen is still at my car, waiting to fuss at me. Dennis is waiting to get in. I tell him, look, maybe next time, because I just want to leave at this point. He asks if he can have a snack, and I look at his mum, and she goes, "What? You're not even going to offer him a snack? You gave the other kids snacks?" Now, technically, Andy was the one who gave Falcon snacks from my car, and if he didn't give Dennis one, well, that was intentional. I know Andy, and he's a little stinker in the making, but I'm like, sure, fine. What do you want? We got chips and juice and some mini Snickers. All stuff I can't eat anymore due to my diet, but I keep in my car and I keep my shelves stocked. Gotta use that Costco card for something. Dennis does not want a snack now. He wants to get into the car. I think he thinks it's either or, like he can't do both. His mum snarls and tells him to get a snack. Then Beth asks if we're going to Rita's. And I say, yeah, we'll go to Rita's. And she says she hopes they have the birthday cake. Now Dennis goes, ooh, birthday cake. Can I come? Now at this point, I really don't know what to say. Like, hey, your mini hate crimed a kid, so Sissy and Clarissa don't want you around their kids, and I don't particularly like you, which would be the truth. But instead, I immediately get slick at the mouth and say, I don't think that's a good idea. I wouldn't want to lure you in with my car and the promise of treats, looking directly at his mum, who then lays into me for not offering to take the kid, not 5 minutes after she said that exact same thing earlier. She then starts talking loudly and gets the other parents involved. But this is my neighborhood, and most of these people know me, Andy, and Falcon, and Dennis has been a little idiot forever, and people are tired of Karen. So, thankfully, the most unlikely person in the world spoke up. It was an old Asian lady who was so sweet. I didn't even think that she spoke English, or at least spoke it well, but she told Karen to shut up and take her horrible kid home, and I heard that clear enough. Folks began laughing. Karen scowled at me, and I told Dennis he can sit in the front seat before he left if his mum agreed. Now, of course she didn't, called me a butthole, and she just dragged her kid off. After that, we went to Rita's, and all was good. But I heard the kids talking about Dennis's crazy mum the whole time. I tried to stir the conversation away, talking about their first day back at school and all that, but nope, they wanted to talk about Dennis and his crazy mum. So yeah, that's my experience with an entitled mum. The problem is, this is probably going to be a thing since we're picking up the kids at around the same time. Though the rest of the week, she only glared at me from her punk car, and Dennis has arrived before Andy and Falcon since, so it's not been a huge deal. But I'm sure that that woman is a ticking time bomb. Oh my god, mate, that is just the worst. So you've had this big falling out, this big confrontation. Clearly you two are not liking each other. And you know that you're going to have to see this woman probably, for the rest of the school year, maybe multiple school years, every weekday, every school day, at the same time, every day. God. That is horrible, but at least you put her in her place, so well done. As for Dennis, I completely get what you're saying, because earlier in the story, OP said that he doesn't really have a problem with Dennis, despite the fact that Dennis is the one who was, saying all these horrible things. But it's clear that he is learning and getting this stuff, this horrible, abusive mentality and language from his entitled mum. So as OP does, I completely blame the mother, as I do with all these stories, Dennis is 11. Like, guys, how bad can an 11-year-old really be? They're listening to what their parents are saying, taking loads of information in from them, and they're gonna base their opinions and what they say off of their parents, obviously, like any normal kid. So I don't really blame him, and I completely blame the mum. Let me know if you, agree with that. Or do you put some blame on Dennis? I don't. He's 11. My sister doesn't allow our mum to cough. I am a 22-year-old woman, and I live with my mum, who is 45, and twin sisters, who are 20. Last week, we caught the flu. It was really awful, especially for mum, because she had a high fever and a very stuffed nose. I'm currently in a similar position. So my sister, Emily, came back from school really annoyed today, and she yelled at us for different reasons. When my mum told her to watch her mouth and then broke into a coughing fit immediately after, Emily got extremely mad and started screaming at her to hold it in. as it's disgusting and it's forbidden to walk around the house spreading germs. Mum also got angry and told her that it's her house, so she can do whatever she wants, and if she doesn't like it, she's more than welcome to get a job and move out. Yeah, no words for this one. Your own daughter not allowing you to cough when you're sick in your own home. It's just insane. If she's not going to move out, force her out. Sack her off. Let's move on. Now for our second story of today's episode. I ruined Thanksgiving last year, and I'm still not sorry. This story begins a number of years ago, with a particular dessert pastry my mother used to make, pudding pie. I didn't know why this pie was so much better than regular pudding, but it was delicious, and I'd actually look forward to that pie before Thanksgiving. That's how good the pie was. Sadly, like all good things, this pastry too came to an end. One year, my mother decided that the pie was too fattening for her diet, and she swapped some ingredients around. She swore up and down it would taste no different. Spoiler alert, it tasted like nightmares feel. Immediate and extended family protested and requested the diet abomination be banished and the delicious pie brought back. Those pleas fell on deaf ears. Eventually, Mum had enough and said she wasn't stopping anyone else from making the pie, but she wasn't doing it anymore. I assume she figured that nobody else would have the gumption to actually seek out the recipe and make it. She thought wrong. In the very wee hours of Thanksgiving morning last year, I took up that gauntlet and prepared my pie in secret. I procrastinated until the literal last minute. I forgot the pie needs some time to set before it can be eaten. I even managed to control myself and not just start eating the filling. I did have one small taste to make sure I didn't forget an important ingredient though. So, I showed up for Thanksgiving lunch at my aunt's house with my pie, and there was much rejoicing. Real sugar, actual tasty ingredients. I inhaled my meal in the interest of getting to pie sooner and may or may not have overdone it a bit. I needed some time on my feet to make room for a slice of my pie, so I stepped outside to vape and chat with the smokers. I got numerous compliments on not screwing up instant pudding in a pie tin. The actual pie was more complicated than that, but I just took the ribbing. I make it inside and beeline for the dessert table. There's my mother standing near her imposter pie, which was missing a single piece, looking like she's sucking a lemon. Whether that was from the taste of her evil pie or the fact that mine was so popular is anyone's guess. I'm certainly not brave enough to ask. But there's not even a sign of my pie. I see apple pie, pumpkin pie, Toll House pie, but no pudding pie. Not even the pie tin. It couldn't be so delicious that people actually ate the tin in the 10 minutes I was outside, so I addressed the room, asking where my pie is. Several people look at one of the couches and then away. What I saw made my blood boil. My sister is sitting on my aunt's new couch, the entire pie tin on her lap, massive spoon in one hand, a can of whipped cream in the other, and she is going to town on my pie, which had been a little over half eaten by people who weren't complete savages before it fell in with bad company. I recall saying, "Really, sis?" Her head pops up and she looks at me like a deer in headlights. This woman, who is in her 30s mind you, has chocolate pudding and whipped cream smeared all over her face. She compounds the image of a toddler by speaking with her mouth full as she tries to justify herself. What? Mum said someone needed to take the pie away before she caved. Reason and consideration left me. I spent hours on that pie and I didn't even get to eat a single piece. I won't claim what I did next was okay. All I will say is I've yet to regret doing what I did, and I honestly can't think of any other way I could have responded. I don't think I'm the hero of this tale. All I can say is I'm not the only villain. I snorted like a little piggy. Twice. I'm not sure when the rest of the room quietened down and watched our little showdown. All I can say is it was silent when I oinked and everyone heard it. It took a little while for what happened to actually percolate into her brain, but once my sister realised, she just stood up, sending the pie onto the floor with the pudding part face down, and flung what was in her hands away so she could cover her face and start sobbing. She sprinted to the bathroom and slammed the door shut. Then all heck broke loose and my extended family went to war with each other. A small but vocal section of the family started berating me for doing that to my sister. Neither of us are pixies. And the larger portion arguing with the smaller because who just grabs an entire pie and eats it like that? I just grabbed some napkins and did the best I could to get most of my pie out of my aunt's brand new carpets. She'd hosted Thanksgiving that year because her house had been completely remodeled with fresh paint on the walls and a brand spanking new interior. I gave my aunt a hug and apologised for the mess before I left with an otherwise Irish goodbye. She didn't say anything then, but I've spoken with my aunt since and she said she doesn't blame me. My parents actually paid for the carpet to get steam cleaned because there was pudding everywhere and it was a light coloured carpet. Why my parents paid and not my sister, who works a full-time job and is otherwise allegedly a fully functional adult, well, that's an excellent question. So, that's the story of how I ruined Thanksgiving last year. I hope you won't judge me too harshly. You know what? I can't even work out who's worse in this story, your mum or your sister, or maybe they're just both as bad as each other. Seriously, they're both terrible. Like, to be honest, yeah, I do get if your mum wouldn't want to eat the pie herself, maybe she's on some sort of diet, then it's not the most healthy thing, completely fine. But still, it brings so much joy to so many people, why not just make it anyway, and then just don't eat a slice yourself? That would make more sense to me, given that so many people absolutely love it, and it's the highlight of their Thanksgiving. But hey, fair enough. Then your sister, eating half the pie herself when she knows how much everyone else loves it, not even allowing you, OP, to eat some of your own pie. That, again, is just awful. And to be honest, doing the pig snorting noises, I back it. I think that was completely justified. Can you imagine her just like chilling on the sofa, just digging in with her trotters? Well, a bit harsh, but anyway, yeah, I can. I also love how your sister tries to justify it, as in her mum saying to her, take the pie away from me or I'm going to have some myself because it is so nice. Then she just eats half of it herself instead. Incredible. Let's move on. And now for our third story. Uncontrolled kid in the waiting room. I take my daughter to speech therapy, and I have to wait in the waiting room during her appointment because my other daughter, Helen, and 3-month-old baby can't join her because of COVID rules. No big deal. Helen is pretty active but well behaved. There are other parents and kids who come through the waiting room while my older daughter has her appointments. Now, I've been having a problem with a mother and daughter who come in after us and leave before us. The first time we encountered them, we were sitting on a couch, and the little girl, who is probably around 4 or 5, sat right next to us. There were plenty of other places to sit, and I tried to ignore her. Her mum made a half-hearted attempt to remove her, but gave up when the little girl didn't want to move. Now, she doesn't wear a mask, and then she proceeded to sneeze on my nursing pillow, and her mum removed her. The second time, she sat on the couch with us another week, and I tried to coax her to gently move without any luck. A few more times later, I told her that normally we like making friends, but we want to keep germs to ourselves. No dice. Usually, she only leaves when she has to go into her appointments. I talked to my friend, who's a special needs kindergarten teacher, about what to do in this situation. I don't want to be mean, and I don't know what limitations the little girl has in terms of comprehension. I'm not trying to demonize a little girl who has special needs, but her mum really needs to get a hold of her. My friend told me to be firm but friendly and tell her we want to avoid spreading germs. The last time was insane. I'd given up sitting on the couch in the waiting room in favour of chairs, so there was less room. However, the little girl sat right in the chair with Helen and took me by surprise. I said, no thank you, and her mum got her off. Then she went right for me, trying to lift my nursing cover off of me while I was breastfeeding. I told her no, and her mum said, well, she just wants to see the baby. I replied, he's eating right now. Then the mum moved her daughter away from us. I saw the little girl slide onto the floor out of the corner of my eye. And when her mum left her for a split second, the girl came right over and again lifted my cover off. I barked, absolutely not, and her mum pulled her off of me. The little girl was called in for speech, and that was the end of it. I'm at a loss about what to do. The mum knows what's going on and doesn't care unless I'm very vocal. What do you all think? I mean, this is actually a pretty horrible position to be in if you think about it, especially given the pandemic that's been going on for quite a long time now. I don't like anything about this story. Again, as I often say, I don't really blame the little girl. She's only 4 or 5. She doesn't really know too much. She probably doesn't have that much common sense. The mum, though, what are you doing? If you can't control your child and you get angry because this mum isn't letting your child see her baby, it's ridiculous, especially when breastfeeding. But also, come on, it's COVID, man. Ridiculous. I don't really know what advice I can give to the mum other than you kind of have to take it up with the staff at this therapy place, wherever you are, and say to them how uncomfortable this mum is making you feel, and hopefully they can do something about it.
I don't really know what they do. Maybe just say, look, if you can't keep to the current rules about social distancing, then you're not allowed to come here anymore. It's ridiculous. It really is. I don't know what more this mum individually can do other than say, go away. Guys, get in the comments if you don't mind. Drop some advice below for OP. What would you do in this situation? I'd probably just have to complain and say, look, this is ridiculous. I feel very uncomfortable and pretty unsafe being in the same waiting room as this mum and her daughter. Sort them out, please. Entitled sister demands I take her children to Disney with me and my girlfriend, despite knowing it's a secret proposal trip. I am a 31-year-old woman, and my girlfriend and I are planning a trip to Disneyland Paris. Not for any time soon with the pandemic, but we're still planning. It's not as big as, say, Florida, but it's closer to us, and it's also both our first time going. And as my girlfriend is obsessed with Disney, it's where I'm planning to propose to her to make it more special. My sister knows I'm proposing, as she helped me pick out the ring, and she was very supportive, until she found out where I was planning to propose. She doesn't approve of it, as we're not kids, and has stated that as we're not children, it's weird, and how if I wanted to go there, I should take her kids, who are 10 and 6. Now, I love my niece and nephew, but this is a special trip for me and my girlfriend. I explained this to my sister, and I thought she understood. But next time I was overseeing her kids, they were upset as she had told them about the Disney trip, and they couldn't understand why I wouldn't take them. I tried to console them, but I felt very put on the spot and upset by this. I ended up leaving not long after, and my sister keeps badgering me to take the kids now, as they're so upset. The worst part is my girlfriend has now started to feel guilty and is wondering if we should just take the kids with us. Oh, what a start to the episode. Imagine purposefully ruining your sister's proposal. That is horrible. I mean, that in isolation is bad enough, but then on top of that, manipulating your sister and her girlfriend, who has no idea what is planned, into taking your kids with them on holiday. Oh, horrible person. Let's move on. Now for our second story. My mother cares more about money. I got a snake just over a year ago, and I love him dearly. He is adorable. Recently, he's been quite sick, so my dad and I, took him to the vets. It turns out that he has a life-threatening infection that doesn't have a treatment that's guaranteed to work. Now, this was not due to my husbandry, but he did have it when we got him. It only showed now. We came back home, and my mother walks into my room and asks about the visit. I tell her everything, including the infection. She isn't that close to the snake, as it's mine, but as soon as I finish, she keeps hounding me about how much the visit costs. This went on for some time. I told her I don't know how much it costs because my dad paid for it, so she went to him. She found out and came back up and started getting mad that it cost that much. I just found out my snake has a high chance of dying. She's been snappy with me and has made jokes and comments about it too. I just needed to get this off my chest. It's driving me insane. Now, if you've been around on my channel for a while now, you'll know that I have a snake myself, Marty, a little corn snake. I'll chuck him up on screen right now. This is actually from a year ago. I do look quite different. Marty looks the same, I'll be honest. I look a little bit different, but anyway, yeah. If he had an illness, and by the way, he has had some issues, with his eyes, for example, throughout the years. He's quite old now. We would definitely take him to the vet, and we'd definitely pay the money to sort him out, and nobody would complain about spending too much on your pet. It's so weird. I mean, look, anyone with a pet, you guys watching right now, I assume a lot of you have pets. You know just how much they can mean to you, and if there's an issue with them, you're gonna go and sort it. Honestly, even if it's really expensive, you're gonna do it. It just makes sense. It's human, right? So to have this sort of reaction to spending too much money on your pet is really strange. And now moving on to our third story of today's episode. This one, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty epic. Entitled mum tried to walk off with my mum's Christmas gifts, injured me, and then claimed I stole her items. I honestly can't believe that this just happened, but here we go. I was online shopping this morning when I saw these gorgeous outdoor Christmas lights at really great prices at a local store. My mother loves Christmas, but she's never had the money or time to put any lights up, but she longed to have some. I decided that, as an early Christmas present, I would get her some that she could be proud of. I purchased some great deals online, like some light up reindeer, her favourites, some colourful string lights with the colours red, green, white, blue and purple, a snowflake shaped light, and some light up candy canes for her candy cane lane. I ordered them, paid with my credit card, and was actually able to pick them up in store same day. All for less than $100,
A total steal. When I get there, I see there's a long line at customer services, so I decided to browse for a bit. I ended up getting a super great deal on a pair of dripping icicle lights, the buy one get one free deal. I then added a strand of light up garland so she could decorate inside with more than just the tree. I know it's a lot, but I made good money from doing remote lab work at my university. And since I had more than enough saved up for tuition, I decided to spoil my family after such a rotten year. What I got from my siblings, dad and grandparents are not related to this event. So I go, pay, and sure enough, the line at customer service is a lot shorter. I get in line, wait maybe 20 minutes, and when I'm at the counter, I presented my email proving proof of purchase, but it takes a bit for her to scan the QR code, as the device is apparently not reading it. I got no problem with that, because hey, things happen, when suddenly my own cart is slammed into my side. See, what I did was put myself between my cart and the exit. I've read one too many horror stories of people just running off with others' purchases, and I wanted to play it safe. And it kind of worked. Except for the fact that I'm now in a lot of pain because my own cart was rammed right into my hip bone and knee, knocking me over to the floor and nearly making me whack my head. And the crazy lady who did that then tried to push my own cart over me, all while screaming, I kid you not, "You stupid little thief!" This lady was literally trying to sell that I stole her cart. Needless to say, I'm super annoyed and super in pain. Security is called. I'm screaming at the lady to stop lying and give me back my cart, and then I ended up detained. Why? Sadly, she was black and I was Caucasian in a time of all this racism craziness. Now, before you start on the whole "you're racist" stuff, I'm not. I couldn't care less if that lady was an alien or had purple skin or was the Queen of England herself. I treat others how they treat me, and she was stealing my gifts from my mother and claiming that I was the thief. Angry, I then twisted out of the security guy's hold, ripped the receipt out of my pocket, and shoved it in his face. "I have the receipt, you idiots!" He's startled, steps back and stares at the receipt, and I snap at him that he needs to get a pair of glasses because skin color or not, I've got the receipt, that female dog doesn't. Now call me a dang ambulance because I can't take the bus home from how in pain my body was from being rammed by my own cars. An older security guard, a manager, and the head honcho supervisor came over, and the older guard started berating the younger guy for jumping to conclusions, again apparently. The manager checks my receipt and sure enough it's all mine, and the crazy lady of course has no receipts. But then of course, the lady starts wailing about how I must have stolen my receipts, only to have it pointed out that I'd used my points card for that store, which was on the receipt, and they could match that to my ID. They also obviously had CCTV of me with all my items, buying them, and then her coming along, grabbing them, and ramming me with my own cards. I then have to sit there on a bench with all my items. The customer service girl who struggled to get the QR code to scan returned my phone to me. I dropped it on the counter when I was hit, and I started placing my items I had bought online into the cart, which had now been returned to me, while the crazy lady was detained. Police and EMTs arrived not long after. The store actually wasn't that far from a hospital or the police station, and after the EMTs loaded me onto a stretcher, my ankle was badly twisted from being knocked over, and of course I wanted to go to the hospital to be safe. I give my statement, press charges, before turning to the supervisor as he comes over. He's very apologetic and asks if I want anything from the store for free as compensation for this disaster. I told him that all I wanted was for A, the idiot security guard to either be rigorously retrained in thinking for once or be fired, B, that I wanted them to hold on to my purchases until I could come back to pick them up, and C, that crazy lady who was now screaming, "You'll hear from my son, he's a lawyer," which is how I know she's an entitled mum, be perma-banned from their entire chain, because who knows if she's gotten away with it before or would do it again. The super agreed that it was more than fair. The security guy who detained me improperly looked horrified, and apparently the crazy lady heard that and went deathly pale before she fainted right then and there. I'm now sitting in a hospital bed, my ankle in a cast, the bones cracked, my left hip and knee in pain, my right elbow bruised, and having to call my grandparents to pick me up because my family only has 2 cars and my sister and dad are both at work, hence why I took the bus. I'm so angry, it's not even funny. And typing this out on my phone, I don't care about spelling errors. What happened to me isn't right, no matter the skin color, and I'm going to be pressing charges. And I'm in Canada, so I can't make her pay my medical bills as it's covered by the provincial plan. Yeah, OP, you definitely want to be pressing charges on this one. That's assault right there, ladies and gents. Plain and simple, get some compensation. Surely though, this store should have given you all your stuff that you'd bought online for free, right? As in that was like the least they could do. Like, you know, at the end, when the manager says, do you want anything for compensation? Why doesn't he just give you all the stuff that you bought online and the stuff you have in store for free? That's like an easy thing to do. Didn't do it? You didn't really demand it? Fair enough. I mean, I don't blame you for not demanding it. You had to go to hospital. He surely should have just given it to you straight away though, right? As for the woman, this sort of thing, I don't think would ever happen in the UK. Someone buying stuff at a store and then someone else in line immediately picking up and running with it. I've never heard of that happening. Like, even when you were saying about you having to position your shopping cart between you and the exit, that is never something I would even consider doing. I don't think anyone does that in the UK. It's weird. Guys, in America, you watching right now, do you do that? Or is that just something that OP does and has said it's normal? It's interesting. Never heard of it before. Let me know. Sorry, by America, I mean America and Canada. Completely forgot this story happens in Canada. So yes, Americans, Canadians, let me know. Is this a Northern American thing or is this just a thing that everyone does and I don't do? Educate me, please. Karen rages when I snatch her phone after she was filming a dying woman. A few years ago, I was on a flight from London to Sydney when an older woman, maybe 70, suddenly collapsed in the aisle. The flight attendants rush over to her and check her pulse and determine she doesn't have one and commence CPR. People are standing up to see what's happening, and a few people start to film. At this point, the flight crew have brought out a defibrillator and have had to remove the dying woman's shirt to use it on her. Myself and a few other people tried to stand around them to block the view and give the poor woman some dignity in this horrible moment. The flight crew are naturally panicking, but remaining professional. One flight attendant is asking people to stop filming, but they don't. The closest person to me was Karen, and she had her phone moving at all angles to try and get some footage of the poor woman on the floor. I snatched her phone out of her hands and called her a disrespectful idiot, and she instantly started screeching that I'd stolen her phone. The flight attendants weren't paying attention to what she was saying, as they clearly had more important things to focus on. She then grabbed a flight attendant who was assisting with first aid by the arm and told them I'd stolen her phone. I didn't want to cause more drama for the poor flight attendant who was so flustered, so I threw her phone down on her seats. The lady collapsed shortly before we landed. So once we'd landed, we all had to wait on the plane while ambulance crew boarded and commended CPR and eventually took her off the flight. While we were waiting, Karen said, "Can we get off the plane? I want to go home. I've had a long flight and I'm tired." Luckily for me, someone else was sick of her BS because they told her to shove her complaints up her butt. I wish I'd thrown her phone out of the plane if I could have. I mean, genuinely, is that where we are right now in society, where when someone is having a heart attack and dying in front of you, you take your phone out and start filming them? I don't even get it. Like, what are you going to do with that footage? Are you going to like put it on Facebook or something? Try and get views with it on YouTube? Like, what are you going to do with that? It's just such a strange decision. I don't get that at all. I've got to say though, OP, well done for calling her out. It's a shame that it sounds like nobody else there really backed you up. It was kind of just you. Weird. I would have thought that everyone there who wasn't directly helping or covering her would have said to this woman, "What the f*** are you doing, you crazy b***? Put your phone away and f*** off." Now moving on to our next entitled people story. Brother who worked in fast food kept putting mustard on my burgers till I told his manager. This happened roughly 7 years ago. My brother got his first job at 18 and it was at a local fast food restaurant. In my previous post, I talked about how much I don't like mustard, but my family loves it. Well, when my brother got that job, there were a few times I ate there while he was on shift. He was new, so they had him either cleaning or assembling the burgers at that time. I tell the clerk that was taking my order that I wanted no mustard on my burger. But when I got the burger, there was mustard. I took it back and they remade it without the mustard. But the next time I ate there, I got mustard again, despite asking them not to put it on. And I got the burger remade again. It took the third time for this to happen before I realized my brother was doing it on purpose. The third burger had like more than twice the required amount of mustard on it. And when I showed it to the manager, I quietly told him about my family's crazy love for mustard and how they tried to make me eat it for so long and never understood that I don't like it. The manager thought it was weird, but said he'd keep a closer eye on my brother and got my burger remade again. Well, the next time I came in, while my brother was there, the manager took a moment to watch him assembling the burgers and caught him not only putting mustard on my burger again, but using way too much, just like the last time, with a big evil grin on his face. I heard the manager yell out his name, and my brother jumped and fumbled the mustard squirter, then dropped it, which got yellow mustard on the manager and all over the floor. The manager had him clean up the mess, while another employee remade my burger without mustard, and then wrote my brother up for maliciously tampering with my food. And he was made to clean the bathrooms and anything else the manager felt like needed extra cleaning that day. After that, I never got mustard on my burger there again while my brother was working there. The evening that all went down, my brother complained to my parents that I'd gotten him in trouble over a little joke when he got home from work. My dad initially sided with my brother without hearing my side, but I pointed out that all I did was want my order that I paid for the way I'd ordered it, and he was intentionally sabotaging it just because I was there, which last I checked was not part of his job. And it was the manager who caught him sabotaging my food as he was making it. Then I described the scene that went down in detail, which my brother had conveniently glossed over in his version of events. He had no leg to stand on, so he called me a jerk and acted like he was gonna slug me, but my mum diffused the situation and said I was right. And if my brother wanted to keep a job, he shouldn't be pulling stupid pranks while at work. My dad had pretty much nothing more to say on the matter. He loves mustard, but he also wouldn't do something like that and risk his job. My brother lasted only 6 months working at that restaurant before he quit and went to work elsewhere. He was on thin ice with 2 write-ups and decided to put in his notice before they fired him. He never got a job in fast food again, and the manager at the restaurant told me he was not missed. So does your brother just hate you then? Is that what's going on here? I can't really work it out. Like, yeah, maybe you'd do that prank once. I agree though, it is risky to do that when you're at work. But yeah, do it once and maybe it's funny, I guess, a little bit. But then when you're doing it twice, 3 times, and every other time ever, what are you gaining from that? It's weird. Again, I just don't really get it. Like a video the other day, a weird prank, if you can call it that, I just don't really understand. He's actually extremely lucky that he didn't just get flat out fired there, because genuinely, if you take this as just face value, an employee at a restaurant is literally going against what a customer has ordered on purpose multiple times. Like, yeah, I'm sure your brother knew this, but what if you were allergic to mustard? I don't know, maybe you can be allergic to mustard. You said no mustard, he whacks loads on there and you die. What happens then? And yeah, you could argue that's a bit of an extreme hypothesis, but stranger things have happened in life. Let me tell you that. And now moving on to our final story of today's episode. You got hired, so you have to put a good word in and make sure I get hired too. This happened in 2016. My older sister and I were both unemployed, so we both went to this youth centre that helps youth or homeless find employment. I just turned 19 and never had a job. She was 22 and worked a few jobs, but could never keep a stable one. Always late, calling out too much, no show, etc. We sign up at the centre. I get a call back a couple of days later for orientation, and my sister never got a call back. I'm not sure if it was from her previous employment, her age, I don't know. After orientation, they gave me a paid training for 1 week. Once that was done, it was time to call one of the establishments listed on the available places. I start my first day, then finish my first week and my last week. I had to complete a total of 100 hours and got paid through the city, $10 per hour at the time. Well, apparently the place I worked really loved me. The staff, managers, even corporate who worked in the back office. They offered me a position halfway through my second week working through the city, and I happily accepted. I'm about a month into working at this place on their payroll. Still new, barely running a register. My sister still hasn't found a job yet, so she texts me while I'm at work to put a good word in for me. Tell your boss to hire me, I'll be right there to fill out an app. I tell her I wasn't going to, given her track record with the job she's had. That's when she says, "You got hired after we both signed up for the same thing. You're supposed to help me out." Now, at the time, my parents gave us both an ultimatum to find jobs, otherwise we get the boot. I found one, my sister didn't, but she was never kicked out. I quit schooling because I thought I was going to get kicked out to find a job. So I wasn't going to risk fricking up my chance at this place by putting a good word in for someone who will half show up. After those series of texts, I got so upset at the audacity and entitlement. She really thought it was my responsibility for her employment. Delusional. It still gets me mad thinking about it. Okay, so fast forward to Christmas that same year, and my sister again sends me text after text saying, "You have to get us gifts this year. You have to go all out. That's what you do when you have your first job." Like, what? I didn't respond, and that Christmas I got her a $50 Visa card and a bottle of lotion. Yeah, no, you weren't hired because you're not good enough for the job. Your sister putting in a good word for you or whatever isn't going to help at all. Like, if you're entitled and lazy, you're not going to get the job anyway. Doesn't matter who you know. Nepotism can only take you so far. If you're just bad at the job, then it really doesn't matter. Sorry. You know, it's actually quite sad, OP, and it's not entirely relevant to the story or commentary now, but the fact that you had to quit school to find a job so you could stay in your house, that's a bit messed up, especially given the fact that your sister didn't quit school, it sounds like, and didn't get a job, and then just stayed in the house anyway, and then just tried to use you to get a job down the line. Like, what is that? Why are your parents not prioritizing your education? That is very, very strange. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, your family are odd. Miss Know-It-All received a lesson in humility. This happened 25 years ago. All names have been changed because I don't remember them. My part proved to be minor, but it's still important. My sister-in-law called me because she knew I possess math skills. Her son's 4th grade teacher had a bonus question on a test, and her son, who normally gets 100% on all tests, failed this question. When she'd asked the teacher about it, Miss Know-It-All sniped, "You wouldn't understand because you're not a teacher." My sister-in-law described her to be fresh out of college, teaching her first year. So she asked me about the question. There are 4 red balls, 3 blue balls, and 2 white balls in a bag. You pull one out, what color is it? Well, this question is a classic probability scenario that involves a lot of logic and math. For instance, there's a 4 out of 9 chance it will be red, 3 out of 9 blue, and 2 out of 9 whites. Well, the teacher said it's red because it has the highest percentage. Well, actually, no. The highest percentage is it not being white, at 7 out of 9. I could hear her scratching her head metaphorically as she absorbed this new revelation. So you can't say it's any color? Correct. You can only give the probability of it being any color. I mean, yeah, that is absolutely right. You can't say, yes, the ball that I pull out is going to be red. Just because it has the highest chance of it being red doesn't mean it is going to be red. Yes, the probability of getting a red ball is higher than the probability of getting any other color ball, but to say that it will be red, that's just incorrect. So anyway, armed with this knowledge, she talked with Miss Know-It-All a second time. She reported that the superior teacher told her in her smug way, "I am the teacher, and you don't know what you're talking about." Not satisfied, my sister-in-law and a few other parents took it to the principal. There was a meeting scheduled between the parents and the teacher. Again, Miss Know-It-All explained why she was correct because she was the teacher. One father pointed out his engineering background and the math required for his degree. He told the group the same as I explained earlier. "I'm a teacher, and you don't know anything about teaching," proclaimed the indignant Miss Know-It-All. With this, another father spoke up. "My name is Professor Maxwell of the local state university. I'm head of the mathematics department of the school. I've got 20 years of teaching experience. There is never a reason to teach bad math at any level." Please note, I recognized his name when my sister-in-law mentioned it because I had several classes with him. He was a very cool teacher and passionate about math. Miss Know-It-All slunk back into her chair and her face went pale when the principal determined that it was bad math and gave credit to all the 4th graders. He instructed Miss Know-It-All to stick to the textbook in the future regarding maths questions. The principal explained this to her in front of the parents. Wow. There was a certain glee in my sister-in-law's voice when telling me about the final meeting. Yeah, I mean, you're just wrong, teacher. You're just wrong. Plain and simple. I don't really understand how you come to that conclusion. It's not even tough maths. You just cannot say that it's gonna 100% be a certain ball color when you don't know that. It's probability, yeah, sure, but you have to give the answer as a probability and not as an absolute, because how could you possibly know? It's ridiculous. Clearly, it's not even that hard math. It's very, very simple. It's 4th grade. Ridiculous. To be honest, I'm actually very worried. The fact that she's getting that so clearly wrong and still maintains that she was right the whole time and that other people wouldn't understand because they're not teachers, get her fired immediately, because that is just awful. How is she even a teacher in the first place? That's just basic maths that all of you will know. Very, very strange. Get her out of there. Now moving on to our next post. Sorry kids, your mummy is a liar. On the maternal side of my family, I have a cousin who is an entitled parent. Now, admittedly, I don't see her very often because her parents got divorced when she was a kid and her mum always got her for the holidays. So she didn't really feel connected to our family, which is fine and valid, but she lied to us a lot when she was an adult that she would come and never did, and it kind of killed everyone inside a bit, especially my grandmother. But every time I do see her now, it's a bit of a nightmare. The last time I saw her was in 2019 at our grandfather's memorial, where she showed up 3 hours late in casual clothes, it was a semi-formal event, that were covered in stains and dog fur. And the first thing she did was approach our newly widowed grandmother and ask her for money. So yeah, she's not a great person, but since her mum is raising her kids, they're actually super sweet. Anyway, during 2021, my paternal grandfather passed due to COVID complications. And when he first got sick, he and my grandmother decided to give myself, siblings, and cousins our inheritance because they didn't want it to get lost between fighting if it were to be sorted out after they passed. My aunt, my dad's sister, is also an entitled parent, but this ain't about her for once. So we were each given 50,000 Canadian dollars. My brothers and I immediately put the money into tax-free savings accounts and savings accounts, because there's only so much money that you're legally allowed to put into tax-free ones. Very sensible. Now, one thing about the money, we told no one. Only our immediate paternal family knew, and we weren't going to tell anyone else, because people get weird about money. My maternal side of the family has been fixing up our old family cottage, and one of my brothers is in the trades and doing well for himself. So he decided to buy a used boat off Kijiji with the inheritance money from his savings, and then quickly replaced it. Our maternal side was told about that and shown the boat, and we just told them he got the money from the trades. Well, my paternal grandmother let it slip about the inheritance to my maternal grandmother, who accidentally mentioned it to one of my poorer uncles. He makes poor financial decisions. And he told the rest of the family. He pouted a bit, but overall, no one asked us for money and understood why we didn't tell them. Since we're not getting together for Christmas this year, we were having a video call to chat and wish happy holidays before we all got busy, and my maternal cousin was there, much to everyone's surprise. Not even 5 minutes into the video call, this conversation happens. My maternal cousin says, "Alright boys, what do you say to your auntie OP? Thank you for taking us to Disney." Now I'm shocked by this. I'm not even planning on going anywhere near the US with a 10-foot pole. What are you talking about? I reply. Well, you're paying for us to go to Disney. No, I'm not. Where did you hear that? One of the kids then said, Mummy said that you'd send us to Disney because Grandma gave you lots of money. Now guys, remember that these kids are sweet, it's just their mum that's entitled. My maternal cousin, who had a very smug look on her face and clearly knew what she was doing, and that no one, least of all I, had said anything of the sort, said, "Yep, and we're so grateful because Grandma didn't give us any money. So thank you." I'm 100% done with this idiot and all the pain she's caused my family at this point. Sorry kids, your mummy is a liar. I'm not sending anyone to Disney, she lied to you. And the money I got was from my other grandma, because my grandpa got sick and died. It's not from this side of the family. I'm sorry that your mummy lied to you, she shouldn't have done that, it was wrong, and she owes you an apology. Everyone on the call was just frozen. And then it erupted. Her kids started yelling at her. "Why would you lie?" And "That was so mean." And my personal favourite, "Are you lying about other stuff?" Probably, kiddos, probably. She looked so angry and betrayed on camera, and my relatives started chiming in, but there were too many voices, so I said bye and left the call. My mum called me. I live in a different province for uni, and said that what I did was uncalled for. But I pointed out that because of her, there was no way for me to leave that conversation without looking like the bad guy, because I was absolutely not using my money to give her a free vacation, and that my cousin had lied too much to our family and directly caused us all a lot of pain, and it was probably for the best that her kids caught on quick. My mum just said that what I did was uncalled for and hung up. But then I started getting texts from other relatives in the call, and everyone except for the broke uncle, who's always complaining about his poor financial decisions, was on my side, because she'd heard them too. My grandma called to thank me, because the only reason my maternal cousin comes around anymore is for money, and it's very hurtful. My maternal cousin was texting expletives at me until I blocked her. Then I start getting messages from her mother because her kids were getting so unruly from the betrayal that she just ditched the kids with her mum until her mum could get them calmed down. Like, how entitled do you have to be? She demands a free trip and then ditches her kids the moment she has to parent. Now guys, that is the end of the post, but thankfully OP has given us a little update. So, onto the update. It isn't major because it hasn't even been 12 hours since the call, but the broke uncle I mentioned before, who's broke just because of his own poor decision making, he called me privately to try and guilt me into paying for a Disney trip for him and his family. That'll be him, the crazy and entitled conspiracy theorist, his wife, who although lovely comes from a very wealthy family from a different country and goes on 6 to 12 vacations or cruises a year, his 2 sons, who are 1,000 times more entitled than he is and are hellspawns, and his stepdaughter, who only just got back on the wagon and is only 2 months sober. I immediately said no. That is my money. I'm using it for what my grandfather intended me to, university and or traveling. I also pointed out that my uncle works in tech and makes at least $300,000 a year. His current contract is $380K if I remember correctly. He and his wife just went to Dubai, and that I'm a full-time uni student, only doing odd jobs and relying on savings from previous jobs. He, by all logic, should be in a much better financial position than me. And if he isn't, that's really not my fault. He pouted, but I told him that if he ever brought it up again, I'd tell the rest of the family he asked. Everyone's mad at him because he never seems to have money, but has the highest paying job. And he's an anti-vaxxer and an anti-masker, and is the entire reason my maternal family isn't getting together this year. So they'd absolutely chew him out if they found out that he asked me that. And finally, my maternal cousin did pick up her kids from her mum's house, but her mum found out the reason the kids were so upset, ripped her a new one, and made her call me to apologize. Overall, it's been a pretty successful day. I'll tell you what guys, as far as families go, this one has got to be right up there. I cannot even think of a single word to describe them other than eclectic. Let's just go with that. That seems pretty safe. So many different characters. Like, you could make a TV show. Netflix, get on this. That's all I'm going to say. The drama is unbelievable. Some would argue better than The Crown, because that is a part of dog shit. Again, just imagine how hectic that call was. That pause when OP, you'd finished what you were saying, and everyone was just in shock, like, oh my god, have you really just said that? Has that really just happened? Yes, everyone is kind of like understanding what's just happened and going through it in their own mind. And then a split second later, just utter catastrophe. Everyone's shouting, kids going crazy, cousins going mental. Brilliant. Again, it had to be there. You know, it actually reminds me of that, the parish council meeting. You guys may have seen that. Might insert a clip here. Jackie Weaver. If you've seen it, you know what I'm on about.
Read the standing orders. Read them and understand them.
I reckon that it's quite similar what happened in this story to what happened on that Zoom call. Just brilliant. Like, everyone says that Zoom's bad and people don't like doing FaceTime calling and stuff like that. It's better in real life. Sometimes it makes drama like this. It's all worth it. Entitled Woman wants me to sell her a donut. I work nights doing dessert prep at a fancy schmancy deli. Occasionally, we throw fried donuts with crazy toppings on the menu. I like to make test rounds of new flavors for the crew before we launch them. I usually work towards the front of an open concept kitchen and I'm fully visible from the streets. There's a strip of bars and clubs directly across. A few weeks ago, I just finished some donuts and was arranging them for some Instagram photos. I heard a knock on the window and looked up, assuming I'd see one of my friends who works mortal hours headed home from the bar. Wrong. It was a woman I'd never seen before. Assuming it was one of my co-workers' friends, I gave her a polite wave and went back to my iPhone photography. She hit the window again, more like a bang than a knock. Last summer, I'd been at work overnight when someone broke all of our front windows, so this made me jump. The woman was gesturing for me to come over to the door. We still have a takeout window from COVID, so I unlocked it and slid it up about an inch. I'm not a nice person and I just wanted to finish my work. Can I help you? I said. At this moment I realized she was very drunk. I'd like a donut. Sorry mom, we're closed. I just came over here to see if I could get you to leave so I can finish my job and leave myself. But they're right there. At this point, I proceed to shut the window, carry my tray of donuts further into the kitchen, and proceed with photos. The woman knocks a few times and then leaves after letting out one very high-pitched scream. Now here is where the story gets really interesting. Less than an hour later, my boss texts me to see if I'm at work. The woman had called the police to report that she saw a break-in at the restaurant on her way home from the bar because I refused to sell her a donut. Now look, I'll be completely honest guys, up until the end of this story, I didn't really mind what the woman was doing. Yeah, screaming is annoying, that's unnecessary. But the rest of the stuff, look, I'll be honest, I've been there. When you're drunk and you've just come out of a club and you're desperate for food and you see some and you're not thinking straight and you're intoxicated, that can happen. And I'm not excusing that behavior. I'm not saying it's a good thing or reasonable at all. I'm just saying I've been there, I'll be honest. And yeah, look, it's not good for employees like OP who are working hard and working late and, you know, trying to do their own thing. It's obviously extremely annoying and I feel bad. I'm just saying I can kind of understand it. Like maybe you've been there as well. When you're drunk, you do crazy things. I think OP handled it very well. It didn't seem like it was that much of a nuisance. And, you know, she just sort of sent this drunk lady on her way. The thing that I cannot understand though, and something that I have never thought about doing or even come close to doing before, is calling the police when drunk to report this. That is inexcusable. For the vast majority of the story, I could pretty much understand everything this entitled woman was doing until that last paragraph. That is insane. And I really hope she gets written up and charged for wasting police time. That's ridiculous. Now for our next post. You want to go through my phone just because I'm going through yours? Greetings, Redditors. I've just twice survived a journey through the best place to witness aberrant human behavior. No, it wasn't Walmart at 2 a.m. It was the airport. The act of going through security and getting on an airplane has a tendency to give me some anxiety. And by some, I mean borderline gibbering madness levels of anxiety. Knowing this, I went to my local adult use dispensary and asked for the good stuff. I think I specifically told the girl, flying makes me anxious, and I'd like to be so high I can look down and see the plane at cruising altitude. She gave me a hilariously expensive bottle of THC CBD pills and recommended I take one, wait a half hour, and if I still feel twitchy, take another. Now naturally I disregarded her correct advice and ate 3 while I had my shoes off in the TSA line. I figured that would be the sweet spot to avoid the high around police paranoia, and it would hit me before the plane's safety briefing started. And I wasn't wrong. I recall sitting down in my more expensive and roomy than usual seat in the aircraft, and found myself so stoned I was marveling at my own thumbs. The person sitting next to me was a pretty girl in her late teens or early 20s, and she found my mental state kind of funny. We started chatting about this and that, and it came up in conversation that I have a dog, and she simply refused to believe he was as adorable as I said he was. Naturally, I whipped out my phone and brought up pictures and videos of my fur baby. There was much awe to be had, and then I guess she was done with the guided tour and just decided to pick up my phone and start going through my gallery. I didn't react in time to prevent her from grabbing, as I was intoxicated. But I did come up with a funny way to fix it. I grabbed her phone from her tray table and started fiddling with it. Now, she didn't notice right away, so I started adding little frustration noises and grumbling about the stupid thing not unlocking. She looked over and flipped right out. "What the F do you think you're doing?" She starts grabbing at her phone, my phone forgotten in panic. I looked at her with bloodshot eyes and that trademark vacant stoner grin and said, "Well, you started going through my phone. I figured I might as well return the favor." She was briefly gobsmacked, but then resumed flipping her lid about how I would do so much as touch her phone. How very dare I? And then she hits the cool mum button. A flight attendant who appeared to be in her early 40s, with that southern drawl unique to those rare specimens who can have a come to Jesus talk with you in the same tone of voice she'd used to ask if you'd like some lemonade, showed up and asked the girl how she could help. The girl demanded I be arrested on landing for being stoned in Texas and for invading her privacy. The attendant turns to me and asked if what the girl said is true. I said, "Well, Mom, she's half right. I will be stoned in Texas, but I only picked her phone up and poked at it some after she grabbed mine without asking and started actually going through it." The attendant looks back at the girl, who suddenly didn't want to make eye contact, then sighed and asked if we both have our own phones now. We both confirmed we did.
She said that she won't be calling ahead about anyone, but she absolutely will if she hears about this again. We both indicated we understood and received the sternest of looks from the attendant before she left. The girl spent the rest of the flight giving me the cold shoulder and muttering about creeps and the nerve of some people. I proceeded to pass out like anyone who consumes too much THC and woke up only for snack time, where the nice flight attendant gave me 2 bags of goldfish and a wink. Wow, I really rate the flight attendant here. She was, coming across as professional just to sort of appease this entitled woman. But in reality, she was clearly just on your side. And she could probably tell that this woman was, not very pleasant to be sitting next to anyway. Getting you those snacks, very good. I've got to say though, about this woman, if you can't take it, then you can't give it. I'm sorry, you've taken this bloke's phone without permission. How can you be annoyed when he does the same thing to you? That's not right, that's not fair. Ridiculous, really. A little bit of perspective for you, my darling. Let's carry on. And now moving on to our third and final story of today's episode. How dare you not breathe my air? So, I live in London, where COVID has been a massive issue. Case numbers are through the roof and nobody wears masks or distances. My family and I are forced to use public transport daily to get to and from school, as we cannot afford any other transport. Also, my mum can't drive a car, and she and my sister cannot physically cycle or walk the 6 miles to and from the school several times a day. It's hell. To try and stay as safe as possible, we try to use the 4 seats on the lower deck by the driver, or me and my sibling use the bench by the front door. So there's only ever 1 seat not in use that we're blocking, which should not be an issue, given the fact that we're in a giant wave, you would think. Today, a woman got on, and from the moment she saw us, she was fuming. "Excuse me," she said sarcastically and loudly, pulling down her thin, ill-fitting scarf face covering. When my mum ignored her, she rolled her eyes and tried to engage others in the situation with gestures. "Honestly, excuse me, are you deaf?" She went on and on, spitting and huffing until I quietly said, "She is deaf though," at which she marched off to sit in another seat that had been empty the whole time. Imagine a person in a priority seat having non-visible disabilities. When on my own, I usually use the front seats in front of the stairs on the upper deck, as this is the best spot to distance when alone and avoid confrontation. Several people have shouted, tried to yank off my headphones, and waved dramatically in my face, attempting to get me to allow them to sit shoulder to shoulder, knee to knee, with their maskless, panting selves. Thanks, but no thanks. This woman, on another occasion, took the biscuits. She hauled a giant trolley up the stairs and scoured the upper deck. There was a bounty of space downstairs and up, before honing in on me. I was leaning on the window with my heavy bag next to me. "Move it, now," she demanded, already annoyed that I hadn't automatically made space for her. I simply shook my head, knowing that if you start talking, they get all involved and will never leave. She gasped in genuine shock and repeated, "Move your bag now." I slid one earphone off and, taking a deep breath, said, "I am so sorry, but I'm seated here to distance. I just want to be safe, and you can't sit here. I really am so sorry." Now, if there were no other seats, I would have gone and stood by the back doors and not bothered, as you get plenty of air and space there, but I just had a 10-hour school day and I was shattered. I didn't want to stand for the next 40 minutes just for this woman. She could sit by anybody, but there were no more double seats, and I didn't want to be directly next to someone and not be able to spray down the seats. At this point, she was done talking, and instead grabbed the handle of my bag, which contained a very delicate vintage CD player, several loose CDs I was working through on the long journey, my already jacked phone, and several large textbooks. I'm going into the fire service, and doing all the walking I do with a heavy bag is really good training on days that I've got no time for a proper workout. And struggling with the weights, she tried to throw it on my lap. In shock, I stood up and shouted, "I'll just get off." Delighted, she stood and dramatically tapped her foot, and fussed over how long it took me to zip my bag and swing it onto my back, which was 6 seconds or so. She then looked out of the comfy, disinfected bench as I stood at the bus stop, shaking with anxiety, detolling where she touched my things, and frantically checking if my player had been knocked by my textbooks, as I had no time to properly pack up.
smiling. What is wrong with London? Now listen guys, London is by far and away my favorite city by a distance, I'll be completely honest, that I've ever been to on the planet. I've lived there like my entire life. I absolutely love it. However, even I, a massive London advocate, would admit that some people that you do meet out and about, like this woman, are frankly terrible. And with everything going on right now, the pandemic, COVID, social distancing, etc., a lot of people, yeah, OP is right, aren't really respecting the rules as much as they should. I don't know why, if that's just an ignorance thing or a lack of common sense and just basic understanding, but yeah. Women like this do exist in London, that is for sure. I've dealt with a couple of them myself. It's not great. And look, I do feel for OP. Clearly, she is being so careful about this whole COVID thing, correctly, obviously. And when there are people like this that are just making life extremely difficult and being so rude, yeah, it's tough. Like, I would say to OP, oh, do this, and that will sort it in future. Unfortunately, there's nothing you can do in this situation. You just have to kind of take it on the chin and accept that this happens. It's horrible, but what are you going to do? Like, apart from just having a big argument with her, spraying germs at one another because she's not even wearing a mask or whatever, you want to minimize contact as much as you can. You don't really have a solution other than just leaving. It's tough, but during the pandemic like this, I don't really know what more you can do. Sorry. My parents checked my bank accounts because I didn't answer in 3 hours. Okay, backstory. I moved across the country for school and I'm 19 years old. I grew up in a super religious, controlling, and abusive home. Because of this, I felt that every time I made a big decision, I'd be ridiculed for not including my parents in the discussion. There's also a lot of mistrust and trauma from my parents too. So that only adds to me being slow to tell them about decisions I make on my own. I also have a job, so I've been earning my own money. Now on to the story. I've been in a long-term online relationship with my partner for 2 years. My parents were not aware of this relationship, and even if they were, I imagine they would have disowned me because my partner is non-binary. My parents were the transphobic religious type. Anyway, there was an opportunity to meet my partner in person over a break. I bought myself a ticket to go to where my partner lived, about 6 hours train ride away. Before this, my partner and I had been FaceTiming for months, and we knew that we both weren't catfish. The plan was set, and I travelled and met my partner in person, and it was amazing. The entitlement comes in the day after I meet my partner. Side note, I didn't explicitly tell my parents I was going because they never asked. I also didn't want a wave of questions that I knew were going to be far too intrusive. My dad had texted me asking what I was doing at around 7 my time. I saw it but decided to ignore it because I was having a good time with my partner. At around 10, I get several texts from my dad telling me to call him now. I was concerned and annoyed, so I went into the bathroom and answered. Hello? Hi, where are you right now? I gave him the name of the college town. I feel like you're lying to me. My heart literally sank to the floor. What makes you say that? Because your bank statements say you're in another city where my partner lived. I was stunned. I knew my dad was very controlling, but I didn't think he'd look at my bank statements for my location. The rest of the conversation continued with my parents basically yelling and crying at me for not telling them about this decision. They also asked for a lot of intruding information about my partner. I'll admit, I lied about some things, but the phone call was littered with guilt tripping and blaming me for destroying our trust. When I hung up after getting beat down verbally, I went to my partner and cried. I ended up cutting my parents off because this was the last straw. Honestly, guys, stories like this, I just feel so sorry for OP. What more can I say other than you're in such a bad situation there? Like, well done for getting out when you could. Like, it's just horrible. The person you love, or the person that you want to be with, not being accepted by your family. How horrible is that? Hey, I tell you what you definitely should do. Change your passwords to your bank account immediately. You cannot have your dad being able to access that and therefore knowing where you are and what you're spending money on. That is so intrusive and so controlling. Get that changed, please. And now moving on to our second Entitled Parents post. Entitled Mum grabs my arm to tell me, drawing on yourself is harmful and satanic. I was talking about tattoos with my husband when my subconscious unlocked this gem of a memory the other day. This happened midway through my high school years. I've always been an artsy girl with the social skills of a cat. Nice 1 minute, but a total butthole the next. That's when I'm able to be social at all if my anxiety would allow it. One of my favorite forms of art is tattooing, and I used to draw on my arm, legs, and feet with a Sharpie at least once a week. I've always been a nerdy goth girl, so my designs would look gothic with a touch of gamer and anime themes. At one point, I learned about henna tattoos and fell in love with the style, so I'd do a hybrid of henna and gothic, which was the style I had on my hand and arm at the time of this story. This happened at a corner store that was at the entrance of my apartment complex. I would always get a quick snack and some juice from it after getting off the bus with some friends, but this day I left my money at home, so I ran home and headed there by myself. I walked past these ladies. One was sitting in a chair and kids that were outside the store, talking. I said, "Hi, excuse me," as I went around them to go into the store. They even said something along the lines of, "Oh, how sweet. Young kids aren't polite like that these days," as I went in. I get my stuff and come out to the lady that was sitting, and I went to smile and nod when she looks me over and noticeably frowns. One thing I forgot to mention is that I live in an area that's been dubbed the Holy City because of the amounts of churches in the area, and being goth was always looked down on by religious people long before I even came into this world. So I thought that her frown was because of my all-black clothing and intended to walk by quickly before she said something, when she freaking grabs my arm. She then went on and said, "You shouldn't do this to your body. Drawing satanic symbols and all this garbage is bad for your soul." What was so satanic that this lady thought it was appropriate to grab a minor over a rose with vines that led to my fingers and wrist that switched to a henna design? I tried to pull away, saying, "It's not satanic, I just do this for fun." But she gripped my arm, saying, "Well, you still shouldn't do that because the markers are toxic. I had to stop my kids from drawing on their skin too before the ink got through their skin and into their bloods. It's just as bad as real tattoos, which is a sin." I was getting anxious at this point because unwanted physical contact is a big no for me. But surprisingly, instead of my usual people-pleasing remorseful self, this lady brought out the female dog in me that day. And I pulled away, saying, "Listen, I use non-toxic markers, and a freaking rose isn't satanic. You aren't my mum, lady." I stormed off as she screamed out, "You're gonna go to hell," which wasn't the first or last time I'd be told that. So I brushed it off. I tell you what, guys, how boring, right? Answer me this. Must your life be for your only form of entertainment to come from picking on minors who have chosen to draw something on their skin? Like, what a boring life you must live. Seriously. Do something more interesting. Do a crossword or something. Go and walk a dog. Don't just pick on random people for the sake of it. Why? I mean, look, come on. I respect this lady's religion. I really do. But why is she saying that a tattoo is satanic? The last time I checked, it isn't. Just a bit of ink in your skin. Really? You're going to complain about that? Go away. Entitled co-worker, too good for gift card. So, as Christmas is approaching, my work, before I started working there, used to buy everyone booze for Christmas. Now, because it's too complicated to get everyone's favourites, they started handing out gift cards for £30 for Asda, a major UK supermarket, so people could buy what they wanted instead. Now, we also get a yearly bonus as well, usually between 5 to 10%, depending on how well we've done within certain aspects of our jobs. So today they give us our gift cards. Everyone was happy with it, apart from a temp who's been there since November the 1st. He started ranting and raving about how it wasn't enough. "Why would I want this? Screw Big Corps," etc. So he goes and makes his big statement and goes and pins his gift card to the notice board, storming off, shouting that anyone can have it if they're dumb enough to support these monsters. So me and a guy that I work with took it and went to Asda and lunch and bought £30 worth of food for the food bank that our work donates food to every Christmas. Well, we've just been sat in the break room and this co-worker has just been in to get his gift card back and is now fuming that someone has stolen his gift card off the notice board. Not sure what he was expecting when he said that someone can take it. Yeah, I mean, bit of a weird thing to do in the first place. You're getting a free £30 voucher to buy whatever you want from a supermarket. Just use it. But then once you say, "No, I don't want this. Anyone can use it. Screw big corporations. I don't care." You gotta at least stand by that. You can't come running back to it. Like, what was the point in the first place of making that big speech and pinning it to the board and saying, "Somebody please take it. I'm not using it," if you're gonna want to come back and use it eventually? Embarrassing. That's what it is. I tell you what though, the money was definitely spent on a better person than the temp. That's for sure. And now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Rank has its privileges. It was the week before Christmas, and I was flying home to New Jersey from a business trip to California. When I got to the departure lounge, I ran into an old friend from high school. He was a first lieutenant in the army coming home on leave. He said we should ask the gate agent to switch our seats so we could sit together. I said I can do better than that. I was traveling so much for my job that I had tons of frequent flyer miles. I cashed some in and upgraded both of us to first class. We'd just settled into our seats when an Air Force major and his wife entered the plane and approached my friend. "Lieutenant, are you traveling on orders?" "No, sir. I'm going home on leave." "Is this guy traveling with you?" Maybe he thought we were a couple. This was before Don't Ask, Don't Tell. "Not really, sir. We're old friends and just happen to be on the same flight." "Did you and your friend get upgrades to first class?" "Yes, sir. We did." "Well, you're in our seats." My friend produced his boarding pass, which showed he was in his assigned seats. The major explained that regardless of the boarding pass, as a senior officer, he and his wife were entitled to the first class seats, and we would have to move. That was when the flight attendant came over and asked what the problem was. The major said that he had asked the gate agent for an upgrade and was told that none were available. But now he sees that they upgraded a lieutenant and this civilian. As a superior officer, regardless of branch of service, he had priority and was claiming those seats. The flight attendant said, "Gentlemen, please stay in your assigned seats. Major, please proceed to your seats in coach. You are blocking other passengers." The major started arguing about rank and military protocol. He claimed he had the right to order the lieutenant out of his seats. It's never been clear to me how this clown thought he could order me to do anything. The flight attendant asked him again to take his seat, and he kept arguing. Finally, she said, "If you're so concerned with rank, I will get the pilot. He's a colonel in the Air Force Reserve, and I'm sure he'll be happy to order you to exit the plane and discuss this with the gate agents." The major stared at her for a moment, then realized she wasn't bluffing. Before moving to his seat, he demanded my friend's name and unit so that he could report him. Now, I don't know if he ever did, but my friend never heard another word about it. I tell you what, guys, I really hope that this isn't a thing. I mean, surely you don't have to listen to your superiors at all times, even when you're not actually working. Like, this guy's on leave, has paid, I know OP has paid, but theoretically he has paid for an upgrade or whatever. It's got nothing to do with the army or the military. It's his own upgrade. Yet this bloke still thinks that he's in a position to take it off him because he's at a superior rank. It can't work like that, can it? Surely. Like, I'd go as far to say that there's no way it can possibly work like that. And for that reason alone, this bloke deserves to be reported for trying to abuse his power. Like, look, if you guys know about this, please do comment down below. Enlighten me. I clearly don't know and I'm interested. But surely it can't work like that. Come on, that's ridiculous. Fair play to the flight attendant for sticking to her guns, and it's cool that the pilot was a colonel or whatever, but say he wasn't and say it was just a normal pilot, would this guy have continued to pester and say, "No, I'm your superior, give me the seats," even though they paid for them or, used the air miles on them? Insane. Entitled parents seem to use my social media as a public ego stroking zone. For some backstory, I have struggled with eating disorders for as long as I can remember. It started when I was 10, and I told my parents I thought I was fat. I wasn't. They actually agreed though, and happily put me on the Atkins diet. For 8 years, they tracked my food, and I had to write everything I ate down in a notebook in the living room that they would peruse at their discretion. Because of that, I suffered from serious malnutrition that led to epilepsy and thyroid problems. It's been extremely traumatic, obviously, and a lot of work for me to get better. Of course, now I have binging issues, so my weight is higher than ever. Cut to yesterday. I make a post on Facebook talking about how men should know how to cook because the only men I've been able to tolerate could feed me. Now this is obviously a joke. I would like to think that's obvious, but hey, just in case. My mother posted immediately, "You were fed by a man growing up. Great job, OP's dad," and tagged my father. My father, who pointed to my butt and said it was getting fatter, who told me he could hear me grunting because of my fat body when I was underweight, who laughed at me pulling my pants up over my gut when I sat down, and my mother, who forced me to strip naked in front of her every morning and get on the scale. I was terribly triggered by her comments and ended up deleting the whole post. It was so upsetting. I know I should cut them off. Their abuse is limitless, but it's so hard to. And the worst part is they think they're so freaking great, and I'm just their awful daughter who doesn't love them like I should. I'm not sure why I'm posting this other than just to vent. Well, OP, it's clear that you've been suffering with this for a very, very long time now. I mean, pretty much your entire life. Your parents, I mean, it's pretty obvious to say, but they're not nice people. This is abuse. And yeah, it's about time that you posted and vented about it online and let people hear about it. Look, I know you even say in your own post that it's going to be so hard to cut them off, and you know that you should, but I think at this point, like, what benefit have you actually got from them being in your life other than them just triggering you again and again? I mean, it's still going on now, even now that you're an adult and you're still getting triggered by these people. At this point, it's got to stop, surely. Get them gone. To be fair, there's actually a great comment here, which I completely agree with. Block them from your social media accounts to stop their online abuse of you, then go low contact with only you deciding when to communicate with them. This might help you gain more control over your own life and end their abusive control. Best of luck. Now moving on to our next story. How my partner's lack of safety standards in a kitchen almost got my hand sliced open by multiple sharp objects over months and almost burned my leg on a 200 degrees oven. Back in high school, I took home economics, and you were assigned a partner to work with on your cooking station. I was assigned to work with Lauren. Now, Lauren was an unpleasant person in general. She was rude, disrespectful, would always backtalk, dismissive, bratty, and unremorseful. In other words, a laundry list of reasons that made her unlikable. Now, I didn't actually have to deal with her often, but when I did, oh boy, did she make it a roller coaster ride of pain. She'd clearly taken the class thinking that it would be easy and that she could coast through, getting a qualification at the end. Turns out, you actually had to work. Novel idea, I know. And there was more to it than just wasting school produce on mediocre recipes. You had a real exam to pass that would dictate your ability to go and get a more advanced home EC qualification. Now, she wasn't interested. Fine, don't be, but the amount of times she purposefully sabotaged my dish or my prep are too many to count. I never returned this favor, no matter how tempted I was, because I'm not a complete idiot. Despite that, the main thing that I didn't like about her in this particular class, aside from her degrading attitude, was that she had no sense of kitchen safety, even after it was explicitly explained to her by not only our teachers, but also myself, that you couldn't do a few things that I considered to be common sense, such as leaving things like knives and can lids in the sink without telling me. These were sharp and could cause some serious damage to whoever washed the dishes, i.e. me. 2, you don't open the near the floor hot oven door without telling the person at your feet. This could seriously burn someone. 3, you don't just leave that hot oven door open for someone to walk into. And 4, follow rules number 1 to 3. She managed to break rules 1 to 3 within 15 minutes of them being set. And this went on for months. There was a good number of instances I could have been seriously sliced or burned because she still left sharp utensils in the sink and just couldn't be bothered to pay attention to anyone but herself. I once reached into the soapy water thinking I'd grab a fork, only to realize that when I pulled it out, it was a kitchen knife, blade side to my palm. If I hadn't been cautious because I knew she did this, it could have ended up in a hospital visit. These were not blunt knives. Another time, I nicked the tip of my finger through the same process. That's not counting every minor injury from graters and vegetable peelers, which I also couldn't see under the water, not including bumping into me with 1, a pan of boiling water, which splashed on me, and 2, a piping hot metal tray which partially burned my arm and blistered and left a perfectly straight scar that is still very visible on me today. Oh, and when I brought these injuries up, she told me to F off. The final incident that pushed me over the edge was that she opened the oven door, without telling me, directly onto my legs. If I'd been even a step to my right at that time, a 200-degree steel oven door would have gone into my knee-high sock and my flesh, fusing them together. At this point, I was so concerned about my safety, I told my teacher that I'd like to move stations. And thankfully, because she liked me as a student, she said it was fine. I was shifted and never had to deal with Lauren again. But what the hell? How entitled and self-involved do you have to be to almost cause an A&E visit and have no regret whatsoever? This just came back to my mind recently, and it seemed to belong here. Yeah, it definitely belongs here. Jesus. That's ridiculous. Surely somebody like this should just not be allowed to do home economics, because look, there's a limit to this, right? People can be bad at cooking, and I get that. But at some point, you have to think about people's safety. I don't know. I've never done home economics before. You guys that have done it in school or whatever, please let me know. Is there like a certain safety procedure that you have to go through at the very beginning of the entire class? And surely at that point, some people, like this person, yeah, it's probably very rare, but the teachers must see that there are people that exist like this person that just have no common sense, no appreciation for safety in general, and they're actually going to be endangering their class, and therefore they're not allowed to be on the course. Does that not happen? Like, yeah, it's bad that all this stuff happened in the first place, but surely this person just shouldn't have even been allowed on the course. It's mental. Opening a hot oven onto someone's leg and not caring, like that's a bit of a red flag for me, I'll be honest. Yeah, like this comment says right here, where was the teacher during all of this? If safety lessons are presented, then safety should be enforced. I completely agree. Yeah, and this is actually a great point. Woodshop was also a dangerous environment, and I've seen students ejected when warnings failed to alter behavior. Exactly the same. I didn't do home economics, but I did do DT. People were chucked out of that lesson all the time for the smallest things. They weren't even that dangerous, but you know, safety was the number one priority, as it should be in this. Surely. I'm saying surely a lot, but come on, surely. And now moving on to our third entitled people story. Entitled Mum thinks the ER is a hotel. So, little disclaimer to start, guys. This story took place before COVID, but in the middle of flu season. When I did one of my mandatory internships at the hospital, I used to help out at the ER after hours from time to time, because they were understaffed and were happy to have another helping hand. It was flu season and the hospital was packed. It was a particularly busy day because there had been 2 major and several minor car accidents, icy roads. Ambulances were waiting in line for 45 minutes plus. We didn't have any chairs left in the waiting room. Chairs from the staff's rooms included, all stretchers and beds were occupied, and some had to be placed in the corridor. Everybody was running, trying to keep up with the workload. Cue our entitled parents. This very hysterical mum brought her daughter to the ER because she had a bellyache. Of course, I couldn't tell for sure, but it seemed like the daughter was a bit overdramatic. The whole thing seemed a tad theatrical. But fair enough, they were placed into one of the cabins. The daughter was thoroughly examined, vitals were checked, an ultrasound done, blood was drawn. Mother Bear was pacing up and down the cabin in hysterics. The good news came in. The daughter had an upset stomach at worst. She was recommended a heating pad and some tea. We expected the duo to be relieved, but they seemed a tad disappointed. But okay, whatever. The attending nurse and I looked at them, expecting them to leave the desperately needed cabin and the obviously overflowing ER. When it became increasingly obvious that both were not planning to do so anytime soon, the nurse politely asked them to. The mother glared at us in shock. Excuse me? My daughter needs to rest. Let her sleep here. She should be observed by professionals. She's fragile, you know. I could tell that it took the nurse a lot not to start screaming or crying or both. She calmly explained that we needed the cabin because we had to care for a lot of very sick patients that were still waiting, some visibly in pain. But my daughter is sick. All these procedures were very exhausting for her. She needs rest. She needs this bed. Let her sleep for God's sake. The mother started a monologue about why her oh-so-sick daughter deserved the bed and needed to stay. We then decided to get the head nurse and a doctor. They most definitely had better things to do than listen to a Mama Bear's complaints, who threw them out politely but with emphasis. Cue a lot of tired head shaking among staff members. And there we go, guys. I think I've saved the worst story for last. There are literally people in ambulances, possibly dying, who knows, but they've been involved in major accidents, or at the very least, they're going to be more sick than this girl, desperately waiting to get into one of these cabins and get seen to by a doctor. Yet no, your daughter needs to rest after a tummy ache. I mean, seriously, are you not able to rest at home? What is so bad about your house that you cannot rest in it? That's a good question. I don't really know what more to say other than, like, how selfish can you be? Your child has been checked, I'm not going to lie, very extensively. Given that there is such a demand for nurses and doctors, the fact that your child has been seen to such an extent is very impressive. Some would argue that it was unnecessary in the first place for just a bellyache, but hey, who knows, maybe it could have been bad. But still, ultrasounds, vitals, blood was drawn, like that's everything you need to know that your daughter is absolutely fine. At that point, you should be relieved. Like, what are you going in there for? Do you want your daughter to be sick? That's the real question. Go home, rest, your daughter's fine. Let someone who needs to see a doctor or a nurse desperately
actually see a doctor or nurse. It's unreal, it really is. It's ridiculous. Entitled Cousin wanted me to do her master's thesis in 2 days. I, an 18-year-old woman, am a freshman in college. My cousin, who is 30, is taking up her master's degree. She had to pass a thesis paper. The thing about my cousin is that since she was the golden child, she could get away with anything. She just throws money at someone to have her way. She, someone taking up a master's degree, wanted me, a freshman, to write her thesis. We all know that this is unethical, and it would get her barred from graduating if her professors knew about it. But since I was curious, I asked her what she needed help with and when the deadline would be. She told me she wanted me to write her thesis. I said I could help her, but not to the point of doing the whole thesis. She told me it was already due in 3 days, but she can pay me well. I asked her how much, and she offered me $20. $20 for a whole thesis that's due in 3 days. For context, academic writing services in our country is around $2,000. That's just the base price, so rush pricing is a lot more. It also takes at least a month to write. This makes the task not only impossible, but she'd also be grossly underpaying me. I declined, obviously. I was just curious to see how much the pay was going to be. Also, I wasn't really well versed in the field that she's studying in, so I don't know how she thought I was going to help her. She threw a fit and told me that if I wasn't going to do it for her, I needed to find someone that will. I looked for groups that take up academic writing services, but she refused. I think she knew that if she were to ask a professional to write her thesis, she'd have to pay a lot more. She wanted someone that I personally knew, so she could just pay them a similar amount. I just ended our conversation by saying that I still had a lot of requirements to pass myself, and that I was already spending a lot of time looking for people to do her thesis. I don't know what happened to her thesis though, and I never bothered to ask afterwards. A few things stand out to me about this story which are pretty incredible. First of all, the fact that your 30-year-old cousin, who has gone through the whole master's course herself, thinks that you, an 18-year-old freshman OP, would be better off at doing her thesis than she would. Second of all, the fact that she's come to you with just 3 days left and therefore expects you to write a whole thesis in just 3 days for something that you know very little about. I mean, that's mental. And then finally, that she's only giving you $20 for doing it all, writing a complete thesis. 3 things that really are astonishing. I'm not going to lie. Like, what is that? You know what I do? A little bit of karma. Write the first page incredibly well. Like, really put some effort into it and make it sound as good as you possibly can. Because, look, let's be realistic. If your cousin is willing to let you write a whole thesis for her, there's no way she's going to reread it. So as long as the first page is good and it kind of fools your cousin into thinking that you've done a good job, that's all right. She's going to hand it in. Her professor, whilst marking it, is going to, read the first page, be impressed, get to the second page, which you've written, but your sister hasn't checked, probably, and it's just going to be a complete load of rubbish. Just write about literally anything you want. First page, make sure it's good. Second, third, and the rest of it, just do whatever you want. Make it brilliant. About something just absolutely ridiculous that has nothing to do with the course. Why not? That's good karma. Next up. Grandma attempts to ruin our Christmas because I refuse to fulfill never agreed upon requests that were literally impossible to fulfill. This story is about my paternal grandmother. Let's call her Miss Furore. It takes place over the course of about 1 year in the blessed pre-COVID times. Before we get into it, however, let's give you some background on Miss Furore and my relationship with her. Miss Furore owns 2 houses next to the school I attended before leaving my hometown to study at university. My dad used to pay me to do some chores around her house, which she wasn't able to do herself, due to some disabilities stemming from long-term alcoholism. I've heard stories about her borderline abusive behavior from different family members, and know she was divorced 5 times. While working for her, I quickly realized how difficult she could be, but I always thought my family members were exaggerating. That was until this story happened, so let's get into it. Back in the summer of 2018, I was visiting my parents in my hometown. I'd been living elsewhere for about 3 years at that point. I decided to visit Miss Furore as I had a pretty good relationship with her back then. I was one of the few family members that was actively in contact with her other than for financial reasons, and she seemed excited about my visit, as we hadn't seen each other in person for about a year. When I called her to set up the time and date, she asked me whether it was possible for me to borrow my mum's car. I don't own one myself, to help her pick up some furniture she wanted to add to her room for a live-in housekeeper. I cleared everything with my mum as I thought it wouldn't be much trouble. The day came and she picked up so much furniture it barely fit into the car, but everything seemed fine. I carried the furniture into the designated room through 3 very narrow staircases. It was a very old house in Germany. Afterwards, we had some coffee and cake together before I left. I then dropped off my mum's car and headed out to party with some friends from school who I hadn't seen in a while. The next day was when everything began. At around 9 a.m, I was still slightly hungover from the great party the night before, and she called me demanding to know where I was, since I apparently agreed to help her assemble the furniture we bought. This was never agreed upon. She also demanded that I bring the car again, as she forgot to pick up some things the day before. The car, however, wasn't even in town, since my mum, the car's owner, needed it that day and had already left. I tried to explain to her that the car wasn't available, that we hadn't agreed to me helping her out the next day, and that I was in no position to drive and build furniture even if I wanted to. I did offer to reschedule to another day that week, but she wouldn't have it. She couldn't accept that it was literally impossible for me to fulfill her request, and the debate got heated. Now, I don't remember the specifics, but she tried to guilt trip me, which is when I snapped, and I told her that I wasn't her flying monkey here to serve at her pleasure. She hung up after that, and I thought that that would be that. Over the course of the next week, I tried calling her several times since I still wanted to help, but I wasn't able to reach her before I had to go back to my uni town. Fast forward to Christmas 2018. I was back at my parents' place for the holidays, and the last interaction I had with Miss Furore was the phone call I just described. On Christmas Eve, my dad told me that she would be joining us for dinner, as was tradition, and that she wanted me to pick her up. Now, due to my dad's job, it was up in the air whether he would be able to join us that evening. So he added that Miss Furore would only attend if he was also there. In case he wasn't, I was just supposed to pick up the presents from her place. As it turned out, Dad had to work that night, so I just went and picked up the bag of presents. I drove to Miss Furore's place, parked in front of it, rang the doorbell, and waited for her to open. This could usually take a while, since her house is big and she isn't the fastest anymore due to the aforementioned disabilities. After a longer time than usual, I called her landline to inform her that I was there. She picked up and told me she was still in the bathroom and would be right there. It took her about 10 minutes to get to the door. Usually it takes about 1, during which I was waiting in the snowy streets at -5 degrees Celsius, that's 23 degrees for you Americans. When she came to the door, she handed me the bag of presents for my parents and brothers. She also asked me to wish everyone a happy Christmas and added that she was hoping I would enjoy my presents. I thanked her, said my goodbyes, and drove back to my parents' place to enjoy Christmas Eve. Evening had come. We've had dinner with my mum, her mother, a lovely woman, and my 2 younger brothers. We'd already unwrapped most of the presents before dinner, as we usually do. All in all, a very pleasant and typical Christmas Eve for my family. After dinner, we've started drinking homemade mulled wine when I remembered I still had Miss Furore's gifts and handed them out. Me and my brothers each received an envelope with a card in it, but suspiciously, mine differed in size and colour. I opened it and read its contents. This is where the fun begins. While my brothers each received a complimenting message with €50 enclosed in the card, I received a scolding letter saying she was still devastated by my behaviour the previous summer and that she was expecting an apology for the disrespectful way I had treated her. Remember, her demands were literally impossible to fulfill. I admit I snapped and said something that could have been taken as disrespectful, but I continued to reach out, wanting to help her while I was in town. I didn't really know how to react. I was speechless and threw the card on the table before going to grab another mug of mulled wine. When I got back from the kitchen, the older of my 2 younger brothers had read the card and loudly exclaimed something akin to, "What the actual frick?" At that point, everyone had noticed something was wrong, and I read the card out loud. I don't remember the exact wording, sorry. I then told them about what happened during summer. Nobody could really believe how insane Miss Furore was, especially since she'd been quietly planning her revenge for about half a year. The aforementioned brother, who had some extra money due to a paid internship, asked the youngest of us 3 whether he needed the €50, and offered to pay it himself, as he wanted to take all 3 cards and throw them into Miss Fura's face. My youngest brother refused the monetary offer, but loved the idea, so that's what they did. I don't really know what happened afterwards. All I know is that Miss Fura was not expecting that reaction, as apparently no one in our family had ever stood up to her the way we did. This concludes the Christmas part of the story. We didn't really dwell on the topic for the rest of the holidays, and still had an amazing celebration together. Fast forward to the summer of 2019. My parents had planned a big family reunion to celebrate a couple of important dates in their lives coinciding, major birthdays plus a significant wedding anniversary. That party was the first time I'd interacted with Miss Fura since the Christmas incident. I acted as if nothing had happened since I didn't want to cause a scene on my parents' special day, with most of our extended family being there. This is a rare occasion, since the family is spread around the Western world, mostly Western Europe and the US. We were together for about a week in my hometown, going to different dinner places every night, and we had a great and memorable time. I even got along with Miss Fura, albeit superficially and only in group settings. We never talked one-on-one. One evening, we were having a dinner at a really nice place, and she came over to the table that me, my brothers, and my cousins were at. They all know what had happened during the previous Christmas and were pretty angry with her. She asked whether I was willing to visit her one-on-one so we could have a talk about what happened. I was happy to, as I don't like to hold on to grudges, but I asked her that we talk at eye level, like adults, with mutual respect, as she had a tendency to twist the truth to suit her needs. I didn't say that part for obvious reasons. She agreed and asked me to call her to set up a time and date after the week-long celebration was over. A day later, I received an email from Miss Fura stating that she no longer had any interest in a conversation, as it was apparent from my demands that I hadn't grown and wasn't ready to apologize. She also wrote that she wasn't able to speak to me on eye level, as she had much more life experience than me. Again, I didn't really know how to process this. I still don't, but enough time has passed that I've stopped caring about my relationship with her. Up to this day, nothing has really changed about the situation. I've seen her a couple of times at different family gatherings since then, and the interactions were fine. Probably because neither of us wants to dig this rubbish back up during otherwise great family times. But the issue itself was never really resolved. So yeah, that's the story about how I learned that the reported insanity of my grandmother, Miss Fura, was not exaggerated. It might be mild compared to other stories on here, and I'm very happy that I had the rest of my loving and supporting family to rely on, but it's still something that has changed me in a way, so I felt like sharing. Hope you enjoyed reading. Yeah, for me the tough part is when you have situations like this where you have one sensible person with common sense, OP, then one person is just absolutely dumb, like your paternal grandmother, and OP tries to use logic and work out the situation, try and understand what's going on, when in reality, if you look at it completely objectively, all you have is one reasonable person and one just completely dumb person. There's no understanding of that. You can't really work out what the grandma is saying or what her intentions are or even the points that she's making, because none of it makes any sense. So ultimately, I kind of feel bad for OP because he's going through this whole process of oh, what have I done wrong? Why is my grandma reacting like this? The real answer is she's just dumb and you're not. It's just as simple as that, in my opinion. Oh my god, look at this. Is a great comment, by the way, below. There's a quote that I love, says this commenter, and I feel it fits here. Toxic people make you think you're holding a grudge when you're really holding a boundary. That is so apt. I feel like that's exactly what's happening here. This person, this grandma, is making you think that you've done something wrong or that, you need to change your ways, when in reality, you need to step away from her because she is just a toxic person. There's literally no need for you to even talk to her ever again. I don't think she offers you anything positive, so yeah, what's the point? They continue. She tried to tell you you're holding a grudge by not apologizing to her, but what you're doing is standing your ground and demanding she treat you with respect that you deserve as one adult to another. Good for you. I mean, there you go. Fantastic quote, and it pretty much sums up this entire story and your entire relationship with your grandma in one sentence. Lovely stuff. Entitled parents and sister are demanding I not take an incredible job overseas if I'm taking my adoptive daughter. My younger sister went through a pretty rough time as a young adult, drinking and doing drugs and generally being wild. She ended up getting pregnant and giving birth at age 18, when I was just a few weeks away from turning 21. Now, she didn't want the child after giving birth. She refused to even pick up the child and would leave her sitting in dirty nappies.
Despite never wanting children myself either, I stepped in and adopted my newborn niece as my daughter. My then boyfriend, who I'd been with for 3 years, gave me an ultimatum: him or her, as he didn't want children either. I picked her, and he left me, which resulted in me suddenly being a single mother. The first few years were rough as a single parent barely making ends meet, but I managed, and my sister had nothing to do with us. I never once hid the truth from my daughter that she was adopted, but I always assured her I loved her so much and was her mummy. When my daughter was 6, my sister was finally clean, and then wanted to have access to her. I allowed it, but stressed she would just be an aunt to her, and she accepted this, though it's clear she struggled with the concept and sometimes acted more like a mother, which I always squashed quickly. Now, my daughter is 8, and I've been offered a job in a different country. The pay is almost double my salary, and the company is helping us find a home, putting my daughter in an international school and after-school care, so of course I'm gonna take it. But it's resulted in my family having a meltdown about how I can't do this and how it's cruel to take my daughter away from her family, and how it's not fair to my sister. My sister has told me she won't allow me to move away with her and that she'll fight in court to get my daughter back. I've talked to lawyers and it seems she doesn't have a leg to stand on, as my daughter is legally my daughter, but the rest of my family is telling me I'm being extremely cruel and that if I cared about my sister, I'd turn this job down. I left home at 16 and finished my education. My sister, meanwhile, is the golden child who gets away with everything. She even now lives with our parents and doesn't work. My daughter, while sad to be leaving her school and friends, is excited for the move. I've been teaching her about the country every night before bed, and we've gone to some authentic restaurants to try food from there. I've also promised her that we'll fly back at least once a year to visit, and she can FaceTime and call her friends, of course. I feel like my family are angling for me to eventually just hand my daughter back over, as if I was just a temporary filler for my sister, which will obviously never happen, and my lawyers are involved in this matter. So there we go, guys. Pretty interesting story to start off today's episode, but unfortunately, it doesn't end there. There is actually an update that was just posted yesterday by OP. So, I got a call from the school today that a woman not on the list had come round and tried to pick up my daughter, claiming that she was the mother. She claimed there was a family emergency and she needed to take my daughter home early. Now, only myself and my best friend are marked down as able to pick up my daughter. And when they wanted to see her ID, she got cagey and claimed she forgot it. And when they told her she couldn't pick her up without an ID, she shouted at them before storming off. I've spent all day on the phone to my lawyers and my boss. My schedule is being moved ahead. I'd wanted to give my daughter a final Christmas in our current home, but it's clear that's not a safe idea anymore. Our move has been brought forward and my company is putting us up in a hotel until they help us find a home. I mean, look guys, clearly a very tough situation all around. For your sister, I do feel bad for her, honestly. Obviously, like, this is not how it works. You can't give up your kid legally and then just go and get them back when you feel like it 6 years later. It obviously isn't going to happen. But I still do feel bad for her. Like, yeah, maybe she didn't want her at the start and she was a bad mother and wasn't in the right place to look after her child. That happens. She was very young. It's understandable. You know, she probably didn't even want the child in the first place. Well, she admitted she didn't. It is a tough one though. Like, in the first part of the story anyway, I can kind of understand where she's coming from. Like, she wants to be with her kid and now she feels a little bit more mature to deal with that. Maybe, I don't know. However, that's clearly not thinking about you, OP, at all. And I don't really understand why your family are siding with her. Like, that just makes no sense to me. You've been the one that's taking care of your child now for 6 years on your own. Does that not deserve a little bit of credit? I mean, come on. That's ridiculous. Now, the update is where the story really got crazy and just way too far. Like, what is she trying to do there? I mean, that's bordering on just, I can't say it for YouTube reasons, but taking a child. You know what I mean? That's insane. Like, sure, be angry that your kid is not your kid anymore, but come on, don't do that. Please, that's ridiculous. Now, guys, if you thought this video was going to get less crazy when we got to our second story, well, let me tell you, you were absolutely wrong. Look at the title. Karen demands that we let her through a fatal crime scene. Here we go. Okay, so I'll start by saying that this story is from about 5 years ago. And my therapist mentioned it in passing, as it was something that I'd spoken with her about 10 years ago regarding my PTSD. I figured it's finally time to post this gem of a woman's story. It's around 11 p.m. on a Saturday night, and I'm sitting at home just getting ready to go to bed. I'm an on-call tow truck operator, and figure I'll be going out early the next morning. Right as my head hit the pillow, my Nextel-style two-way radio chirped, and a dispatcher goes, "Hey, OP, are you still awake?" "Yeah, I'm up." "Good. We've got a one-car accident in the next town over. The PD wants it expedited, so please, hurry, but be safe." 10-4, I'm out the door. After a roughly 20-minute drive, I'm headed out of this small town looking for the accident, and I see it. The coroner and forensics vans parked in the road amongst a dozen squad cars. A typical one-car accident just has one officer sitting with it for paperwork reasons, with the tow operator. Obviously, at this point, I know that things just got a lot darker than I'd originally been told. Sparing the gory details, what had happened was 6 kids between 17 and 20 had been in an SUV while driving drunk, and only the driver had his seatbelt on. The vehicle swerved off the road and the driver went to correct. However, 1, he overcorrected, and 2, the road on that side had about an 8-inch lip, which made it extremely rough of a transition to pull a vehicle back onto the road. As it came back on the road, the driver fishtailed, trying to correct back in the other direction, and again overcorrecting. This sent the vehicle rolling down the road in and out of the 4-foot drainage ditch next to it. All 5 passengers were ejected and died on the scene. One of the passengers was trapped under the SUV that came to a rest in the drainage ditch on its roof. The other passengers were strewn across the road with sheets over them. I set up my Peterbilt rollback at a 70-degree angle across this 2-lane road and start to work with forensics and the coroner to remove the vehicle from the ditch, as well as preserve as much evidence as possible. No sooner than I get this winch tight on my truck than I hear frantic beeping of a car horn. I turn around and directly behind me is a woman who looks to be in her early 40s, who is now just holding the horn down, letting it blare non-stop as she's yelling out of her window. I ignore her and turn around to go back to this delicate job I'm in the middle of, wondering how Karen had gotten past the police roadblock that was roughly a 1/3 mile up the road at the nearest intersection to obviously keep traffic out the area. As I'm slowly maneuvering this £8,000 vehicle from the roof onto its side, the honking stops. Maybe 8 seconds later, I then feel a hand grab my shoulder and attempt to spin me around. Now, I'm 6'3" and 280 pounds, so there's absolutely no way that this 40-something, 5'4"-ish, 160-pound woman is achieving this goal. I let out a sigh as I stopped winching on the vehicle and looked at the sky with my eyes, asking every god I can think of for the strength to not headbutt this female dog. I turn around and attempt to say, "Mom, the road is closed due to a fatal act." "I don't care what you have to say. Just get out of my way. I'm late." I'm extremely annoyed now, and I talk over Karen's continued complaints. "Listen, you dog. 5 people just freaking died here, and there's absolutely no way anyone is driving down this road for hours. I suggest turning around and driving back through the police roadblock you somehow got around. Now." Karen then opened with that line that we've all heard 1,000 times. "Excuse me, I live right there." She points back behind her vehicle, "and I have to use this road to get to where I'm going. You will move your truck now, or I'm calling the police." By this time, the forensics crew has heard all the yelling, even over the loudness of my truck idled up and the PTO engaged, and have walked over. Forensics crew do not dress like police, especially in the middle of the night on weekends. They're dressed in plain clothes, but carry a badge on them, and they'll put on a hazmat-style suit if needed. Now, none were needed on this scene, just gloves and such. "Which one of you is the manager?" said the Karen. "This man won't move his goddamn truck and let me through. I'm calling the police." Now, at this point, she's actually holding the phone to the side of her head and talking to what we'd find later was 911. A forensic officer began, "Mom, I am the police, and I don't know." "I don't want to hear any more goddamn excuses. Move the freaking truck now." She actually clapped between each word. At this point, I was done. "You dumb idiot. Do your 2 remaining brain cells constantly compete for 3rd place?" The forensics officer actually was stifling a chuckle. "Mom, if you don't get in your car and leave this crime scene now, you will be arrested." Just as the officer finished saying this, a squad car came screaming down the road from the same direction Karen came from and stopped behind her vehicle. The officer hopped out of his car, and the very first words he said were Karen's Miranda rights. Karen screamed, kicked, swore that everyone else should be arrested, and even tried to spit on me, which caused her to catch a tampering with evidence charge as we're on an active crime scene. By the time it was all done, her other charges were obstruction, assault on an officer, misuse of 911, interfering with an investigation. She took a deal that netted her 18 weekends in the county jail. However, I did tow her car as well. Monday morning, I met her husband, and he couldn't have been more embarrassed as he apologized over and over as he paid me and then inspected the vehicle and signed off that we didn't damage it. The impound cost roughly $600 as it was police initiated, after hours and storage. Charges were $150 for the impound, $50 for after hours, $52 a day storage, and $5 a mile each direction from our office. Our office was roughly 15 to 17 miles from there. Yeah, guys, so if you thought trying to steal a kid was bad, how about that? I mean, comment below, which one's worse? Seriously, they're both not great, obviously, but you know, which one's worse? Stealing a kid or demanding that everybody present at a fatal accident where multiple people have died leave and get out your way because you're late for work? I mean, to be honest, I actually think the second one is considerably worse because, you know, that involves death. But still, wonderful stories there is all I can say. It's honestly, what do I even say anymore? It's unbelievable, it really is. Karen rips off my headscarf, wants me arrested for assault, and attempts to pepper spray a cop. So, this was back in college, at the local Walmart that is known for always being interesting. I have so many stories from this place. I swear, this Walmart is like a Karen beacon. Some relevant info. I'm pale, and at the time, I walked with a cane. I've got a condition where my heart rate can get too high and my blood pressure can drop and I can pass out. From standing too long usually, but anxiety can bring on episodes too. I wear a headscarf on holidays and special occasions. Now, there are many types and styles of headscarves, and on this day, I was wearing it in a style where it completely covered my head and then draped around my neck, secured with pins. Since it's a holiday, I'm also wearing traditional clothing. A long skirt, a white shirt with some embroidery on it, and a fabric belt. This also happened right after the 2016 election, and my college town went from 1 Nazi group to 3, literally overnight. They would come onto campus a lot to harass us. The racists were very emboldened at that time. This was maybe a few weeks after, where stuff had calmed down a bit, but was still pretty bad. I made the mistake of going to Walmart alone in traditional clothing. So I'm going around the Walmart, picking up a few things. My backpack is in the front of the cart, so I don't have extra weight on me. I'm standing at one of those aisle ends, trying to find something, and I had to look up where it was on my phone. Then, out of nowhere, my headscarf is ripped off of my head as someone behind me yells, "Terrorist female dog!" Luckily, the scarf only had the end around my neck, so it pulled on my neck but didn't full on choke me. Still, this definitely activated my fight or flight response. The woman, Karen, then starts screaming as I turn around. Apparently, one of the pins used to secure my scarf had stuck her when she ripped it off. She is screaming that I'm a terrorist, that I assaulted her, she wants the manager and the police called, etc. This couple had been down the aisle and saw it happen and ran over. The woman kind of threw her sweatshirt on my head and got between me and Karen. I was panicking at first, but I realized that she was trying to help cover my head, and the man with her had also gotten between us and started yelling at the Karen. The man grabbed my scarf back and handed it to his partner, who handed it to me. And she took her sweatshirt and held it up around my head to sort of block people's view of my head while I tried to get my scarf back on. The Karen is still screaming that she wants the police to arrest me for being a terrorist, for assaulting her, and how dare she? She is digging through her purse to find pepper spray because she wants to spray me and the man. I honestly didn't even wrap my scarf properly. I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. A nearby employee had come out of an aisle to see what was happening and ran off to get the manager, I'm assuming. The nice man is yelling back at the Karen and had confiscated the pepper spray from her. Karen is screaming that I'm a traitor to your own race, along with her earlier insults, and is demanding that the man pin me to the floor so she can pepper spray me and do a citizen's arrest, keeping me there until the police and FBI arrived, since she's adamant that I'm a terrorist. So at this point, I'm shaking and crying. My heart rate is extremely high, and I know I need to leave or I'm going to pass out. The woman asked if I wanted to leave. I nodded. She grabbed my backpack and the arm that I'm not holding the cane in, and she quickly walks me down the aisle and out of the store. We just left the cart where it was. She asked where my car was, and I tried explaining that I'm a college student and have to wait for the bus, but I'm coughing and trying to breathe as my heart rate is well over 180 at this point. The woman sees this and explains that she is a nurse, and I'm clearly not okay, and asks for my medical condition and what I need. I explained what it is and that I need to sit and lie down because I'm gonna pass out. She offered me to sit in their van, which usually would obviously be a no, but we're standing in the middle of a parking lot and I'm about to pass out. Currently, my brain is not getting very much oxygen. She opens the side door, I sit on the edge of the car, and promptly faints. I wake up a few minutes later, and she's holding my wrist in one hand, checking my pulse, and looking at her watch. I mumble something, so she knows I'm awake, and she just keeps telling me, it's okay, I'm doing fine. Now, after I recover a bit, I sit up and realize her partner is standing outside the car. I think trying to give me privacy. I ask for the Gatorade from my backpack and sip on that. It helps with the fainting, while he explains what was going down. He says that the manager showed up with store security and he explained, over Karen screaming, what had happened, handed her pepper spray to the security guy, and the police were called. I look over and sure enough, there's cop cars pulled to the front of the store. The nice man asked if I'd been hurt and if I wanted to talk to the police. Honestly though, I'm scared of cops and just want to go home. So, I declined to talk or press charges. The man went back inside to talk to the police a bit more, and I tried to fix my scarf a little better. I'd lost a few of those pins through all of this, which was kind of annoying, so I couldn't wrap it how it was earlier. The nice woman told me that my heart rate had been at around 200 when I passed out. Now, luckily it had come down again quickly, because she had considered calling an ambulance. She lets me know that her partner is texting her and reads out to me what is going down back in the store. As it turns out, I didn't need to press charges. Karen was so infuriated that the nice man would help her terrorist female dog to get away that she got a bit aggressive. She was yelling at the manager, security, and the police officers when the man came back in. When she saw him, she ripped out her pepper spray. Apparently, they were dumb enough to give it back to her, and started screaming at the nice man. The cop, as a result, grabbed her arm to stop her, and then she tried to pepper spray him. She then, of course, got taken down and cuffed. The nice woman is positively gleeful as she tells me about the Karen getting tackled. Apparently, then, Karen started screaming about suing the cops, getting the FBI involved, the classic Karen stuff. Now, I didn't get to see her getting taken off to jail, sadly. My boss pulled up and the woman helped me over to it. Since then though, I refuse to go by myself to any store if I'm wearing a headscarf, even though I live in a different area now. Look, I'll be honest guys, normally, commenting after a story, I try and make a couple jokes, say something funny. In this, I can't really, can I? I'm just so sorry that this happened to you, OP, and that now you don't even feel safe expressing your own religious identity. Like, how sad is that? What can I say? I want to make a joke. Don't want to take it too seriously, but come on. If there are like racist people out there doing this sort of stuff, making people like OP feel extremely uncomfortable to the extent that now OP is not even going to go by themselves to any store if they're wearing religious clothing, or not even a headscarf's not even religious necessarily. It doesn't have to be, but something that can be perceived as religious. So sad. What a shame. How do we fix it? I don't know. Shoot all racist people? Yeah, let's do it. And now moving on to our second entitled people story. So I just got invited to a bachelorette party and I'm expected to make a donation even if I don't attend. Hi, my name is Ali, Camilla's wedding coordinator. I would like to make you aware of the bachelorette party details. This is the date and it's going to be in Las Vegas. Will you be in attendance? Please keep in mind, if you do not attend, a donation towards Camilla's expense would still be required. Please respond with a thumbs up or thumbs down at your earliest convenience. thank you in advance. So, I got that text message earlier today. A few things to note. 1, I've got no idea who Ali is. 2, I've got no idea who Camilla is. 3, I'm a guy. And 4, I can't afford to make a trip to Vegas. So obviously I'm not going to be attending the bachelorette party, though I wouldn't mind hanging around with a bunch of hopefully attractive women acting wild. That said, I'm required to still donate towards Camilla's expense, even if I don't attend? Huh? Even if I knew her, to say I'd be required to donate is a lot of things, including presumptuous, rude, unprofessional, tacky, etc., all of which I responded back with to let this wedding coordinator know. Ali then had the gall to tell me that I've got too much time on my hands, despite the fact that it took me a few hours to respond. If anyone knows who this Camilla girl is, 1, don't respond here, since I didn't change her name. I don't know who she is and there isn't enough info to identify who she really is, so let's keep it that way. And 2, let her know that she has an unprofessional and entitled person for a wedding coordinator. She's going to alienate some of Camilla's friends from her, and she needs to nip that behavior in the bud. Now guys, amazingly, OP has actually attached an image of the full text conversation between Ali and them. Here we go. So, as you can see, the first message just comes out of the blue from Ali. Hi, my name is Ali, Camilla's wedding coordinator. I'd like to make you aware of the details of the bachelorette party in Las Vegas. Are you coming? If you don't, you're going to have to make a donation towards Camilla's expense and then respond up or down thumbs. So, OP responds, Hi, my name isn't Ali and I'm not Camilla's wedding coordinator. In fact, I have no idea who Camilla is, nor am I a female, so I definitely won't be attending. Also, even if I did know who Camilla is, and even if I were a female, I would not be required to donate towards her expenses, and it's rather presumptuous of you to try and say that it is. How would you like it if I told you that even if you weren't attending something of mine, you're required to make a donation towards it? It's rude, disrespectful, uncalled for, unprofessional, tasteless, tacky, and very obnoxious. I certainly hope those who know Camilla tell her of your uncalled for requiring of donations so that she can fire your unprofessional butt and get someone who actually knows how to act appropriately. Alright, a little fierce response, but hey, seems pretty justified. Ali replies, You definitely have too much time on your hands. Have a great day ahead. Again, that's unprofessional though. Your response should have been along the lines of, My apologies, I must have mistyped the number I meant to send the invite to. But instead, you tell me I've got too much time on my hands, despite the fact that you don't know me, and I didn't even immediately respond to your invite because I was busy with other things. You really are a piece of work. And yeah, to be fair, 10:51, Ali sends the initial message. 1:02 PM, over 2 hours later, OP replies. Ali then says, Well, don't you think the same would apply? Calling me unprofessional when you don't know me? Like I said, have a good day and treat others as you would like. You said a donation is required even if I don't attend. That's unprofessional. So you provided me with a valid reason to say that you are unprofessional. Seriously, you're coming off as someone who feels entitled and believes that they can do no wrong. Focus on your mistakes before pointing out wrongly perceived flaws in others. There you go. Weird series of text messages. I can't tell if OP is coming across a little bit too strong, but hey, nonetheless, Ali is definitely entitled. Now look guys, I kind of think that OP is taking this a little bit too seriously. Yeah, of course, it's very entitled. It's not that deep though, is it really? It is just a weird, concept overall. I don't really understand how this has come about. How this person has accidentally messaged you, I don't really understand. The fact that you're required to donate, I don't really get. They don't even say, oh, sorry, that was a mistake. You're not coming. It is all a bit weird. But yeah, OP is taking it very seriously. I don't really know what to think about this one. It's just a very strange one. I do find it funny though that this person was getting annoyed by OP calling them unprofessional when they don't even know them, but they don't know OP. So yeah, it is strange. It really, really is. Entitled mum demands I date her underage daughter. For some backstory, I am a 24-year-old black dude. Unfortunately, I've always looked very young for my age. I'm about 5'7", skinny, and I've got box braids, which adds to my youthful look, I guess. I do have a beard and moustache, but wearing a mask makes them pretty much non-existent. Ever since I turned 18, I've had an issue of attracting younger girls because they assume I'm around their age. I always decline these girls. I work as a temp stocker at Walmart. On this particular day, I was wearing a black hoodie and sweatpants. What I do like about working at Walmart is that they let you dress comfortably as long as you don't look crazy. I didn't notice at the time, but the sweatpants that I wore clearly showed my prints. Oh, okay, so I actually didn't know this. Maybe some of you guys did. Print means as in like somebody could see your, you know what, outline. Crazy. So, I was minding my business, doing the usual work of cutting boxes and stocking shelves. There was some excess baking goods that I had to put on the top shelf, so I had to reach very high. I noticed someone in my peripheral to the right, and I didn't give it any thought. When I finished stocking the products, I look over and see a girl holding chocolate chips, staring directly at my crotch. My first thought was to tease her about it. My second thought was, she actually looks quite young. And then my third thought was, nope. She noticed that I caught her, and we locked eyes for like 3 seconds. She started to turn beet red from embarrassment and she didn't speak. I shrugged it off, turned around and walked away, going back to my work cards. I proceeded to see the girl like 4 more times throughout the grocery aisles. She'd turn red, put her head down and run away every time. It was funny and a bit adorable to me. The next time I see her, she was walking towards me with a lady who turned out to be her entitled mother. When we crossed paths, we locked eyes again, and I gave her a smile. All she could see was my squinted eyes. She did her usual look down, turn red routine. I stopped to put down and cut open the box I was holding when her entitled mum came to talk to me. Were you just checking out my daughter? No, mum. I'm not interested in your daughter. Oh, stop it. I saw the way you looked at her. You think she's pretty, don't you? Yeah, she is pretty. I'm just not. You think she's pretty? It should be that simple. And you two locked eyes like lovebirds. You even made her blush. I can explain that. I caught your daughter staring at my crotch earlier, and she's embarrassed about it. I guess I smiled to signify it's okay and she shouldn't be embarrassed. The entitled mum looked directly at my crotch while I was talking. She was looking at it for what felt like a whole minute, but she finally looked up. Oh my god, you were sexually harassing my daughter? What? It's very unprofessional and inappropriate for you to be wearing such tight pants. They weren't that tight. You're basically flashing to people. A few bystanders at the end of the aisle were looking, so I thought that maybe I should just dead this situation. I didn't flash anyone. I was just working and she was looking at me. No harm was done. Unless you make my daughter your girlfriend right now, it's sexual harassment. It doesn't count as sexual harassment if you two are dating. This statement made me cringe hard. So I said, F this. Mom, how old is your daughter? 16. How old do you think I am? 18, maybe 19? I took off my mask to reveal my entire face. I'm 23. Just when I thought my cringe meter was full, the entitled mum says this. Look at her. She's very mature for her age and she obviously likes you. Don't deny a beautiful young woman. I bet she is. Beautiful and mature. A young man will be lucky to have her. But you're a younger man, Mom. Oh, age isn't that big of a deal. Her dad is 7 years older than me. I don't care. Okay, well, I guess we need to talk about your sexual harassment with the manager. I called the manager myself, and when she arrived, the entitled mum was quick to tell her. Hello, Mom, what is the issue? This employee has been strutting around, flashing in this store and at my daughter. His pants are too tight and it's unprofessional and inappropriate for him to wear them. I want him disciplined for sexual harassment. The manager looked at my pants, well, my crotch, and then looked at me. I responded. Okay, now ask her daughter what happened. The daughter told the manager the truth about how she saw me, thought I was cute, and how I caught her looking. She also said when she came back, her mum asked why her face was red, and she responded with, she saw a cute guy. She admitted there was no sexual harassment. Her entitled mum was silent. My manager asked her if she still wanted me to be disciplined. The entitled mum said no, and we went our separate ways. The manager, though, did say to me that I can't wear those sweatpants to work ever again. I mean, look, guys, quite a lot is weird about this story. At first, quite innocent, quite cute. It's all right. Everyone's happy with it. The mum even, saying, oh, I'll date my daughter. Yeah, it's a bit weird, but some mums are like that. Not too abnormal. Now, it gets a bit weird when the guy reveals that he's 23 and the mum is still like, yeah, no, date my 16-year-old daughter. Yes, it's a 7-year age gap, and I get that you have that with your husband now, but that's like literally the guy is, 50% older than your daughter. It's weird. 16 to 23. That's ridiculous. Come on. And you still want that? Dodgy. And also, I know that she was accusing you of sexual harassment, but surely she was actually like semi-sexually harassing you, trying to force you to date her daughter and also looking at your crotch. Like, it's a bit weird, isn't it? I don't know. What do you reckon? Pressured by a customer to date somebody. Bit weird. Now moving on to our next entitled parent story. Brother committed fraud. Entitled stepmom tried to yell at me for it. Some background first. My half-brother is a drug addict and has stolen from pretty much everyone in the family. My dad and stepmom were separated and living in different states, and my brother lived with dad. I live in a different state. My dad is a holy roller, so most of my family is super conservative. I'm not at all conservative. Since my brother can't hold down a job, I paid for his cell phone so we have a way to contact him. Otherwise, he'd disappear and nobody would hear from him for months at a time. He asked me if I could add his girlfriend to my plan. I said fine, but they need to buy their own phones. I started the process. They were supposed to buy the phones and have them activated. I got a call from my brother saying they can't activate the phone. I tell him to have the store call me. He said they can't. I call my provider and they said he shouldn't have a problem activating. I call him back and tell him that, and this goes on for 2 full days. He keeps trying to get me to add him as an authorized user. He must have called me dozens of times. I finally got sick of the calls and called my phone company, telling them to add him as an authorized user, only to activate the phone, and then to immediately remove him. I specifically said that he is not allowed to make any purchases. She assured me that this would be done. A few weeks later, and I look at my phone bill. They charged 2 brand new iPhones, extra chargers, charging pads, cases, screen protectors, all on my bill. I call the phone company. They said he was added, so there's nothing they can do. I called my brother, and he laughed. I told him to take all of that rubbish back right away, but he said no. We argued. He got annoyed and said now I'm not paying it back at all, and that he hopes it tanks my credits. I told him, go screw yourself in the butt with a spiked, can't say that, and hung up. 5 minutes later, my stepmom calls me up and said I need to apologize to my brother for what I said. I just laughed and said I'll apologize when he takes the phone back. She said he's not going to. He deserves it because of what I said. I'm a horrible sister, yada yada yada. She called me every name in the book. I told her I'd be pressing charges for fraud and that she can go and screw herself in the butt with a spiked you-know-what too. I called my phone company and raised hell. Luckily, they took notes, and somebody saw the part about no purchases, so they reversed the charges for that. They immediately disconnected the lines and flagged the phones as stolen so they can't be used. My dad approached me about what I said, but he surprisingly was not mad. He said he didn't approve of the language, but he approved of the message. Sorry, what? Forgive me, but if somebody buys 2 iPhones and loads of other rubbish on my card, I'm gonna be pretty angry, and I think I'm well within my rights to start swearing at them. Is that just me? Like, come on, that's so expensive. I've got to say, OP, well done for actually getting this money back, because I imagine it would have been pretty hard because, yeah, you did actively authorize your brother to use your account. And after doing that, I imagine that most phone companies would have got, pretty technical and said, well, you did say you could do this, even about the charge, whatever, doesn't matter. You said he could do it. But hey, at least you got the money back. That's a good thing. But yeah, your brother, weird. And now moving on to our third story of this Entitled Parents episode. Late husband's estranged abusive parents are demanding access to my unborn son. I am a 30-year-old woman who lost my husband to cancer last year. We'd always wanted kids, so we had some of his sperm frozen for a later date. Sadly, he lost his battle and passed away. I'm now in a place where I feel capable, mentally, of taking care of a child myself. And it was a success. I'm expecting a little boy. My husband's parents somehow got wind of this and are constantly demanding that they be allowed in my son's life, as he will be the last part of their son. The thing is though, my husband had nothing to do with his parents. Growing up, they were emotionally abusive to him, and he got out of there as soon as he could. He hadn't spoken to them in 10 years, and when it became clear that things were taking a nosedive, he made sure I knew he didn't want them at the funeral. I don't think he'd want them in our son's life at all, either. So I'm trying to respect his wishes, but family and friends are telling me I should give them a chance. that perhaps they've changed, and how this could be a second chance for them. Perhaps it's cruel, but I don't want my son to be a guinea pig to trial run if they're better or not. Is it a butthole move to not give them the chance to prove themselves and deny them contact with my son? My own parents have said how if the positions were reversed, it would break their hearts to be kept from my child. They've suggested supervised visits, but I'm against even that. I'm feeling under so much stress about this as they're constantly messaging my social media, and I've had to block them. They've even been coming to my home to try and convince me. Wow, this one is actually so tough. Obviously, there's no right or wrong answer here. It just all comes down to your own perception. Where do you even begin with this? Like, how on earth would you even decide on a decision here? So hard. Like, first of all, you've got to respect your husband, right? If you're 100% sure that he wouldn't have wanted his parents to have any contact with his child, in the same way that he had no contact with them for the last 10 years and left them as soon as he could, then I think ultimately, despite what everyone else is saying, you kind of have to go with that, right? I think the fact that they weren't even invited to the funeral or weren't even told about it is quite a major thing. If you're not invited to someone's funeral, you're probably not going to be allowed to see their kids. I don't know. It's a tough one, especially given the fact that your own parents, OP, are saying that if they were in this position, they'd be heartbroken. Like, hearing that and then having to make that decision pretty much all on your own is so tough. Like, I don't even know what I'd do. Do you give them one chance? Completely supervised, very structured and regimented to meet the kid and just see how they are and see if they've changed? I don't know. Comment down below, guys. You know what? If it was me in this situation, I'd say no. I'm respecting my husband. He clearly didn't want them to be a part of his life, so therefore they can't be a part of my life or our kids. That's my decision, but I don't know. This one is really, really hard. I'm interested to see your thoughts. Secret Santa. This seemed like an appropriate place to post this. Signed up for Reddit gifts again this year. Spent weeks trying to find a gift for my giftee. I wanted to get something that they listed in their interests, and they had a lot of interests. Narrowed it down to over 100 different gifts, but I couldn't narrow it down anymore, so I opted to send them a gift card instead. Their response was, "Wow, I was expecting a more expensive and thoughtful gift." Okay, first of all, a little bit of context about what Reddit Gifts is. Think about it pretty much as the Reddit version of Secret Santa, but with literally hundreds of thousands of internet strangers taking part. So, Reddit Gifts is a giant online gift exchange that started connecting internet stranger friends around the world with one another in 2009. And last year, nearly 200,000 people participated. That's 200,000 internet strangers from 141 different countries, all putting their faith in one another and sending gifts around the world. Pretty awesome, right? I think so. Participating really is quite easy. It takes a few minutes to sign up, create a profile. Then you wait until matching day. Reddit runs a big program that matches each person to someone else in a giant daisy chain. You get that person's username, and you can stalk that person in a friendly way to find a gift that they're going to love and then mail it off to them. And of course, somebody else will be doing the same for you anonymously. When you get it, you post your photos of the awesome gift on Reddit, and everyone celebrates together. Pretty much, this is a very wholesome event. It relies on people, having integrity, actually going out there, getting a gift, and mailing it off. If nobody does that, the whole thing falls apart. You have to, get into it, do the right thing, and actually send a gift off, and be grateful for the gift that you receive. Now guys, that context is important because it just shows how entitled this person is. OP has said in the comments below that they sent a gift card worth more than $20 to the person when the minimum spend of the whole Reddit gift Secret Santa thing was $20. So they're spending more money than they'd be expected to. They're giving this person, who they have no idea really anything about them, just their name and some pictures or whatever, some information they can find online, the ability to spend that money on whatever they want via a gift card. Yet still, this person is saying, no, I wanted a more thoughtful gift and I wanted one that's more expensive. Again, to make this completely transparent, they don't know each other. They're complete internet strangers. How can you want a more thoughtful gift? You don't know the person. I don't get it. And asking someone to spend more money on you, someone that you do not know, that is so entitled. It kind of makes me wonder what this entitled person actually sent off for their gift to their anonymous stranger. I would absolutely love to know, but I guess we'll never know. I really have a thought in the back of my mind that it might have been something actually really bad, like cheap, terrible, not thoughtful. This person's just entitled and self-centered. I don't know. That's my thoughts. Now moving on to our next post. Racist lady and her friend take up 8 seats in a crowded airport. I was traveling with my brother and his 5 kids, ages 4 to 15. We were in the airport in Dallas, and the way the seats were set up, there was an entrance at one end of the row, and then they went all the way down to the glass, with 2 rows facing one another. 2 opposite rows were pretty close together. Also, we're black, which plays in. It was packed, and there were 7 of us, so we figured that we just have to stand around with the kids for 90 minutes or something like that. But then I spotted some empty seats, each with some stuff on it. Not a lot, but something like a purse, a jacket, and a little shopping bag. They were against the glass, and these 2 older white ladies sat facing one another and had set their roller bags up like a wall, preventing anyone from getting down the row. I figured that they were maybe traveling with a large group who had left their stuff, but it looked like one person's stuff spread out. So I figured I would ask, "Excuse me, ladies, are you traveling with anyone?" They stared at me for a while. "Why?" one of them finally asked. "I'm wondering if those items belong to you or to your traveling companions." They looked at one another, and finally one said, "No, those are our things. Do you mind if I move them so we can sit down?" Long pause. Finally, not looking at me, they say, "We put them there." "Yes, Mom, I'm sure you did. I'm not asking if you put them there. I'm asking you if I could move it so my family could sit down." Finally, one of them gets up in a huff and a scowl and gathers all their stuff and puts it on the seats next to them and says, "I don't know why you're making an old woman get up like this. You think I've got energy for this?" "I told you I would move it for you." Then she immediately snapped, I don't need you touching my things." "Excuse me, Mom? You don't need a what touching your things?" "I said I don't need you touching my things." "No, you said you don't need a something touching your things. What don't you need?" "You." Still not looking at me. I paused and then said, "Did you mean you don't need a n? At this point, she wasn't responding. I counted out the seats, and the kids all sat down with their bags on the floor. It was still my brother and me, and they had 2 seats with their stuff. "I'll need that one too," I said, as I pointed to her seats. More huffing, but no more smack from her. I sat my big black self down right next to hers and put my bag on the floor. They sat in silence until our flight was called. Wow, you handled that like an absolute legend, OP. Although we didn't hear any explicit racism, it's pretty clear from this account that these women were about to say something extremely racist and maybe had racist thoughts throughout in terms of why they wouldn't give OP and her family the seats that they were not using, but just, taking up selfishly. Calling them out though, like that, or just being obvious with it and saying, "You know what, no, say what you were gonna say. Say it and listen to how ridiculous it is." Amazing. The fact that they had nothing to say just spoke 1,000 words. Obviously racist, obviously disgusting, obviously get out of the airport. That's what I say. Now moving on to our third post. Entitled Mum tells me my 14-year-old sister was asking to be harassed. Gets roundly embarrassed. So, I am 16, almost 17, and my sister is 14. We were raised by a single dad who is ex-military and firmly believes if someone starts a fight with you, then you should end it. I attend a pretty swanky boarding school in the UK, and there's plenty of entitled mums and entitled kids running around. But they're the sort of rich and don't realise they're a bit dense sort of people. I'm going to have to try and work out which boarding school this is. Wish me luck. Me and my sister are in separate boarding houses, but see each other most days. I love my sister and often feel the need to stick up for her. In the boarding house next to mine, there is an entitled kid who is 17 and is a very unpleasant young lad. He's not particularly bright as a student, but he's in the first team for rugby and is generally quite athletic. He's been known to be a bully for a while now, but he also seems to have a darker side, and many girls have accused him of making creepy comments and openly threatening them. Around the start of October, our drama class began to do casting for High School Musical. Now my sister is absolutely obsessed with it for some reason. So me being the good brother and one of the favourite drama students, I literally take it as a scholarship, I managed to get her a role as a backup dancer. And she was really happy. The entitled kid also decided that he wanted a foray into drama and was also cast as a backup dancer, since his acting and singing were questionable at best. This means he was working closely with my sister and the other dancers most of the time. No problem, right? Wrong. My sister tells me in the first 2 days that he was already getting creepy with her and some of the other girls. More concerningly, younger backup dancers. I talked with my girlfriend about it and decided the next day I'd have a polite word with him.
I'm slightly autistic, so I sometimes need guidance on how to handle things like this. The next day, I went into the drama room and I clearly heard him say something which I will not repeat here to my sister and another girl. I walked up to him, already not in a fantastic mood, and said something along the lines of, "Don't you dare say that to my sister or any of the girls here. You understand?" Now this idiot replies, "Dead ass or what?" This next part I clearly didn't think through properly, but I said, "Well, I could either knock your lights out or get you kicked out of the play and the rugby team with what I've heard you say." Now, I'm about 6 foot, 135 pounds, and I'm by no means weak, but this guy is easily 6'3", 170 to 190 pounds. But nevertheless, he grunts some agreement and buggers off. I thought nothing of it, and the play went off without a hitch. Cut to 3 weeks ago, and at 9 PM, when our homework time ends, I decided to go out with my girlfriend to celebrate 8 months. And I'm so glad I did. We're walking behind the main school building when we heard someone clearly in distress. My girlfriend immediately went to find a teacher, and I ran over to see what was going on, since at first I thought somebody had tripped or something. I find the entitled kid has backed my sister into a corner and is threatening her, shouting obscenities, standing in a very predatory stance. She's lying on the floor with a noticeable bruise on her face and sort of shouting in anger and pain. I immediately sort of grabbed the kid and started throwing punches. My only goal was to get this monster away from my sister. Now, despite him having size and most definitely strength on me, I quickly realized every time he hit me, it didn't hurt so bad. But when I hit him, he felt it more than I did. I attribute this to the fact that I've gotten beaten up my whole life. Mainly because people assume the autistic kid won't fight back, while this prancy little princess probably isn't used to being hit. Eventually, I got him in a headlock, which I did maybe hold for a bit too long, and when I let go, he didn't fight back. So I just got up and started kicking him. I'm not one of excessive violence, but something about this predator attacking my tiny, relatively defenseless sister had me seeing red. Yeah, mate, I'm not surprised. Of course, in a case of very bad timing, my girlfriend shows up with the teacher just as the entitled kid starts to get the poop kicked out of him by me. The teacher naturally separates us and gets us both sent to the head's office in the following morning. Fairly enough, seeing that the kid is badly beaten and that the teacher saw me kicking him, the head thought that I was the aggressor, which also makes relative sense, since the entitled kid's disciplinary record is for the most part clean, and mine has a few fights on it. The entitled kid's mum, the queen female dog with the Karen haircut, fake nails, and very fake tan skin, arrives and promptly starts to go absolutely bat poop on me for assaulting her baby boy. I once again did myself zero favours by bellowing back just as loud about what a POS her child is, all in front of the head. I couldn't care less either. As far as I'm concerned, the entitled kid was about to assault my sister, and this dog was defending him. At this point, I was beginning to think that I could be in big trouble. Fights aren't something my school appreciate, and I could maybe even face expulsion. That is, until my girlfriend and sister show up, having asked the head to hear their side of the story, claiming to have proof. It turns out that my sister, the clever one that she is, had started recording on her phone while it was in her pocket when the entitled kid approached her. I mean, what a genius. The video lasted 7 minutes roughly and was full of the entitled kid threatening to assault her, saying how she should fight back, etc., and it ended after the teacher showed up. At this point, the headmaster decides that our parents will meet with him about the entitled kid's behaviour and mine. My dad told me that the entitled mum basically called me a menace to society, along with saying that I should be kept away from the normal kids. Alright lady, I'm autistic, not psychotic. My dad, infuriated, said, well at least I didn't raise a paedophile. Amid their bickering, the head showed them the video, or better, a black screen and some audio. The entitled mum then tried justifying her son's words by saying, well, your daughter was asking for it, talking to my son like that. I'm surprised my father didn't cave her skull in for that remark. In the end, the kid was expelled, after some other girls also told the head some of the unsavory things that he'd said and done to them. His mother has also been permanently removed from school grounds. She was a careers advisor, apparently. My dad is proud of me, and my sister got pizza and will get a new computer for her bravery. She responded to all his creepy comments very insultingly,
How brave of her. I should also mention that the entitled kid's dad is a charming fellow, also ex-military, and was shocked to his core by both his son's actions and his wife's response to the video. He has profusely apologized, both to me and my sister, and has also said to my dad how remorseful he is that he didn't raise his son right. I thought it fair to add this, just in case anyone thought that he was like the entitled mum. I just thought I'd share what was a very mad experience. Wow, and there we go. You know what, actually, yeah, fair play OP for talking about the dad there and explaining that he is not like his wife or their kid. It's actually quite impressive, the fact that he is, saying, openly admitting, I'm so sorry for what happened, and I'm so sorry that I didn't raise my son correctly. Pretty horrific story. I hate to even begin to imagine what might have happened if you and your girlfriend hadn't been there at that exact time. That is lucky beyond belief. But hey, maybe it was meant to happen. I don't know. Oh, your sister, fair play to her. It doesn't even sound like she's traumatized by the event. She was defending herself amazingly. The quick thinking to start recording on your phone at a moment of such terror is actually pure genius. And I've got to say, such a shame that people like this exist, but hey, at least he has been expelled. That is all we can say. My parents stalked me. I am 21. I am female. I understand that there can be dangers to dating, but the way my parents go about it is ridiculous. I met this girl on Tinder a while ago, and we've talked pretty much every day. We had our first date a week ago at the mall. It went great, but I didn't tell my parents because I know how crazy they are. Fast forward to Tuesday, we're having another date. Now this one I do tell my parents about. It was at the movies, but I had the feeling that I shouldn't tell them that, so instead I said, oh, we're going to the mall to hang out. The movie went great, and I went over to my date's place afterwards. Then I get texts from my parents asking why I'm not at the mall. My dad had driven an hour to that mall, looked for me, and looked for my car. Holy heck, you are insane. Then after, my dad tracks me with my phone and asks me why I'm near the beach. That's where my date lives. Like, dude, what? Listen, I understand wanting to value my safety, but that was an extreme violation of my boundaries. I had a gut feeling telling them where I was actually would be a mistake, and I was correct. And they still don't see how screwed up it is to stalk their adult daughter. Alright, a few things, OP. First of all, tell them to f*** off. And that's actually not a joke. Like, what are they doing? You're 21. I get it. Look, being a protective parent, especially over a daughter, it makes sense, okay? But not that. Don't do that. That's way too far. Second of all, turn whatever your little stalking silly app is off. They don't need to know where you are at all points. If I had to have that on my whole time, my parents were like, yeah, I need to know where you are. No, that wouldn't happen. I'd probably just turn it off, to be honest. Yeah, turn that off. That's weird. Oh my god, I've just seen a comment as well from OP. Actually upset because I really like this girl, but my parents are probably going to scare her away. Sad face, sad face. Mate, I just feel bad for you, honestly. Just don't tell the girl that you even have parents. Just say you're an orphan. Honestly, just f*** them. Come off. Now moving on to our second post of today's episode. Mum wants me to give her my cats. I volunteer fostering cats. My cats tend to go to a cat cafe, so I don't typically do meet and greets, but when I do, I'll have people stop by so they can see the cat in its territory and get a good sense for the cat's personality. A mum and her 4-year-old daughter stopped by to meet one of my kittens. She applied online and went through the foster organization, so I didn't know her, but my husband was home, so I felt pretty safe. I have 4 cats of my own, and for this meet and greet, I shut them in my guest room, just to make things easier. They're not huge fans of kids anyway. Everything was going great. They met and liked the kitten, and when we were walking back to the entrance, we passed the guest room. Then, the 4-year-old heard my cats meowing, so she sprinted to the door and opened it before I realized what was happening. The cats scattered, except for my grey one. Now, he is an adorable boy, with a half-milk moustache and little mittens. The 4-year-old fell in love immediately and ran to him and started yelling that she wanted this one because it was the same as a stuffed animal she has. The mum asked me how much it was for him, and I politely said he wasn't up for adoption. She kept arguing with me, trying to get that cat, but like I said, he is my cat. The 4-year-old then started shrieking because she couldn't have the cat, and she picked him up. I asked her to put him down, but she's 4. She started squeezing him, and he was trying to get away, but at that point, he hadn't used his nails yet. He's such a good boy. The mum made no moves to intervene, and I tried to take the cat without touching the girl, but I didn't want to play tug of war and hurt the cat. So, as gently as I could, I tried to pull her arms apart. Then the mum came at me, screaming for touching her kid.
The cat got away, and the whole way to their car, they kept screaming about how I was a terrible person and I shouldn't have showed them a cat they can't have. The 4-year-old was bawling uncontrollably. It was horrible. I felt horrible. The mum threatened to call the cops and my foster org. My husband was asleep because he works 3rd shift, so he only caught the tail end of it. He obviously doesn't think that I was the butthole in this story, because giving up our cat was never an option. Also, I know cat tax is a thing, but I'm not going to share pictures of him to avoid any ability to trace back to me and my foster group. I don't want any negative publicity for them, because there are people who think I handled the situation poorly. I don't want any of my actions to reflect on my foster organization. Alright, sorry, but can someone explain how OP has handled this situation poorly? Like, I don't get that at all. What do you want her to do in that situation? Just say, yeah, have my cat. Like, in what other way can you say, no, that's my cat, you can't adopt it? How is that handling the situation poorly? That is just stupid. And again, like I tend to say in my videos, I don't blame the kid in this situation, especially given they're 4 years old, right? They see an adorable cat, they're gonna want it, obviously. Therefore, I do blame the mum though for even entertaining that and not just saying right away, no, darling, that's not your cat, and that one is not up for adoption. Sorry, let's move on. Speaking of moving on, now for story 3. The little idiot that ruined my Halloween. This isn't as much entitled parents as it is entitled kids and completely incompetent parents. Honestly, r/incompetent parents would be a good subreddit. That is actually a good shout. Not people that are entitled, just parents that have no idea what's going on and are just not capable of taking care of their kids. I would back it. So, in my house, Halloween is like advanced Christmas. We aren't just into it, we are it. My dad starts setting up well over a month in advance, and we have some stuff, to my chagrin, up all year. Oh, apparently chagrin means disgust. So Opie doesn't like it, but his family have Halloween stuff up all year. Now, if that's not Halloween obsessed, I don't know what is. The whole property, all the way around, has hundreds of decorations. So, this year, my dad drove over an hour to get the last Jack Skellington animatronic available in our entire state. It cost around $300, but he had to have it to match our Sally by the entrance. So, backstory out of the way, this family are a little bit obsessed. So while my dad's out there amongst the animatics, giving tours and talking with our literal professional clown friend who's helping out, I'm on candy duty. So, a large group of kids come to the door and immediately knock Jack over because they're all wanting to crowd and not wait in line. But it wasn't damaged, yet. They then almost knocked over Sally as I put Jack back up. Eventually he's standing up and I can give them their candy. But I don't even get a chance to say, take 2 or take a handful. This kid just takes a handful, then another. I tell him, okay, that's enough, and he takes another handful, saying, wow, this is so much. I once again tell him, no, that's enough now, as I take the bowl and move it to the other side of the door, closer to the other boys. The same guy, though, reaches for a 4th, and I move his hand away. Finally, all the kids have candy, so everything's fine. Right? I can finally give the 2 little princesses who showed up their treats too now. Well, I guess I was wrong. As I'm reaching to the bowl to give to the girls, I see that same kid grab Jack and knock him forward. On purpose. It feels like slow motion as he tips forward and pop off with his head. Jack is laying on the ground, beheaded, and I'm just standing there shocked as I see this kid walk away. The poor girl was trying to ask if she can take 2, but I was so shocked it took me a while to reply, and it was awkward. I still feel bad because it wasn't the girls' fault. I wish I could have told them a cheerful, happy Halloween. After I give the girls their candy, I straighten up Jack and assess the damage. And yep, he's dead. I mean dead, not his usual undead self. Wires, a completely clean break. The plastic, no. So, no hope of twisting the wires back or fitting the head back on. After a minute, I go to the group of parents and ask if they are the parents of that group. They say yes, and I tell them how one kid purposely knocked over Jack while he's currently punching our inflatables. They all immediately knew which kid this was, and they said something around, yeah, he can be a little rough, in a very boys will be boys dismissive way. Later, I found, according to my dad, that the kid was still kicking and punching the inflatables after I left, as the dad stood there and the mum said, stop, once, but didn't actually do anything. I eventually found my dad and told him what happened. To say he looked like someone kicked his puppy as he held Jack's head would be an understatement. I told him he can talk to the parents since they are still here. Maybe they might listen to an adult man more than a petite woman, but he couldn't find whose parent was whose.
as none of the parents stepped up to take responsibility for their kid. So he didn't say anything. He's still been kinda down, and I've been off. It's his favorite day, and I'm so upset that parents will just stand there and not even care and think they shouldn't even be sympathetic that their kid destroyed someone's expensive property because they're a spoiled brat. This Halloween has been a bad year. To those parents, just a quick little message. You're an absolute embarrassment. You're a disgrace. You are nothing. You're a fool. And you're a waste of time. If you are somehow watching this video, just know that I think that of you. So just deal with that, all right? I mean, seriously, like, come on. Every normal parent or person would say, I'm so sorry that my kid has done that. You know, we'll discipline him later or whatever. Tell him that's wrong. And then offer to pay the money back. Not just offer, just pay the money back. Not that money can replace things like this, that, you know, there's only one of in the whole town or whatever that he drove an hour to get. But still, at least offer the money, at least. Come on, that's the least you can do, at least. And also, like, the kid is only rough, right? Because, again, like, I know I always say, don't blame the kids. And this kid, yeah, probably is a little, like, swine. But he's only rough because his parents have told him not to be rough. So he thinks he can get away with it. Like, I don't think he's doing it maliciously. Like, he's not probably a very malicious person, just naturally. I think it's just his parents clearly not standing up, not taking responsibility for their rough kid, letting him do whatever he wants. And eventually he's going to end up punching someone in the face. So, yeah, take that as you want to. You clowns. I mean, to be fair, I say punch in the face. Probably just going to prison is what I actually mean. Everyone gets in a fight once in a while. Yeah, there you go. Mum felt entitled to my wish after I was diagnosed and survived cancer. So, today, I, a 29-year-old woman, am 13 years in remission from cancer. I had a very aggressive type, with less than 20% chance of survival for the first 5 years. Chance of the specific type coming back after 5 years was reduced to 0%. But that's not the story I'm here to share, it's just relevant information. As I was 16, I qualified for Make-A-Wish. I'd played around with a bunch of potential ideas, destination vacations, meeting my favourite band, getting electronics. Once the idea of travelling somewhere warm came up, my mum, the entitled parent of this story, was convinced that that was what was happening with my wish. The discussion of Barbados came up, so that's what she set her mind to. However, I was still on the fence, and after discussing it with my correspondent at Make-A-Wish, I wanted to meet my favourite band instead. We would not have been able to go to the Caribbean for the trip, simply because of costs, but we could have still gone somewhere warm and out of country. We live in northern Canada, so that's minus 40 degrees Celsius winters. Wow. There was talks of Florida, California, or even Hawaii as a destination to meet them at. I wrote a letter directed to said band, explaining how listening to them helped me through my treatments, and one song in particular that the youngest wrote. And my correspondent had mailed it out to the managers, and they were going to begin preparations for the band to get time scheduled for the wish. When I told my mum what I wanted and the plan to meet the band, she went nuts. She went off about how I deserve this trip as much as you do because I've been there for you the entire time, and that if I wanted to do anything besides going to Barbados, I could find another adult to supervise the trip because neither her or my stepdad would be joining me, since it wasn't what she wanted. She then told me to pack my bags and told me that I'd be staying at my dad's place until I came to your senses. And she told Make-A-Wish that we were going to Barbados. I spent over a month at my dad's, and the correspondent tried to convince me to go through with what I really wanted several times during the period, before I finally caved and let my mum have what she wanted. Now, my parents did make a compromise with me at the time, and told me that they'd drive me to their concert in Toronto if I paid for the entire trip. Foolish, 17-year-old me thought that this was a great idea. I get to see the band in concert, I make my parents happy in the end. It cost a lot, my parents complained the whole time, but at least I'd seen them in concerts. On the occasional time where the conversation of the trip to Barbados comes up, my mum likes to paint herself as the victim after all these years. Oh, could you imagine if you'd have gone through with it and we'd missed out on going to Barbados? You would have gone with someone else's mum instead and left us, that's her and my stepdad, behind. I would have never forgiven you if you'd done that. So wow, putting the blame on her daughter who had cancer. Great. To this day, I am still a huge fan of that band. They were on hiatus for a while, but came back, and this whole situation really sticks in my mind, especially when I see them performing on shows and on their 2 tours that they've done post-hiatus. Yes, I saw them in concert and it was a great time, but I could have physically met them.
and gone to a concert through Make-A-Wish, while traveling to another country without having to pay out of pocket for the experience. All because my mum felt entitled to making my wish about her rather than the actual recipient of it. Now, I understand that she didn't care to meet the band herself, but there could have been many more opportunities available aside from just doing that. Look, I nearly died. It shouldn't have been a question of her doing whatever she wanted for my wish, especially with the extremely high chance of the cancer coming back. Seriously, does it get any lower than trying to steal your own daughter's Make-A-Wish? That is genuinely incredible. What is that? I wonder, OP, if you still bring it up with your mum to this day. Does she even know that she was in the wrong? Does she feel guilty? Have you told her how you feel? Maybe she's just so obtuse that she doesn't even realize that what she did was horrible. Who knows? She's clearly exceptionally entitled. And now moving on to our second entitled parent story of this video. Now this one is actually a two-parter, and trust me, as it goes along, it gets pretty bloody serious. Let's go. Entitled dad tries to gaslight, manipulate, and extort me for $90K over a used Prius because I got the coronavirus vaccine. So, my parents are complete anti-vaxxer Karens and Darrens. We're talking full-on, vaccines cause autism and coronavirus was invented by Bill Gates to mind control us all with spike proteins, horse-paced guzzling types with no sense of personal responsibility or empathy for others. I repeatedly watched them get kicked out of businesses for refusing to wear a mask, and my Karen mother even had a meltdown in a grocery store that I'm surprised wasn't recorded and blasted all over the internet. But that's not what this story is about. The problem came around when I, a non-binary 24-year-old, got the vaccine for work. My job has me dealing with a lot of people, and a large amount of them are elderly, pregnant, or immune compromised. I figured I'd just get it and not tell them since I live about an hour away in the next state over, and, at the time, visited them once a week on my day off. After my second shot, I got a little sick. Note, if you get the shot, make sure you drink a lot of electrolyte drinks after, or you'll feel like rubbish. Yeah, I did, both times. And while laid up in bed, I called my sister, who lives 4 hours away, because it was her birthday. During the conversation, I mentioned that I'd gotten the vaccine. Unbeknownst to me, my Karen mother was in the car with her during a visit I didn't know about, and heard every word. She proceeds to have a 5-alarm meltdown at my sister's house, saying that I'm going to die while my sister gives me a play-by-play via text. When my mother returned at the end of the week, she called me and told me that I'm no longer allowed over at her house unless I take these supplements she got off Facebook to stop the spike proteins. Oh my god. And that I'm not allowed to visit my brother, who is 39 and lives 2 states over, or his kids. Now at this point I'd had enough of her rubbish and told her that my health is none of her business, and whether or not I can visit is my brother's decision, not hers. She exploded and I hung up the phone. An important thing to note here is that the car I drive, a used Prius, technically belonged to my grandparents. After my grandmother had a stroke and got in a car crash, a minor one where no one was injured, thank God, they decided to give me the car since I needed one, and they told my dad to make that happen since he had power of attorney. He agreed to do it in exchange for $2,500 that he'd put towards the $90,000 Parent Plus loan he has from my college. I gave him $600 a month in addition to paying my own loans to help, since it's a lot of money, even though his salary is around $200K and I make $17 an hour. Nice. Midway through my exile, I decided to try to be the bigger person and clear things up with my mum. I invited her out to lunch to listen to her concerns and establish some boundaries for the both of us so we can move on with our relationship. Now I know that sounds dumb, but I thought since she gave birth to me, I could reason with her and we could talk it out like adults. That didn't happen. The entire lunch, she treated me like I was diseased. She wouldn't touch or hug me and kept her food as far away from me as possible. When I tried to broach the subject of apologizing and patching this up, she launches into a tirade about how she will not compromise or walk on eggshells for me. For no reason, she also drags my sexuality into it. I've been openly queer since I was a teen, and while they're not openly disapproving, they still do avoid the topic like the plague. I never told them I was non-binary because I knew how they'd react, and she said that since it makes her uncomfortable, I needed psychological help. That was my last straw.
I said goodbye, walked away from the table, and decided to go no contact while I grieved and made a plan for how to move forward. Fast forward a few weeks when I went to renew my tabs and made an appointment to renew my license. They get sent to my parents' house because my dad still holds the title. Since I still had limited contact with my dad, I asked him about it and we agreed to get the car title settled. I tell him I'll go anywhere but the house to do it because I didn't want to face my mum while I was still angry and say something to her that I'd regret. He kept moving the time and place around until last night he called and finally said either I come to the house to confront them or he'll call the police. I remind him that they both forbade me from going back to the house, and I kid you not, he went full gaslight and says, "No, we did not. You're making stuff up." I tell him I'm not going to the house, and that's when he told me I needed to come back for the title paperwork and to sign a promissory note. I asked him what the promissory note is for, and he told me it's an agreement to pay the Parent Plus loan back to him. He literally said it was the only leverage I ever had over you, and that if I didn't sign, I wasn't getting the car. I told him it wasn't my loan, and he got really angry and called me a bunch of names. He ended the conversation by telling me that either I show up at the house or forfeit the free car. I asked for my $2,500 back, and he told me to F off. After a night of crying, I called my sister and made a plan to close the bank account my dad has access to and just get a different car with the money I have in my savings and leave my grandparents' car and keys in their driveway while they're gone. Just mail them some money each month for the loan without a return address. A used Prius is not worth signing my life away to some entitled POS. Yo, what is it in this episode with entitled parents and their own children? Like, I've always thought that, parents would be the ones to look out for their kids and help them. Not, completely go against that and just treat them horribly like we're seeing in this video. I don't know, makes no sense to me. It's a strange one. It's just really weird because you've been the one that's actually paying them in the first place, and now they're trying to use you even more. I genuinely thought that it was only your mum who was the bad parent, to be honest, early in the story. Like, she was the anti-vaxxer, the crazy one. But no, your dad's just as strange. What a weird couple of people. Anyway, guys, this is only part 1. The story has developed. Let's get into part 2. Okay then, part 2. Hello again, Reddit. I'd first like to thank everyone who commented on my original post. I cannot explain to you the relief in knowing I'm not alone in this and that your advice was extremely helpful. Yeah, guys, honestly, the comments on the first post were so supportive. I didn't show you them, but I read through them myself. They were brilliant, to be honest. It's been a whirlwind of a week, but I can proudly say that I've now officially gone no contact with crazy anti-vaxxer mum and dad. Honestly, I've never felt more relieved. I knew after the post that I had to do something as soon as possible. I decided at the end of my last post that it wasn't worth keeping the car. I texted my manager at work on Sunday and she green-lighted a PTO day for me the following Monday. For those of you that don't know, like me, PTO stands for paid time off. First thing I did was go straight to my bank the moment it opened and I explained my situation. The clerk I worked with was extremely understanding and helped me plan a strategy. I couldn't ditch the car until Saturday, and I didn't want my entitled dad figuring out what I was up to until it was too late. She suggested we keep the old account up since he could see it, but move most of my money to a new account through a withdrawal deposit, so it just looked like I paid rent or something. While we worked the transaction, I texted my entitled dad, agreeing to meet next week, Thursday, to sign the promissory note. This smug butthole replied that that was fine and said, "It's good that you're coming to your senses." I'm amazed I didn't pull something with how hard my eyes rolled. Once I finished up at the bank, I thanked the clerk and moved on to my next move. Obviously, I was going to need a new car. I'm sure my dad thought he wiped me out with that 2.5k. He didn't have access to my savings account, so he didn't actually have a clue how much money I actually had saved up. Late Sunday night, I inquired about a lot of used cars in my area and got a response back from a dealer who had a car I liked with decent mileage right in my price range. After the bank, I drove over there and after a quick inspection and look at the car's history, I went ahead and bought it. While I waited for all the paperwork to go through, I tapped away on my phone and extricated myself from everything I shared with them. Car insurance, health insurance, everything. I decided in order to go full no contact, I needed to vanish from their life completely. Car purchased, I moved on to my next move, changing my phone number. My dad still had me on his phone plan.
I did worry that I'd have to get a new phone, since technically he bought it back in December. I gave him the money and he went into the store. Luckily, since I paid the full amount and it wasn't on a payment plan, I got to keep my phone. Score! Getting on my own account and switching everything took all of 15 minutes, and I walked out a free human. I went home and talked to my landlord about the event. She lives with me, it's a shared house, and said if my dad comes knocking for me, she'll call the cops, which is super cool of her. My manager, who knows my situation and is a real MVP, helped me pick up my new car on Tuesday. That just left getting rid of the Prius. Obviously, I'd need help. I couldn't drive the car there and just get a cab back since my dad's house is way out in the sticks. I don't have a lot of friends since I moved here during the lockdown, and I haven't done a lot of going out and socializing, even though I am now vaccinated. So I asked my partner and my rock through this whole nightmare. Since he can't drive long distances due to a health problem, he asked some of our mutual friends. Well, his friends, who I've only hung out with a handful of times. I didn't think anybody would do it, since I don't exactly live close to my parents, and I needed to drop off the car in the dead of night to ensure my safety. But, to my surprise, multiple people came forward saying that they'd help. Guys, I cannot impress upon you the relief in just knowing I have allies. I nearly burst into tears when I got the text volunteering to not only meet me in the middle of nowhere at the dead of night, then drive my sorry butt back home, but offers to have me stay with them instead, just in case my entitled dad tried to hunt me down. It just felt so good to know that people cared about what I was going through and wanted to help, and I felt so deeply moved by their kindness and generosity. After the most nerve-wracking week of my life, I woke up at 2 a.m. on Saturday morning and met my partners in not really a crime at a gas station near my entitled dad's house. We successfully dropped off the Prius, and once I got back home, I immediately turned around and drove to my brother's place in the next state to meet up with my sister and hang out with my adorable little baby nieces. The best part is, while I was hanging out with the kids, my dad called my sister livid that I wasn't answering the phone and demanded to know how the Prius got to his house. My sister looked at me dead in the eye as she told my dad that she has no idea what he's talking about, and that I've been at my brother's place since Friday. When he demanded to talk to me, she said he couldn't because I'd already left and hung up the phone. She told me over a nice bottle of bourbon that she'd also been planning on going no contact with them for a while, and that she was so proud of me for having the strength to pull this all off. Now I'm just straight chilling, looking forward to the future with my court appearance for a legal name change looming just over the horizon, and following up on a couple applications I put out for some higher paying jobs in my field. I can't say for sure that they won't try something, but my dad is very limited in what he can do. Really, it feels like I've dropped a huge weight. They really caused me a great deal of pain and suffering throughout my years on this planet, and it feels amazing to finally be free. Wow, what a great story. I guess this story just shows how speaking to people can genuinely change lives. I'm going to put on screen right now just a few of the hundreds, if not thousands, of supportive comments that OP has received on both part 1 and part 2. And clearly we can tell from part 2 that ultimately has led to her decision to go non-contact with her horrible entitled parents, which is clearly just a win. Amazing stuff. I guess it just shows really that speaking to people and hearing their opinions can alter your mindset in a really positive way. OP, well done. Apparently, my friend owns an entire city. I planned a trip to a particular tourist-friendly city I really like visiting because of the history and number of things to do while there. I know someone who lives in the area, and when I mentioned I was planning to spend a few days there, it was suggested that I stay in her guest room to save on hotel costs. This friend has some mental health issues, mainly undiagnosed bipolar, I suspect, but diagnosed depression and anxiety, and can be a little flaky. So I didn't cancel my reservation at the hotel, as I didn't prepay and could always cancel later. I didn't tell her that though. Fast forward to a week before the trip, and she tells me she's not feeling mentally able to have someone stay with her. She's feeling anxious, so she wants to be alone, and she tells me not to come. I took that to mean I couldn't stay with her, which was fine. I still had my hotel reservation, and since it was in the city centre, it would be more convenient location-wise anyway. So I fly into the city and get an Uber to my hotel, then get settled. I texted her and asked how she was feeling that day. She said she was okay and not feeling very anxious that particular day. So I texted back, "That's great. I'm glad you're having a good day. do you feel like getting dinner tonight? If not, that's alright. I thought it would just be nice to catch up while I'm here, but I understand if you don't feel up to it. Just let me know. A few minutes later, she calls me and immediately starts screaming and shrieking at me that she had told me not to come and that I had no right to be there or to put her in the position of having to entertain when she doesn't want to. I calmly told her I didn't expect her to entertain me at all if she didn't want to, and that I was perfectly happy to just explore by myself each day and relax in my hotel every night. No obligation for her to even see me if she didn't want to. She yelled at me again that I was a horrible person for invading her privacy and coming to the city when she told me not to. I responded that whether or not I stayed with her or even saw her wasn't a factor in my decision to visit the city for a long weekend. I was in a hotel and happy to be there so I could come and go as I please. She's now doing some thinking about our friendship and deciding whether she can remain friends with someone who goes against her wishes like that. Yeah, I don't think she really needs to put much thought into that because I'm done with the friendship myself. I don't need a friend who tries to act like she can keep a person from visiting a tourist-heavy city just because she doesn't want to see them, or anyone else. The entitlement she's shown is pretty alarming, even taking into account her mental health issues. Expecting someone to cancel a trip they planned without you being a factor. Wow. Now look guys, seriously, I'm not trying to belittle this girl's mental health issues, but I really don't think this has anything to do with them at all. Like OP has made it very clear, there is zero obligation to see her, she's just touring the city. It's not that deep, but no, this girl is saying that you're not allowed into my entire city? Very, very weird. Alright, now moving on to our second entitled story. Misunderstood girlfriend tried to get me in trouble. So, one of my older brothers has this entitled girlfriend that often gets her way. For example, if the majority of us want to play a board game, she'll cry about it to my brother that she doesn't want to play, and tell my brother not to play, so we end up not playing because there's not enough players. Whenever she comes over to visit, she would make herself at home. Seriously, I saw her using my PlayStation without my permission, and when I asked her to stop, she said it's okay since we're basically family. She doesn't like to share things, and on holidays like Christmas, she often asks for presents from all of us, even my younger sister, who doesn't even have a job, because supposedly, again, we're family. Okay, now that you understand how entitled she is, let's get to the part that annoyed me about her the most. My older brother is called Man. It's pronounced as man. That's right, you address him as Man because his name is Man. So one day during a gathering, we were talking about the silly things that Man did recently because we all know he's the type to do funny but stupid things. And I commented, that sounds like such a man thing to do. The girlfriend blew up. She was bright red, swung her long blonde hair as if it was a weapon, and glared at me as if I was the biggest scum in the world. That's such a disgusting thing to say. You're so sexist. What he did has nothing to do with his gender, and you should apologize. So it took me a while to understand why she was blowing up like this, until I finally realized, oh snap, she thought I meant his gender, not his name. Oh, no, sorry, I think you misunderstood. Oh, shut it. I can't believe Mum raised a sexist pig like you. Now, she meant my mum, but she addresses her as Mum as well, because apparently we're family. What? No, seriously, you misunderstood. I should have you disowned for your toxic thinking. Once I tell Mum about this, she's going to have my back, and she'll beat the heck out of you for your narrow mind. I was just kind of speechless. As she continued ranting on, I looked at my younger sister as a way to say, is she for real? Now my sister knows of course that I meant Man, my brother, not man as in man, so she just thought this was funny and shrugged and just kept watching her going on a full rant. After she finished her long speech, she marched out of the room and grabbed my brother and my mum and told them what I said, and that I should be punished for my narrow thinking. My brother and mother knew immediately that I meant his name, so they tried to tell her that, but she refused to believe them because she knew what she heard. With my mum and brother in tow, she came back to the living room and screeched that I'm in major trouble and that Mum is for sure on her side. My mum rolled her eyes and spoke in our native language, so she couldn't hear what we were talking about. Also, our language can sound a bit mean if we put in a lot of the accents and exaggeration in a loud voice. So, Mum said to me in our native language,
Pretend I'm yelling at you. Why? Because she's crazy and she won't shut up and I've got dinner to cook. Well, can't we just tell her the misunderstanding? Do you really want to try? I then proceed to stomp out the room as she smirked with her arms folded. During dinner, we all gathered at the dining table and the girlfriend kept smirking as she eyes me down and kept making indirect comments about me. My sister then leans into my ear and whispered, "Man is planning on dumping her." And I choked on my noodles, trying to suppress my laughter. The girlfriend looked confused as to why I was covering my mouth, but I just kept stifling my laugh. A week later, Man announced he broke up with her and seemed like a happy and free man. Badums. Well, hey man, I'm sorry you had to go through that. If I'm honest, I think you managed the situation really well, dealing with your girlfriend in an appropriate manner and then dumping her. Good job. And now for our third entitled parent story. Entitled dad / deadbeat dad legally steals $65,000 from daughter about to start college. This is not my story, but another post reminded me of a friend that this happened to. Entitled dad with a wife, son and daughter, both under 10 years old, has an affair, gets young girlfriend pregnant, dumps his family for her and the baby not yet born. Despite being ordered to pay child support to his 2 older children, he rarely pays. And if he does, it's $100 or $2 tossed at them a couple of times a year. He only sees them on holidays at his parents' house, but occasionally calls during their birthday month or a few weeks after. Twice or 3 times in 5 years, he called with less than an hour's notice and picked them up for burgers and hot dogs at a drive-in restaurant where you sit in the car and a server brings your food out on a tray that hooks on the car window. Meanwhile, the young girlfriend decides raising one baby is all she's up for, so she dumps his butt. And of course, he treats her and his new baby daughter the same as his ex-wife and older children. Years pass. The new baby daughter is 15 and her mother is killed in a car wreck. The court orders her to live with the dad. Why did the entitled dad fight for her in court when he hadn't cared less about her in 15 years? Well, it was a commercial truck that hit and killed her mother, and the company was desperate to make an out-of-court settlement to avoid a lawsuit. The daughter hates her dad, but she's powerless to defy the courts. The settlement is accepted for about $65,000. The money goes into a college fund, but of course, the entitled dad is on the account because of US law. And you know what happens next. The next couple of years are rocky, but the daughter is a quiet type who avoids confrontation, so she mostly just studies and endures, waiting to get out and go to college. It comes time to go to college, and she discovers that her dad had cleaned out the accounts and closed it. When she confronted him, he did the classic reaction of yelling, calling her names, saying she owed him, etc. Surprise ending, she and her older half-sister became good friends as adults. Unfortunately, the older brother turned out to be a lot like his dad. Oh my, well I thought the title was shady at first, but that was even worse than I'd expected. Jesus. You're telling me the only reason this dad came back into his daughter's life was because her mum was tragically killed and he thought he could make money out of it? I mean, that is mind-blowing entitlement right there. Wow. And now moving on to our final story of today's episode. Karen doesn't realize that I'm a citizen, tries to enslave wife and me with fake debts. This is a story about somebody much more well off than me, expecting me to meet their financial obligations, while demanding that I falsify medical paperwork and commit insurance fraud while withholding pay. Basically, my wife and I had just immigrated back to the US and needed jobs and a place to stay. We thought we'd struck gold when a fabulously wealthy woman hired myself as a groundskeeper and maintenance guy, and my wife as a cook and maid for her elderly parents. The pay was low, but part of it involved being able to live rent-free in the second house on the estate. The elderly couple were extremely senile, but still the sweetest old folks you can imagine. It was a really nice property, so for a few months, everything was great. Then, about 3 months in, my wife noticed the pantry, which was itself bigger than our living room, was not being restocked by the grocery delivery company that normally did these things.
We contacted our employer, who flew into a rage that managing that sort of thing was our responsibility, so she'd cancelled the delivery service without telling us. It became apparent that she fully expected us to notice and take care of it ourselves. When I asked her how she expected us to buy groceries for her parents when she didn't even tell us she cancelled the service, she became extremely irate. Direct quotes, "Then why the F do I sign a check to each of you every week?" Yeah, this dog earnestly thought we should be using our personal paychecks, which were not very big, to pay for her parents' upkeep. After much deliberation, she grudgingly left us a credit card to go out and buy groceries for her parents, which added to our workload at no extra pay, but we didn't have anywhere else to stay and no other job lined up, so we just dealt with it. Well, another few months go by and she contacts us again. She wants us to sign something. The paperwork shows up and it requests for medical documentation from an insurance company. The chick wants us to attach our timesheets to it, sign it, and send it back to the insurance company. Well, I read it and it becomes apparent she has elder care insurance to pay for live-in nursing services and has told them that we are nurses so she can try and get them to pay our wages. I contact her and inform her that we have not provided medical care, we're not licensed to, and we're not going to fill out the paperwork. Cue mother of all poop storms. Karen goes nuts, screaming into the phone about how much she has done for us and that we owe her, how she will report that we're neglecting her parents, and then call immigration on us and have us deported. I don't think she ever realised that I am a citizen and my wife immigrated legally. I tell her that what she's asking us to do is fraud, and that I'd rather get fired than arrested for a felony. I tell her she has 90 days to find a replacement for us and that we'll be moving out. Things devolve into her screaming about how much money she has and how she's besties with the cops and has a bunch of expensive lawyers to sue us with. I suggest that she ask one of those lawyers how they feel about defending her for insurance fraud, and then I hang up. My wife and I continue our services for the old folks while looking for a new place, because they were actually super nice and the situation wasn't their fault. They were also very senile, mistaking us for other people they knew, forgetting they had kids, etc. So they can't be held accountable for their daughter's behaviour, as they lack any ability to intervene. Then, instead of a paycheck, I get a bill for the last 8 months of rent and a note that she isn't paying our wages until we pay me back for everything you owe me, plus interest. She had valued the rent of the second house provided in our contract at more than she paid us monthly, so we'd never actually be able to pay it off. Yeah, this dog actually tried to make us into indentured servants. So, without responding, I continue performing my duties, studiously keeping logs on our hours and retaining all the receipts for how much more we owed her. 90 days go by without a paycheck. We purchased groceries using the card she provided, which she added to our debts. We document everything. About a week before the 90-day, we contact 2 government agencies. First, the State Department of Labour to report exploitation, and second, Adult Protective Services to inform them that an elderly couple that requires caretaking are going to no longer have caretakers, and that their daughter has refused to provide it. Then we call her and inform her that she is going to be receiving some phone calls from these agencies shortly and should probably contact her attorney. There was about a 60-second dead silence on the phone, then hysterical laughter as she hung up. Okay, not the response I expected, but screw it. 1 more week and we're gone. 8 hours later, she shows up in the driveway in a rental car. This dog bought a one-way plane ticket to come out to the estate and report us to the cops for trespassing on the property. This of course doesn't work because we've got a tenancy contract, and if she wants us gone, she has to utilise the legal eviction process. She then tries to claim we are illegal aliens, which a quick glance in our wallets at our IDs by the cops proves false. She starts to shriek at them about if they know who she is or how expensive her lawyers are. The cops have that unique expression of irritated and amused that cops dealing with some dumb stuff they aren't allowed to comment on get, and advise her not to talk to us or attempt to enter or go near the guest house. She moves into their house that night and presumably takes over our duties. I would go out on the balcony every day for the week before I left to drink my coffee and smile as I stared across the big, luxurious lawn to see her standing in the picture window, arms crossed, glaring death at me. To make a long story short, the expensive lawyer she has convinced her to pay our back wages with additional interest for violating state labour laws by withholding them. It turns out that trying to enforce actual slavery is still illegal after all. Who knew? Like, what is this woman playing at? She should be locked up. That is genuinely modern day slavery. If you were charging someone rent and then paying their wages at less than the rent, how can they ever escape? Seriously? Like what is this? This is like a modern day prison as well. Ridiculous. Lock her up and throw away the bloody key. Entitled parents want me to fake my vaccination card. I am an 18-year-old woman and I still live with my parents, who are anti-vaxxers and since the pandemic, also COVID-idiots. In my country, they are called Kwerdenka. My mum is especially against all COVID restrictions. She doesn't believe that COVID is dangerous and she thinks that the government only wants to control and kill us. She said repeatedly that we're living in a dictatorship and that the vaccine is going to kill us all. Also, since the pandemic, she's started on various protests and is heavily active in conspiracy groups on Telegram, Facebook, etc. What a woman. Now, my father isn't as extreme as her, but he also believes that the vaccine is going to harm us because there hasn't been enough research yet. In my country, I have to be tested nearly every day in school in order to avoid infections and online school. So does my brother, who is an 18-year-old. My father also has to be tested every day at his workplace, and if anyone is COVID positive, all of us will have to quarantine for 2 weeks. If you're working, you don't get paid during this period of time. This could be avoided if you get the vaccine. We wouldn't have to be tested regularly, and we wouldn't be quarantined if anyone in our class or family member has COVID. That's the initial situation of my story. The father of my best friend is a doctor and also an anti-vaxxer. He is allowed to vaccinate patients, but he just uses it as an excuse to fake vaccinate himself and his family. That's his daughter, son, and wife. My family is really close to his. I've been friends with his daughter since elementary school, and we live in the same neighborhood. He knows that my parents are also anti-vaxxers, and he made an offer to my mother approximately 2 months ago. He would also fake vaccinate us, my parents, my brother, and me. Oh my god, you're telling me a doctor is giving out fake vaccines? What is going on? Now, my mother has been afraid that I'm going to get vaccinated because I don't believe in all this BS about the government and COVID. I think COVID is dangerous and deadly. She knows my opinion and is deeply afraid that I will get killed because of the vaccine as soon as I turn 18. Guess what? 1 week after my birthday, I got vaccinated without them knowing. 2 months ago, she told me about the doctor's offer, and I clearly declined. Back then, I was still 17. It is a crime. In bad cases, you have to go to jail for 5 years, and I don't want to infect innocent people because I'm not really vaccinated. I said all of this to her, and at first, she tried to make me feel guilty. She wouldn't be afraid anymore that I got vaccinated, she's done so much for us, etc., but I still declined. She hasn't brought it up since then. 1 week ago, my parents wanted to talk to me and my brother in private. They shut down the internet and brought our mobiles into a different room. I immediately knew what they wanted from us. Apparently, my mother told my father about the doctor's offer because he has enormous pressure at his workplace, getting tested every day, the risk of being positive and quarantining for 2 weeks without payments. My father told us about his problems at work and said that it would be disastrous for us, me and my brother, if he tested positive, because both of us are going to be graduating this year, and missing 2 weeks of school is really bad. I just thought he was going to tell us about the offer and leave the decision up to us, but I thought wrong. He and my mother decided that either the whole family is going to get fake vaccinated or nobody is. I understand that my father is under enormous pressure, and I wouldn't say anything if he does accept the offer, but he said he won't do it if any of us decide against it. The problem is that he really wants to do it. I said again that I won't accept that offer, but I also won't stop them. Now, the fun begins. He started to blame me because now he wouldn't be able to do it. He said that we will do it as family, but is angry that I'm against it. He's decided that. He can also decide to just do it with my brother. I didn't agree with his decision in the first place. At that moment, he's shouting at me, trying to guilt trap me. I just wanted to go and said I was going to think about it. 4 days ago, that's 3 days after the first conversation, I told my mother that I still won't do it. During dinner, my father brought the topic up again. I still declined and told them they can do it without me. He didn't accept my answer. He started shouting again and also insulted me. How dumb I am, how stubborn, and that I think I'm so much better than them. He said he was disappointed in me because he thought that I was smarter than that, etc. That hurt me. I don't think I'm dumb. I'm one of the best of my class, and I'm currently doing the German version of A-levels. And I absolutely don't think I'm something better than my parents. I just don't agree with them. After that, he started to have some kind of breakdown, I think. He started crying and saying that he was worried that he wouldn't be able to provide for us anymore if he gets quarantined, because he won't get paid during this period of time. He admitted that he is putting enormous pressure on me, but he doesn't care. You have to know that I quickly have a remorse for the simplest things. Just when I think about hurting the feelings of others, especially my family members, and making them feel anxious, bad, etc., my conscience intervenes. Now my father is telling me that I could take away his and my mother's fear if I do what they want me to do. But I still refused. This caused a major feeling of guilt and remorse in me. Since he started insulting me, I hadn't said anything, and his reproach made me feel so bad. I nearly started crying. After that, I got up, went to my room, and cried. My feelings were so mixed up. I've got a strong sense of justice, but I felt so guilty and also so betrayed. As soon as I won't dance after the tune of my parents, they start to insult and guilt trap me. Needless to say, I didn't sleep well that night. Since then, my mother hasn't brought this topic up again, but my father won't speak to me. He's ignoring me, giving me the silent treatment. But I have to admit that I don't really care anymore. I don't know what he's going to do, and I also don't understand why I've got to be a part of all this. It's my decision. He can decide differently if he wants to. But I know that if I give in, they'll use this method every time I say no to something. This is the first time that I do something against the will of my parents, and my behavior in this situation will determine how they treat me and my decisions in future. Just to clarify, my parents don't know that I am already vaccinated, but my friend told me her father, that's the doctor, would cover up for me and wouldn't tell my parents anything. First of all, OP, fair play to you for getting your actual vaccine and not listening to your, honestly, pretty dumb parents. Look, I get it. Some people don't want to get the vaccine. Fine, it's not ideal, obviously, but it's their choice. But whatever you do, don't get a fake vaccine and put everyone else in danger from a doctor who, for some reason, is willing to risk prison time. What is going on there? Seriously, if the dad feels so much pressure to get vaccinated, I have an amazing solution for him. Just get the vaccine, bro. It's not that hard. You absolute freak. And now moving on to our second story. Karen thinks she owns the sidewalk because she didn't train her dogs. I used to have a leash-trained cat named Eva who loved going on walks. I would take her to this nice little trail that looped around a pond but only had street parking. So I would have to park my car a little up the street and walk maybe 60 feet on the sidewalk to reach the beginning of the path. I was leaving the path and we were on the sidewalk heading back to my car when this happened. When we turned off the path to the sidewalk, I spot an entitled lady walking 2 golden retrievers heading towards us. Since Eva didn't give a dang about being around well-behaved dogs, we continued walking in her direction to my car. We were about 80 feet away when the dogs notice Eva and they start going nuts. They were barking, pulling at their leashes, and trying to lunge forward to get at her. The entitled lady wasn't doing anything to try and control the dogs. She didn't try moving them off to the side, shortening their leash, telling them to stop, anything. Instead, she let them pull her towards us and even started doing a little trot to let them run at us. I have Eva heel and stay near my feet so I can pick her up, just in case. They get closer and she's still not doing a dang thing to hinder them. So I move off the sidewalk and into the streets. She then began letting them off the sidewalk to angle towards us. At that point, they're almost on us, so I scoop up Eva. Only then, when they're snarling and lunging at me, does the entitled lady try and control them and hold them back. I was trying to get the frick out of there when this shrill harpy decided to open her gaping maw and yell, "Leave! You can't be here!"
What the heck did you just say?
You can't have your cat here! I was already walking away from her, but then the lady turned around and let the dogs follow after me to continue trying to attack us. This was all yelled at my back as I tried to get Eva to the safety of my car.
But this is public property.
No, this is where I walk my dogs.
And this is where I walk my cat. I have my cat in the car at this point, and I'm yelling this through a cracked window while her dogs are jumping at the side of my car, still trying to attack us.
Illegally, you can't have her here.
What the heck are you talking about?
Your cats hurt dogs. You can't be here. Don't come back.
The rest of our exchange was her trying to say that it was illegal for me to walk Eva there because it excited dogs, and she'd walked her dogs there for years and she lived nearby, so it was her sidewalk. By saying my cat hurt dogs, she was referring to the strain the collar put on their necks when she was holding them back from attacking us. She said she would call the cops on me for walking my cat, and I told her to go ahead and call them so I could report her dogs for being aggressive. That stopped her for a second, but as I was driving, she was screaming threats at me about bringing my cat back. Not gonna lie, I'm petty. For the rest of my time living in that crummy town, whenever I passed her walking her dogs, I'd slow my car down, honk my horn, and set the dogs off, and then flip her off and set her off. It always gave me a smile to see her getting yanked around by her Goldens while screaming at the top of her lungs. Yeah, probably some of the dumbest logic I've ever heard there. My dogs are attacking your cat, pulling on their lead, and therefore your cat's hurting my dog. I mean, make it make sense. What is that? Seriously. Go back to school. Get an education, you clown. I don't even know too much about dogs, but I thought that golden retrievers are some of the easiest dogs to train. I guess that just shows that this Karen is negligent, doesn't really care, thinks everyone else should pander to her. Just go away. And now for our final story of today's episode. Mum invites herself to my graduation. Grandfather's girlfriend tells me to uninvite her. This will be a pretty mild story, but I'm still mad about it, so now I'm making it the internet's problem and amusement. For some backstory, a few years back, my house had gotten foreclosured on because of my parents' questionable financial decisions. I was too young at the time to fully understand the situation, but I can tell you that my mother rarely decided to have a job. So, after the foreclosure, my older sister, who's 9 years older than me, was gracious enough to let me, my mother, my father, and my brother move into her basement rent-free, on the condition that my mother get a job and we get an apartment or find somewhere else within 6 months. If I recall correctly, Mum stayed 6 months, my father and I stayed 8 months, and my brother is still there, but now pays rent. Why did my mother stay 6 and my father and I stay 8? Well, because at some point, my mother decided that was the best time to separate from my father. She came into the basement, gathered me, my father and my brother, and announced that she was leaving because your father is worthless, a lost cause, and also OP, your brother is useless and lazy. This coming from the woman who sat at home and cross-stitched all day, never helping her children with school, driving, or getting jobs. And yet, off she went to go and live with her co-worker. So, within the next few months, my father scrounged up a bit of money by taking extra runs at work as a truck driver and getting help from his father, and the two of us moved to another state in an apartment close to his father. I went back to school and honestly did better there in that 1.5 years than I'd ever done with my old school. Why? Because my grandfather's girlfriend had talked to a friend of hers and talked her into tutoring me. For one thing, I have undiagnosed ADHD, and because of this, I have a huge difficulty focusing and retaining information. But I did it. I graduated 1.5 years late, but I did it. Now, I had to make a decision. Did I want to invite my mother to the graduation? Did I want her to be there for this milestone of my life that she not only didn't help with, but almost stopped me from reaching because of her unwillingness to be a parent? Well, fortunately for me, I didn't have to make the decision. She decided that she was invited without asking, by asking me what day the graduation was, so she could schedule her vacation days. Without answering her, I went right to my father and asked what he thought. How did he feel about her coming? Was he going to be okay with her staying for a few days?
He was pretty emotionally messed up after she decided to abandon us the way she did. But he insisted it was fine and tried to make sure that I was okay with it. Now, I didn't really have enough of a backbone to tell her how I really felt, so I just told her the day I was graduating and kind of left it at that. I was pretty annoyed that she felt entitled to come to my graduation, but I didn't want to fight about it. While at my tutor's house with my grandfather to work on some stuff, graduation comes up, and I tell them that, yeah, my mother is coming. They both have some feelings about it because they know the history, but ultimately it's my decision and they leave it alone. However, then my grandfather told his girlfriend when he went back to his house to pick up some tools. So, his girlfriend then calls me and decides to give me her 2 cents. Mind you, I have known this woman for less than a year, and in that period of time, she's asserted herself to be a strong-willed woman who absolutely does not approve of my lifestyle and has tried to change several things about me. Her 2 cents are essentially, your mother is coming? Why? What does your father think? No, really, what does your father think? Are you sure? Well, what do you think? What does he think? I think you should uninvite her. For his sake, you need to uninvite her. I'm still pretty spineless, but I managed to stand my ground enough to tell her that my graduation is my event, and I decide who's coming. I explained that I've already talked to my father, and he's expressed that he's fine. However, just to be sure, when my father came home from work, he and I talked about it again, and he assured me that it was fine. Eventually, when the topic of a celebratory dinner was brought up, it was decided that rather than have everyone attend one, my grandfather was going to bring me to one with me, him, his girlfriend, my father, and my tutor, whom I'd invited, and my father was going to host another with me, my mother, my sister, and her 4-month-old. It was annoying me that these 50-plus-year-olds were acting like the 4-month-old, but 2 dinners was enough to shut me up. The graduation ceremony and the dinners went without hitch for the most part, aside from my grandfather's girlfriend whispering to me that she wants to punch my mother while hugging me. That was very cool. So, not a terribly eventful or horrible story. Fortunately, no screaming Karens, but I hope it was a relatable enough story to be enjoyable. A few too many entitled people involved in this story for my liking. I thought it was bad enough at first with just your mother acting like an absolute cow, but then your grandfather's girlfriend who's known you less than a year gets involved. Wow, keep out of it, it's my graduation. F off? I mean, seriously, any normal family would say, yeah, it's your event, invite who you want, we'll do what you say. But no, not this family, not these 2 women. They've got to get their nose involved and do what they want. Brilliant scenes. Stop. Please. Get some help.
Stop it. Get some help.
My abusive ex-stepfather asked me to call the police if I knew anything. So I did. I am a 29-year-old woman, and I live with my mum and her new boyfriend, we'll call him A-Hat, when I was a child. They met when I was 10 years old, but from the moment I met this man, I never liked him. He gave off the most terrifying vibes, and even as a child, I could instinctively tell that there was something wrong with this man. Fast forward 6 years, and my mum and A-Hat are getting married on my birthday no less. I have 3 new siblings in that time from their marriage, and this man for the past 6 years has made my life a living hell. He was physically and verbally aggressive almost every single day to me, my mum, and siblings. However, he did, and still does, have a particular dislike towards me. To this day, I'm still not sure why. He would exclude me from family events, force family members to not give me presents at Christmas and birthdays, and then humiliate me on those events and make a scene of me not receiving gifts. Body shame me? I was 11 years old when he did this, mind you, and called me a hoe for wearing a skirt. He also spent approximately $50,000 of my inheritance on himself, things like mountain bikes and the like. He would hide my phone for no reason, so I couldn't contact my father or friends or extended family. He wouldn't let me eat the yummy food, but would sit there and eat it in front of me. He ruined the very expensive 4WD I bought my mum as an adult out of my inheritance, and once he ruined it, left it at its demise place, which was out of town in the backcountry, down a steep slope, and in a creek, for me and my mum to sort out. And there's even more. Stolen cars and motorbikes, started a bushfire, tried to pin a break and enter of a friend's house in the middle of the night on my boyfriend, and that is just a snippet of the charms of this literally awful human being. I moved out of home very shortly after the wedding, And at 16, I was living on my own, juggling 2 part-time jobs, full-time school in a brand new state, and a brand new city. But it was a heck ton better than living at home. Fast forward again another 10 years, so I'm now 26, and my mum has finally had the courage to separate from Ahat with my 3 siblings after years of further abuse from him. He still tries and terrorizes their lives and controls them and demonstrates very threatening behavior, but at least they're out. My 3 siblings choose to stay with my mum, for obvious reasons, but still had to have visitation with their father due to custody arrangements. Ahat always had a lot of resentment towards the children for this, but can you blame them? I certainly can't. Fast forward now to present day. I have full care of the oldest of my 3 younger siblings, as she wanted to escape Ahat and move states to live with me. I fully supported this because I've always tried to help where I can. The youngest of the 3 stays with mum. The middle child, my brother, was very traumatized by his dad's behavior and consequently has a lot of untreated trauma and behavior to go with it. I tried to take care of him and let him live with me and my family at one point. However, he also was too violent for me to handle. Ahat actively stopped my brother getting the mental health help he needed. I believe this to be that it might have held him accountable if my brother told anyone anything too incriminating. My brother moves back to my mother and younger sister. He is also too violent for them to handle. Side notes, I understand my brother's behavior is not okay either, and unfortunately a lot of it is learnt behavior. And when he has sought out help, Ahat quickly stopped that. I'm hoping in the future he can hopefully and finally get the help he needs. Anyway, last week, on Sunday, my brother assaulted a family member when at my mum's house. He was escorted off the property by police and taken to Ahat's house to live now. I get a message from him on Wednesday for the first time in years saying, "Your brother is missing. The police have been called. If you know anything, call me or the police." Instant panic sets in. I feel like a scared child again from a very benign message from this man. I sat looking at this message all night wondering what to do about it. That's when it came to me. Ahat asked me to call the police if I knew anything. He didn't specify what I had to know and tell the police, just that if I knew anything to call them. So I did. I called the police and I told them that I felt I had some very important information to tell them regarding my missing brother. I told them everything. All the abuse that had happened to me and my family at great lengths. I told them that if they return my brother when they find him to Ahat's house, that they will be putting him in direct danger. I told them absolutely everything. The police were very interested to hear this about Ahat and put me on hold while the police officer I was speaking to went to discuss something with her superior. When I got taken off hold, I'm talking to a more senior officer now. He wants me to reiterate the story, which I do. He says someone will call me back. Okay, I think. I get a call back not longer, and they ask, if needed, would I sign a statement to what I had said. Of course, I agree. I go down to my local police station to sign said statement about what I've told the police. There is now an arrest warrant out for Ahat for a multitude of reasons. Seems there was more in his police file that I wasn't aware of. And I was told that under no circumstance would Ahat be getting my brother, when he's found, or any of my other siblings back in his care. So, not the juiciest of entitled parents on here, but I did maliciously comply with my butthole ex-stepfather's request of calling the police if I knew anything. And now he won't be able to hurt my family anymore. So, that's worth smiling over. It's been a slow burn to see any kind of justice come to this evil, entitled, terrible human, but my patience eventually paid off. Now, OP has actually given us some clarifications and a couple of edits to try and, give us a little bit more insight into how this story is unfolding. Number 1, I am from Australia, which might clarify some confusion. Our police system works a little differently down here, where we can go to our local police station regardless of what state we're in, as once the job number has been created, it can be accessed and also acted upon on a federal level. That means accessed across the entire country. Number 2, the police have reason to believe, however, they aren't able to disclose the exact reason why they believe this, that my brother is safe and fine, and have said as much to me. But again, they haven't elaborated on this. I believe that my brother and Ahat probably had a triggering event transpire, and that my brother ran away and has gone underground or into hiding. He has done this before, however, it never reached a police level. There were some people in the comments section of Reddit saying that it was strange that I was here posting the story onto Reddit about the incident while my brother was still missing, and I can understand where they're coming from. However, being states away from my brother, specifically on an island state, and with COVID restrictions, I'm unable to get to his states. So for now, I've done everything I can from where I am. I've also contacted and disclosed everything to child safety, which I've done so many times before. This is the most I can do from where I am. Unfortunately, yeah, makes complete sense to me. To be fair, OP, as long as the police are saying that your brother is almost definitely okay, I think, yeah, you're doing as much as you can. No need to get worked up about it. He's done it before. I'm sure he'll be fine. Update number 3. My sister, the oldest of the 3 that lives with me full time, has made contact via social media with my brother today. Okay, so there we go. My brother was very vague and secretive to my sister and wasn't willing to disclose where he was, which I can understand. We've all experienced the length of AHAT's secretive nature, so by not telling us anything he knows, AHAT can't manipulate, intimidate, or threaten us to get any information out of us if we don't know anything. I can confirm that it was most definitely our brother, as he used a safe word that we have between us 4 siblings, as AHAT would often take our phones. So we'd always use that safe word so we'd actually know it was our sibling we were talking to, not potentially AHAT's. The same goes for dangerous situations. If we'd ever need assistance, we would say the safe word for help as to not alert anyone we were asking for help. Very good idea for anyone else experiencing a similar experience. How sad is that though? That you have to even go to that extent to have a safe word from your own father, your own stepdad. That is, terrible. Speaking of, number 4, no word on location or outcome of AHAT. As he is no longer a direct family member, I'm not going to be informed until it is public knowledge, I imagine. The officer did say that she would contact me if there was anything else I did need to know, however. It may be a bit of time until we hear any outcome for him. In the 19 years I have known him, he has almost always managed to wiggle his way out of any repercussions of his actions. So I'm not holding my breath that this time will be any different, but I still have hope. It's better than resentment and negativity. And finally, number 5, I just received another text from AHAT saying, "Obviously no concern of yours, hey, big sis. Thanks for caring, only for yourself." I haven't replied to his original text, and I won't reply to this one either. This text has rattled me just like the first one. No matter how far you physically remove yourself from the person who has traumatized you, it can very quickly come straight back to take you back to feeling like it's happening all over again. Deep breaths and keep on. And lastly, I've been so blown away by everyone's support. Nothing like this has ever happened to me, with so much support and kind words from so many people. It's been so amazing, humbling, and beautiful that people have taken the time to wish me and my family well wishes and love and strength. It's people like all of you that give me hope and motivation to not harbour anger towards people and the world for the rubbish situations I've gone through in my life, because there is so much good out there. Thank you so much. And look guys, this post has, over 6,000 upvotes at the time of recording, but insanely it has over 160 comments as well, and they are all, to be fair, incredibly positive. I'll just go through a few. I mean, look at this one. Good on you. Hope your brother's found safe, and AHAT didn't do something to him, and only called you to start building an alibi. Yes, I really hope that's also what happened. I mean, look, what a comment by Stella Manatee. I'm in awe of your bravery. Not easy to come from such an abusive step-parent to work and live your life at such a young age and still manage to be there for your siblings. An absolute standing ovation for telling the police everything you knew, as your butthole ex-stepfather requested. All the best to you. I hope you have a happy, peaceful life. And guys, you have to understand, look, OP has been through a lot. Seeing these insane comments of support probably just makes them feel amazing. And it's vindication, right? They now know they've done the right thing. If they were unsure, comments like this can really help them to understand that. You know what, guys? Let's get involved. It doesn't have to be just Reddit. It can be our community as well. Let's get down in the comments and give OP some messages of support to let them know that they definitely are doing the right thing here and that they've done something amazing. If you've got any advice or tips, maybe past experiences that you've had, or just, general empathy, comment down below. Hopefully we can get OP to see this video and see the insane support that you lot can give. And now moving on to our second story of today's Entitled Parents episodes. being hated for being free. Hello everybody, new member here. I'd just like to share an experience I've had recently. It's a long read, but one I believe many of you will likely relate to. As a 27-year-old man, I have many friends with children, mostly in the toddler age group, as well as many friends without children, like myself. Now, don't get me wrong, I love being the fun friend, uncle, whatever, but I've always stood firm in my decision not to sire children. To that end, most of my friends with children have grown to accept that, and we just don't bring it up. No cause to, right? I think my friends just expect that one day I, and whoever I may be courting, will announce a pregnancy, to which end I know they'll be disappointed, but that's okay. See, being a single, childless young man, I naturally have quite a bit more freedom in life than my friends with children. I can still live life on a whim. They can't. I can roughly predict what the next 2 weeks will hold. They can't. If I want to have kids later in life, I can reverse that decision, would likely adopt. They can't. Of course, most of my friends with children are still wholesome and loving friends. They love to see me traveling to exotic places, and they adore the small trinkets and lengthy stories I bring home with me. One set of friends, however, has shown their true colours lately. See, over the past few years, I've helped them left, right and centre, financially. I don't mind because they have mouths to feed, and I know how it feels to struggle. So I don't want to see my friends and their children doing the same. The most notable expense was the 1.8k I shelled out to literally buy them a running vehicle. Bear that in mind, that 1,800 will be important later. The friends in question have a 3-year-old together, and the girlfriend has a 9-year-old from a previous relationship. This couple in particular has turned very bitter to me lately, almost as soon as they found out that I'm planning a month-long trip to Brazil in June. My friend's immediate response was, "Oh, you should be saving that money so you can buy a house and start a family." And I replied, "Well, I have no interest in reproducing, and I'm not ready to set an anchor. We've discussed that." And his girlfriend pipes in, "Yeah, whatever. Must be nice to just fly off all over the world. Maybe one day you'll know what it's like to be responsible instead of only thinking about you." Excuse me. I worked my fingers to the bone to save for this vacation and all my previous voyages. And to that end, I'm not done yet. I've been strictly budgeting my money for over a year to make this happen. I even gave up both cigarettes and soda to save a few more dollars per week. No eating out, no buying video games, basically nothing outside of the essentials. I work more hours per week than both of them combined. Not judging, look, they've got kids to care for, but still, I earn this. And then for them to act like I'm a lesser man because I didn't accidentally reproduce right out of high school, to me, that was both laughable and pathetic. Now, even at this point, I had chalked it up to, okay, they resent me for it in the moment. I guess I understand that, because I know that neither of them has ever gotten to do such a thing, and I do feel somewhat like a jerk that they have to watch me fly off to Brazil knowing they can't afford to do much, because, well, raising children is expensive. But then, they take it a massive step further and ask me to borrow $3,000 so they too can do something this summer. She even whipped out her phone and pulled up the resort they wanted to stay at on Table Rock Lake, Missouri. As soon as I noticed she'd entered the info for a 14-day stay totaling 2.4k, I realized they had planned to ask for this money all along. I was honestly speechless for a moment. So eventually, I said something along the lines of, "Look man, I've been saving for this for over a year. I can't afford to loan any of that money out, or I won't be able to afford to go on my vacation. And to be honest, I still have to recoup that 1.8k I loaned you guys before my plans are even back in the green. So I'm sorry, but the answer is no." And they just lost it. All you single buttholes ever think about is yourself. You have no idea what it's like. We never get to do anything. Some friend you are. You'd rather go off by yourself than help our kids have a good summer. At that point, I simply left without another word. It's clear to me now that all I ever was a piggy bank. In truth, I guess it was my fault for being proud of my frugality and occasionally mentioning my savings. Like, "Hey man, I hit 10k today, 2/3 of the way there." This all happened last weekend, and even today, I received another text. "Are you sure we can't all just go to the lake together? The kids really need this. It's not like you can't go to Brazil another time. And this, friends, has been a hastily written and hurtful example of entitlement. Takeaways. 1. Don't discuss your finances with anyone that isn't directly affiliated with them. Yourself and or your partner, maybe your parents, but not your friends. 2. Never loan money to friends. Treat it as a gift that you will not see returned. If you do see it returned, yeah, treat it as a nice surprise. And 3, thank you for reading, and feel free to share discourse or similar stories in the comments. Alright guys, comment down below, what are your thoughts on those 3 takeaways there? You know, I'll put them up on screen, you don't need to see my ugly face. Takeaway 1, don't discuss your finances with anyone that isn't directly affiliated with yourself. Yeah, okay, I agree with that. He actually says here, not your friends. I don't know, maybe if they're like your very, very, very close friends, then you can. I mean, personally, we have done. I think that's absolutely fine. People you trust, but yeah, not people that you really, really don't know amazingly well, that's for sure. 2, never loan money to friends. I actually do agree with this one. Even my best friends, I wouldn't loan money to expecting them to pay me back necessarily. I'm not saying like just a small amount of money, but you know, a proper chunk of money. If you're going to loan that to a mate, yeah, realistically, don't expect to see it back. Obviously, you would hope it comes back, but yeah, he's right. If you do see it return, treat it as a surprise. I completely agree with that. And 3, yeah, comment down below, fellas. What are your thoughts on this story? Personally, again, loved it. I can't believe the entitlement though. Like, yeah, it's your money. You've chosen not to have a kid and not to have a partner. Obviously, you're going to have more money for yourself then. Obviously, you can spend it on stuff that you want to do. It's so weird, isn't it? Like, yeah, look, don't get me wrong. I want to have children someday and a family, but you can't really abuse people for not wanting to do that and then spending their own money on themselves and having a good time. That's not selfish. That just makes sense, right? I don't understand that logic at all. Like, it is actually just mental. You owe them absolutely nothing. You've done very well in your life to be able to go away and, you know, have a nice vacation that you deserve. You've been, you know, penny picking for ages, gonna make it happen, so fair play to you. But yeah, just because they've got kids and have obviously much more expenses, they can't do that, and that's their choice. Psycho entitled parents breaks into a house, holds a girl at gunpoint, and then lies to the police. Okay, first of all, this didn't happen to me, but a friend of mine, so I'm writing it in the third person as I heard it. 2, I know how fake the title sounds, but she showed me security footage of the event that transpired, and yep, it was real. It actually happened. So basically, let me set the stage. I'm going to be using fake names to protect identities, of course. Person this happened to is Elizabeth. Elizabeth's mother is Christina. The entitled parent is Karen, and the entitled teen is Darren. This happened around 4 years ago. Basically, Christina had a computer that she let her neighbor's kid use from time to time, as long as Christina was there to watch them. If she was gone, then she would tell her daughter, Elizabeth, who was about 16 or 17 at the time, that they weren't allowed to use the computer. But usually, if Christina wasn't home, neither was Elizabeth. Now, here's a key fact. Before they go out, they would always lock their doors. But at one point, they thought they kept forgetting to lock their front door. So, one day, Elizabeth was actually home alone because Christina was at work and they don't allow kids where she works, at the hospital. And Elizabeth was on vacation, so she didn't have any school. She hears a knock at the door and answers it. Who's there? But Karen and her demon-spawned Darren. This is the conversation that follows. Hello? Darren wants to use your computer, said Karen. Sorry, but my mum's not home right now. Come by later and see if she's home then. Look, I know she said we're not allowed to use the computer if she's not there, but you're here, so you can watch us. I'm sorry, but my mum said that I can't let you in. Oh, come on, your mum doesn't have to know, said Darren. I'm sorry, but no means no. And I don't want to get in trouble if my mum comes home and he's still playing on it. Just come by later. Karen let out this exasperated groan and just dragged Darren away. Now, you would think that that's the end of it, but you've seen the title. We have 3 criminal charges here. So, about 10 minutes later, Elizabeth hears the door open and thinks her mum is home early or something. But when she goes downstairs to say hi, instead she's greeted with Karen going from a 1 to 100 and pointing a freaking gun at her. Here's what follows. You're going to let my angel play on your computer now. Elizabeth kept her arms up, trying to de-escalate the situation. Okay, calm down, put the gun down and take your kid to the computer. They later found that the gun wasn't actually loaded and belonged to the husband. But when someone is pointing a gun at you, I don't think you're going to want to call their bluff. Elizabeth then decided to go back up to her room, but Karen grabbed her. "I'm not freaking done with you, you brat. Where do you keep the duct tape?" This is around the points I thought that she might have been making up the story, but she then showed me what happened on her security camera. Now, I would show you guys the footage, but she wasn't comfortable with me showing it. So, Elizabeth shows Karen where the duct tape is, and Karen, I kid you not, ties Elizabeth to a chair and tapes her mouth shut. She said it had been hours before her mum showed up, and by then they were gone. They called the police immediately, and when they confronted Karen about it, she said this: "But that's my house. They're just renting it out." Yep, she bald-faced lied to the police. All it took was showing them the security footage, and she was then charged with breaking and entering, making a threat, pointing a gun at Elizabeth, and wrongful imprisonment. I can't remember what happened to the son, but I think he might have been put in juvenile detention since he was 16. It honestly astonishes me how psychotic this entitled parent was that she felt it was worth it to break and enter and wrongfully imprison a 16, 17-year-old girl just so her kid could use a frickin' computer. I mean, I wish I was making this up, because this is insane. Now listen guys, that is the end of the story, and I know what you're all thinking. That sounds like absolute bull, but 1 second, because OP has actually given us a little update. She says, "I wasn't expecting this to pick up so much steam, and I do want to say a few things. 1. The people who don't believe it, I can't blame you. This is very much a story that's asking for you to take my word for it, and I'm not going to ask you to take my word for it because I really don't care if you believe me or not. But I do want you to consider that, as I said, this took place 4 years ago. So if there are any holes in my story, they're most likely details I forgot with time. I'm only human after all." Wow, didn't know OP was a massive Rag and Bone Man fan, fair play. And 2, the people who believe it, there's a surprising amount of you who believe this story. Honestly, even while typing this, I said to myself, I still can't believe this actually happened, because it was escalated in an unbelievable way. You know what guys, I just don't know. Is this real? Is this fake? Look, you comment down below, let me know what you think. I'm undecided. To be honest, without the security camera footage, it is quite hard to believe this one. It does seem pretty exaggerated and unrealistic. But hey, I wasn't there. I don't know if it happened. Maybe it did. All I will say is that if I do look at the comments, every question that is being put to her, she is answering and making it sound as if maybe this did happen. I really don't know. Comment down below. And now moving on to our second story of today's episode. Stepmom purposefully ruins my sister's birthday and trash talks me to my own mum. So, a little backstory here. My parents divorced when I was 4 and my sister was 2, but they always stayed on somewhat friendly terms for our sake. My mum had our custody, but we spent 1 weekend out of 2 with my dad and half of the vacations. When I was 8, my dad got together with the entitled mum of this story, my stepmom, and they stayed together for over 10 years. Now, she and us did not get along. To give you an idea, in high school, if I referred to her by her name to my friends, they wouldn't have any clue who I was talking about. However, if I said female dog, they knew instantly who I was talking about. So, it was my sister's 15th birthday, and around that time, my sister wanted to reduce her meat consumption, and I told my parents about my interest with yaoi to have permission to buy some. My mum said okay, my dad didn't care, so I had some at both places, and everyone knew about it. One issue that came back often with her and my dad is that they kept forgetting what me and my sister didn't like to eat. Probably a story for another time, but one of my sister's big no-nos is foie gras. She finds it unethical, she hates the taste and the texture. Unfortunately for her, we're French, and foie gras is a staple of holiday meals. That year, we went to celebrate Christmas with our stepmom's family, and for a starter, we got a few litre of apple and foie gras. My sister declined, explaining that she didn't like foie gras, and we moved on. Her birthday is on Valentine's Day, so what I'm about to tell you took place less than 2 months after that. So, my mum always insisted that we celebrated our birthday with both her and my dad at the same time. It worked well, and my stepmum wouldn't always be there every time, because there would be too many guests. It was always my mum organising it, and my mum's family would always be there. My father's family lived in the south of France and couldn't go up to Paris, so it wasn't a real issue. But this year, my dad insisted that the birthday be held at his place and that he would take charge of it. Therefore, my stepmom ended up being in charge. Yikes. My sister asked for an apple crumble as a birthday cake.
and my stepmom tells her that it's too much trouble and that she'll make an apple pie instead. Like she couldn't have just bought one, or that my mum hadn't proposed to do it instead. She got her nickname for a reason. So we agreed that on Valentine's Day, we'll meet up at my dad's place. I am the first one to arrive, and my stepmom and dad are setting up the dinner. Now I saw my stepmom cutting up some foie gras and the apple pie next to it. I thought that must be for the starters. Oh, hi stepmom. Did you forget that my sister actually hates foie gras? And then she looks me straight in the eye and says, your sister is such a pain in the butt. Then she started to drop foie gras onto the pie. I was so shocked and fuming that I went to my room until my sister arrived. I wanted to tear her a new one so bad, but I knew that my grandma would probably bring cakes from the bakery, so I stopped myself from causing a scene. When I came down later on, she was talking with my mum, and I overheard her saying how she didn't understand how she could approve of me reading yaoi. Now look guys, I don't know too much about manga, but I think yaoi is manga. Please correct me if I'm wrong. Clearly I don't know. My mum told her that I was old enough to buy what I wanted with my own money. Stepmom then noticed me and left. Yeah, that's right, you better run. My mum just confirmed what I'd overheard and warned me and my sister about the pie. And we're all annoyed and apprehensive the rest of the evening. And then comes the dreaded moment of cake and gifts. My sister ignores the pie and gets served a slice of what my grandma brought. Then she got her present from my dad and stepmom. A photo shoot. The thing is, stepmom offered the same thing to her daughter for her birthday. And my sister found the pictures too adult for her taste. The flyer for the photo shoot was full of almost nude female models. So my mum, to spare my sister from refusing the gift herself, said that she didn't think it was age appropriate. Sorry, just trying to work out how old your sister is. You said at the start that your parents divorced when you were 4 and your sister was 2. When you were 8, your dad got together with the entitled mum and they stayed together for over 10 years. So that means that the maximum age that your sister could be at the moment of the story is 16. Yeah, that's a bit too young for a almost naked photo shoot. What the heck? Anyway, my stepmom nearly blew up when my mum said that, and passively aggressively dismissed my mum's concerns, implying they were stupid and ungrateful. My sister ended up going to the photo shoots, but she got some pictures done more to her taste. And that was the last time that my stepmom was invited to our birthdays. Yeah, but genuinely, like, what is your dad actually doing? Like, your mum seems so nice, but this new stepmom is just like terrible. Why would you go from that? Why would you just downgrade that much? You know, I don't get it. I don't get it. I'll never understand men. That's the thing. You know what? Yeah, great logic shown there. Let me swap out someone who is really nice, I get along with well, and, you know, has a great relationship with our kids for someone that's just horrible and my kids hate. It makes a lot of sense. It really, really does. And now for our third and final story. Have a look at this for a title. Drunk Karen ruined a party, runs away drunk, and then freaking dies. 0 to 100 real quick. How about that? This may sound too good to be true, but at least hear me out, okay, if I have to. So, it's 2016. I was 19 at the time, and the adults were having a party. They decided to invite me since I'm no longer a minor. So before the story, I'm going to have to tell you a little bit about the entitled mum. She is an alcoholic single mother. She is almost always seen with a bottle of Jack Daniels every time. She has 2 kids. They're treated well physically, but not mentally. She's pretty rich, but she's a bad mother. She sometimes pours a bit of alcohol into her son's glass because of how drunk she is. I've been planning to call the Child Protective Services, but my dad told me not to and that he can handle it himself, which he never does. My dad's friends also refuse to for some reason. So Karma decided to help us in this story. So this was back in 2016 New Year's. My dad threw a large party, inviting my family and friends, even the entitled mum, because he thought that this could be a chance for her to stop being an alcoholic by talking her through it in an attempt to send her to therapy. Boy, was he wrong. So the entitled mum came with her children and the party started. My family friend had prepared 2 bottles of wine and 1 bottle of Monka Shoulder whiskey. Not much, because my family is never really a fan of alcohol. They usually just drink fresh juice and sometimes a homemade cocktail. A bit of mango juice, orange juice, Yakult, and a bit of whiskey mixed together. Sounds nice. So while everyone is talking and having a great time, the entitled mum is just busy drinking the alcohol she brought, along with the ones brought by my relatives and friends. I was just playing my trusty PS4.
And then, soon enough, the entitled mum got drunk and everything started going down. Her kids were just playing hide and seek with my little cousins, and the entitled mum went upstairs and saw me playing Mortal Kombat X on the upstairs living room. And then the entitled mum saw me do something very violent, finish him if you know the game. At that point, she starts to yell at me and throw a hissy fit, knowing full well that I am a grown adult. Then, after hearing her scream, my dad and his friend came upstairs to see what was going on. The entitled mum proceeds to make a speech about how the game I was playing is torturing his brain with poison or something, so then she yeeted my controller to the stratosphere, breaking it. That was a custom that I'd paid good money for. Now, before she could get her hands on my PS4 itself, my dad yelled her name and told her to leave. The Karen wasn't buying it though, and kept trying to break my stuff. So my dad threatened to call the cops. She just didn't care. So we did really call them, and the entitled mum ran outside, took the car, forgetting her kids. And if I recall correctly, because we live in the suburbs, the entitled mum was going full speed and crashed into a security gate. Driving in the suburbs at night was like Mario Kart Rainbow Road. If you're going slightly too fast, one wrong move and it's game over. It was nighttime and there are very little streetlights in the suburb. One security guard was injured, and the entitled mum actually passed away soon after, either by brain damage, neck got cracked, or heart attack. I think it was both neck and head. It turns out that my dad wasn't actually calling the cops. He just knew that the entitled mum was too dumb and was gonna fall for it. But he didn't expect her to go off with a bang. Thank God her kids stayed, or else there would be 4 victims in the crash. The entitled mum's kids weren't entitled, so my uncle actually ended up adopting them, and he now has 3 kids. I don't have the heart to tell my uncle's adopted kids that their mum died being a freaking idiot. When the crash happened, the kids were just at home playing my PS4 with a spare controller. I had actually left my PS4 on when I was rushing to see the crash with my bike to the gates. You see, kids, this is what happens if you drink too much alcohol. You become a Karen. Sincerely, an alcohol enjoyer. Wow. Wow, again, what a roller coaster of a story. Comment down below once more, real or fake? What are you thinking? I don't know. To be honest, I did actually think this was all like a load of rubbish, and who knows, it might be. But then OP said the line about, thank God the entitled mum's kids stayed, or else there'd be 4 victims from the crash. And when he said that, I was like, yeah, a bit of emotion. Maybe it's real, who knows? I've got to say though, as someone who does enjoy a little bit of alcohol, don't drink and drive, fellas, or to be honest, you deserve to die. Just don't do it. To be fair, the more I look at this story, the more it's pretty obvious. It almost definitely isn't true. But you know what? Who cares? Cool story. I kind of enjoyed it. It was fun. Okay, not necessarily the bit where the lady died. Although, to be fair, did she deserve it? Yeah, justice. Entitled mother tried to get my mother fired for being white with black kids. So, I am a 21-year-old woman. My parents are both white. They have kids, and I am number 6. They adopted my little brother and I when we were babies. My brother and I are mixed, but what some call light-skinned black. Anyway, this story happened when I was in elementary school. First of all, some backstory to help you understand my family. Being black and having white family, plus growing up in a prominently white area, had its challenges. Like my brother and I had swim passes, so sometimes my mum would drop us off at the pool and my dad would pick up and frequently would be stopped, asked for proof that he was our dad. It also didn't help that my mum was 48 when I was adopted. She had her last kid at 40 years old. So with that, my oldest brother is 20 years older than me. So I've got a nephew only a year younger than me and a month younger than my little brother. We get weird looks when we're out in public with my brother and I'm calling my mum, and my nephew calling her grandma. So a lot of times people thought my older siblings thought my sisters were my mum. But anyway, now you're all caught up. In elementary school, my mum worked as a Title I teacher, which basically means she goes to one class in whatever grade a day for an hour to help kids read. She still does this, and did the whole time my brother and I were in school. Now, most of my friends knew I was adopted. Figured they'd probably just ask their parents why I looked different. Well, one day, when I was about in 4th grade, my mum came into my class. It was the first time for the school year, so people didn't realise she was my mum. I had a bad headache, so when she came in, I was relieved and shouted excitedly, "Mummy, can I have some medicine?" Some kids looked confused, but before I could explain, an entitled kid in my class said, "Sometimes when a white woman and a black man make a baby, it comes out black." I was shocked, and as a little kid, I didn't really know how to respond. so I didn't. I went over to my mum and she gave me some medicine that she had in her bag. Cue the entitled kid. I need some medicine too. My mother explained to her that she couldn't give her medicine because it was against school policy, and that she could give me medicine because she was my mum. She rolled her eyes and huffed back to her desk. Now, we thought that was the end of it, until the next morning. Each morning, all the Title I aides would meet up in the library to organise their stuff and chit-chat. I would come and sit with them a lot, because I would get pretty bad earaches from being outside. And that is when the kid's entitled mum comes in. Now guys, the word that this entitled mum uses in this sentence is extremely offensive. So offensive that I'm not even going to bother censoring it, just going to blank the whole thing. You can probably use your imagination though. You must be the blank lover. All the aides' mouths dropped. I didn't know what that word meant at the time, but I could tell it was bad because of everyone's face. My mother told her not to use that language in front of me. The entitled mum rolled her eyes and began to demand to know why she wouldn't give her daughter some medicine if she was giving me some. My mother explained again. Then the entitled mum said, "So because you chose a blank and made a child, they get medical help over my baby?" I could see my mother getting upset. "Again, if you continue to use that language, I'll have to get the principal involved," she said. The entitled mum smiled and said, "Fine, let's do it." So my mother and the entitled mum left, and I didn't understand what had just happened, so I called my dad and tried to explain it. Now my mum is the nice, soft-spoken type. My dad, on the other hand, had intense RBF, and when angry, is very angry. Oh, today I learned that RBF stands for resting female dog face. Didn't know that. So my dad told me he was on his way. I waited in the front office for my parents. My dad got to the school before my mum came out and knocked on the door. The principal opened the door and then the lady saw my dad. When seeing my dad, my mum said, "What are you doing here, hun?" The entitled mum's face looked like she'd seen a ghost. So, is her daddy the milkman? Again, I didn't know what that meant, but I could tell by my dad's face he was not happy. The entitled mum then said, "How else would she look like that?" gesturing at me and then turning to the principal. "I mean, she obviously isn't a good example for the children, so you should fire her for the children's sake." My dad started laughing, which I knew wasn't a good sign when he was mad. He told me to go and find my brother, get my stuff, and then they closed the door. The bell had rang already, so the front desk lady gave me a note, and I went to my brother's class and got him. We both agreed to be on our best behaviour, since Dad was mad. We sat on the bench, waiting, and then my parents came out. "Are you fired, Mum?" I asked. Then my mum smiled. "Of course not, but we are going home for today to talk." Sweet. Ditch day. My parents took us to Denny's for breakfast since we missed it because our school provided it. They explained to us that some people just don't like the colour of our skin, and that it was never okay for us to be called that. We got to stay home. The next day, I noticed that the entitled kid was moved class, and found out that the entitled mum was kicked off the PTA. I have so many other stories about stuff like this, but this was the first big incident. Well, guys, to be honest, I don't even know really where to start with this story. I don't know what just happened. That's unbelievable. The first thing that springs to mind is, why is this mum not just being banned from the PTA or whatever? She should also 100% be being reported to the police. That's just racist. You can't say that. That's not legal. And also, is she just flat out stupid? I mean, clearly she is. But does she not know that, people can adopt kids of other races, or that two people of different ethnicities can get together and have a mixed race kid? It is unbelievable scenes. I know that, but clearly it's something that she just doesn't know. You lot that know me well will know that I am a quarter Mauritian. So my granddad was born in Mauritius. If you've not seen him before, this is what he looks like. If you want to see more picture of him, by the way, he dominates my Instagram. So, yeah, link in the description for that. So he is clearly dark-skinned. My granny is light-skinned. And then they produced this man, my dad, who's also on screen right now. Don't worry about him riding a camel. He's just doing his thing. All right. And then, yeah, look, it's me. Super white. My mum is also pretty white. But incredibly, I have different ethnicities and races running through my family. It is unbelievable that it could even exist. So that's on the one hand. And then second of all, I mean, yeah, adoption. Have you heard of it? You don't have to adopt someone that looks like you, for God's sake. It's just ridiculous. What a story and what a start to the episode. And now moving on to our second story. Entitled mother wants me to apologize and go home because she doesn't want to wash the dishes and clothes. Father flies back and releases hell on her. So, a little background. I left home after my aunt confronted my mother about the lack of punishment on my brother for filming me change and sharing that video with his friends. Honestly, I mean, what a start to a story. Wow. My mother called the police on my aunt, and I'm now currently in a youth home, which no one knows where it is except my aunt. My family has cut contact with her and my brother. What a paragraph. So into this story. So are we just gonna... Okay, fine. I've been going low contact with my mother and no contact other than leaving my brother on red. My mother has been spamming my phone, telling me she will let me come home if I apologize for making a scene, and to apologize to the rest of my family for making them go through this. I ignored her. She later calls me and here is how it goes. Come home. Your tantrum has gone too far. You need to apologize and get a grip and come home. I just listen. I don't reply. I said come home and apologize now. No. I cut the call. She calls back after 15 minutes. I pick up and listen for a while until this hits. Come home now. I don't want to wash dishes and do laundry and cook while I work. It's tiring. You used to do all that when your grandma was not here, and she's not here, so you have to do it. I'm just silent. Do you hear me, you ungrateful child? You better... I cut her off. No, you listen to me and you remember. I will never go home to you, and I'll never go near you and him ever again. Take this as a courtesy notice. I'm no longer your daughter. You'll never see me or hear from me again. I hang up and blocked her number. 2 days later, my aunt messaged me and told me my dad was at her door. Now, I've not seen him since I was 5, after my parents got divorced on the grounds of his affair, and my family hates him for that. My aunt was fuming that he showed his face at her door. He asked nicely to know where I am and to go and see me. My aunt, of course, in her fashion, laid into him about his affair. He took it and apologized and asked again for my whereabouts. My aunt messaged me to say if I was okay with my dad knowing where I was. I told her it would be fine if we met at a cafe or restaurant nearby. So we met today and had a nice breakfast. He asked me what was wrong and why I'd run away. Now I thought he knew, so I said, "What do you think?" He said that my mum told him that I got scolded and grounded for something and was annoyed, so I ran away. And it was probably teenage angst, according to my mum. I was freaking dumbfounded. I told him that's not even close to why. I told him everything that happened after, what she did, or more like didn't do, and how she reacted when I tried to tell her I felt unsafe. He was freaking fuming. He was annoyed for the fact that he didn't know about it earlier, and for the fact that my entitled mum tried to lie and get him to coerce me into going home. After the meeting, he told me he was going to her house and that he was going to confront her. He said he would take me away with him and threatened to sue her for abuse because some of the things that she did to me were clause for emotional and psychological abuse. He's also threatening to cut off my brother's education fund and transfer it instead to me for me to use. He left and I don't know what happened afterwards, but I think he's going to speak to his lawyers and me soon. Alright, little update here as well. My aunt told me my mother and father have both been arrested. Apparently, my father went to my mum's house to tell her he isn't going to help control his child. She said he's going to have to be a good dad and get her daughter to come home so that they can be a happy family. And she added, "That's the least that you can do for us." My dad blew up at that comment. He said something like, "You are the one that needs to pull up and protect both your children, not only one, and I couldn't see them because of you too." This led to a screaming match and the neighbors called the police. They came and separated both of them and took them to the station. My dad called one of his friends to bail him out, and my egg donor called her sister, my other aunt, who refused to help her and bail her out. So, egg donor stayed in the station overnight, while my brother spent the night at the station as well. I'm not sure if this is right, but I believe that OP is now calling their entitled mum egg donor, trying to distance themselves as much as possible from that relationship. Now, it's also come to my attention that some of the comments on this post were right. Egg donor got a restriction order on my dad citing mental instability. He had PTSD from a work incident that happened to him when he was 25. Egg donor 1. The stipulated guideline was he couldn't have contact with us unless contacted first. She never gave us his number or means to contact him.
unless it was when she passed me the phone to call him to ask him to give her more money for our children, which I don't even know what happened to. Egg donor then made up lies, telling us that he abandoned us. I freaking hope that night in jail gave her a hard slap to the face. And now guys, don't even think about clicking off this episode, because look, we have an update to this story. Just 4 days ago, OP has posted this. Egg donor and father got arrested, and the truth about their divorce came out. The truth came out that my father did not actually abandon us. Egg donor had a restriction order on him based on the fact of his PTSD from that work incident 20-ish years prior at the time of their divorce. The order stated, as we already heard, that he cannot contact us unless we contact him first. Now guys, just to confirm, OP is indeed talking about her mum here when she is using the term egg donor. So she goes on again to say about how her mum didn't even give them a contact number, and at the end she adds, she told us and her family he left the country and didn't want anything to do with us. So to a 5 to 6 year old girl, it sounded as if he dropped us and ran, which he didn't willingly do. Actually, she forced him to leave the country because she kept threatening, physically and emotionally, him and his job and his circle of friends. She then proceeded to tell us and the whole family that he'd fled and had no intention of coming back. From my father's side, he said he was wrong to cheat and that it was unfair on my mum and his children. But because egg donor threatened to kill him or send him to jail for life if he ever returned, he had to leave. But he did set up education funds and other funds so that we were set for life, or at least until we were 21 or 25. Now he has full control over them, and we get control of them when we graduate university or when we decide to stop studying and presumably start to work. The leftover funds will be given to us to use as we see fit. But after this event, I am meeting with a therapist, and I get a report to say that all the things my egg donor and brother did has given me some kind of trauma and has affected my mental health. Yeah, I'm not surprised. This report would be a better and more solid evidence of her actions. My father is also meeting with his lawyers to change his will, to give the egg donor nothing and my brother a little money so he can't dispute that he was cut completely. I'm also going to meet with another of my dad's lawyers to potentially charge my brother with non-consensual prawn or sexual harassment, and my mother with emotional and psychological abuse. Wish me luck. And if I win, I'm moving out of the youth home into a house that my father is willing to rent for me until he can get his affair in order to come back to our country. But he is willing to pay for my expenses until I graduate uni, which is at least 2 to 3 years away. Okay, wow, just like what an insane post that is. That two-parter, oh my god. I mean, the thing is, it's not even close to being done, really. There's so much more that still has to go in that story. Can't wait to find out what happens. That is actually insane. Guys, I'm tempted to say, get 2,000 likes on this video and I'll follow up with the next part, but I don't care. I'll do it for my own sake. I'm that interested in the story. So if we can hit 1 like on this video, I will bring you the next part when it's posted. That's a promise. It's just like, it's actually mental. What your brother did was bad enough. I mean, it's like shockingly bad. Your mum protecting him, crazy. Then it being revealed that she was the one who actually forced your dad to leave the country and that he didn't willingly ditch you guys at all. Oh my god. I don't even know how you would live with this sort of stuff. Of course you have it like mental. Oh, insane. Insane. What a story. I'm so sorry that you had to go through all of this, OP, and that you're still going through all of it. But yes, I wish you the best of luck with it. I can't wait to hear what happens. And to be honest, I really, really think and hope, obviously, that you're going to be successful. You've got a great case. Good luck. Lady defends son's trashy TikTok trend. Hello, I am a 14-year-old boy, and I go to a middle school, elementary school, basically both combined. And due to the TikTok trend, Devious Lick, a 5th grader, who I will call Isaiah, grabbed my phone and ran off, shouting, "Devious Lick mother effer." I chase the kid down and smack him. I start shouting at him about how he shouldn't be doing that type of stuff. He then runs off towards the direction of the main office. When I get home that evening, he messages me through his computer or phone and starts talking smack. "Lol, you so weak, kid." And I respond to him, telling him to F off. Then he immediately started to say that he would deck me with his friend. Next day, I go to school, only to get called into the front office, and the kid with his mum are there looking at me. Then the dean tells me to apologize for smacking the kid, and I argue that he tried to steal my phone.
The lady then immediately starts a screaming rant, including, "You Mexican cholo, apologize." I tell the lady that her trashy son tried stealing my phone, but she says, "Okay, but you didn't have to do that. It was just a harmless prank that you kids like these days." And that is why I have a 2-day suspension. Alright, so before I even talk about the story there, first of all, I don't know what the devious lick trend is, and I need to know more. So I'm going to watch a video on it and see what it is. Oh, am I really clicking on this? Devious licks TikTok compilation. Okay, just hit this absolutely duplicitous lick. Principal ain't going home today. And what's he got, a drill? And for the benefit of those listening on audio, all he's done there is just unscrew some bolts on his principal's car wheels. You guys are all still doing these small licks? Is it just like annoying people for the sake of it? Is that what it is? We've got this guy now attacking a... He's just stolen a police car. What is this trend? First week of school and already hit the most despicable lick. What is this just stealing? What have they stolen? A car door? What is this trend? Just hit the most ungodly lick. You stole someone. Oh my god. Okay. Alright, that one's actually like semi-funny. I mean, put it in the bin. Oh, okay. That was actually semi-decent. I'm not gonna lie. I hope you gave them back, is what I'll say. What a trend. Just stealing stuff. TikTok, man, it's so elite. Alright, so I kind of get the trend a little bit. Like, I've seen better trends, is all I'm gonna say. But weird trend. Weird app. Let's be realistic. Now moving on to our second entitled people story. Sister tries to have me arrested so she can go party, then tries to break in and steal our stuff. We come from a big New York Italian family. My older sister and I are total polar opposites. She was boisterous, very well endowed from a young age, very popular, very full of herself, and self-obsessed. Never finishes anything, never finished school, can't hold a job, etc. I was very small, thin, tomboyish, uncoordinated, clumsy, very shy, bookworm. I didn't have many friends, and I usually wandered alone somewhere or I was reading. I've had a job since I was 13. Long story, but this all ties in as it's only within a few days of it all happening. So moving on, we are both adults and are both married. My sister has a son, and I'm pregnant with my first child. After giving birth, we moved back to the city my family lives in. My older sister is having marital issues and is actually getting ready to leave her husband. My husband and I had a decent-sized house that we were renting from my uncle. A friend of ours from college was staying in one of the rooms. After a discussion, we decided to invite my sister and her son, who was almost 5, to move in with us as a live-in nanny. We let her know that she wouldn't have to pay any rent or utilities, and that she would need to watch my daughter whenever we needed to work. She readily agreed. My husband and I worked opposite shifts, so this was perfect for us. We moved her in right away. We had her sign a paper agreeing to the whole thing. Nothing technically legal, but just something that we could refer to later if needed. Things went south pretty quickly. I'll be paraphrasing as this was a long time ago and exact wording won't be possible, but it's pretty spot on. Firstly, let me note that my older sister had gained a substantial amount of weight, which made certain areas of her upper torso much larger than before, like double G large. We get up one morning to make coffee. Our roommate is already up. My sister comes out wearing nothing but a very baggy tank top and underwear that was much too small. Things were hanging out everywhere. My husband spit his coffee out. Our roommate walked in and then immediately walked back out, and I told my sister to go and put on some clothes. She huffed, put her hands on her hips, and loudly yelled, "This is my house too. I'll dress how I want." I told her to take some pride in herself and go and put some dang clothes on. She stomped off like a little kid, dressed, and came back out. My husband asked me loudly, on purpose so that my sister would hear, "This isn't going to be a problem with her going forward, is it?" I looked her dead in the face and said, "It better not be, right?" She looked at me, rolled her eyes, and said, "Fine, but that just means that these idiots," pointing at my husband and roommates, "don't know what they're missing." Still full of herself. Fantastic. Now, this has only been about 2 weeks since moving her in, by the way. The next day, our roommate came to us and said that he believed my sister may have taken money from his room. He stated that he'd only left a small amount of cash on his nightstand and it was now gone. His door was always closed, but it was open when he came home. My sister, unfortunately, has stolen cash from me many times when we were kids growing up, so I knew it was probably her. I went to confront her about it, knowing full well that she took it. Again, she immediately started off by yelling as loudly as she could, "I did not steal anyone's money. You always blame me for this, and you never have any proof." Her son came running around the corner with a fistful of dollars and a big smile. "Is this the money, Mama? The money you said we could go and get McDonald's with?" I stared at her and then at my nephew. She walked over to him, took the money from him, and told me, "This is my money. I already had this before I moved in." The one thing she hadn't noticed was mixed in with the US dollars, some Mexican pesos. Our roommate's family lived in Tucson, Arizona. His father was a professor at U of A and was of Mexican descent. They would often go south of the border to visit as they had a very large extended family. I quickly snatched the money from my sister's hands. I examined it, and when I pulled out the pesos, I again stared at her. I said, "And just what did you think you were gonna do with these?" She slammed her fist on the wall and told me to go F off in Italian and stomped off and slammed her door. My nephew stood there, almost in tears. He was scared and upset. He and I had had a wonderful relationship, so I sat him down and told him that everything was okay and not to worry. I'd bring him to McDonald's and get him the best Happy Meal ever. This brightened him up and he went skipping off. The next day, we started our work week. I gave my sister our schedules. I went over everything with her. As my daughter had been premature, there was a little bit of extra care involved. She was a few months old now, but she was very small and had a severe lactose allergy. My sister then mentioned that a friend of hers wanted her to go out and party the next night. I told her that she knew she had to watch the baby. She knew several weeks ahead of time what my schedule was, and that she'd agreed to it. She said, "I never get to go anywhere, and now that I'm free of that man, I want to go party. Can't you have that guy who lives here watch her?" I said, "That guy is our friend. He's not in town, and it's not his job to watch our daughter. It's literally your job. You agreed to live here rent-free to watch her whenever we need it." She rolled her eyes and stated, "This is ridiculous. It's one dang night. Can't you figure something else out?" I said, "If you would like to pay for a babysitter to come over, then fine. But if not, then you will do as you agreed." "Fine," she said. Everything went fine the first night. I came home, baby asleep, sister and nephew asleep. Note on the fridge from my husband stating that all seemed good. I go to bed. I'm woken up about 3 hours later to hear several children screaming and laughing. I get up and go out to the living room to see that I have a house full of children and some of my sister's friends, including the one friend that wanted her to party, sitting on the couch and chairs. I immediately said, "What in the heck is going on?" My sister and her friends look up. One of the friends say, "Uh-oh, party police." I grab my sister's arm and pull her to the kitchen. "What in the F is going on here? I am trying to sleep." She replies, "Since I cannot leave, I invited my friends over to have some fun." I'm really irritated at this point. Your friends need to leave immediately. You did not ask if you could bring all these people here, and it's a workday night for us. Have some freaking respect. And you know my daughter can't have a bunch of people around her. She's still too vulnerable. My sister waves her hand and replies, "Oh, give it a goddamn rest. She's in her crib. No one's near here, and I need my friends. I need to socialize. I haven't been able to have fun in years." I insisted again that her friends leave now. I reminded my sister that no matter what she thinks, this is my house. She stomps off again and asks everyone to leave. I get up to go to work that evening. Everything seems to be fine. My nephew bounces in, happy as always, thrilled with his Happy Meal toy we got him the other day. My sister brushes past me, literally bumping my shoulder. I stare at her again. She mumbles something under her breath and heads to the kitchen. I walk in after her and she turns and stares at me. She slams a jar on the counter and immediately starts yelling at me. "I didn't know I was going to have to watch your dang kid all the time. I want to go and do my own thing." Shocked, I asked her at what point did she not understand that she'd be a live-in nanny to watch the baby whenever we were working. "But that's not the dang point. I know what I said, but I didn't think you were serious." I said, "Fine, we'll talk when I get home in the morning from work and figure out where we need to go from here." I got my things and I left. 2 hours later, I get a call at work from someone identifying themselves as a police officer.
They're asking me to come home due to an incident at the house. I arrive about 30 minutes later to see 3 police cruisers, lights on, several officers milling around my home. My older sister is standing next to an officer, talking, and my roommate, who appears to have just come back from out of town, is talking to another officer. My husband is also now arriving back from school. A police sergeant walks up to me and asks my name, and I tell him who I am. He asks me to follow him over to where my sister is. While following the officer, I notice a few dozen yards away, the friend my sister wanted to go party with, parked in her car, watching. The officer directs me to where my sister is. I wander over, and immediately my sister starts yelling at me, "How could you do that? How could you just leave her like that? What is wrong with you?" I stand frozen, not understanding the situation yet. The officer looks at me and asks me where I've been. I tell him I was at work. The officer asks if I make it a habit to leave my infant alone at home while working. It finally dawns on me what is going on. I tell the officer, absolutely not. Never. My sister here was hired to be our live-in nanny and was to be watching her tonight. She watched her last night as well. She has the schedule in detail and we've discussed everything at length. My sister immediately shouts, "That's a lie! I had no idea you were going to work. I was leaving with my friend to go out for the night when I heard the baby cry. I had no idea you left her here. I figured you guys had gone out for the night." Our roommate and my husband join us. My roommate says he came home to find my sister on the phone with the police, saying that I had abandoned the baby. And my sister's friend was in the house telling her to hurry so they wouldn't miss the drink specials at a local bar. My husband goes in the house with an officer, shows him our work schedule on the fridge, my sister's room, and the baby's crib in her room. He then shows him the paper we had her sign with all the agreed to info. Another officer goes over to the car parked down the street and tells the friend to come over. The officer starts to question the friend about the phone call. My sister immediately starts yelling, "She has nothing to do with this. She came here to pick me up and we both heard the baby crying." I tell the officer that this is par for the course with my sister. She made all this up. My sister again starts screaming at the top of her lungs. "This is all a lie. I don't know what she's telling you, but it's a lie. I had no idea the baby was here alone." And then she starts to fake cry. And just as things seem ridiculous enough, my nephew is brought out crying, telling the officer holding him, "But mummy said it was okay to leave the baby, that auntie would be home soon and we were going to go out." I started to laugh. I almost bent over laughing as my sister reached for her son, saying, "He doesn't know what he's saying." But my nephew just said, "Mummy, don't lie. You said you were going to go play." That was awesome. The look on her face and the officers' faces was priceless. My sister had fabricated this ridiculous story and called the police, all so she didn't have to work and could go out drinking. The crib was in her room. The work schedule and the signed paper, plus, out of the mouths of babes, my nephew telling his mummy not to lie in front of a half-dozen police officers. Yeah, I was annoyed, but I was laughing now. The officers were pretty angry now too, realizing the situation. I told them I wanted my sister off my property. She wasn't on the lease. They escorted her into the house and had her pack up the few belongings that she came with, which wasn't much. Just clothes, hygiene stuff, and a few personal knickknacks. I walked up to my sister with the signed agreement, tore it in half, and handed it to her. I told her that she was never welcome back and I wanted nothing to do with her ever again. She could go with her friend. She was escorted off the lawn. I told the officers I didn't want to press any charges. She had no money and nowhere to go other than her friend. That was more than enough. The police eventually left. My husband, roommate, and I go and sit in the living room staring at each other. We have no words. We just sit for a while. The next day, my husband is off at work. My roommate is sleeping in. I take the baby to go to a doctor's appointment and the grocery store, then to stop at my dad's place for a brief visit. I left a note on the fridge letting my roommate know where I was. Just as I arrive at my dad's, he jogs down the driveway and says, "Better go home, your roommate called." It takes me about 15 minutes to get home, and standing in front of the door is my sister, screaming at the top of her lungs with 2 police officers on either side of her. I drive up and get out of my car. My sister immediately tries to rush at me, screaming obscenities in Italian at me. Now, we didn't even learn that much growing up, but we can cuss like truckers in Italian.
The officers stop her. My roommate comes around from the backyard, having come out of the back door instead of the front where my sister was. I ask what the heck is going on. Neighbors are now coming out to see what's going on. So my roommate had called the police because my sister tried to kick in the door. She said that we had all of her electronic equipment in there and that this was her house and that we illegally removed her. When he wouldn't let her in, she began kicking and pounding on the door, screaming at the top of her lungs. My husband had a very nice stereo setup with a multi-disc CD player, speakers, subwoofers, tuner, several dozen CDs, and more. We had a new large TV with several video game consoles, VHS players, and a bookshelf full of movies and video games. Yeah, by the way, you lot, comment down below if you know what a VHS player is. And if you don't know what a VHS player is, try and guess what it is. I'm actually interested. Anyway, turns out my sister was attempting to break into the house and steal all of it. She was unhinged at this point. She was so incensed that spit was flying from her mouth when she was screaming. How dare you do this to me? These are all my things you stole. Everything from me. You're a liar and a thief telling the police on me. I'll get you for this. I'm gonna have you evicted. I'm calling Dad. He'll have his brother kick you out. You'll be on the streets. On the street, you dogs. The police ask us if she's on the lease. We tell them no and give them the report from last night. The officer looks at the reports, nods, and says, "Oh, this is that place. Yeah, we heard about this. Is this the same lady that called in the false report last night?" I tell him, yep, same person. He then asks if I would like to trespass her, and I told him absolutely. He turns to her while his partner takes out some papers and starts writing. He gives her the spiel regarding the trespass order. The officer looks at me, and I walk over and quietly say, "See that car parked 2 houses down? Yeah, that one. Can you issue the driver a trespass order too? That's the other person from last night." He then walks over to that car. They tell my sister if they have one more incident with her, she will be under arrest. She stomps off down the street to her friend's car, literally screaming at the top of her lungs every obscenity you can imagine in English and Italian. We thank the officers and they take off. I talk to my neighbors and apologize for the trouble. Most of them are elderly and very understanding. A retired Navy officer next door says that he'll be happy to keep an eye on the house for us when we aren't home. I thank him profusely. He pats his truck and says, "Your sister is a nut." I agreed. I head back over to my dad's place to visit and go over the last 2 days' events. While my baby is inside sleeping, my dad and I go to his garage to do some work on a project car of his. Now, being the only kid of his who knows how to work on cars, this is our thing. We bust a few knuckles, have a couple drinks, and shoot the poop for a while. A couple hours later, we hear a car screech to a stop in front of his house. He has a very long dirt driveway, so the car was still on pavement. Out jumps my sister, red-faced and fuming mad. She immediately starts stomping down the driveway, fists balled up. My dad and I are sitting on the edge of the car near the engine, hood up, staring at her. She starts screaming. "Did she tell you she kicked me and your grandson out on the street? Did she tell you she lied to the police about abandoning her daughter? Did she tell you she called the police on me when I tried to get things she stole from me? I am the victim here, not her. I want her evicted from my uncle's house. I want you to call him now and kick her out. She's got no right to do this to me, no right to be there." My dad looks down at me, and I shrug. My sister stops about 30 feet in front of us. She literally starts jumping up and down. "I want her kicked out now. Now, now, now." Seeing a 25-year-old woman jumping up and down, screaming like a 2-year-old, was quite the sight. My dad looks at her. My dad can look at you and make your bones freeze. My sister immediately stops. He says, "No." That was it. Just no. He then just turns around and starts working on the car again. I smirked at my sister. Enraged, she starts screaming obscenities at me again. My dad slowly turns around, takes 2 steps towards her, and, in a deep, loud, reverberating voice, says, "Basta," which pretty much translates as enough. "You will not behave in this manner. You will not talk to your sister until you can be civil. Go away now. You do not disobey my dad, ever." My sister, still red-faced, turns around and walks off to the car and gets in. Her friend revs the engine of her very old, beat-up sedan, screams "F you both," and takes off. My dad turns around and says, well, how about some pizza? Takes another drink and goes back to working on the engine. I literally haven't spoken to my sister since this event, and my daughter is now 27. Well, the first thing that springs to my mind there is that I really hope your nephew is okay, because he actually sounded like a pretty good kid, just has a horrible, horrible mother. Best of luck to him, because it's going to be a tough life. Anyway, the first 18 years, that is. But hey, hopefully you can get through it. Seems like a nice kid. You get on well. Maybe just take him away from his mum at some point, or don't do that, but you know, help him out. I mean, to be fair, I'm just looking through the comments, and someone has said, can I ask what happened to your nephew? Because obviously this was a long time ago. I hope he wasn't too traumatized and had escaped relatively unscathed from his entitled mum. OP replied, he is a fantastic man, and he grew up just fine. That's amazing. Head chef at a restaurant, kids of his own, we talk all the time, and he comes out to visit from time to time. Phenomenal news. Could not have asked for anything more. I tell you what, this is the good thing about stories that are really old. Like, how long ago did this happen? Over 20 years ago? And yeah, now we know the result. Brilliant. Ah, and here we go. Someone has asked what happened to your sister. Must have an inkling to know a bit. I completely agree. So, she lives in a very small town back east and is still the same. Always scheming to find the easy way out of being an adult. Last I heard, she was trying to figure out a way to get on disability so she didn't have to work. So just a terrible person, really. Yeah, we knew that already. Fair enough. It's pretty crazy though how in like 20 years she just hasn't changed at all. Why? Surely at some point you have a little bit of, you know, self-reflection. You're like, oh, actually I'm not been the greatest person over the last 2 decades. Who knows? And there we go, guys. That is going to do it for my longest video ever by a country mile. Over 10 hours of purely entitled parent stories. If you are still watching now and you've watched the entirety of this video or listened to it in the background or whatever you've done, then first of all, why? That's my question. 10 hours of putting yourself through this. Unbelievable. But seriously, I salute you. Fair play. Thank you so much. I appreciate it massively. That was a long one. I've always wanted to do that. I wanted to do just like a really long, purely entitled parents video. And now we've done it, you know. Over 10 hours of purely entitled parent stories. Insane. I hope that you haven't gone insane by listening to all of those. But hey, good stuff. If you did enjoy it and you somehow want even more entitled parent stories, I put a couple of movies on screen that are, you know, 2 hours plus. If you haven't already had your fix of entitled parents and you need even more, check them out here. If you are new to the channel, hit this button and subscribe. If you haven't subscribed after 10 hours of stories, then what's wrong with you? And third of all, have a good day. See you tomorrow.